Chapter 1. The Escaping Scion Princess. What if you boarded a one-way ticket through time and inadvertently transformed into a girl? Would such a bold idea cross your mind? Perhaps one might consider making bold declarations. However, a certain traversing white-haired lowly at this moment could only exclaim, "To hell with time travel, and to hell with transformation." She simply yearned to return home. Time travel is one thing, and transformation is not entirely out of the question yet. Can a world as perilous as that of Dragon Ball be navigated by someone of her ilk? The planet she inhabited had been obliterated, turned to ashes for others' amusement, and now relentless foes pursued her, without relent truly. This was the epitome of despair. "Princess Bellies, you cannot escape." Hee, came a sinister laugh from behind, one that seemed to swallow the souls of several elders in the process. Here they come again, behold. The quintessential villainous cackle. Does one ever hear such laughter from the virtuous? The white-haired lowly tugged at the corners of her mouth. She currently resembled a timid rabbit, pursued by a ravenous wolf. Weak, pitiful, and utterly helpless. "I am not a princess, nor am I named Bellies. You have mistaken your target." The white-haired lowly retorted loudly. "Ha ha ha, mistaken? As a proud member of the Jinyu force, how could I possibly be mistaken?" The laughter echoed once more, emanating from a purple humanoid creature who sported two long black horns atop his head. He flashed a menacing grin, raised his right hand, and hurled a purple energy blast. The only white-haired scion on planet Vegeta, a target of special interest to King Frieza. "I would never mistake you for anyone else." The white-haired lowly swiftly dodged, the energy blast whistling past her ear. Had it not been for her years of experience as a weary corporate worker, her patience might have worn thin, and she would have unleashed a torrent of curses at the taunts of Jinyu. So what if she had white hair? Did that make her any less deserving of respect? It was not by her own choosing, it was innate. What could she do? Just because she had white hair, was she immediately deemed a super scion? Please, are super scions so easily identifiable? Be careful of the golden-haired warrior. The emphasis was placed on the golden hair, not on white. Here she was, a frail, helpless, white-haired lowly, not a muscle-bound powerhouse like a Barbie doll. How could she possibly resemble a super scion? If one were to insist, she could always change her appearance. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, sending clouds of smoke billowing into the air. The purple energy blast that Jinyu had launched struck a mountain several kilometers away, obliterating it entirely. The released energy formed a colossal mushroom cloud, its aftershocks radiating in all directions. Oh no! The white-haired lowly crossed her arms, forming a barrier of energy to shield herself from the oncoming storm of destruction. Nevertheless, the shockwaves still hindered her flight. Hee, now you cannot escape. Seizing the opportunity, Jinyu accelerated and swooped down from above, landing directly in front of her. Standing over 2 meters tall, he cast an imposing shadow over the girl. Meeting Jinyu's gaze, the white-haired lowless muscles tensed as she growled defiantly. "What do you want from me? I told you, I don't know you, nor do I have any affiliation with scions." Jinyu produced a photograph from the folds of his battle suit, waving it in front of her face with a sneer. "At this point, do you still wish to deny your identity? A combat power nearing 60,000. If it weren't for the king's orders, I would have seriously considered recruiting you into my Jinyu force." The reading on the scouter startled Jinyu. He had never encountered Bellies before. The Scion princess had always kept a low profile, her combat power typically hovering around 2,000 to 3,000. However, as the only white-haired member of her race, she stood out like a bright spot on a black canvas, thus attracting Frieza's attention. The photograph in Jinyu's grasp depicted Bellies in her recent form before the annihilation of her race. Frieza had instructed that this rare Scion princess be captured. Was there a recording device on the spaceship? Bellies furrowed her brows at the sight of the picture. Perhaps she had been photographed just before fleeing the planet, but she had distinctly removed the tracking device. "How did you find me?" At this juncture, any further denial would be futile. This question effectively acknowledged her identity. Hee, as for the princess of the Scion clan, if you're curious, I'll enlighten you. There were 2 tracking devices embedded in the ship you rode that was a gift from the king. What you dismantled was merely the overt tracking system. However, by disabling that, the one sent to pursue you turned out to be me. If it had been someone else, I imagine you would have dispatched them in an instant. Looking back, the king truly is wise. He is indeed the emperor of the universe, Jinyu mused. Who will emerge victorious remains to be seen. Do not assume your victory is guaranteed. Bellies countered, adopting a battle stance. 60,000 combat power does grant you a modicum of resistance, Jinyu remarked, unperturbed by the Scion prince's desperate struggle. With a casual flick of his hand, he adjusted the scouter on his eye. "Do you know my combat power?" Jinyu spread his legs, clenched his fists slightly, and confidently pointed at himself. showcasing his assurance, "I am the captain of the Jinyu force, the foremost warrior under King Friezemi. Combat power exceeds 100,000. How does that make you feel? Is despair creeping in?" Bellies remained unfazed, yet Jinyu chuckled while stroking his chin. "How about this? I won't retaliate for a whole minute while you attack me." Bellies was taken aback. "Are you serious? Is there truly someone so foolish as to stand still and allow her to unleash her full might? Was she so weak that she couldn't even lift a weapon? I keep my word, if I move, then I'm the dog." Jinyu crossed his arms, adding a layer of energy around himself with a combat power of around 60,000. It was unlikely she could even scratch him. "Don't regret this, Captain Jinyu." Bliss' energy began to rise steadily. "Indeed, this is only a fraction of my strength, but it surpasses those so-called elite warriors among the wild monkeys." Observing the final reading on the scouter, Jinyu felt a wave of relief wash over him as he patted his chest. "Come, Princess of the Scions, whom King Frieza has specifically focused on, show me your prowess." Bellies slowly lifted her hands, placing them gently against her forehead. What was this move? A look of confusion crossed Jinyu's face, yet he paid it little mind in the face of absolute power. All tactics would prove ineffectual. "You will regret underestimating me, Jinyu," Bellies shouted fiercely. The hands before her forehead radiated a blinding light, her entire being enveloped in a fierce white glow, emanating terrifying energy akin to a searing sun. Solar flare. The dazzling brilliance shot forth, directly blinding Jinyu. In an instant, he was plunged into darkness, followed by an unbearable burning sensation in his eyes. "Ah, my eyes, my eyes." Jinyu's face contorted in agony as he pressed his hands against his eyes, which had been pierced by the intense light. His mind spun as the pain from his eyes sent shockwaves through his nerves, making him feel as though his head might split open. Damn it all. Damn scion monkeys." Jinyu removed one hand from his eyes, directing his fury outward as energy blasts erupted from his palm. The task of retrieving Bellies faded from his thoughts. All he desired now was to eliminate the despicable scion. This time he would not hold back. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of danger surged within him. In a heartbeat, Jinyu twisted his body to evade the impending threat. Swish! The sound of a blade slicing through flesh echoed ominously. My leg, my right leg. Severe pain shot through his thigh, transmitting through his nerves straight to his brain, merging with the agony in his eyes, causing beads of cold sweat to trickle down his furrowed purple forehead. "Ah!" Jinyu roared, his furious voice resonating through the sky. Layer upon layer of energy erupted from him, forming a terrifying energy vortex that tore apart everything in its vicinity. Several kilometers away, leaning against a massive rock, Bellies took heavy breaths. The solar flare had disrupted Jinyu's vision, followed by her energy blade technique intended to finish him off. This was one of the strategies she had devised against Jinyu. Yet, it had ultimately fallen short. The energy blade had failed to sever Jinyu's head, only managing to slice off one of his legs. However, this outcome was anticipated. Jinyu's combat power exceeded 100,000, far beyond what could be gauged in the future era of inflated battle powers in this time. A difference of merely 10,000 could spell the difference between the heavens and the earth. Bellies took a deep breath, mentally simulating her power comparison against Jinyu. "The advantage lies with me. I just need to be wary of Jinyu's body-switching technique. I can win." Bellies possesses one final, formidable trump card. It is this ability, combined with the Scion's battle power of around 10,000, that earns them the title of a warrior race. Transformation. Upon transforming, a Scion's base combat power multiplies by 10. Utilizing an artificial moon significantly diminishes the transformation's effects. Nevertheless, even in this state, she wields a combat power of 3 to 400,000, more than sufficient to eliminate Jinyu. Her reluctance to transform previously stemmed from a lack of opportunity, and furthermore, her enlarged form post-transformation posed a risk in confronting Jinyu. Jinyu possesses the ability to swap bodies, necessitating caution on Bliss' part. At present, Jinyu is in a half-disabled state, having lost a leg, his vision impaired, and unable to sense ki, making his defeat an effortless task. "Jinyu, I am unlike those scions who perish recklessly. I am steadfast and will not afford you any chance of comeback." A sly smile crept upon Bliss' lips as she slowly raised her right hand, revealing an incompletely crafted artificial moon within her palm. Bellies frowned slightly, catching a glimpse of the sky from the corner of her eye. In an instant, a breathtaking scene unfolded before her retina. A massive wave of energy pierced through the clouds, descending at a steep angle. It approached the ground with alarming swiftness, landing far from Bliss' position, leaving her no time to pursue or intercept it. Bellies fell into a contemplative silence. With a forceful clench of her right hand, The artificial moon disintegrated into powder. Damn you, Jinyu. You lack martial ethics. As the energy waves struck the horizon, a colossal cloud of smoke obscured the sun. The destructive force unleashed by the explosion, accompanied by terrifying energy, rapidly spread outward. The surface of the planet collapsed at an observable rate, the area of devastation expanding relentlessly. The countdown to the planet's obliteration commenced. Bellies had no time for any remedial actions. The energy released by the planet's annihilation completely engulfed her body and consciousness. In the final moments before her awareness faded, Bellies vaguely heard a sound. Ding. Energy replenishment acquired. Chat group loading. Enjoying Dragon Ball. After being rescued, I am the god of destruction, please bookmark. Dragon Ball. After being rescued, I am the god of destruction. Chapter 2. God of Destruction and the Death Notice issued by the chat group. In the vastness of the universe, a planet on the brink of demise. The unending wars serve as the dominant theme of this world, with flames of conflict and smoke rising in relentless succession. A divine presence descends quietly. Her arrival marks the final punctuation for this irreparable planet. God of Destruction, a deity tasked with destroying planets to maintain cosmic balance. This is the mission bestowed upon her by the universe. Destruction. Her tone, devoid of emotion, resonates with a somewhat youthful voice, echoing across every corner of the planet. The beings residing on this world cease their endeavors. Even the combatants engaged in the fiercest battles pause, retreating from the clamor of war. In unison, they raise their heads to gaze at the sky. The shattered atmosphere, illuminated by a purple halo, creates a magnificent aurora in the heavens. Before long, the earth itself transforms into a shade of purple. Every living creature is enveloped in a thin veil of purple, an irresistible sense of foreboding washing over them. Have we angered the deity? One voice trembles as it utters this phrase. Perhaps it is the final lament of this planet's denizens. The earth begins to fracture, and the sky dims. Before their eyes, purple energy devours everything in its vicinity, dissolving, disassembling, until ultimately reduced to nothingness. In mere seconds, there is no trace left of this planet. This task is truly unappealing. In the cosmos, the girl observes the planet's demise. Her long, snow-white hair cascades over her shoulders, and she dons a garment reminiscent of an Egyptian pharaoh, bestowing upon her an air of solemnity. She slowly lowers her hand, the purple destructive energy in her palm swiftly dissipating. It is time to depart. With a soft sigh, the girl's figure vanishes into the cosmos. In the realm of the god of destruction, at the edge of the universe lies a peculiar space. The girl reclines lazily on a grassy expanse, her form stretched out in a relaxed manner. Her attire is no longer that of a pharaoh, but rather a light white spaghetti strap pleated dress, exuding an aura of casual charm akin to that of a neighborly girl. 20 years, she counts on her fingers. Having traversed into the Dragon Ball universe, the name Bellies has accompanied her for 2 decades. 10 years ago, following the planet's explosion, she crossed from the 7th universe to this one. By chance, she was discovered by the former god of destruction, who brought her to the realm of destruction, designating her as a candidate for the position. 5 years ago, she transitioned from candidate to official god of destruction, and since then, her appearance has remained unchanged. The shift in gender before and after her traversal no longer concerns her. Or rather, it has never truly been a matter of significance. When you know that the planet you inhabit will explode in a few years, putting your life at risk, would you still care about gender? In a perilous world where one can obliterate a planet with a mere wave of the hand, gender pales in comparison to power. I wonder if Jinyu is still alive. Even after all this time, Bellies vividly recalls Jinyu's propensity to flip the table when faced with defeat. However, if Jinyu had not destroyed the planet, the chat group would likely not have awakened. She would not have arrived in this universe, nor become a candidate for God of Destruction, ultimately leading to her unexpected ascension to the role. The chat group system saved Bellies' life at the last moment of the planet's explosion, transporting her to this universe. Yet it has remained in a state of loading ever since. Years have passed since she became the God of Destruction, yet the chat group still displays a loading status. I wonder when this will come to an end. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Bellies' mind. Ding! The chat group has successfully loaded Bellies. Bellies sat up abruptly, as if propelled by a spring. What did she just hear? The dormant chat group is finally set to operate? Once more, the mechanical voice of the chat group reverberated in her mind. Ding! Inviting members ding. Elder Spot has joined the chat group ding. The unfortunate priestess has joined the chat group ding. I am not a spider has joined the chat group. With 3 consecutive notification chimes, Bellies took note of the chat group's activity. She briefly skimmed through its features before her gaze shifted to the newly added members. All rather peculiar names. In the chat group, apart from herself, 3 avatars belonging to Bellies were illuminated as she sent a message. The world's greatest princess. Hello, is anyone there? If so, please respond. I am the group leader, Bellies, though my nickname seems rather peculiar. Just as Bellies intended to greet the group, the message took a bizarre turn. The world's greatest princess. Does that refer to her? It appears that in this realm, she is indeed a princess. After a prolonged silence, no one replied. Ding. Old age spot has perished. Bellies stared blankly at the sudden notification that appeared in the chat. However, what followed left her utterly speechless. The chat continued to scroll with more notifications. Ding. I am not a spider has perished. Ding. The unfortunate which has perished. Bellies, in the realm of destruction, gazed in astonishment at the 3 consecutive death notifications, her forehead lined with tension. She had just invited 3 individuals into the group, and they had all met their untimely demise. Sakiko, you're not inviting people. You're issuing death warrants. Ding. Sending group member death replay to the group leader. Bellies glanced at the corner of the chat interface. In the previously empty section for group leader attachments, 3 videos had now appeared. Sakiko, how thoughtful of you to include videos, Bellies quipped. Bellies opened the first playback of death. The first sight that greeted her was an exceedingly dim cavern. Within sat a gaunt old man, his face a tapestry of wrinkles, his white hair cascading down to his waist. He occasionally gasped for breath, presenting a visage of frailty. Obito, during the time before my resurrection, you were the frail figure of Uchiha Madara, seated upon the ground, struggling to rise, your voice a laborious whisper. With your eyes, observe this world, steeped in the despair of the ninja realm. Only the infinite Tsukuyami can offer salvation. With a sudden motion, the old man severed his connection to the outer path statue. The life-sustaining tubes that had nourished him fell limply to the ground. Coughing vigorously, the man, bereft of the statue's support, aged rapidly and gradually collapsed. Images of his dear friend materialized in his mind. 2 youths seated upon a cliff, engaged in discourse about peace and the future. This very scene was likewise recorded in the group's chat replay. The old man's consciousness began to blur. In the years following your death, Hashirama, 3 great ninja wars erupted, each more ferocious than the last, and the tailed beasts you distributed became instruments of slaughter. You were mistaken, Hashirama. A chime sounded, sensing his intense fixation, inviting him to join the chat group. Who? The voice that emerged interrupted the old man's reflections, hastening his descent into the abyss of unconsciousness. Another chime followed. Your consciousness is on the verge of vanishing. To avert an unforeseen incident, we shall forcibly enroll you in the chat group. Congratulations, you have successfully joined the chat group. After watching the video, Bellies found herself at a loss for words. So, you dragged a dying man into this chat group just to inflate the numbers? Despite her myriad questions, she proceeded to open the second video. This perspective is quite peculiar. In a classroom, students listened intently to their lesson. The video that played exuded an atmosphere of distortion, akin to images reflected in a funhouse mirror, where neither lines nor surrounding scenery appeared harmonious. Is this group member peering down from the ceiling? Bellis gazed at the usernames and avatars of the group members. I am not a spider. So, are the members spiders? With a thunderous roar, the explosion unleashed energy that engulfed the entire classroom. A blinding light obliterated the screen. The death seems rather hasty. It is highly likely they perished in the explosion. Bellis pondered thoughtfully. Such intense energy could not possibly stem from a mere gas pipe explosion. She heard a chime from the screen. Bellies has grown weary of criticizing the system. Surely, it must be the moment of impending demise that draws one into this situation, only to meet a sudden and untimely end. Bellies directly opened the final death replay. In the video, a woman clad in white and red, dragging her severely injured body, slowly approached her village. The white fabric she wore was torn near her chest by sharp claws, blood incessantly oozing from the wound, staining her attire a deep crimson. The guardian of the Four Souls jewel? Upon seeing the ethereal visage of the woman in the video, Bellies deduced her identity. As the seconds ticked by, the replay reached its conclusion with the passing of the priestess. Bellies had just finished watching the replay when the sounds from the chat group resonated. Ding. All group members have been detected as deceased. Emergency measures are now activated. Binding their souls. Binding successful. Ding. Uchiha Madara, Spider Child, and Kagome have joined the chat group. Enjoy the tale of Dragon Ball. After being rescued from death, I am the god of destruction. Please save it. Dragon Ball. After being rescued from death, I am the god of destruction. Chapter 3. Uchiha Madara's provocation. The chat group unveils the identities of its members. They are none other than the legendary figure of the Eye, the formidable Uchiha Madara, the reincarnated Spider Child who defies the norms of humanity, and Kagome, the dog lover from the world of Inuyasha, who safeguards the Shirkan jewel. Bellies transmitted the playback of death to the public screen with a swift flick of her wrist. She cleared her throat softly and typed a message in the chat group. World's first princess. Welcome to the chat group. I am Bellies, the group owner. Uchiha Madara, what is this chat group? Is it an illusion? World's first princess. All information regarding the chat group has been sent to your souls. You may peruse it at your leisure. After Bellies sent her message, there was a brief silence on the public screen. Before long, a flurry of messages broke the stillness. Spider Child. Hey, a platform for communication across different dimensions seems quite impressive. Can it be of assistance to me? I might soon meet my end. Kikyo, what has transpired there? As the guardian of the Shirkan Jewel, Kikyo had long suspected that this peculiar chat group was the work of the jewel. Yet she could not sense its presence. Most perplexing was that whenever her consciousness drifted away from the chat group, she felt enveloped in a blank whiteness. As if everything around her, save for herself, had come to a standstill. Thus, when Spider Child emitted what appeared to be a distress signal, Kikyo could not help but probe whether the Shirkan Jewel was behind it. Spider Child, exactly that. Spider Child. Upon waking, I found myself in a strange world, surrounded by horrors, and there are spiders devouring their kin. Spider Child shared a brief video clip in the chat group. The footage revealed a throng of tiny spiders, clustering together, using their legs to pry open the still unhatched spider eggs, consuming both the eggshells and the unborn spiders while emitting a disturbing crunching sound. Uchiha Madara. Oh? Fascinating creatures from other worlds. Though skeptical of the information gleaned from the chat group, Uchiha Madara had a general idea of its purpose. Upon viewing the video shared by Spider Child, he commented with interest. Spider Child, not at all fascinating. I have a dreadful feeling that the situation will only worsen. Kikyo, is this the spider's nest? Spider Child, have you transformed into a spider? Upon witnessing Spider Child's death playback, Kikyo found the perspective of the video rather peculiar. Yet it seemed unlikely that it was from her own realm. Thus, Spider Child must have traversed to another place and turned into a spider. From the perspective of a priestess, the notion of a soul inhabiting another form was not entirely implausible. Spider Child. Yes, I have become a spider. Though I was once human. After saying this, Spider Child sent a panoramic selfie to the group, depicting a creature that was distinctly unlike ordinary spiders, resembling some sort of yokai. Spider Child, world's first princess, is the esteemed group owner present? Can you save me? It's truly terrifying here. As an ordinary student, why must she face such horrors? Traversing dimensions seemed utterly unnecessary. Look, that spider over there just bit off the head of another spider. How frightening. World's first princess. I regret to inform you that I cannot assist you at this moment, but I can offer some advice. The realm you currently inhabit is not Earth. It is a world endowed with magic and a skill system. Spider Child. What? Not on Earth? I thought I had traversed to some remote wilderness. But it seems I am merely in a world with such systems. This is even more frightening. World's first princess, Spider Child, the system can empower you. Once your strength reaches a certain level, you may revert to your human form. Spider Child, human. I can really become human again. Spider Child leapt with excitement, her limbs flailing. One could only imagine the despair she felt upon becoming a spider. World's first princess. Indeed, but you must survive. If you perish, you will not regain your human form. Spider Child, I will strive to endure. Thank you, esteemed group owner. I am filled with determination to return to my human self. World's first princess, do your utmost. In the realm of destruction, Bellies wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. Was Spider Child truly afflicted with social anxiety? She seemed to be quite lively in the chat. Yet, one might argue that social anxiety was merely Spider Child's self-perception. Bellies refrained from divulging too much information about Spider Child. If she could not survive, what was the point of sharing? Bellies was uncertain if Spider Child would be rescued by the chat group should she perish. In contrast to Spider Child, both Uchiha Madara and Kikyo remained rather silent in the group. After initially grasping some information, they were exceedingly cautious. At this moment, a dialogue popped up on the chat screen. Uchiha Madara, fascinating, truly fascinating, a platform connecting different worlds. I, Uchiha Madara, shall dance once more. After a series of checks, Madara confirmed that he had not fallen under an illusion. He was indeed deceased, yet his essence lingered in the Pure Land. This chat group, therefore, was likely an entity transcending even the Sage of Six Paths Hashirama. Your vision remains too narrow. Once I fulfill our shared dream, I, Uchiha Madara, shall spread my name beyond the ninja realm into all worlds. In the Pure Land, Uchiha Madara brimmed with combat spirit. His gaze fell upon the final option in the chat group. The group owner must possess unique advantages. Uchiha Madara had no desire to be beholden to anyone. In the realm of destruction, Bellies munched on the fruit of the sacred tree. Suddenly, her expression shifted to one of astonishment. Did Uchiha Madara float? The chat group sent her a message. Uchiha Madara has issued a challenge, seeking to defeat you and seize the position of group owner. Beep. Due to a system error resulting in the death of a member upon joining, a compensatory measure has been granted. The new member possesses the right to challenge the group owner. Should the current owner decline, the position will automatically transfer to the challenger. Gentle reminder, is it not a source of shame to decline a challenge from a mere member? Bellies, is she being looked down upon by the system? If Uchiha Madara succeeded in his challenge, he would automatically become the group owner, while the current owner would be demoted to group administrator. Bellies felt a wave of helplessness and casually clicked agree. Beep. World's first princess accepts Uchiha Madara's challenge. The group owner challenge will be live-streamed to ensure authenticity and completeness. Spider Child? Kikyo? The pinned message on the public screen left the two members bewildered. Arena. Bellies and Uchiha Madara were simultaneously drawn into this realm. Standing upon a verdant planet, Bellies extended her senses, gathering information from her surroundings. This independent space had conjured a celestial body, where everything appeared palpably real. The capabilities of the chat group exceeded her wildest imaginations. A tangible sensation coursed through her form, and Bellies was certain that this was not her original body. This specially crafted vessel allowed her to unleash her powers with unparalleled efficacy. At that moment, a raucous voice captured Bellies' attention. Ha! This body is the true essence of life. Uchiha Madara mercilessly bit into his own arm, crimson blood gushing forth. Splattering onto the ground, Madara erupted into a maniacal laugh, his mouth stained with the remnants of his self-inflicted wound. Droplets of blood mingled with saliva trickling down his chin. Witnessing this spectacle, Bellies fell silent, unable to suppress her inner thoughts. Indeed, the leader of the Uchiha's mad laughter, as expected, lives up to his reputation. Akin to a rabid dog in the throes of madness. In the chat group, the live broadcast resumed. The leveling up Spiderling had taken refuge in a safe corner, activating the chat group's live stream to observe the duel. However, upon a mere glance, it was taken aback by a certain flamboyant appearance. Huh? That old man named Uchiha Madara was so handsome in his youth, the Spiderling exclaimed. And the group leader is quite lovely, with her kawaii white hair. Though she appears somewhat delicate, I fear a single punch could leave her in tears. Can she truly prevail? The world's greatest princess, interjected Spiderling. You've revealed your preferences. Also, refrain from fabricating tales about me. I can't hear you. Group leader. I, the Spiderling stammered, suddenly flustered, having been caught off guard. Do not fret. I am not so petty. Is Uchiha Madara handsome? In truth, he is a submissive, the world's greatest princess replied. Really? No way. That is hard to believe. The Spiderling gasped. What does submissive mean? Kikyo inquired. The world's greatest princess commanded. Spiderling, you explain it to Kikyo. I must focus on the battle. On the battlefield. Bellies swiftly retracted her consciousness, disregarding the messages in the chat group. Opposite her, Uchiha Madara, the leader of the four heavenly kings, erupted into laughter. Although he refrained from speaking within the chat, he had been intently observing. Gradually, a shadow of darkness enveloped Madara's visage. It seemed he had gleaned from the chat the concept that Spider Child had elucidated to Kikyo. Mr. Madara, your complexion appears rather poor. Such a manner of combat seems rather unfair to you. One would not wish for you to lose and subsequently refuse to acknowledge it. Would one? Though, of course, even denial would serve little purpose. The teasing voice of Bellies echoed in Uchiha Madara's ears, nearly causing him to falter. Humph. I will not shy away. I, Uchiha Madara, am not one to easily concede defeat. Madara retorted coldly. And you dare to challenge me dressed like that? The casual, knee-length, strap-pleated skirt, accentuated by her snow-white hair, made the girl appear less like a warrior prepared for battle and more like a traveler on a leisurely excursion. Fear not. I shall be careful not to damage my attire. You may attack with abandon. Without concern, Bellies replied with an understanding tone. Child, are you suggesting that you can vanquish me, Uchiha Madara, without even rending my garments? Madara's forehead creased with a scowl, his anger morphing into a sardonic smile. He had always believed that Hashirama Senju's declaration of not wanting to kill him in the Valley of the End was audacious enough. Yet here he found someone even more audacious than that fool. If Mr. Madara wishes to think so, who am I to argue? Bellies shrugged. After all, what adult would take a child seriously? This remark incensed Madara. Previously, he had been the one to deliver such retorts. Now, the tables had turned. I had intended to hold back my strength, he huffed. Unable to match wits with her, Madara sensed that Bellies likely possessed a considerable understanding of his world. Madara refrained from making the first move, not solely because Bellies appeared to be merely 15 or 16, but due to his wariness of her. One should not underestimate Uchiha Madara as reckless. As a third-party force, he had witnessed the intricacies and sordid history of the shinobi world over decades. Although he initially lacked the cunning of Hashirama's brother, time and experience had more than compensated for that deficiency, especially considering that Madara had once been a clan leader himself. Madara's recklessness stemmed from the belief that his strength alone was sufficient to resolve issues without the need for cunning. However, Bellies, the current leader of their chat group, was a formidable opponent. Even a moment's reflection would reveal that this astonishingly youthful girl, seemingly no older than 15 or 16, was likely even more challenging to contend with than Hashirama Senju. Bellies was in no hurry to act, but as time passed, Uchiha Madara began to feel a mounting pressure. Even under scrutiny, he could not shake off the sensation, a feeling that even Senju Hashirama had failed to evoke in him. The pressure continued to increment subtly, seemingly a deliberate tactic of his opponent. Uchiha Madara formed hand seals and shouted with fervor, "Fire style, great fire annihilation." A terrifying surge of chakra erupted, conjuring a searing sea of flames before him. The intense fire spread across the land, swiftly advancing towards Bellies. Uchiha Madara's prowess was such that even a basic fire technique wielded incredible might. The fiery ocean quickly encircled Bellies, akin to a colossal tsunami engulfing the ground where she stood. The scorching flames crackled as they scorched the earth. In the chat group, Spider-Man and Kikyo witnessed Uchiha Madara's formidable strength. Spider-Man remarked, "How terrifying. Is the group leader going to be all right?" Having transformed into a spider and possessing a system template, Spider-Man understood that this world was infused with magic and extraordinary powers beyond humanity. The inferno unleashed by Uchiha Madara seemed far more menacing than the glance she had stolen at the giant spider matron earlier. Kikyo replied, "Uchiha Madara is no match for the group leader." As a Miko capable of vanquishing great demons, Kikyo possessed a broader perspective than Spider-Man at that moment. Although she was uncertain about the group leader's capabilities, she recognized from the leader's previous words that he was well acquainted with the realities of all group members' worlds. Given that the group leader had chosen to engage with Uchiha Madara in the arena, seemingly unperturbed, it was reasonable to conclude that the leader's power far surpassed that of Uchiha Madara. Indeed, even if Uchiha Madara was arrogant, he would not consider the mere great fire annihilation sufficient to effortlessly eliminate his opponent. Suddenly, Uchiha Madara furrowed his brow. In the area engulfed in flames, a striking purple light flickered. The purple energy rapidly began to consume the surrounding inferno. In the blink of an eye, a vast expanse of fire transformed into a sea of purple. What was this unsettling energy? Just as Uchiha Madara's words faded, the violet flames quickly receded, and in less than a second, the immense fire that had scorched the ground vanished without a trace. At the center of the now quiet space stood a white-haired girl, her beige-pleated skirt swaying gently in the breeze. Her expression remained serene, untouched by the recently raging flames. "Ah, so this chakra composition is quite intriguing," thought Bellies as she raised her gaze to the distant Uchiha Madara. "Mr. Madara, your level of power is insufficient to subdue me. The position of group leader is beyond your reach," she declared with a hint of disdain. "I was merely testing the waters." Uchiha Madara's expression darkened as he clasped his hands together, an even more formidable chakra manifesting, causing the ground to tremble. "Now we shall see the true measure of your strength. This is Hashirama's technique. I shall observe how you withstand it." Wood style, birth of the world. The earth quaked violently as serpentine roots erupted from the ground, hastily growing and expanding in all directions. The surface, previously scorched by flames, soon teemed with vitality. Chaotic roots sprouted new branches, adorned with fresh green buds. With the amplification of Uchiha Madara's chakra, the area of the wood style rapidly advanced toward Bellies. Observing the oncoming forest, Bellies remained composed. Suddenly, saplings burst forth from beneath her feet, swiftly entwining around her ankles. "This is somewhat reminiscent of the rules of the Kaioshin," Bellies murmured. A faint tug began to siphon her energy. Despite the disparity in energy levels, standing still for 3 days and nights would not yield any effect. However, this was a bit excessive. The branches wrapping around her ankles like vines were climbing up uninvited. She was wearing a skirt, after all. It felt somewhat ticklish. If this continued, it might become quite peculiar. One never knew when one might inadvertently adapt to such subtle disturbances. Bellies took a deep breath and gently uttered 2 words, destruction. Almost the moment her voice fell, the branches that had entwined around her came to an abrupt halt. Centered around Bellies, the branches ensnaring her legs withered and disintegrated, vanishing swiftly. Following this, the nearby lush foliage was eradicated by an invisible force, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. In an instant, surrounding Bellies, hundreds of towering trees, once verdant and flourishing, visibly transformed into mere specks of dust. A gentle breeze caressed Bellies' beige-pleated skirt, causing its hem to sway slightly. "Mr. Uchiha, is there anything more entertaining, or shall we conclude here?" Upon hearing Bellies' words, Uchiha Madara felt a surge of anger. For the second time, the illustrious Uchiha Madara could not fathom why his chakra-infused attacks had inexplicably vanished. The unsettling energy that stirred within him remained a mystery. Madara accepted the extinguishing of his great fire destruction but was bewildered that the technique obtained from Hashirama, capable of absorbing immense energy, had also been swiftly depleted. Play. The word inexplicably surfaced within Madara's mind. He, Uchiha Madara, was being toyed with like a mere monkey. The battle had not concluded because his opponent wished to observe his techniques further. The indignation was almost unbearable. The esteemed Azura of the ninja world had never endured such humiliation. Humph, that was merely an appetizer. This time, it shall be the real deal. Uchiha Madara crossed his arms, his gaze sharp and unyielding. "Oh, I look forward to it. Do your best. Perhaps I might inadvertently lose to the group leader." Bellies extended her hand, her index finger and thumb slightly pressed together, forming a shape akin to the size of a finger's breadth. Uchiha Madara was perplexed by the gesture's meaning, yet he felt a profound sense of insult. With both hands forming seals, the tomo in his eyes spun rapidly, transforming into the shape of an eternal kaleidoscope. A colossal skeletal Susanoo, towering over several meters, rose from the ground, enveloping Uchiha Madara within. The immense blue Susanoo emanated an aura of terror. It extended 4 arms, simultaneously weaving the same jutsu as Uchiha Madara. Heavenly Obstruction Star. Moments later, the clouds in the sky were pierced, casting a massive shadow upon the earth. Meteorites, blocking out the sun, plummeted swiftly, creating sonic booms as they broke the sound barrier. The meteors aimed directly at Bellies, who stood on the ground concealed by their shadow. She gazed upward at the rapidly descending meteors, brushing aside the strands of hair that obscured her view, and remarked, "What a magnificent sight! 2 meteors, each exceeding 250 meters in diameter. However, Madara, have you forgotten that you too are within the meteor's impact zone? Are you intending to perish alongside me?" Uchiha Madara maintained his nonchalant demeanor, utterly unconcerned by the impending meteor strike. It was baffling to understand his thought process. Logically, after 2 prior tests, he should not be so reckless. Could it be that Uchiha Madara, consumed by rage, had burned out his own intellect? Bellies took 2 steps back to the left, evading the attack that came from behind her, as a gentle breeze swept past, stirring a few strands of her white hair. Oh, a surprise attack, indeed. The Wheel of Judgment, a technique wielded by Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan, is rather intriguing. Upon witnessing Bellies evade his lethal strike, the doppelganger created by the Wheel of Judgment leaped to another position, launching another assault on her. However, despite its increased speed, Bellies effortlessly dodged it once more. It was evident that she could see through it. The Sharingan in Uchiha Madara's eyes had, unbeknownst to him, transformed into the Rinnegan. The visibility of the Wheel of Judgment took him by surprise. Perhaps he had overestimated the capabilities of the Rinnegan. The myriad of realms encompasses more than just the world of ninjas. The Rinnegan and the Sage of 6 Paths may hold little significance in other realms. The doppelganger of the Wheel of Judgment continued its relentless assault on Bellies, who refrained from counterattacking. She merely retreated a step or advanced a step, each time narrowly evading the cunning strikes of the Wheel of Judgment, as if she had anticipated her opponent's predictions. It makes one wonder. With such effort expended to create a meteor, if it were to strike Madara himself, would he be angered? Bellies gracefully sidestepped. As the looming specter of death once again missed its mark, Bellies did not turn back, even without looking. She could effortlessly evade the attacks from the edge of the wheel graveyard. Universal pull. The voice of Uchiha Madara resonated from behind Bellies. Bellies sensed a powerful gravitational force behind her. However, the gravity was ineffective against her, and her body did not move towards Uchiha Madara's position. Madara proceeded with his original attack plan, thrusting a black rod, formed through yin-yang release, from behind. The shadow clone exchanged positions, revealing that Mr. Madara had this intention all along. The limbo, border jail technique was utilized in conjunction with universal pull, followed by the black rod created from yin-yang release to immobilize her. Nevertheless, your universal pull has proven ineffective against me. Bellies stepped back 3 paces and then sidestepped, evading the black rod thrust by Madara's true form. The atmospheric pressure in the sky intensified, and meteors drew ever closer to the ground, with the entire earth stirred by a tempestuous wind. Is this how it shall continue? Are you worried I might take flight? Yet, if I do not flee, the meteors will fall, and Mr. Madara might very well perish. Bellies discerned Madara's intentions at a glance. He sought to ensnare her, hoping she would be struck down by the meteors. Uchiha Madara, how Navi you are. Humph. Madara did not respond to Bellies' remarks. He calculated the descent of 2 meteors and launched another attack against her. One must commend Madara's martial arts, as his movements were indeed graceful. However, striking her proved futile. Just as Bellies dodged Madara's frontal assault, he suddenly vanished. Another switch? Bellies was taken aback, sensing Madara's position a kilometer away. Ah, I see, he can utilize 2 limbo, border jails. Just as Bellies contemplated this, another limbo, border jail, which had been lingering nearby, began its assault on her. Yet, whether faced with 1 or 2, the level of power and speed was nearly equivalent to her. Should she evade? The meteors were less than 100 meters away. If she dodged, would Madara be disappointed? However, he likely had other tricks up his sleeve. After all, he was a ninja from the Warring States period. Over all this time, he must have deduced that merely 2 limbo, border jails could not contain her. Moreover, now even the limbo, border jails were being retracted. Then came the 4 Crimson Rays formation, with Madara's voice emanating from all directions. Simultaneously, deep crimson barrier walls rose from the east, south, west, and north. The 4 Crimson Rays formation sealed off Bellies' potential escape route from the falling meteors, encompassing the 2 meteors, each over 200 meters in diameter, within its grasp, maximizing the impact of the meteors. Obito utilized a similar strategy to optimize the tailed beast bomb of the Ten Tails. Bellies cast a fleeting glance beyond the 4 Crimson Sun formation, where a would-release clone of Uchiha Madara stood at each cardinal direction. Each clone wielded control over a barrier of the formation. The 4 Crimson Sun formation resembled a rectangular chimney, extending skyward for thousands of meters. Not far from it, the true form of Uchiha Madara commanded attention. His complete Susanoo, far surpassing the size of a meteorite, enveloped him in a protective embrace, striking a menacing pose as if drawing a blade. Through the azure chakra armor of the Susanoo, a dread energy radiated around Uchiha Madara, distorting the very fabric of the surrounding space. Indeed, he was a formidable force from the Warring States period, orchestrating a series of intricate schemes. whether through would release, the limbo, border jail, or the meteorites. All were mere precursors to this true lethal strike emanating from the Susanoo above. Yet, if all your tactics missed their mark, Mr. Madara, expending such tremendous effort only to fail to strike your opponent, I wonder, would you not be incensed to the point of spitting blood? The meteorites plummeted swiftly, stirring fierce winds in the void between the ground and their descent. Bellis pressed one hand against her fluttering pleated skirt while using the other to push aside her disheveled hair, blown about by the fierce wind. In truth, I should have concluded the battle by now, yet I have a few matters to clarify regarding the chat group, and it seems, Mr. Uchiha, that you two are holding back. Thus, let us indulge a while longer. Kikyo and Shiduko continued to observe the contest within the chat group. Through this medium, they were afforded a superior vantage point, akin to witnessing a cinematic masterpiece, allowing them to behold the most exhilarating scenes. Shiduko exclaimed, "How impressive! I wish I could become so formidable." Having escaped from her web, she was currently being pursued by a peculiar band of monkeys. Even amidst a life-threatening crisis, Shiduko remained engrossed in the spectacle of the arena. She envisioned herself hurling meteors, reducing the monkeys that chased her to mere fragments, while her experience points surged upward with delightful chimes. However, such distraction nearly cost her dearly, as she almost lost her grip on the wall, teetering dangerously close to falling into the menacing throng of monkeys. Alarmed, she scrambled to seize a protruding rock for support, narrowly averting disaster. Trembling with fear, Shiduko felt all 8 of her spider legs quiver. In contrast, Kikyo maintained a serene demeanor. Unlike Shiduko, she did not engage in the chat frantically. The group leader, Bellis, was beyond her comprehension, yet she could analyze Uchiha Madara to a certain extent. Madara's prowess might rival that of Inu no Taisho, the former ruler of the Western lands. Could humans truly attain such strength? Kikyo was uncertain of the power dynamics in other realms, but she recognized that she would not be a match for Uchiha Madara. Humans have their limits, even if she was lauded as the strongest priestess. Kikyo understood well that if not for the special efficacy of her purification powers against demons, she would stand little chance in a fair fight against a great demon. In terms of strength, speed, and reflexes, humans are wholly inferior to demons, let alone the more terrifying greater demons. Kikyo was astonished by Uchiha Madara's combat abilities. After all, he was human, yet possessed strengths that rivaled those of the greater demons. As for the group leader, Bellis, was she truly human? As a wild priestess who did not serve the gods, she was not entirely ignorant of divinity. The enigmatic aura surrounding Bellis is profoundly divine. Kikyo speculates that Bellis is likely a deity, comparable, if not superior, to the gods venerated by priestesses, far more powerful than those who rely on incense and faith for their existence. In the arena, the first meteorite crashes to the ground, causing violent tremors across dozens of kilometers of terrain. The speed of the meteorite's descent is astonishing, and upon impact, it generates a multitude of debris, which flies in all directions within the confines of the 4 Crimson Suns formation, resembling sharp stone blades slicing through everything within its bounds. Moments after the first meteorite's impact, the ground begins to stabilize. However, a second meteorite, nearly identical in size to the first, descends upon the same spot, striking the first with tremendous force. The once settling ground once again quakes violently, resembling an earthquake across dozens of kilometers. The second meteorite shatters the first into countless fragments. Cracks begin to emerge densely across the barrier formed by the 4 Crimson Suns formation following the second meteorite's descent. This is not due to the formation's inability to maintain stability, but rather because Uchiha Madara has dispelled all his wood clone jutsu, causing a loss of energy to sustain the formation, which cannot endure for long without support. Naturally, Madara no longer requires the 4 Crimson Suns formation, as he has maximized the energy of his Susanoo. The fully realized Susanoo, standing at 400 meters, obscures the sky and nearly matches the combined diameter of the 2 meteorites. The Susanoo's right hand, gripping the handle of a blade, begins to move slowly. Blue chakra is compressed to its utmost, gradually revealing the blade from its sheath. As the blade emerges into the air, the atmosphere becomes oppressive. With a single stroke, the blade of the Shura cleaves through the air, instantly depleting it of oxygen. The piercing light of the blade creates a deafening sonic boom. The 4 Crimson Suns barrier shatters completely, and the meteors, initially formidable, are reduced to mere fragments. Under the ferocity of the blade's light, the meteorites disintegrate into dust, consumed by an overwhelming energy that leaves no remnants. In the distance, towering mountains are cleaved in two, their scorched cross-sections exuding an aura of dread. "How terrifying!" exclaims Spider-Child. Indeed, Kikyo replies, both taken aback by the spectacle before them, especially Spider-Child, who has never witnessed such a brutal confrontation. The blade's trail spans thousands of meters, splitting a mountain hundreds of meters high as effortlessly as slicing through tofu, and this is merely the aftermath, not the true direction of the assault. As for the meteorites combined, they stood 400 meters tall, but under Uchiha Madara's strike, even the dust of the meteorites is scarcely discernible. "Master, are you still there?" Spider-Child trembles, swallowing hard. On the battlefield, Uchiha Madara breathes heavily, still maintaining the form of his complete Susanoo. Moments ago, He unleashed nearly his full power, yet he does not believe this attack will suffice against bellies. The arena remains silent, devoid of any message of victory. Madara dares not let his guard down. Are you tired, Mr. Madara? Startled, Madara quickly scans for the source of the voice with his Rinnegan, and upon seeing bellies, he is incredulous. She is unharmed. This is impossible. The girl stands serenely atop the blade of the Susanoo, her beige pleated skirt fluttering in the wind, her long, snow-white hair unruffled, her attire immaculate. Mr. Madara seems quite surprised, Bellies observes, a teasing tone lacing her words. Despite her meticulous calculations, they yielded no effect. Even Madara, it seems, cannot remain entirely composed. You possess space ninjutsu. Madara grits his teeth. The only explanation for how Bellies could evade the four Crimson Suns formation without harm. Well, that interpretation is not incorrect. It indeed pertains to spatial matters. Bellies replies with a slight smile, elaborating in simpler terms. I can perform spatial jumps within the range of my perception. So, Mr. Madara, your strike was in vain. Upon hearing Bellies' playful taunt, an image of a certain white-haired figure flashes through Madara's mind. Spatial abilities, white hair. Humph. The inherently malevolent Shinju Tobarama. After being resurrected, I am now a god of destruction. Reads the title. Chapter 7. Uchiha Madara's life is at stake. Mr. Madara, I know you are quite furious right now, but please, do not let your anger consume you. The outcome of our battle was predetermined from the very beginning. Thinking of it that way, doesn't it feel a bit more bearable? The words spoken by Bellies nearly sent Uchiha Madara into a frenzy. The outcome was inevitable. How dare you utter such words? In a fit of rage, Madara chuckled ominously. His Susanoo's azure arm gripping the sword sheath, the chakra emanating from it quivering slightly, transforming into a magnificent blue katana. With a swift motion, he swung the azure blade towards Bellies' position with ferocity. Mr. Madara, are you still unwilling to concede? The blade shimmered ominously, and a formidable wave of chakra surged forth from the Susanoo's front. Just as the blade was about to cleave Bellies in two from behind, her figure vanished with a swift whoosh. In the next instant, she gracefully landed atop the back of the swinging sword. Even amidst the rapid motion of the Susanoo's strike, she remained utterly still at the tip of the blade. Truly, the Susanoo, passed down through generations of the Uchiha clan, was remarkable in both its offensive prowess and aesthetic appeal. However, Bellies remarked, her tone shifting abruptly, leaving uncertainty regarding her defensive capabilities. Bellies' figure vanished once more, darting toward the position of the complete Susanoo of Uchiha Madara. Madara seemed to sense the impending danger, maneuvering the Susanoo for defense. 1 slash, 2 slashes. The twin blades of the Susanoo swung with astonishing speed, yet each time they neared Bellies, she deftly evaded them. She eluded the lethal strikes of the Susanoo with a precarious finesse that infuriated Madara. Damn, it was so close. As Bellies drew nearer to the protective shield of the Susanoo, Madara's hands rapidly formed seals for fire release. Dragon flame. Too slow. The sound echoed almost simultaneously. The forehead guard of the Susanoo, its most formidable defense designed to protect its user, began to crack with a series of audible fractures. This is bad. Madara's expression changed abruptly. He abandoned the hand seals, his Rinnegan eyes straining to extract every ounce of ocular power. The gravitational force of the Super Shinra Tensei, all his energy converging in a singular direction, was unleashed. Just then, the Susanoo's protective shield shattered. An unimaginable shockwave surged forth. This is impossible. The repulsive force generated by the Super Shinra Tensei was inexplicably subdued by the airwave, offering no resistance whatsoever. Ugh. Madara suddenly coughed up blood. A gaping hole erupted in the back of the complete Susanoo's head. His body was flung backward, crashing heavily to the ground after several seconds suspended in the air. The immense inertia causing his form to scrape violently against the surface, rolling several hundred meters before finally coming to a halt. The complete Susanoo, bereft of Madara's ocular power, disintegrated entirely. Where Madara's body came to rest, a shallow crater of 7 to 8 meters was formed. Cough, cough. Madara pressed a hand to his chest, continuously expelling blood. The crimson armor he wore was torn and tattered from the friction with the ground. The disparity between her and him was staggering. Madara had never envisioned that someone could merely extend a finger, lightly flicking, compressing air to unleash an air cannon capable of instantly obliterating the once esteemed strongest defense. The complete Susanoo, even his own. Had anyone previously told him that the complete Susanoo was so easily vanquished, he would have dismissed it with a laugh. Now, cough cough. Madara wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Thankfully, he possessed Hashirama's cells. Otherwise, he might not even have been able to rise. Defeat. A complete and utter defeat. Not a glimmer of victory remained. No, if he could perfectly harness Hashirama's power, there might still be a faint chance of survival in the arena, without facing true death. This was the insight Madara had gleaned from the arena's rules, which explained why he had never intended to hold back from the very beginning. Bellies descended gracefully from the heights, standing at a distance from Uchiha Madara. Mr. Madara, are you willing to concede? Her voice was calm. Humph. Uchiha Madara, know only of victory and defeat. Surrender has never been an option. Madara spat out a mouthful of blood, standing tall with pride. I still possess one final move. If you can withstand it head-on, I shall acknowledge you as the strongest. Is that so? Bellies replied with a faint smile. While I am not particularly concerned with titles of strength, I shall reluctantly oblige your request. I will remain within your striking range and will not resort to instant teleportation. Feel free to attack, Mr. Madara. She offered him a reassuring gaze. Very well, Madara haughtily declared. Though it may be somewhat underhanded, there is no alternative. Bellies casually executed a spatial leap, feeling a sense of frustration when her powerful strike failed to land on anyone. It was reminiscent of a previous encounter when she had been attacked by Uchiha Madara, only for him to abandon the fight and simply spectate from the sidelines. Susanoo. Uchiha Madara once again unleashed his complete Susanoo. Madara, do you intend to rise again where you have fallen, reclaiming your dignity with Susanoo? Bellies inquired with keen interest. Do not engage in verbal sparring. The real drama is yet to unfold. Before long, Uchiha Madara clasped his hands together. Would release, would golem technique. The earth trembled violently, and moments later, a colossal wooden figure emerged from the ground, entirely constructed of wood. Hashirama, let us merge into one. Madara bellowed, invoking Susanoo, beast trial. The azure chakra emanating from Susanoo enveloped the wooden figure, forming a formidable armor that matched its size. Susanoo encasing a wooden golem? Belly stood upon the quaking earth, observing Madara's increasingly elaborate technique with an amused expression. How intriguing. You certainly know how to entertain. However, it appears you lack sage techniques at present. If memory serves. Uchiha Madara acquired his sage abilities from Hashirama after being reincarnated. Madara's appearance suggested that his vitality was rapidly waning. Has he done something? Bellies pondered. Her understanding of chakra limited to its basic principles. The intricacies of its application eluded her comprehension. Madara's once jet black hair was visibly graying, and wrinkles began to etch themselves across his face. The Susanoo has successfully enveloped the wooden golem. Yet, Madara's vitality continued to diminish at an alarming rate. This is the ultimate technique exclusive to me, Uchiha Madara. The ground quaked incessantly, and the air thickened within a 1,000-meter radius. Madara clasped his hands together, gasping for breath. Sage art, beast trial, true 1,000 hands. The massive wooden figure served as a fulcrum, while a colossal statue of a 1,000-handed deity rose from the earth. The blue armor of Susanoo rapidly enveloped the outer layer of the statue, towering nearly 1,000 meters. The statue exceeded 1,200 meters in height once encased in the Susanoo armor. Each hand of the statue shimmered with a pale blue luster akin to scales, rendering the once monotonous 1,000-handed deity even more magnificent. Gasping for breath, Madara's weary, aged visage, marked by gray strands of hair, could not conceal his indomitable fighting spirit. Prepare yourself, he roared with a slightly hoarse voice. True 1,000 hands, ascending Buddha. The wooden golem began to move, bearing the enormous statue with it. The earth resonated with a thunderous sound as the ground quaked violently, closing the distance between him and Bellies. The sight of the Susanoo-encased wooden golem was indeed impressive and intimidating. Bellies couldn't help but express her admiration. Well then, let us play with that. As she spoke, her eyes slowly closed, and an ethereal aura enveloped her. Within the protective mirror of Susanoo, Uchiha Madara noticed Bellies' actions. To dare close your eyes in the face of my and Hashirama's power. What audacity. He coughed, laughter mingled with fury escaping his lips. Having lost a significant portion of his vitality, he struggled to catch his breath, coughing repeatedly to clear his throat. In that case, I shall claim the position of the leader. The towering statue unleashed a terrifying wave of chakra, surrounded by a myriad of arms, each adorned in the blue armor of Susanoo, exuding an air of intimidation. 1, 2, 3. Each arm transformed into a fist, launching a barrage of punches like bullets, all directed toward a singular destination. Bellies stood her ground as the first of the myriad fists descended, striking the earth with a cacophony of sound. Boom, boom, boom. The countless arms of the true 1,000 hands swung back and forth relentlessly, forcefully pounding the ground. Uchiha Madara, wielding the Rinnegan, manipulated the true 1,000 hands in an attempt to capture Bellis' elusive presence. Gradually, beads of sweat began to trickle down the aged visage of Uchiha Madara. Is such a feat achievable by mere mortals? The pupils of the Rinnegan nearly constricted to a singular point. Yet, even in this state, he could barely seize the fleeting remnants of Bellis' evasion. A fist hurtled toward her head with tremendous force. Bellis gracefully shifted her position slightly, evading the blow with a mere brush of her fist. Almost instantaneously, a second punch struck from the side. Bellis, with a graceful leap, deftly evaded the whistling assault. Even the fist launched from behind seemed to strike air, as if she possessed a sixth sense, effortlessly sidestepping the blows. Despite the reinforcement of Susanoo, the relentless barrage of fists pounded the ground mercilessly, with one fist landing precisely where the previous one had struck, causing mutual destruction with each collision. The attack area enveloped by the 1,000-handed Mokusatsu was littered with countless shattered wooden arms, debris scattering in all directions. Yet, the dense, heart-stopping, and razor-sharp wooden spikes continued to pose no threat to Bellis. With her eyes closed, Bellis deftly evaded each attack in a manner that seemed almost miraculous, as if she had foreseen the trajectory of the strikes. The Sage of Six Paths questioned whether such a feat could be replicated. Uchiha Madara expressed skepticism. If Bellies were to annihilate the true Thousand Hands with sheer force, he would not be particularly astonished. However, her lack of counterattack intrigued him. Every dodge and each point of contact remained well within the range of the true Thousand Hands assault. No matter how densely the attacks rained down, or the ensuing shockwaves, not a single strand of her being was touched. For nearly 20 minutes, the true Thousand Hands continued their relentless barrage, even as the burden on his arms became unbearable, causing them to shatter and break. Uchiha Madara maintained the form of the wooden Susanoo. The colossal statue behind him had suffered complete devastation, leaving only jagged stumps. The landscape within a radius of several dozen kilometers lay in ruins beneath the onslaught of the true Thousand Hands. Madara's expression darkened significantly as he gasped for breath, astonished that he had inflicted no damage whatsoever. The immense pressure of the true Thousand Hands, even under the full power of his Susanoo, surpassed the might of the colossal Buddha from the Valley of the Ind, yet it had not even grazed her. Mr. Madara, please do not say such things. You have indeed wounded me. A calm voice reached his ears. What? Madara was left bewildered. Weary, he turned his gaze to the palm of Bellies' right hand. There is no need for such astonishment. In terms of strength, you are rather impressive, Bellies interjected before Madara could respond further. In her palm lay two pristine strands of white hair, and Madara's expression darkened like the depths of a cauldron, leaving him momentarily speechless. Are you insulting me? He ground out through clenched teeth. To think he had injured her. Was his Susanoo's grand display merely for trimming hair? I merely state the facts. It is not my intention to humiliate you, Mr. Madara, Bellies replied, gazing up at him. You seem quite angry. To deliberately sever two strands of hair is already a considerable concession, especially given you were among the initial members. I could not afford to make you look too foolish. Could I? Yet, it seems someone does not appreciate my gesture. Shall I demonstrate our disparity in a more explicit manner? Madara furrowed his brow. What do you mean? By defeating you in a manner that you deem acceptable, she clarified. Madara's renegade pupils contracted, and he replied coldly, if you are capable of such a feat, then do try. My pride forbids me from yielding, even in the face of certain defeat. Do not worry, it will be over soon, she assured. As the two white strands of hair danced in the gentle breeze, carried away into the distance, Bellies slowly lowered her raised right hand and took a deep breath. It has been quite some time since I last adopted this posture. Perhaps I have grown somewhat unaccustomed to it. The cascading white strands of hair gently fluttered. A faint yet palpable aura of pressure emanated from Bellies, radiating outward in all directions, even within the confines of Susanoo. Uchiha Madara could distinctly perceive the terrifying energy exuding from Bellies. A formidable wave of force surged forth, transforming into a raging tempest that relentlessly spread outward. The Buddha statue ensconced within Susanoo was subdued by the aura released by Bellies, and even the chakra sustaining Susanoo began to waver in stability. Under the encroaching force, the statue retreated repeatedly until it finally came to a halt several dozen meters away. Surrounding Bellies, a golden aura ascended. The ravaged surface of the land, infused with the energy emanating from this aura, formed rippling waves of brilliant gold. Cascading down to her waist, Bellies' snow-white hair gradually transformed into radiant gold at the tips. Her charming visage, complemented by her icy purple eyes, radiated an unsettling energy that erupted suddenly from her core. What a dreadful sight this was. The immense statue, controlled by Uchiha Madara, retreated relentlessly. The colossal Buddha, towering over 1,000 meters, crumbled at a visible pace despite being reinforced by Susanoo. With each violent wave of energy, it succumbed to destruction. Madara coughed up blood once more, his aged face betraying a hint of fear. Possessing the Rinnegan and the power of all existence, he felt a rare tremor in his soul for the first time. It was as if both his body and soul were no longer his own. Like a fragile boat adrift on a tumultuous sea, ready to capsize. Weak and helpless, his consciousness felt as if it had solidified. Madara watched helplessly as the massive Buddha statue, cloaked in Susanoo, was pierced by the rampant golden energy, layer by layer shedding its defenses without resistance. Ultimately, the true thousand-armed Buddha disintegrated into fragments of varying sizes, cascading to the ground. Madara himself plummeted, barely managing to control his descent. Gasping for breath, Madara's aged face glistened with sweat, his once lustrous white hair now disheveled from the strain of exertion. With great difficulty, he lifted his gaze towards Bellies, whose golden aura continued to expand. The energy seemed to intentionally bypass his position, flowing around him. Despite his arrogance, even Madara had to concede that his control over energy paled in comparison to hers. Coughing, he recognized that her might far exceeded that of the Sage of Six Paths. Though he had never encountered the Sage, Madara instinctively believed that even if the Sage were to rise from his tomb, he would not stand a chance against this seemingly youthful girl, perhaps unable to withstand even a single blow. The girl, enveloped in the golden aura, exuded an overwhelming presence, dazzling even under the scrutiny of the Rinnegan. In an instant, she vanished from sight, only to reappear before Madara. Her purple eyes looked down upon him, who was propped up on one knee, his life force dwindling. gazing at her indifferent expression and the placid depths of her purple eyes. Madara summoned all his strength to utter, "You have won." However, Bellie's face revealed no trace of triumph. Slowly, she raised her right hand, palm directed towards Madara, who had conceded and was about to be transported away. Her palm hovered less than half a meter from his forehead. Destruction. Before Madara could utter another word, a look of disbelief crossed his face as his body swiftly vanished. First his legs, then his torso, and finally his head, erased as if by an unseen eraser. Ultimately, Madara's existence faded entirely from view. After effortlessly eliminating Madara, Bellies exited the arena. The livestream abruptly ceased, the battle scene vanishing. Kikyo and Spider-Child, watching, were left in a state of shock, unable to dissipate the overwhelming impression left by the girl with the resplendent golden hair, radiating an extraordinary aura. A small lock of golden hair fell across the girl's forehead, partially obscuring her eyes, but failing to conceal the dreadfully indifferent purple gaze. "Is that old man Uchiha Madara still around?" Spider-Child's voice trembled, the golden figure etched in her mind, causing her entire being to quiver. If Madara's formidable power had left her in awe, then the terrifying might displayed by their leader, Bellies, was truly unparalleled. Even through the screen, she felt a palpable sense of her power. Was it merely an illusion? Spider-Child recalled how, when their leader transformed, the very surface of the planet trembled. Madara did not respond to her question, and the chat screen fell into silence. Could it be that our leader has killed the old man? But the arena's rules state that one cannot die. Spider-Child hesitated, her voice lacking confidence as she recounted the rules. Bellies is the group leader, while Uchiha Madara is a member. Do the rules only apply to the members and not affect the leader at all? When a person is killed, they die? If the leader kills someone, do they truly perish? The spider, with its 8 legs entwined, curled up its body. In the warm embrace of the web woven around her, her emotions gradually stabilized. The world's first princess, Uchiha Madara, is not dead. Spider-Child, your voice betrays a hint of fear. Spider-Child, what? Not dead. Kikyo, his avatar is still lit. The two shifted their focus to Uchiha Madara's avatar, where his pale-haired, aged visage remained illuminated, showing no signs of being offline. However, Uchiha Madara did not utter a word. In the world of Hokage, in the Pure Land, even in a state of mere soul, Uchiha Madara appeared to tremble. On one hand, the fear of his soul and body being gradually erased and fully losing his senses lingered. On the other, excitement surged within him. He felt an irresistible thrill, akin to being a diminutive ant in the face of such power, even compared to Hashirama. How terrifying it was. A fleeting daze flickered in Uchiha Madara's eyes. Unlike during their initial battle, when he could not sense the energy traces of the leader Bellies, perhaps due to the disparity in their levels, he began to grasp the true nature of Bellies after she proclaimed her intent to defeat him and transformed into a being radiating golden flames. Her straight white hair gradually morphed into gold, and the once soft strands sharpened in definition. The difference in her aura before and after the transformation was striking. Although uncertain which of Bellies' two states was stronger, her post-transformation presence felt akin to the awakening of a kaleidoscope within him, hinting at a significant internal change in her character. Of course, this was merely Uchiha Madara's speculation. Regaining his composure, he envisioned the chat group in his mind. The myriad worlds and powerful entities therein were indeed captivating. Regarding his recent defeat, even being directly obliterated by the leader without the chance to withdraw, Uchiha Madara remained unconcerned. As a warrior, he understood that failure was not something he could not accept. All he needed was to win the next time. Besides, he was not dead, not truly, after all. He still had consciousness, did he not? Uchiha Madara typed into the group chat. Uchiha Madara, I am still here. I ask some members not to lament. After the previous battle, Uchiha Madara gradually integrated himself into the chat group, no longer speaking from a position of superiority. Regardless of his thoughts, the chat group represented an opportunity for him. He understood the importance of fostering good relationships with the members, a truth he grasped well from his time as clan leader. In the dim cave, struggling for survival and reflecting on decades in the ninja world, he began to recognize his shortcomings as a clan leader. However, by then, he had already abandoned the Uchiha, or rather, the Uchiha had betrayed him. Understanding this seemed futile and no longer significant. The moon's eye, the words from the Uchiha tablet echoed in his mind, restoring his confidence. Hashirama, once our dreams are realized, I, Uchiha Madara, shall ascend to greater heights and broader dimensions, rather than remain confined within the ninja world. I am inherently different from you. Spider-Child, what? Madara is still alive? I thought. Kikyo, indeed, even I felt that way. The oppressive sensation from the moment Uchiha Madara was obliterated lingered, as if they were experiencing it firsthand. Despite the screen between them, the world's first princess, it's likely due to my transformation. That form influences my character to some degree. In simpler terms, it resembles how Mr. Madara feels after unlocking the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Uchiha Madara, are you referring to negative emotions? The world's first princess, you may interpret it that way, if you wish. Upon returning from the arena, Belize's consciousness re-entered her body. After examining her condition, she discovered no lingering traces of her Super Scion transformation, indicating that she had not used her own body in that space. Furthermore, it hadn't affected her current self in any way. Since becoming a true destroyer, Belize had not transformed into a Super Scion. The transformation of a scion conflicted with the destructive powers inherited from her divine position, altering her character. Until she overcame this issue, she did not intend to casually attempt to become a Super Scion again. Previously, in another space, and given that her body was specially constructed by the chat group, she had decided to try it out. It appeared the consequences of her transformation were far more severe than anticipated. She initially sought to test the strength of the arena space, only for her transformation to result in Uchiha Madara's demise, testing whether the chat group could revive him. Although the difference seemed minimal, it indeed affected her character. Indeed, I am fundamentally incompatible with the warrior race. The messages in the chat group pulled Belize's thoughts back. Uchiha Madara. Wait, I suddenly thought of a question. Leader, did you intend to bypass the chat group's rules to kill me? Uchiha Madara was not foolish. Synthesizing the leader's earlier explanations and the almost visceral experience of his soul and body being erased, he could not help but deduce a chilling answer. The more he pondered, the more likely this hypothesis seemed, especially with Belize's indifferent purple gaze, regarding him as one might regard refuse. The world's first princess, Mr. Madara has caught on. How troublesome. Should I silence you? Uchiha Madara, Kikyo, Spider Child, the world's first princess. Just kidding, Mr. Madara. Rest assured, before my transformation, I had no intention of harming you. Nor do I now, as you can see from my post-transformation state. Under my full attack, you remain unscathed. Uchiha Madara, I believe you are evading the issue. And I possess evidence. Ding. Uchiha Madara has been promoted to group administrator. Cheers erupt. Uchiha Madara, a hush fee? Isn't this undeniable proof? The world's first princess. Ahem. In any case, what happened earlier was an accident. The current me is the true self. You can forget about the personality I exhibited post-transformation. The world's first princess. What do you think, Mr. Madara? Uchiha Madara, world's first princess. Please call me by my name. Referring to me as Mr. makes me feel as though one day I might be sold by you. Uchiha Madara spoke from the heart, facing someone who could easily crush him. He could no longer maintain his arrogance. He still had dreams and the aspiration for peace in the ninja world. He must endure. Ah, truly. Hashirama understood from the start that the essence of a ninja is to endure. The world's first princess. Alright, what do you say? Uchiha Madara, are we at an impasse? Can't we change the topic? Upon attaining the status of group administrator and comprehending the privileges that accompany such a role, Uchiha Madara found himself hesitant to defy the group leader. After all, defeat equated to a loss of rights, and having previously challenged the authority of the leader, any demise in the arena could be deemed a consequence of his own actions. Moreover, his soul remained intact. Uchiha Madara remarked, Ahem. I too believe that the leader is as amiable as Hashirama. How absurd it was for a formidable figure of the shinobi world to utter such insincere words without a hint of embarrassment or breathlessness. After the misunderstanding between Belize and Uchiha Madara was resolved, the chat group fell into a profound silence. Kikyo, disinclined to engage in conversation, remained quiet, while Uchiha Madara perused the newly acquired administrative privileges. As for Tsunako, she was preoccupied with leveling up, a matter of utmost importance. After a considerable period of stillness, Uchiha Madara inquired, World's foremost princess and group leader, are you aware of the events unfolding in my realm? The world's foremost princess replied, Are you referring to the Ten Tails or your Moon Eye plan? Uchiha Madara responded, Indeed, you are informed. May I ask how much you know? The world's foremost princess explained. Upon your entry into the chat group, I gained insight into the established past and future of the members' worlds, as per the leader's privileges. This refers to the predetermined events that would transpire had you not joined the chat group. Of course, this is merely a fragment, not the entirety. Berries refrained from directly revealing the nature of the members' worlds as mere animations, instead opting for an almost omniscient perspective of the chat group. No one desires to perceive their existence as a mere comic. Uchiha Madara pressed on. So did my plan succeed? Has the ninja world ushered in an era of lasting peace? His voice bore an edge of excitement, for achieving peace in the ninja world had become his fervent obsession. The world's foremost princess replied, It has succeeded, yet it has also failed. Uchiha Madara, bewildered, responded. The world's foremost princess continued, Someone betrayed you, specifically. The one you trusted most. Uchiha Madara asked, Who is it? The incredulity within him deepened. Was it not the world's foremost princess he held in such high regard? She teased, Wouldn't revealing the truth now render it rather dull? It is far more intriguing for you to discover it upon your resurrection, especially since you have your own plans for revival. Uchiha Madara grumbled internally, This person is insufferable, yet I cannot overpower her. Meanwhile, in the realm of the destroyer, Belize detached her consciousness from the chat group. The peace brought about by infinite Tsukuyami was met with a shake of her head. Who could guarantee that the world in which one exists is not a utopia fabricated by a higher civilization? She refrained from disclosing the truth of infinite Tsukuyami to Uchiha Madara. Regarding Madara's so-called infinite Tsukuyami, Bellies held reservations. If a person has lived in a false world since birth, then the impressions they leave in that deceptive realm become their reality. The distinction between truth and falsehood is not always so clearly delineated. Just like her current world of Dragon Ball, can she truly affirm that her present reality exists authentically? Might it not be a creation of some unscrupulous author who has merely thrust her into this fabricated universe? Loving Dragon Ball, after being rescued. I am the god of destruction, please collect. Dragon Ball, after being rescued. I am the god of destruction. Chapter 11. The two new group members. Susanoo is competent, yet somewhat redundant for me. In her battle against Uchiha Madara, Bellies garnered considerable inspiration, including the conception of simulating chakra structure through her own principles. What? How was that achieved? Pray, a deity with foundational combat prowess exceeding 1,000,000,000,000 should not struggle to replicate the degraded energy utilized by a mere creature with combat power below 1,000. Otherwise, one might as well succumb to a block of tofu. It is akin to a university student failing to pass a primary school final exam. One would genuinely question how they have navigated life for several decades. The yin-yang attributes of chakra bear a striking resemblance to the principles of the god of destruction and the king of worlds, albeit as a result of degradation on an unfathomable scale. With a casual wave of her hand, Bellies dispelled the towering complete Susanoo that enveloped her form. Descending gently to the ground, it would be inaccurate to claim that her endeavors bore no fruit. Rather, one could assert that they yielded more than nothing at all. A flicker of solace washed over Bellies. The emergence of the chat group proved to be somewhat beneficial. She directed her consciousness into the chat group. Bellies' face displayed a look of astonishment. 2 new members had joined the group? Apps 4869 Researcher and Abyss Princess. Gazing at their avatars, familiar images surfaced in Bellies' mind. Having lived in this world for 20 years, her memories had become clearer after ascending to divinity. How intriguing. It turned out to be them. The app's 4869 Researcher was a girl with tea-colored hair, an important character from a certain anime about a death god, originally named Shiho Mayano, now known as AI Hybra after her transformation. As for the other, she was a traveler from Tavat, renowned for her prowess in quests. The nickname seemed off. Wait, Abyss Princess? While Bellies pondered, she considered the nature of Tavat, a chat group that connected countless worlds. How could such a thing exist in Tavat? The youthful face of the girl in the golden dress displayed an expression of confusion. A system, a chat group, wasn't that something confined to novels? Having traversed innumerable worlds, she was aware of the so-called golden fingers from certain narratives. For now, she sensed no malice. The girl murmured, immersing herself in the contents of the chat group. Her eyes widened, and a naive expression graced her face. At that moment, an Abyss Mage appeared. The mage crawled respectfully behind the girl and said, Your Highness. The plan to transform the East Wind Dragon into a war weapon has encountered unexpected obstacles. As her consciousness withdrew from the chat group, the girl's innocent expression vanished, replaced by a calm demeanor that bore a hint of coldness. A glance at the Abyss Mage behind her revealed, is it the Anemo Archon? Does he intend to reclaim the crown for this dragon? No, it is not he. That unreliable deity will interfere. We already have a strategy in place. The one obstructing our plans is your blood relative. As the Abyss Mage's words fell, the girl's pupils dilated in shock. Scenes of her interactions with the Traveler, Ether, and even battles with the Sustainer of Heavenly Principles flashed through her mind. The girl transformed into a fleeting shadow, racing towards the Abyss Mage's location. In the ruins of the Wind Dragon, the Traveler Ether engaged in a fierce battle with the Hilichurls. His sister, Lumen, stood atop the highest cliff, hands resting on her knees, peering down at the familiar figure below. After a moment, she withdrew her gaze, having no intention of meeting her brother. She turned towards the nearby ruin guard. Farewell for now, brother. We shall meet again, but not at this time. Standing in the colossal palm of the ruin guard, Lumen reflected on the chat group she had recently joined. Perhaps we have better options ahead. This unexpected element should offer a different kind of inspiration. Once this matter is resolved, brother, we shall seek a new home together. In the world of Detective Conan, the girl with tea-colored hair excused herself from her classmate, the Death God. As the bewildered expression of the Death God lingered in her mind, the girl dashed around a corner. Her current name was AI Hybra, however. That was of little consequence. What mattered was the sudden voice that had echoed in her mind moments ago. Do you wish to truly live? Then join us. Yes or no? Just as AI Hybra was perplexed and considered waiting to consult a certain detective by her side, the mysterious voice returned to her consciousness. Ding. Due to your prolonged inactivity, the system defaults to your choice to join the chat group. AI Hybra. Following this, she felt a buzzing in her head as strange information flooded her mind. Memories became increasingly vivid, not her own yet seeming to be inscribed anew. The former scientist, Shiho Mayano, now AI Hybra, understood that such bizarre imaginings were beyond the reach of current technology. Quickly, she sought an excuse to distance herself from Idagawa Conan, finding a secluded spot to examine the information thoroughly. However, the more she reflected and explored, the more incredulous she became. Magic? Monsters? Chakra? Was this a jest? Yet she knew it was no jest. What is wrong, Hybra? At some point, Conan had appeared beside her, an expression of suspicion on his face. Do you believe in the existence of magic? AI Hybra asked, unwittingly posing a perplexing question to the death god. Conan? What are you talking about, Hybra? I am a materialist. I believe in science. How could magic possibly exist? Conan, with his fish-like eyes wide open, had just assumed something was amiss with Hybra when she suddenly ran off. And now this? Do you think APS 4869 is scientific? Conan froze momentarily. This is a product of technology. He seemed at a loss to refute the notion of shrinking due to a drug. A high school student weighing over 100 pounds had been reduced to a petite elementary schooler without any lingering side effects. It defied the law of conservation of energy. The initial research on APS 4869 was actually for an elixir of immortality. How could such a thing exist? Conan nearly protested against Hybra's whimsical thoughts, but paused, considering his own transformation into a child. In a sense, that too could be considered an alternative form of immortality, and he could not continue. What do you think? Hybra brushed her bangs aside. Hybra, you've been acting strangely since earlier. Conan avoided the topic, knowing that if he acknowledged the effects of the drug he had taken, he would truly fear pursuing the Black Organization further. It was evident that the organization conducting such research was far deeper than the whirlpool of intrigue. You should go to school. I'm feeling a bit unwell today. I'll head back first. Leaving Conan with her retreating figure, AI Hybrid departed. Hey, Conan, filled with confusion, glanced at his watch, realizing he was running late. In the end, curiosity was overshadowed by reality. Once he confirmed that Adagawa Conan had walked far away, AI Hybrid leaned against a nearby tree, exhaling deeply. Detective, I just revealed something significant to you. The organization is not solely operated by Jinn. Their influence extends across the globe. Casting aside the chaotic thoughts in her mind, she immersed herself back into the chat group. She had just received a piece of information from the group administrator that piqued her interest immensely. Even if it meant engaging in a deal with the devil, she was willing to give it a try. APS 4869 researcher, Uchiha Madara, is it true that you can resurrect the dead? AI Hybra's body trembled slightly, her heart racing in response. Resurrection. Sister Uchiha Madara, once the chat group's level increases, such a function will be available. As an administrator, Uchiha Madara gleaned a considerable amount of information from the privileges of the chat group, particularly regarding the subject of resurrection, which piqued his interest. After all, being deceased and harboring plans for revival naturally compelled his attention to such matters. With the group leader, Bellies, offline, Uchiha Madara found himself in the position of having to step up and welcome new members to the group. He took the opportunity to paint a grand vision for the newcomers. After all, a man who had once been a clan leader surely needed no lessons in this art. He casually shared the future prospects of the chat group, effortlessly ensnaring a newcomer by the name of APS 4869 researcher. As Uchiha Madara diligently fulfilled his responsibilities, a certain white-haired creature of leisure, the group leader, quietly made her presence known. She refrained from interjecting, instead opting to lurk silently, perhaps occasionally releasing a few bubbles from beneath the surface. Indeed, such a proud figure as Uchiha Madara, once subdued, would take the initiative of his own accord. Bellies quietly entered the conversation. The world's first princess. Oh, I was only away for a moment, and 2 new members have joined the group. Hello everyone. I am Bellies, the owner of this chat group. Feel free to ask me anything you don't understand. Shortly after Bellies spoke, a question appeared on the screen. APS 4869 researcher, world's first princess. The administrator mentioned that this chat group can resurrect the deceased. Is that true? Could you elaborate on how it works? Uchiha Abido had just become an administrator, and there was little explanation regarding the resurrection capabilities within the administrator guidelines. After obtaining certain information from Uchiha Abido, Hybra AI saw the group owner online and immediately pressed for more details. The world's first princess is the person you wish to resurrect your sister? APS 4869 researcher, how did you know? Hybra AI was taken aback. She had indeed mentioned wanting to revive someone but had never disclosed that it was her sister within the group. The world's first princess, don't worry. I am not part of any dark organization. Once you join the chat group, the trajectory of your life, both past and future, will be captured to a certain extent. The world's first princess, of course, the past and future referenced here pertain to the time before you joined the chat group. APS 4869 researcher, I see. The world's first princess. The purpose of this chat group is to better alter the predetermined future and even amend past regrets. Naturally, if you seek to acquire formidable power, that is also possible. Abyss princess, power, you say? World's first princess, are you particularly strong? In Tavat, as the Abyss princess, she longed for immense power, especially with an eventual confrontation against the heavenly order looming. The world's first princess, different worlds operate under varying laws, and the manifestation of power differs accordingly. It is challenging to make comparisons without engaging in actual combat. In my own world, I would say my strength is quite respectable. Bellies' ambiguous words prompted no further questioning from Ming, who remained somewhat wary of the chat group. The world's first princess, a new member just inquired about resurrection. The world's first princess. Let me clarify that once the chat group's level reaches level 3, A trading system will be activated, where the answers you seek lie within. The world's first princess. There are two methods to upgrade the chat group: the activity level of members and the number of members. The world's first princess, apps 4869. Do you have any further questions? After a brief silence, a message appeared on the public screen. Hybera AI. No, thank you, group owner. Unbeknownst to anyone, Hybera AI had changed her nickname to her own name, Resurrection. In Tavat, it was also appearing at the chat group's information, murmuring, in many worlds. Discussions about resurrection often touch upon forbidden matters. The fact that such topics can be spoken of without restraint suggests that the group owner's power may surpass even that of the heavenly order. However, in the next moment, a warning message from the chat group left him perplexed. Other group members? Alert! Detecting member Spider Child in life-threatening danger. Life signs are rapidly declining. As this message appeared, the chat group's live feed opened. Spider Child, help, help, I'm going to die. The screen showed a searing hot lava area. Spider Child was clinging to a protruding rock, far from the lava below, gasping for air. A significant portion of her abdomen was missing, and she had lost several legs. Blood oozed from her wounds, and her health bar was critically low. Kikyo, those injuries are severe. Uchiha Obito, have you encountered an enemy? Hybera AI, is this also a group member? The world's first princess. Where are you right now, Spider Child? Surrounded by lava? With such grave injuries. She was still in a lava zone. Was it that half-destroyed fire dragon that had been slapped into the lava by Spider Child's mother? Spider Child, finally. The group owner has appeared. I need urgent assistance. Having always been alone, Spider Child instinctively reached out to the chat group upon joining, hoping the significant group owner could help her. The world's first princess. Is it the fire dragon Lindo? Spider Child. Oh, you know about it? That creature is utterly despicable, constantly bullying me due to its superior attributes. As the fire dragon Lindo unleashed another fiery breath, Spider Child quickly leaped to evade it, landing on a nearby floating rock above the lava. Hybera AI, a fire-breathing dragon? Spider Child, yes, that dragon. I'm not sure how I provoked it, but it relentlessly attacks me. I'm so weak and pitiful. Does it really need to go this far? The world's first princess, Spider Child. I can transmit a portion of my power to help you eliminate that fire dragon, but are you certain you want my assistance, especially under the watchful eye of others? Spider Child. Huh, am I really being monitored? I've felt a presence watching me for some time, but every time I searched, I found nothing. The world's first princess. The one observing you is the developer of your current status system, the one who brought you to this world. She is a divine being. Spider Child, what? I thought the status screen was developed by you, group owner. I had no idea it was tied to a deity. I'm just a weak spider. How could I endure this? She did not desire such scrutiny from a divine being. The world's first princess. I can assist you, but if discovered, you might end up being dissected. Spider Child, group owner, can't you defeat the enemy? The world's first princess. I have yet to engage in battle, so I cannot say. The chat group can only transmit a part of my power. If I fail, you will surely bear the consequences. Spider Child, then I'll handle it myself. A fire dragon versus a god capable of creating systems. It's evident which one would be easier to deal with. At least this fire dragon seems to offer a glimmer of hope, having suspected for some time that someone was watching her. Spider Child continued to converse in the chat group during the battle, maintaining a facade of calmness to avoid detection. Dragon Ball, after being resurrected. I am the god of destruction. Please collect. Dragon Ball, after being resurrected. I am the god of destruction. Chapter 13, Spider Child's Crisis. The god of destruction realm. Bellies observed the scene unfolding in the chat group. The fierce battle between Spider and Fire Dragon continued with unabated intensity. The already weakened Fire Dragon, under the relentless assault of Spider, began to lose blood excessively. Amidst the suffocating smoke of the searing magma, a scent reminiscent of roasted meat wafted through the air. However, the inherent attributes of Spider and Fire Dragon ultimately revealed a stark disparity. Should she intervene? Bellies' eyelids fluttered, her heart filled with hesitation. As the leader of the chat group, she possessed the authority to project a formidable image into the world of the members. However, she bore certain reservations. While she could assist Spider Child, it would likely provoke a backlash from the malevolent deity responsible for bringing Spider Child to this world. Whether it was due to an interest in Spider Child or her role as the group leader, this was not what Bellies desired. She harbored doubts about the projection's power and its ability to contend with the adversary. At that moment, the battle between Spider Child and the Fire Dragon, Yanluo, had escalated to an intense degree. The group chat was broadcasting the clash in its entirety, showcasing the unreserved struggle between the two. Spectacular spells and exhilarating evasion maneuvers heightened the adrenaline of the spectators. If Yanluo was akin to a stationary cannon, Spider Child embodied the essence of a nimble assassin, deftly depleting the dragon's health and magical energy with her speed and clever positioning. Uchiha Madara remarked, a commendable battle instinct. Even someone as proud as Madara found himself taken aback. Kikyo expressed her concern. This fire-breathing dragon possesses strength nearing that of a major demon. Two new members of the group, Hybera AI and another, attentively observed the unfolding combat. Hybra thought to herself, if I could master even one such spell, I would no longer fear Jin. However, she quickly shook her head, dismissing the impracticality of such thoughts. Firstly, the world Spider Child inhabited featured an incomprehensible system interface. And secondly, what even was magical energy? She possessed none, so how could she learn? Each individual pondered as they watched the live stream, and at last, Spider Child seized an opportunity to unleash her ultimate move. Abyssal magic, Gate of Hell. An ancient, decaying square-stone gate slowly rose from the molten lava, soon standing at the center of the magma, perilously close to the fire dragon. By the time Yanluo realized the danger of the ominous gate, it was already too late. The massive door creaked open, revealing a colorful radiance emanating from within. Roaring, the fire dragon attempted to halt and destroy the gate, which exuded a sense of lethal threat. Yet, the gate's overwhelming gravitational force not only drew in the surrounding molten rock, but also devoured the dragon's condensed magic in the blink of an eye. The blood and flesh from the dragon's wounds were similarly ensnared, streaming into the gate as crimson threads. Minutes passed, and the yawning abyss gradually began to close. The area once filled with lava was now left as a charred remnant, the ground blackened and scorched. The colossal body of the fire dragon remained motionless, not consumed by the gate, but its life force had nearly vanished. Abyssal magic. Lumen sat atop the peak of Qingyun, contemplating her plan to seal away in Liuaozi. While leisurely watching the group chat's live broadcast, she was somewhat astonished by Spider Child's strength, finding Yanluo to be significantly weaker compared to Tulin. After all, she wouldn't even consider a mere fire dragon, especially when she had once forsaken Tulin for her brother. Nevertheless, she found herself intrigued by the abyssal magic Spider Child wielded. Sensing a subtle danger when that gate opened, she thought to inquire later about the rules of different worlds, as utilizing such powers could be quite troublesome. Just like the abyssal force, she had invested considerable time to understand how to wield it herself. I must become better acquainted with everyone in the group to reap the benefits, Lumen mused, her heart brimming with hope for the future. One day, I shall trample upon the very laws of heaven. Spider Child's narrow survival against the dragon showcased a spectacular battle to the group. Uchiha Madara praised, Spider Child, you impress me. You remind me of my former prowess. To which Spider Child replied, Madara, you actually acknowledge me. Madara continued, indeed, in all my battles, barring my encounters with Hashirama, none have matched the grandeur of yours. You display composure, calmness, and fearlessness in the face of danger, with an exceptional grasp of the situation. It was hard to fathom that this individual named Spider Child had once been an ordinary student in a mundane world. In such a brief time, she had evolved into a competent warrior. Madara, wasn't that your battle with the group leader? Who is this Hashirama? Spider Child pondered, questioning whether Hashirama might be Madara's partner. Surely, the battles he spoke of were not of an intimate nature, surely not. Uchiha Madara interjected, do not speak of the past. That was not a proper battle. Spider Child's comments caused Madara's expression to darken. Clearly, he had been soundly defeated. How could that be labeled as a remarkable battle? Spider Child refrained from further conversation in the chat, as time was of the essence. The earlier abyssal magic had caused the cavern to begin collapsing, with tremors shaking the surroundings. With all her might, Spider Child dragged the spoils, the fire dragon, to safety. She wondered if the dragon would be delectable. Licking her lips, she mused, is dragon meat delicious? I would love to try. Hybra AI responded, you want to eat a dragon? Observing Spider Child's expression and the comments from another group member, she felt the live stream growing increasingly peculiar. Spider Child replied, it's quite tasty. I once had a dragon that wasn't as powerful, yet it was delicious. Madara added, as for dragons, we appear to have none. However, there are two reckless individuals who feasted on a large fox. Madara recalled the information returned by White Zetsu regarding the golden horn and silver horn. Yet, just as Spider Child prepared to savor her meal, a peculiar space coalesced. A man clad in black armor, adorned with a helmet and two sharp black horns, emerged from the formed space, his crimson eyes cold and piercing. He glanced at the fire dragon's corpse, ensnared by Spider Child's web, before shifting his gaze to her, beginning to speak in a language she could not comprehend. Who is this guy? What is he saying? Do any of you understand? Spider Child asked, not anticipating a response. However, the group leader, fluent in dragon tongue, seized the opportunity to translate for the members. Spider Child, this dragon inquires if you are a servant of Ariel and why you attacked his kin. If you are not a servant of Ariel, you shall perish here in retribution for his kind. Retribution? Dragon. This is entirely a human matter. Does it resemble a dragon at all? Spider Child protested. The group leader responded, your focus is rather peculiar, Spider Child. Eh? Is that so? He wants to kill me? Spider Child belatedly grasped the situation, her entire body trembling. She pleaded with the dragon, oh great dragon, I truly had no idea that this fire dragon was your kin. He was attacking me, and I was forced to retaliate. Yes, it was self-defense. In the realm of the gods, upon hearing Spider Child's desperate pleas and her acknowledgement of the dragon's identity, Bellies couldn't help but feel exasperated. What a foolish creature. previously spoken words were perhaps in vain, and I hope they were not overheard by the malevolent deity D. Otherwise, it is highly likely that she would not come to the aid of the spider child. Should the malevolent deity D choose not to intervene, action on her part would be inevitable. Given the spider child's current plight, it is inconceivable that she could emerge unscathed from the administrator's assault. Indeed, amidst the linguistic barrier, the administrator Chiu Lai could not comprehend a word spoken by the spider child. Raising his hand, he prepared to deliver a fatal blow, seeking vengeance for his kin. Stop. Stop. Let us converse. The spider child implored, her forehead glistening with sweat as she flailed her arms in desperation. Leader of the group, please come to my rescue. Someone is intent on my demise. Fear not, spider child. I shall intervene, replied the world's foremost princess, instilling a sense of relief in the panicked spider child. Yet, the cold sweat continued to trickle down her brow, cascading to her chin. The spider child had contemplated a counterattack, yet she found herself ensnared by an unseen energy, rendering movement nearly impossible. As the towering figure before her summoned a searing light in his palm directed at her, the spider child felt a chill of dread, instinctively shutting her eyes. Leader, if you do not arrive soon, the adorable little spider may meet her end. Cease your fretting, I have arrived. With a mere flick of her finger, Bellies transformed the lethal beam aimed at the spider child into a spherical mass of light, effortlessly neutralizing the threat with a snap of her fingers. Impressed, the spider child opened her eyes just in time to witness Bellies compressing the hostile energy into a size akin to a ping-pong ball, then casually dissipating it. She swallowed hard, astonished that an attack which posed a dire threat had been so easily nullified. Chiu Lai, speaking in a language foreign to the spider child, displayed a glint of vigilance. The language barrier proved to be quite the nuisance. Bellies casually tapped the air before her, and in a matter of moments, the spider child found herself able to understand Chiu Lai's speech. Great leader, what sorcery is this? She queried in bewilderment. It is merely a simple two-way translation device. Nothing of great significance, Bellies replied candidly. Such a contrivance exists? Yet you did nothing but tap the air. The spider child was at a loss for words. At a certain level of power, one can easily create convenient little devices. Very well. The spider child had more to say, but Bellies gestured for her to remain silent. Turning her gaze towards the armored Chiu Lai. I intend to spare this little spider. Do you have any objections? Who are you? Chiu Lai inquired, his expression grave. He had not anticipated that a mere girl in a white dress could so effortlessly counter his attack, even if not executed at full strength. Such information was beyond the reach of the system on this planet. A friend of Baishi. Does that answer satisfy you? Baishi? Chiu Lai's brow furrowed. Was that the spider's name? Leader, who is Baishi? I am not Baishi. My name is Rui Jisai, the spider child stated, puzzled as to why her leader had misnamed her. Ah, my apologies. I must have forgotten. Baishi, or Little White, is your future name. Bellies remarked with an unconcerned chuckle. Wait, no, that cannot be. Oh, a name for the future is quite intriguing, but I find myself more curious about your name, outsider. At that moment, a smartphone clattered to the ground, and the moment the sound resonated, Chiu Lai's serious demeanor shifted slightly, indicating he recognized the source of the noise. The spider child, however, was startled by the unexpected sound emanating from the phone and instinctively moved closer to Bellies. Who, or what, is that? The deity who brought you to this world. I have mentioned them before. You should not be unfamiliar with their presence. Ah? The spider child, in a panic, scuttled about, exclaiming, is it truly that deity whom the leader said she might not be able to defeat? With a swift motion, Bellies tapped the spider child on the forehead, a look of exasperation crossing her face. Must you proclaim such matters so publicly? I have my own dignity to uphold. My apologies, the spider child stammered, realizing her blunder. Long live the great leader, invincible across the cosmos, unifying all under her banner. Kindly refrain from speaking. I fear I may be tempted to eliminate you, Bellies replied, exasperated. Understood. The spider child trembled slightly. Bellies extended her finger and gently flicked it. Not far away, a smartphone on the ground soared towards her. Receiving the device with its crimson borders, Bellies murmured, a pleasure to meet you, the overseer of this universe, the malevolent deity D. Or perhaps just Ari, names are merely labels, no need to dwell on them. A voice emanated from the phone, interrupting Bellies, though she seemed disinclined to continue speaking. I've saved the little spider, is that acceptable? Bellies conveyed her thoughts succinctly. That won't do. I have high hopes for this little spider. Her future name is White Weave, correct? Then I'll call her Little White. I truly have faith in Little White. The voice, distinctly feminine, continued, since you know my affairs. You must also be aware of the little spider's identity. Therefore, will extra compensation be required? Indeed, you are sharp for an otherworldly deity, came the calm, unhurried voice of malevolent deity D from the phone. She referred to you as group leader. How about inviting me into your group? The deity D continued, expressing keen interest in your method of traversing universes. This is not a fair exchange. Bellies narrowed her eyes. I can extend an invitation, but not at this moment. How about after White Weave becomes human? Become human? Quite the audacious thought. Or perhaps you see the future and have confidence in her. To become human implies ascension to godhood. The malevolent deity D was well aware of the little spider's identity, and this knowledge brought a hint of surprise. Do you not wish to witness it? After all you have done to send the spider over. Perhaps in the past, but now I find you far more intriguing. The surrounding space trembled slightly before a portal materialized. Upon seeing the girl standing at the threshold of the portal, Bellies chuckled softly, if negotiations falter. Do you intend to resort to force? Is that advisable? You must realize I am merely an energy projection here. What significance would it hold if you were to defeat me? Moreover, you may not even prevail. In truth, Bellies did not hold the malevolent deity D in high regard. Reincarnating the life of one planet onto another and establishing a planetary system was within her capabilities. Yet this was the universe in which the little spider resided. And she had no desire to antagonize such a deity. The high-ranking deity, D, emerged from behind a mask resembling a feline visage, causing Chiolai to tense up completely. No one understood better than him how terrifying this capricious deity was. In his eyes, D acted purely on whims. He had not anticipated that in his quest to eliminate a little spider that had slain a member of his kin, he would be entangled with not only an unknown powerful deity but also the malevolent deity D. Had he known the little spider's profound background, he would have avoided this treacherous situation at all costs. Chiolai was now genuinely concerned that D might obliterate the planet entirely. He held deep affection for the planet of his birth, even if D refrained from destruction. The potential conflict between two seemingly equal deities could prematurely end the life of the very planet beneath his feet. Why does this girl, no, this deity, insist on wearing a mask? The little spider, concealed behind Bellies, cautiously peered out, gazing at the somewhat familiar figure across from her, her voice tinged with confusion. Because she is your classmate and wishes not to be recognized by you. What? The little spider gasped, her expression one of disbelief. No, it cannot be. A deity attending school? This notion was absurd, akin to a billionaire casually begging on the street. Who are you? The little spider trembled as she extended a spider leg to point at the figure. Classmate Ruiji Hue, do you care so much about my identity? Dee's voice remained sharp. Not at all, the little spider stammered, retracting in fear. Enough of that. Do not frighten White Weave. You wouldn't want me to reveal your name, would you? Belly said with a tone of exasperation. It's fine, compared to Little White. I am more concerned about your presence, Dee replied nonchalantly. Is that truly acceptable? This is your universe, and should any damage occur, the loss would be yours. Observing the powerful aura rising from her opponent, Bellies cast a sphere of white light upon the little spider, imbuing it with energy for her protection. Chiolai seemed unable to withstand the intensifying energy permeating the space, his hands pressed against the ground as he struggled to support himself. As before, he could not sense Dee's aura, they existed in entirely different dimensions. Yet his body involuntarily reacted. Even his most treasured dragon-scale armor felt feeble under Dee's presence. Hey, this dragon is your subordinate. Do you not care about his life or death? Bellies casually tossed a sphere of light, which pierced through the oppressive aura emanating from the malevolent deity D and struck Chiolai directly. Instantly, the weight pressing down on Chiolai vanished completely. He gasped heavily, fatigue evident in his gaze as he looked up at Bellies, his eyes filled with gratitude. Why bother? After all these years, this foolish fellow has shown no growth. I have shared with him the most effective methods to navigate this planet. And yet he remains as dense as ever. Even the malevolent deity D seldom provides explanations for beings of equal standing. What is he afraid of? Do you not know? Bellies rolled her eyes. With such a dreadful temperament, how could Chiolai, a simple-hearted dragon, ever dare to defy him even a step further? His foolishness is indeed remarkable. The malevolent deity D scoffed. So, you have summoned some irrelevant individuals from other planets? Based on the overall circumstances, Bellies surmised the intentions of the malevolent deity D. That was out of my goodwill, D declared. I have granted them a chance to survive. And if their strength is sufficient, they may yet return to their original worlds. You truly dare to say that? When you do not even believe that spiders can achieve it, let alone others. I have already provided the opportunity. The malevolent deity D paused, retorting. Are you not the same? He sensed that the power of his counterpart bore a striking resemblance to his own. Indeed, I seem to lack the authority to criticize you. Belly shrugged. Although the cosmic rules vary across different universes, the tasks at hand bear little distinction. Throughout her years as a harbinger of destruction, Bellies has diligently worked on organizing the celestial bodies of the universe, primarily to enhance the overall value of the cosmos. Occasionally, to bolster the strength of a particular planet. She would, much like scattering wealth, impart methods for tempering energy and utilizing mental prowess, leaving them in remote wilderness for those truly deserving. As a result of these actions, Bellies is now entirely confident that the overall value of her universe surpasses that which the Grand Priest evaluated during the Tournament of Power in Dragon Ball Super. Bellies took a deep breath. Since the evil god D sought a confrontation, she found no reason to decline. After all, she could not remain here forever to protect the spider child. A surge of purple destructive energy erupted from Bellies, radiating outward. The formidable force instantaneously rebounded the pressure released by the evil god D. The evil god D took 2 steps back, her cat-faced mask betraying no expression. Yet her tone revealed a hint of astonishment. She had not anticipated encountering a being of such strength from another universe. Simultaneously, A shroud of gray energy enveloped her, gradually pushing the tension between the two combatants towards the center. With a resounding bang and the crackle of energy intertwining, a terrifying spatial rift began to form at the epicenter where they stood. This rift relentlessly consumed everything in its vicinity. However, under the constraints imposed by both parties, the rift's devouring capacity was limited, preventing it from affecting the entirety of space. The spider child, shielded by the energy, trembled, clutching her head in fear. Meanwhile, Chiolai, also protected by Belly's energy, exhibited a mixture of dread and disbelief in his eyes. The evil god D was, astonishingly, at a disadvantage. Although he could not perceive the energies of either side, in comparison to Belly's calm demeanor, the evil god D seemed to exhibit a slight falter when unleashing her energy. Outside the universe, Chiolai murmured, "Could it be that my perspective is still too narrow?" He had overheard the evil god D's earlier words, vaguely grasping something. Yet unable to fully comprehend, was it wrong to protect the planet he called home? "Your strength surpasses my imagination," the evil god D spoke. Her voice, now devoid of its former sharpness, rendered flat with a trace of surprise. This tone bore a resemblance to that of the spider child. "So, according to what I previously mentioned, is there no issue?" "None at all," the evil god D replied after a brief silence, nodding in agreement. Subsequently, both parties retracted their released energies, and the spatial rift that lingered between them began to heal gradually. The rift was mended through the cosmic rules invoked by the evil god D. Otherwise, it could have remained stagnant for decades, if not centuries. The disparity in power between those who wield the cosmic rules and those who do not was stark. The evil god D's actions also served as a demonstration. With my own strength, I cannot defeat you, but I can bolster myself with buffs. This point was one that Bellies did not contest. Indeed, had the evil god D employed cosmic rules to enhance herself from the outset, Bellies would have found it nearly impossible to prevail without her true form. "Let us discuss the matter regarding Bai Ji in detail. Shall we go to the cosmos?" inquired the evil god D. "Very well," Bellies consented. Certain matters were indeed not suitable for the current spider child to comprehend. The two vanished before the watchful eyes of those around them, leaving the spider child and Chiolai in a state of bewilderment. Simultaneously, the protective energy encircling them began to dissipate. "That dragon, brother, your gaze is quite unsettling. Do you still wish to harm me?" The spider child's voice quivered with trepidation. "I dare not," Chiolai replied helplessly. "You know well who stands behind you." Before long, Bellies and the evil god D returned once more. "Little White, I have conferred with your classmates. You are now safe. Are you happy?" Bellies cradled the spider child in her arms. "Oh, leader. What did you discuss with the evil god D?" The spider child inquired cautiously, fearful that a misstep might provoke the leader, resulting in a fatal squeeze of her arm. "It's nothing much, merely a suggestion for you to have a smoother path ahead. Individuals like Chiolai, who cannot be detected by the system, will no longer pose a threat to you." Observing the leader's figure gradually fading, the spider child, anxious, implored, "Leader, could you grant me the chance to revert to human form? This spider body is quite cumbersome." "Alas, that is not possible. It is a pact I made with D. If you wish to regain your humanity, you must find a way on your own. However, I can offer some advice. If you evolve the small spider to its final stage, there lies a possibility of restoration to human form. Additionally, regarding the 7 deadly sins and the 7 virtues, skills akin to attaining divinity, if you possess any, endeavor to learn them. They will greatly benefit you." "Oh, is that so?" the spider child replied, somewhat perplexed. "Since the matter is resolved, I shall take my leave now." Bellies' energy form transformed into twinkling starlight and vanished. Meanwhile, the malevolent deity D said little to Spider and took Chiolai away, seemingly with important matters to discuss. In the realm of the god of destruction, a vibrant and youthful beauty over 500 years old sat cross-legged on the grass. Belly slowly opened her eyes. The encounter with the malevolent deity D surprisingly advanced my mastery over the destructive power. Bellies rose to her feet, brushing the dust from her attire. "I find myself among the destroyers. I should not be relegated to the lowest rank." Bellies harbored a profound awareness of her own limitations. In comparison to those deities of destruction who had honed their powers over millennia, her own time devoted to mastering the art of destruction was but a fraction. However, she diverged significantly from the conventional destroyers. She possessed the unique ability to cultivate the creative force of the Kaioshin. This exceptional talent astonished even her mentor, the former god of destruction, for it is a universal truth that no destroyer can wield the power of creation, nor can any Kaioshin harness the force of destruction. This principle stands as an immutable law of the cosmos. Furthermore, the emergence of the chat group unveiled a broader realm beyond her own world, granting her the power to negate the very fabric of existence. To put it differently, it was as though they had acquired the capacity to undermine the world from beyond its confines. Speaking of which, the abyssal princess remained wary of her. Could it be that disparate circumstances forged diverse personalities? Indeed, it is conceivable that the abyssal princess, endowed with the powers of the abyss, would have a demeanor distinctly different from that of a Navi golden-haired traveler easily swayed by others. The burdens of leadership are inherently weighty, and it is entirely reasonable for a figure of authority to exercise caution. Bellis directed her attention to the chat group. The world's foremost princess remarked, "Why is it so quiet?" Although there are not many people in the group, it is unusual for such an extended silence to prevail. Bellies flipped through the group chat history. Most of the conversations among the members had taken place shortly after Spider's live stream had ended. The primary topics of discussion revolved around the strength of the group leader and the nature of the cosmic administrator. However, it seemed that no answers were forthcoming, and the matter was left unresolved. Spider, hey. The group leader is online. That's splendid. We have so many questions to ask. The world's first princess, what do you wish to inquire about? I can answer anything within my capacity. But Spider, how did you handle that dragon? Spider, wasn't it meant for consumption? Group leader, would you like it? The world's first princess. No, I was merely asking out of curiosity. I've had dragon meat before. It's rather unremarkable. Besides, she is not from the 6th or 7th universe, where two gluttonous beings would fight over instant noodles. I, Bellies, am a proper deity. Spider, apologies, but I inadvertently finished it all. I'm uncertain how to share this dragon meat with you. Spider hoped to find a way to transmit items within the chat group, but after searching, she found nothing. Reluctantly, she continued to indulge alone. Yet, as she consumed more, she felt increasingly exhilarated, gaining experience points in the process, with the mindset of preferring to burst from overindulgence rather than starve. Spider devoured the remains of a colossal fire dragon in a remarkably short time. Spider, the dragon meat is delicious. If I could feast on a dragon every day, I would awaken from sleep with a smile. As she continued to entertain such whimsical fantasies, Bellies felt a wave of disbelief wash over her. The world's first princess, Spider. Aren't you afraid of becoming a charred spider? Do you know what that dragon, Chiolai, is known for? Spider, known for? What do you mean? The world's first princess, he is the dragon god of the dragon race. If he hears you shouting about eating dragon meat, Spider smacked her forehead. The image too vivid to contemplate. She feared that instead of savoring the dragon meat, her diminutive spider body might end up skewered on a roasting spit. The world's first princess, I have a pact with the evil god D, including Chiolai, which prevents him from casually attacking you. However, be cautious, Spider. For instance, declaring you'll eat a dragon every day is quite reckless. The world's first princess, of course, if you wish to indulge. Chiolai will not take your life. At worst, he might just pluck a few of your legs to hang as smoked meat. Spider, is that really so severe? Bellies, don't you think your desire to consume a dragon daily is even more extreme? Moreover, how could such a diminutive creature manage to devour a beast hundreds to thousands of times larger than itself in such a brief span? Is your stomach a four-dimensional pocket? Though she voiced her skepticism, Bellies noticed another member had sent a message in the public chat. Ing? Changing her nickname to her actual name, was that a sign of lowered vigilance? Ing, world's first princess, I would like to consult the group leader on a few questions. What is your understanding of deities? Having traveled across countless worlds with my brother, I have encountered numerous phenomena, yet the concept of deities remains somewhat elusive, as definitions vary across different realms. The world's first princess, Ing, I didn't expect you to be the first to break the silence. I thought it would be Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara, I wanted to ask, but I was unsure how to approach the topic, especially after the previous revelations from Spider's live stream. Ing, can you provide clarity? If not, the world's first princess, there is nothing stopping me. In fact, I'm a bit surprised to explain the concept of deity so promptly. But since the evil god D has made an appearance, it's fine to discuss it in advance. The world's first princess, Ing. You and your brother have traversed many worlds, encountering various deities. In a sense, you can consider yourself a deity as well. In the Pure Land. Uchiha Madara observed the chat, his eyes narrowing slightly. The Abyss Princess, was she a being more powerful than he? After witnessing the confrontation between the evil god D and Bellies, Uchiha Madara had completely retracted his pride, realizing that his strength was perhaps not as formidable as he believed. He hadn't anticipated that one of the new group members would be a deity. The Abyss mentioned in the profile, what kind of place was that? Curiosity piqued. Uchiha Madara clicked on Ying's avatar, revealing some information about this world. Though not particularly useful, it merely noted that the Abyss should not be gazed upon directly. The world's first princess, Uchiha Madara, are you researching Ying's background and beginning to doubt your own strength? Uchiha Madara. No, Uchiha Madara, fear nothing. The world's first princess. Oh, let us just pretend that that's true. Uchiha Madara, you have no faith in me, do you? Don't think I'm oblivious. The world's first princess. In the ninja world, Uchiha Madara, you could be considered a deity in the eyes of ordinary ninjas. Hybrid AI. Does the group leader mean that a deity refers to someone with extraordinary powers? In other words, someone whose strength is unattainable for the average person? While it seems there are no extraordinary beings in the Conan world, as a highly intelligent scientist, Hybrid AI quickly grasped the essence of the group leader's words. The world's first princess. That interpretation is valid. However, definitions of deities vary greatly across different worlds and are challenging to clarify. The world's first princess, typically. They relate to strength and longevity. For instance, Ing, a youthful and vibrant beauty aged at least 500 years, is regarded as a deity or immortal by the ordinary inhabitants of Tavat. Ing, Chingjin Peak, a hashtag appeared on Ying's forehead. Being called a youthful beauty is fine. But why at a baseline of 500 years? Does that imply I'm old enough to be a grandmother? Uchiha Madara. 500 years? You certainly don't look it. Hybrid AI. Hard to believe anyone could live that long. However, anyone who survives for such a duration, even without tremendous power, would likely be termed a living fossil. One thought lingered unspoken by Hybrid AI. Surviving for 500 years without the strength to protect oneself might lead to endless dissection in a laboratory. Loving Dragon Ball. After being resurrected, I am the god of destruction. Why are you also concerned about my age? Isn't the group leader's age even greater? Felt flustered. Despite being the Abyss Princess, she was still sensitive to jest about her age. The world's first princess. Apologies, but I am 20 this year. You're lying. Uchiha Madara. Impossible. Hybrid AI. 20 raised to the nth power, wherein equals infinity. Spider. I might forever believe in the group leader. Her words were fragmented, suggesting a hint of sincerity. The world's first princess. I have a remarkable mentor, and with diligent training, I became a deity at a young age, an impressive feat. Wouldn't you agree? Kikyo, world's first princess. It seems everyone is quite concerned about the information regarding deities. Which is why they've noticed your slight vanity. The world's first princess. I was joking earlier. Rest assured, I will provide all the information you seek. The world's first princess. Nevertheless, I stand by my words. I am indeed 20 years old, unlike a certain youthful lady. You can say what you want. But why drag me into this? However, after a moment of self-deprecation, the unreliable group leader finally returned to the matter at hand. The world's first princess. My title as the god of destruction originates from my mentor, thus I can be said to have inherited his divine rank. Uchiha Bido, god of destruction? Inherited? The world's first princess. To put it simply, deities can be broadly categorized into two types. One type consists of powerful beings with immense strength and longevity, revered and respected by others. The other type possesses certain limitations, or rather, is bound by the rules governing their divine rank. The world's first princess, for instance, in the world of Kikyo. Those deities who are sustained by the faith and worship of their followers often derive their power from them. Sometimes, they must assist their believers in fulfilling certain wishes to maintain their strength through faith. The world's first princess, alternatively, in Tavat, wherein resides. There are the 7 archons, governed by the islands of the sky. The world's first princess. There is no absolute distinction between the strength of the two types. I see. I think I understand now. One is unrestricted, and the other is constrained. Spider Child. So, which type of deity is our leader? The world's first princess. Guess. Spider Child. Given the leader's formidable strength, it must be the first type. The world's first princess. Unfortunately, you are mistaken. Spider Child? Huiyuan AI. The leader is likely the second type. In the previous conversation between the leader and the evil god D, both mentioned engaging in similar activities, suggesting there might be certain limitations imposed upon the leader. Furthermore, Bellies revealed earlier that her divine rank was inherited, which makes the answer quite evident. The world's first princess. Precisely, I am now preparing to commence work. Do you wish to watch the live stream? Spider Child. What is the leader's work? I am quite curious. The world's first princess. Spider Child. Could you refrain from using such peculiar speech patterns? My work is something Ing might have speculated. Perhaps, but I am not certain. Considering the dialogue between the leader, Bellies, and the evil god D, the universe, clearing, and the maintainer of heavenly principles, truthfully, it would be impossible not to have any inkling at all. Nevertheless, her emotions are quite complicated at the moment. Ding. The world's first princess has started the live stream. The sound of a chime drew Ing's thoughts back. The world's first princess. Hello, hello, hello. Can you see me? My lovely group members? During the live stream, Bellies waved at everyone. Uchiha Bido. Leader, you've changed your clothes. At first glance, Uchiha Bido noticed the leader's attire. Uchiha Bido firmly believed he was not a lecher. It was just that Bellies' previous remark about how if her clothes were intact, she could defeat him left a profound impression. It was not a casual dress, but rather a short-sleeved white garment with striped collar details, resembling a robe with pants. Bellies greeted the members of the group with a smile, yet an aura of solemnity lingered in the atmosphere. The world's foremost princess remarked, indeed. One must don formal attire for work. She adjusted the collar of her pharaonic-style garment. Although the destroyer god attire did not impose overly stringent requirements, it was imperative to wear the ancient Egyptian pharaonic robes while working as a sign of respect for life. Spider Child observed, what a stark contrast. You seem far from the previous timidity. You look quite dashing. Her waist length, snow-white hair paired with the pharaonic-style short-sleeved robe adorned with white patterns exuded a divine aura, while simultaneously possessing an undeniable beauty. The world's foremost princess replied, Spider Child, was I really that timid before? Spider Child quickly countered, no, not at all. Her earnest words left Bellies, who was observing the screen, somewhat speechless. Was she truly that formidable in their eyes? Uchiha Madara inquired, world's foremost princess, where are you now? It appears to be pitch black around you. The world's foremost princess answered, this is the universe, an expanse beyond measure, Mr. Madara. I presume you do not fully grasp it? Spider Child exclaimed, wait, the universe. Are you in outer space, group leader? Indeed, the princess affirmed. I adjusted the live stream to panoramic mode and brightened it a bit, so you can see your surroundings. Before long, the members witnessed the screen transform into a third-person perspective. The originally dim universe became significantly more radiant. Hyroi AI remarked, "What a beautiful starry sky," although she viewed it through a screen. She was still awestruck by the proximity of the cosmic vista. Spider Child expressed her astonishment. World's foremost princess, you can actually fly in the universe. And you don't need to breathe? Space is a vacuum, devoid of air, fraught with radiation. How perilous it must be. Shouldn't you be wearing a spacesuit or something? Upon seeing Spider Child's comment on the screen, Bellies felt a wave of incredulity. Was there something amiss with Spider Child's reasoning? Was it truly so strange for a deity to possess the ability to fly in the cosmos? The world's foremost princess replied, Spider Child. As long as one possesses sufficient strength, flying in the universe is not particularly challenging. Spider Child pondered. Oh, is that so? It does make sense. Considering Bellies is a deity with unique abilities. Uchiha Madara asked, World's foremost princess, what exactly is the universe? What should I say? Bellies mused, teleporting beside a massive planet. Do you see the celestial body? The realm you inhabit, the shinobi world, is akin to such a planet. Countless such planets exist throughout the universe. As Bellies gradually raised her hand, a violet energy orb materialized in her palm. With a swift motion, the orb soared toward the planet. Boom. The planet's surface erupted with a thunderous roar. The explosion's brilliance illuminated the surrounding area for light years. In the aftermath, what was once a substantial planet had been reduced to cosmic dust. Subsequently, Bellies typed a message into the chat. Wasn't that fireworks beautiful? Quite a spectacle. Wouldn't you agree? Liking Dragon Ball. After being resurrected, I am the Destroyer God. Chapter 18. The peculiar flora of the planet in the realm of Naruto. The Pure Land, the spirit of Uchiha Madara twitched at the corners of his mouth. The group leader must be quite unwell. While still contemplating the concept of planets she had mentioned earlier, an energy orb had obliterated one. It was indeed a grand sight, yet it left Madara utterly bewildered. Uchiha Madara queried, World's foremost princess, are you showcasing your prowess? I am aware of your strength. But must you use the obliteration of our shinobi world as a point of comparison? Am I showcasing? The princess replied, I am merely elucidating my occupation. Uchiha Madara continued. World's foremost princess, is your work about clearing planets in the universe? Articulated a question that several members harbored. Although they received an answer, disbelief lingered in the air. Indeed, that is my work. As a destroyer god, the title itself implies a lack of compassion, the princess explained. Conceded. You make a compelling point. I am left speechless. Hyroi AI inquired, World's foremost princess, may I ask if the planets you destroy harbor any life? The world of Conan was a mundane one, and witnessing someone casually obliterate a planet comparable to their own was understandably terrifying. None whatsoever, the princess replied. If a planet contained life, I would not casually destroy it. In truth, I have also cleared planets with existing life, yet those were deemed subpar. In cosmic terms, they fell below the passing grade and were destined for elimination. Uchiha Madara questioned, what constitutes a subpar planet? The world's foremost princess clarified, for instance. Do you remember the evil god D? She and I performed similar tasks. The planet where Spider Child currently resides is one that evil god D intends to eliminate. Spider Child gasped. What? World's foremost princess, please don't frighten me. Am I to be the next target? The prospect of a living planet facing divine eradication, especially at the hands of evil god D, was alarming. The world's foremost princess reassured her, had it not been for the rise of Chiolai to divinity, your planet would have been obliterated by evil god D long ago. Spider Child protested. No, that can't be. The world's foremost princess added, Spider Child. When your taboo reaches maximum level, you will understand the answer. For now, I shall maintain an air of mystery. Spider Child lamented, you tease others' curiosity without resolution. How cruel of you, group leader. Do I? The princess countered. I hardly perceive it that way. Absolutely, you do, Spider Child asserted, prompting Bellies. Traversing the cosmos while monitoring the chat, to sense a hint of resentment. The world's foremost princess mused, to provoke such ire from little white weaving is truly delightful. Spider Child, choosing silence, diverted her energy into leveling up, while Bellies observed the now quiet chat. The duties of a destroyer god, as you may have surmised, involve the elimination of subpar or excessively aberrant planets. The ultimate goal is to maintain the balance and stability of the universe. As Bellies continued her flight through the cosmos, the violet aura trailing behind her resembled the long tail of a shooting star. Before long, she arrived near a colossal planet. The celestial body before her was the target of her current mission. Bellies remained silent in the group, instead whispering to the empty sky. Even though she did not speak within the chat during the live broadcast, her voice could still be heard by those in the group. Uchiha Madara remarked, Are we to destroy this planet? You shall know as you continue to watch. Bellies did not respond to Uchiha Madara's inquiry. And then she leaped down towards the planet's atmosphere. Bellies descended at a breathtaking speed, akin to a meteor plummeting from the vastness of outer space towards a planet, tearing a rift in the atmosphere that shielded the world. Without the hindrance of the atmospheric layer, Bellies reached the ground in mere minutes. This was still considerate of her. allowing the members of the chat group to expand their horizons. Otherwise, she would have landed on the planet's surface in an instant. The primordial and enigmatic jungle was indeed a fertile ground for such peculiarities to thrive. Bellies gazed upon the verdant thickets, which bore an unsettling shade of purple. Logically, one would expect a myriad of life forms to thrive within a primeval forest, as this planet possesses the requisite conditions for life. Yet, the seemingly boundless expanse of trees exuded an eerie monotony. Though it appeared vibrant with life, an uncanny atmosphere pervaded the surroundings. Each tree in the thicket resembled a monstrous maw, poised to devour, while every blossom that graced the ground, seemingly resplendent, resembled a rose armed with thorns. Leader. This place seems rather peculiar. Uchiha Obito, it bears some resemblance to the realm of the columns. Spider Girl, the forest is exquisite. I adore it. Perhaps you are all being overly sensitive. To me, it feels harmonious. Having spent her days leveling underground, where sunlight was a distant memory, Spider Girl's face lit up with longing at the sight of the lush forest. Hiroshima AI, it is far too quiet. It defies the natural order of a primeval forest. Kikyo, indeed, it feels akin to a waiting predator. Leader, exercise caution. Although she understood that Bellies was unlikely to encounter any danger, she felt compelled to voice her concern. Bellies retracted her perception, gaining complete control over the entirety of the planet. It became clear, having infested a quarter of the entire sphere. It was no wonder that the cosmos issued a warning. The succubus vines, a peculiar organism that feeds on the planet's core, are less akin to plants and more reminiscent of animals. Upon maturation, the entire planet transforms into its root system, culminating in the emergence of a colossal bud upon the surface. Its growth pattern bears a striking resemblance to that of the spirit tree, both deriving nourishment from the planet's energy. However, in contrast to the spirit tree's simplicity, the succubus vines embody a more corrupted essence of this botanical counterpart. The vines do not bear fruit. Instead, their buds bloom into resplendent flowers, releasing pollen that disperses into the cosmos beyond the planet. These drifting pollen particles will eventually become the seeds of another succubus vine, parasitizing any passing celestial bodies. Fortunately, the arrival was timely. Otherwise, the workload would have significantly increased. Bellies let out a sigh. The seductive vines of the succubus spread outward, perhaps not merely parasitizing one or two planets, but potentially an entire galaxy. Bellis's murmurs were audible to all members of the group. The world's foremost princess and group leader, are you familiar with this type of plant? The world's foremost princess, having traversed numerous realms, I may indeed find this plant somewhat recognizable. However, given the differing laws of each world, the forms and capabilities of such plants may vary significantly. The world's foremost princess, do you know what the greatest foe of magical girls is? Magical girls? Foes? Sitting atop the towering peaks of the solitary cloud pavilion, with the sea breeze caressing her, found herself struggling to follow Bellis's train of thought. Spider Child. Oh, I know. The greatest enemy of magical girls must be something that makes them blush and stammer, but I know nothing. Aiwahara. The world's foremost princess. I expected to respond, but it seems Spider Child has snatched the answer. What peculiar notions has the evil deity crammed into Spider Child's mind? Could it be that deity's own memories? Dragon Ball. After being resurrected, I am a destroyer. Please collect. Dragon Ball. After being resurrected, I am a destroyer. Chapter 19. The Destroyer Bellis, educating the group members. The world's foremost princess, Spider Child, you certainly know quite a lot. Spider Child, not at all. Compared to the omniscient and all-knowing group leader, I still have much to learn. The world's foremost princess, am I complimenting you? Moreover, you actually dared to retort. Never mind. We must focus on the task at hand. The world's foremost princess, plants such as the succubus vine should not exist. They can, in a remarkably short span, transform a vibrant planet into a dead star, much like the kind I previously annihilated. My objective this time is to eradicate it. Aiwahara, leader. Shouldn't you be mindful of safety? It seems to be getting foggy. Observing the leader as she continued her educational discourse, Aiwahara could not help but feel a twinge of concern. The crimson mist pervading the air during the live broadcast felt decidedly ominous. Belli shifted her gaze from the chat group to the strange crimson mist wafting in from all directions. And she spoke with a calm deliberation. This red fog possesses the ability to induce hallucinations in any creature that enters its embrace, typically affecting the five senses. The nature of these illusions is often intertwined with one's desires. Bellies ventured deeper into the forest, her pace unhurried as she occasionally imparted knowledge to her companions. In addition to this, the seductive demon vine possessed another principal method of attack. It extended its tendrils from the surrounding flora or the soil beneath. With a graceful leap, Bellies evaded an assault that came from behind. The green tendril swept through the very spot where she had just stood, swirling momentarily in midair before ensnaring itself to another tree. The vine bound to the tree was neither sharp nor barbed, yet it exhibited remarkable resilience. Another tendril launched a surprise attack from her right. Bellies reached out and instantaneously seized it. She lowered her gaze to the plant in her hand, feeling a faint burn emanating from the tendril grasped by her right hand. Bellies was unfazed and continued to elucidate to the crowd, aside from the recent illusion. The true menace of the succubus vines lay in their origin, which remained a mystery. These tendrils exuded a unique substance that could alter certain hormones within living organisms. At that moment, whether the succubus vines had been provoked or not became evident, as dozens of pale green tendrils surged forth from all directions. Truly, they were relentless. Belis released the tendrils she had grasped in her palm. However, the moment she let go, the green vines, as if endowed with sentience, did not retreat. Instead, they swiftly coiled around her arm. Such persistence. In the instant her right hand was ensnared, tendrils from other directions surged forth with alarming speed. With a series of crackling sounds, they assailed her from all sides. Hey, leader, are you all right? This doesn't look good. Spider Child exclaimed, covering her eyes. How curious that these plants possess such formidable strength, Ing mused. From a sensory perspective, these resilient green plants might seem powerful. But can they truly ensnare an entity capable of effortlessly obliterating planets? There it was, the core of the matter. A purple aura of destruction enveloped her body. If the esteemed god of destruction were to falter in such a trivial setting, it would indeed be a source of ridicule. Very well, this ends here. The purple force of destruction swept away the chaotic vines surrounding her. As the purple energy radiated outward, the once lush and verdant tendrils withered at a visibly rapid pace, disintegrating into fragments that fell to the ground in mere moments. It seemed her attire required a thorough cleansing. Velis gently inhaled the unique scent lingering on her garments. Subsequently, she glanced at her arm and sleeves. The force of destruction brushed lightly across her attire, which appeared somewhat disheveled, instantly restored to a pristine state. Indeed, these anomalies proliferate due to human intervention, intricately linked to the Tree of Spirits. In this universe, only he possesses the ability to enact such transformations. Yet, I have yet to fully master the authority of the King of Realms, rendering me unable to locate that individual. Spider Child. Leader, you truly can't be serious. Can you? World's first princess. What? Bellies, somewhat belatedly, realized the implication of embedding a fragment of consciousness into the chat group. Spider Child, exactly. I can't fathom why. But the moment I recall Bellies' recent actions, my mind goes blank. World's first princess. It won't affect me. After all, I am a deity. If I cannot even immunize the flora of the planets I govern against a mere trace of toxin, it would be rather embarrassing. Ing, by the way. What was that scent? In the solitary cloud pavilion, Ing, distracted while listening to reports from Yuan Shang, inadvertently posted a comment on the public screen, only to regret it immediately. As messages on the public screen cannot be retracted. Oh no, this is social suicide. World's first princess. Ing, I can't believe you're curious. As for the scent, take a guess. Ing, Your Highness. Is there anything else? Ing felt an overwhelming sense of panic, akin to being caught red-handed while perusing peculiar literature. A sense of guilt and exposure washing over her. Nevertheless, her expression remained remarkably composed. As a figure of authority, it is imperative not to reveal one's thoughts to subordinates. She merely cast a casual glance at the Yuan Shang behind her. Yuan Shang immediately sensed a wave of pressure and respectfully inquired, "What shall we do regarding the plans for Liyue?" "Leave it be." Ing descended from the stone platform, landing near Yuan Shang. Since she had gleaned information about Morix's dealings with the Fatui involving the Heart of God, there was no need for drastic measures. Did he truly believe shifting the blame to the nation of Snezhnaya would not provoke the wrath of celestial justice? As for the Ojal matter, once the transaction concluded and the wooden vessel was crafted, Morix would find himself without an escape route. Do you intend to wage war against Morix? Yuan Shang cautiously probed. What we desire is Ojal. He will undoubtedly offer us what we need to preserve Liyue. Of course, this is contingent upon possessing leverage that threatens Liyue and the qualifications to engage him in a gamble. However, your earlier strategy did not align with this. Is cancellation not an option? No, it is merely my subordinate's concern that exposing the abyss may be perilous. While I trust your highness would not engage in a battle without certainty, should the one in the firmament awaken, and your kin has yet to regain strength. My subordinate hesitates to voice further. It will not awaken. We still have time. Ying's gaze grew cold. Yuan Shang, I entrust you with the task. Ying turned and instructed. Investigate the location of the Golden King Beast. It would be a waste to leave such an alchemical creature in the wild. Yes, I shall faithfully obey your command. Yuan Shang opened the abyss portal and slowly retreated inside. In the dense primal jungle, Bellies moved with increased swiftness, enveloped in a faint aura of purple energy. As she approached the core, the frequency of vine attacks intensified. However, the vines surrounding her, upon contacting her purple energy, withered rapidly, disintegrating into fine ashes. Sensing the imminent danger, do they truly wish to obstruct me? As she soared through the forest, the mist thickened to a point where visibility was nearly non-existent. In such a realm, perhaps outright destruction would prove significantly easier. Bellies let out a sigh within her heart, for she had arrived at the very core of the area. She had also pinpointed the control center of the plant roots. If only she could extract the control zone connected to the core, she would be able to halt the expansion of the forest. Belly slowly extended her hand, pressing it against the trunk of a colossal tree. This giant tree, with a diameter of 10 meters, emanated an eerie energy. Its height surpassed that of the surrounding foliage. As Bellies' hand drew near the bark, the massive tree rapidly turned a withered yellow. The dense leaves on its branches cascaded down like maple leaves falling in the deep autumn. 50 kilometers beneath the surface. Without pinpointing the core, capturing the control zone that moved throughout the forest proved exceedingly difficult, as the control area was minuscule, scarcely larger than a palm-sized fruit. With her eyes closed in search, Belly suddenly opened them, her gaze shimmering with a violet hue. At that moment, the entire forest erupted into chaos, seemingly preparing for a final struggle. Sinister vines slithered in from every crevice, their target being the very spot where Belly stood. Yet, before the tendrils could launch their assault, a purple fruit, adorned with sharp spikes, burst forth from the soil, gently landing in the palm of Belly's hand. The instant the fruit settled within her grasp, the onslaught of the vine ceased as if the scene had been frozen in time. Subsequently, the tendrils, which had yet to reach Belly's, withered and vanished at a visibly accelerated pace. In less than half a minute, the once boundless primeval jungle had entirely dissipated, leaving not a trace behind. Now, Belly stood amidst an endless expanse of barren, dust-laden, ochre terrain. The vitality of this region had been wholly absorbed by the fruit. Viewed from the periphery of the planet, a quarter of its surface had transformed into a desolate yellow. Belly's examined the spiky, purple fruit in her hand, which bore a resemblance to a tomato and emitted a peculiar fragrance. In the chat group, upon witnessing Belly's unveil the fruit, the entire jungle scene seemed to vanish. It was evident, without a hint of doubt, that this petite object was the source of the bizarre forest. Spiderling, it looks rather strange. Is it edible? Spiderling's inquiry left Belly somewhat speechless. Given the peculiar nature of the fruit, how could one even contemplate its edibility? The world's first princess. If you wish to avoid becoming unrecognizable to yourself, it would be prudent not to consume it. Spiderling. So, it is permissible to eat it. As Spiderling, engrossed in leveling up, licked her lips with an expression of longing, the world's first princess cautioned, consuming it may alter your personality, as this fruit is linked to certain desires. The world's first princess continued, for instance, if you were to become human and inadvertently ingested such a fruit, you might find yourself transformed into the protagonist of a dark tale, perhaps even the heroine. Spiderling. Choosing to disregard the ongoing discussions in the chat group, Belly scrutinized the alluring demon fruit cradled in her palm. The fruit, a deep blue tinged with purple, was adorned with numerous spikes, each surrounded by intricate, interwoven patterns that subtly formed a unique design. Belly's refrained from elaborating further, wary of the potential reactions from certain members of the group. However, with its tentacles and connection to specific desires, what else could it possibly be? Belly's cast aside the distraction swirling in her mind and took a deep breath. That fellow has resorted to unscrupulous measures in his quest for power. Or perhaps he believes that his actions can elude the scrutiny of the high priest or even the supreme king. To transform the fruits of the spirit tree with the energies of the demon realm is an act forbidden by the gods. Belly's was privy to a secret revealed by her former mentor, a previous god of destruction. Within the realm governed by the Omni King, there exist 18 universes, 6 of which were obliterated for incurring the wrath of the Omni King. Having witnessed the events of Dragon Ball Super, it is only natural that Belly's would be aware of this occurrence. However, the true reason for their offense against the Omni King diverges from the narrative that portrays him as capricious. The actual cause lies in the fact that the gods of destruction and supreme kais of these 6 universes engaged in the spirit tree modification project, implementing it extensively within their realms. Though this endeavor temporarily elevated their universe's overall ratings, propelling them to become the 6th strongest of the 18, it significantly diminished the lifespans of their respective universes. The precise mechanism behind this reduction in lifespan remains unknown to Belly's. What she does know is that the consequence of these actions resulted in the complete erasure of the 6 universes, encompassing all beings, including the supreme kais and gods of destruction. Meanwhile, the 6 angels who tacitly condoned the actions of the gods of destruction and supreme kais were forcibly put into slumber by the Omni King. Many gods of destruction, including Beerus, remain oblivious to these truths. Perhaps only the angels, the Grand Minister, and the Omni King, who resides above the 18 universes and executes judgment, are fully aware of the reality. Tragically, her mentor, the former god of destruction, passed away unexpectedly 5 years ago. With the death of a god of destruction, an angel too must enter slumber. Before succumbing to sleep, the angel imparted essential knowledge to Belly's, revealing truths that would be elusive to many gods of destruction. She entrusted Belly's with the responsibility to seize the authority of the Supreme Kai during this transitional period and, subsequently, to retrieve her official appointment from the Omni King's palace. This 10-year transition between the old and new gods of destruction is now in its 5th year. In other words, Belly's currently holds the title of God of Destruction, albeit as an heir lacking formal recognition. 5 years may seem neither excessive nor insufficient, but for a god of destruction, it is merely a fleeting moment. Within these 5 years, I shall master the authority of the Supreme Kai and avenge you, she vowed to her fallen mentor. A glimmer of determination appeared on Belly's face. Even in the face of divine departure, resurrection was not entirely beyond the realm of possibility. Perhaps the Dragon of God could accomplish such a feat, however. It was still too early for such discussions. Destructive energy enveloped the purple fruit. In the next moment, the fruit had vanished from the palm of Belly's hand. Belly's gradually crouched down, placing her right hand upon the earth, rich with yellow soil. She slowly closed her eyes. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, her palm emitted a soft, pale light. A gentle, ethereal whisper of revival echoed. The ripples emanated swiftly outward from her hand, which rested upon the ground. A tender green sprout, defying the weight of the rocks above, broke through to unveil its verdant head. Soon, a third sprout emerged, accompanied by clusters of grass, petals, and stamens. In the briefest of moments, the once parched earth began to flourish with seedlings and blossoms. A gentle breeze wafted through, carrying the delicate fragrance of the flowers. Withdrawing her hand from the ground, Bellies rose slowly to her feet. She opened her eyes, gazing upon the land that was gradually awakening to life. After considerable effort, her mastery over the power of creation was perhaps only slightly superior to that of the supreme Kai of the seventh universe, barely reaching the level of a Kai. The planet rejuvenated. The warning red line of cosmic order had vanished. Was this a medium-sized planet with a maximum combat power not exceeding 10,000? Sensing a decent amount of energy within the planet, Bellies murmured to herself. Well, compared to those gods of destruction who frequently annihilate entire planets and star systems, her approach could be regarded as diligent and responsible. Having completed her task, Bellies prepared to return to the realm of destruction. Bellies furrowed her brow and retrieved her communicator. As soon as it powered on, a green light illuminated the image of a bovine-faced figure, appearing anxious as if bearing urgent news. The connection successful. The voice of the bovine face rushed through. Lord Destroyer. A grave situation has arisen. The netherworld is in chaos. Lord Yanluo. He has been killed. Dragon Ball. After being rescued. I am the Destroyer. Chapter 21. King of Worlds? And newcomers entering the group. What transpired? Yanluo is dead? Who could have slain him? Bellies' expression tightened. The only beings capable of killing Yanluo in the netherworld would be deities of a higher dimension. Even a formidable spirit would be utterly powerless against him, likely facing suppression instead. Only those who transcend the boundaries of soul and flesh, true gods, could achieve such a feat, unlike the cunning deities like Vegeta and Goku, who merely qualify as pseudo-gods. Yes, it was the King of Worlds. He wanted Lord Yanluo to handle some task, which Lord Yanluo refused. The King of Worlds? What nonsense is this? At the bovine's words, Bellies' voice brimmed with ire. Did I not instruct him to send me a message upon sighting him? Why did Yanluo not inform me? Where is that scoundrel now? I don't know. It seems he went to hell. The bovine's voice trembled. No King of Worlds is worthy of that title. Bellies suppressed her anger. Summon Mom Mion and the others to maintain order in both the netherworld and the celestial realm, particularly at the entrances of hell. Ensure that no souls escape. I shall address the matters within hell myself. Understood, the bovine affirmed. Also, Bellies pondered for a moment before instructing the bovine. If manpower is insufficient, have those idle souls in the celestial realm come forth for some labor. I will reward each with a fruit from the tree of mind afterward. Got it. The communicator's image vanished, and Bellies took a deep breath. The inevitable had finally arrived. Yet, did Yanluo not even have a moment to send me a message? Suddenly, Bellies had a thought and turned her gaze to the chat group. World's first princess, apologies. I encountered some issues. The live stream will conclude here. Spider Child, the group leader can attend to urgent matters. We can resume the live stream whenever convenient. Spider Child spoke haltingly. Still shaken by the sight of the group leader's anger during the recent live stream, an unprecedented experience for her. Shortly after Spider Child spoke, Bellies' avatar displayed as offline. Spider Child, phew, she finally left. Spider Child, did any of you find the group leader rather terrifying just now? Kikyo, indeed, her demeanor was unmistakably furious. Hawkeye, it likely relates to that King of Worlds. The moment she heard those words, her tone shifted dramatically, as if filled with resentment. The group leader must have a substantial history with him, one that incited her considerable wrath. As the Abyss Princess, having endured the destruction of Kinrya 5 centuries ago, the depth of that memory resonated with Ing, even through the screen. Spider Child, what do you think it could be? Ing, we know little about the group leader's past. The only thing that comes to mind is one possibility, though I am uncertain. Ing, the group leader once mentioned her divine position was inherited. From her tone then, it seemed her predecessor, Uchiha Bido. Ing, let's refrain from further discussion on these matters. If the group leader wishes us to know, she will tell us in due time. Matters of past grievances are best left untouched by outsiders. Having once orchestrated Abido's corruption, Uchiha Abido understood human nature to some degree. The group leader, being a deity, would be even more perilous. Spider Child, then let us cease our discussions. Spider Child, Spider Child, Spider Child, Spider Child, Spider Child, Uchiha Abido. Uchiha Abido, Spider Child, what are you doing? Why are you spamming ellipses? Spider Child, I merely wanted to flip through the chat records so the group leader wouldn't discover our previous conversation. Hawkeye, that seems more like an attempt to cover up. Ing, Spider Child, dear, are you not a tad cowardly? Spider Child, I possess a strong will to survive. How could I be cowardly? Ding. Which of Scraps has joined the chat group? Ding. Cursed Archmage has joined the chat group. The sudden arrival of these two peculiar system notifications brought the chat group's discussions to a halt. Kikyo, we have new members. Hawkeye, from their nicknames. They do not seem like they belong to the everyday world. Spider Child, welcome, newcomers. I am your adorable Spider Child. Uchiha Obito, welcome to the group, new members. Please review the group rules. The details have been transmitted to you upon joining. Uchiha Obito. Oh, by the way, I am the group administrator. The group leader is currently away. Feel free to ask me any questions you may have. Having hosted a welcome before, Uchiha Obito was now quite adept at it. Silence enveloped the chat group. Which of scraps, such intriguing things. I initially thought it was magic, but it is not. Cursed Archmage, are there any immensely powerful beings among you? That would be splendid. May I inquire if one of you could slay me? Uchiha Obito? Ing? Spider Child? Others? The first words of this new group member bewildered the entire assembly. Spider Child, if I may cautiously inquire, not to offend, Cursed Archmage. Are you feeling a bit unwell? Spider Child was at a loss for words. She had been tirelessly leveling up, contemplating how to survive when the malevolent deity de-obliterated planets. Yet here came a heavyweight newcomer, whose first question was about who could end his life. Cursed Archmage, I have lived too long, and I only bring misfortune to others. I hope someone can end my life. Uchiha Obito, this is the first time I've encountered someone with such a request. Uchiha Obito, momentarily at a loss for how to respond, found himself perplexed. He, a mere spirit, pondered how to revive himself, while this newcomer seemed weary of life after merely 4 centuries. Spider Child, Cursed Archmage, may I ask one more question? My good sir, how old are you? Are you perhaps a being who has lived for thousands of years and now seeks to conclude your existence? Cursed Archmage, I cannot recall the exact time, but I believe I am around 400 years old. Spider Child, what? Only 400 years, and you're feeling despondent? I assumed you were at least several thousand years old. 400 is nothing. In her current world, with entities like the Dragon God Child and the malevolent deity D, none of them have lived less than you. Especially the malevolent deity D, who was at least in the millennia range. Spider Child, Cursed Archmage, you are still quite young. Do not despair. Among our group members, there is at least one who has lived for over 500 years. Perhaps as more members join. 400 years may not even place you in the ranks. Ing, discard it. That spider has vanished. Do not assume that, by refraining from uttering my name. I am unaware that you are speaking of me. Uchiha Madara, the Cursed Archmage speaks the truth. At 400 years of age, one is still quite youthful. In times past, such a notion might have astonished me. However now, for 100 years, perhaps I, Uchiha Madara, could also endure to such an age. The Cursed Archmage, my existence only brings misfortune upon others, for I have transgressed a taboo and incurred the wrath of the divine, resulting in my curse. I have disclosed my circumstances to my companions, for there is no need for concealment. After all, they wish for me to meet my demise. Ing, to touch upon the taboos of life and death has led to the divine bestowing upon me a curse of immortality. Moreover, the more one cherishes life, the more fragile those around them become. Jelf, indeed, that is the case. Over the past few centuries, I have inadvertently caused the demise of many. Jelf altered his group nickname to his own name. Irina, Mr. Jelf, your magic must be formidable. Might you impart some of your knowledge to me? Upon witnessing Jelf's name change, Irina also modified her moniker from Wretched Sorceress to her own. Liking Dragon Ball, after being looted, I am the god of destruction. Please collect. Dragon Ball, after being looted, I am the god of destruction. Chapter 22, Zamasu. A new member has joined the chat group, unbeknownst to Bellies. She is currently disinterested in the affairs of the chat. In an instant, she teleports to the underworld. The sudden appearance of a figure sends the denizens of the underworld into a state of alarm. Fortunately, someone recognizes the long-haired girl with piercing cold eyes. Lord God of Destruction, a creature with a human body and a horse's head scurries over. Horseface, please relay the situation, and where is Bullhead gone? Belly spoke with brevity, cutting straight to the heart of the matter. The creature with a crimson horse's visage wiped the sweat from its brow, indicating that most affairs had been settled. And the realms of heaven and hell had, for the most part, achieved a semblance of stability. The horseface being paused momentarily before continuing. The underworld is under the stewardship of Brother Bullhead, who previously took a contingent of the most formidable beings from heaven to guard the entrance to hell. The latest reports we received, however, are rather grim. None of the powerful beings sent to scout hell have returned alive. I understand, Bellies replied. Upon the conclusion of the horse-face being's words, she transformed into a radiant purple light and swiftly made her way toward the entrance of the underworld. Bellies departed without creating a scene, while the horse-faced figure sat solemnly on a stone bench, the tension finally subsiding. A younger associate tugged at the hem of his garment. Inquiring, brother, who was that person just now? You seemed quite frightened of her. The horse-faced figure shuddered, hastily shaking off the grasp of his companion, and shot him a fierce glare. That is the mightiest deity in the entire universe. Henceforth, show her due respect upon encountering her. The mightiest deity? Isn't that Lord Yanluo? The younger associate questioned, perplexed. Lord Yanluo is unworthy even to carry her shoes, as he himself declared many years ago. Sensing that his companion might not grasp the gravity of the situation, the horse-faced figure elaborated. Before the god of destruction, Lord Yanluo couldn't muster even a flicker of defiance. The god of destruction, indeed, is the most formidable deity in the cosmos. Nearby the gates of hell stood a brawny figure, adorned with a pair of horns, intently watching the entrance, apprehensive of what might emerge from within. Beside him were dozens of beings, each with a halo above their heads, representing various races. What is the situation? A purple light descended upon the horned figure, startling him into awareness as a voice resonated. Great One, he exclaimed, recognizing the petite, fair-haired girl beside him and promptly bowing. No need for formalities. Have there been any unusual discoveries? We dispatched several teams for reconnaissance, but thus far, none have returned, the horned figure reported gravely. Thank you for your efforts. If they are still alive, I shall bring them all back. However, if they are killed in their spiritual state, there is no hope for retrieval. Not even with the Dragon Balls. Bellies transformed into a fleeting light, plunging into a cavernous abyss, deep and unfathomable. The bull-headed lord, a venerable figure with a benevolent visage and a halo atop his head, inquired with evident concern. The god of destruction, he began, is the most formidable and illustrious deity in the entire cosmos. If even she is powerless, then the realm of hell is surely doomed. Not only hell, but perhaps the entire underworld shall meet its demise. From the entrance of hell, the faint echoes of demonic wails reverberated, a sound so chilling that even the bull-headed lord, who had dwelled in hell for years, felt a tremor of fear, an indication of the disparity in their ranks. The Realm King, he mused, having encountered the Realm King before. The bull-headed lord's impression of the one whom the god of destruction had rendered powerless was marked by two words: indifference and arrogance. He bore no resemblance to a true Realm King. Most disconcertingly, he exhibited an inherent haughtiness towards all beings, a pride that emanated from his very essence. With a long sigh, the bull-headed lord reflected, Lord Yama. He vaguely sensed that Yama intended to stabilize the Realm King and summon the god of destruction. However, it appeared that his ulterior motive had been uncovered, leading to his untimely demise. The entirety of hell was shrouded in a faint crimson mist. The souls that had been imprisoned within were now free from their confines, yet none emerged. Come forth. I am aware of your presence here. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of applause resonated through the stillness. It has been a long time, Bellies. No, the current god of destruction. A figure emerged from the shadows. A man with a jade-green complexion, crowned with a tuft of gray hair reminiscent of a rooster's comb, adorned in a purple-gray garb of the Realm King. To have the audacity to slay one's own master, I find no delight in being addressed with reverence by such detritus. Bellies retorted coldly as she regarded the man stepping forth from the darkness. Is that not right, the Master Slayer Zamasu? No, 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 anyone may assert such a claim. But you alone must refrain, Zamasu replied, wagging his finger and curling his lips into a smirk. You ought to be grateful to me, human. Were it not for my actions, you would not have ascended to the role of god of destruction so swiftly, if at all. I possess not your treacherous heart. Humans are fond of concealing their true selves, yet as a deity, I am capable of seeing through all facades, Zamasu continued with unwavering confidence. You, like me, harbor disdain for the methods of our mentor, Guas. Yet, regardless of his shortcomings, they do not justify your heinous act of murder. Bellies did not deny what Zamasu had stated. As the Supreme Kai, it must be said that Guas possesses a somewhat timid disposition, merely observing situations without taking action. Should not a Supreme Kai guide to some extent? After all, doing nothing while waiting for the Omni King to obliterate the universe will not yield a single formidable being. Although Shin, the Supreme Kai of Universe 7, may be deemed inadequate, he is genuinely engaged in meaningful endeavors. Therefore, regarding this matter, he does not concur with Guas's approach. Naturally, she is not a Supreme Kai. At that time, she was merely a candidate for the god of destruction and had no authority over Guas's personal actions. Is there a problem? I am merely correcting Master Guas's errors to restore the order of the universe. Upon hearing Bellies' rejection, Zamasu appeared somewhat displeased. He scrutinized Bellies for a moment and spoke languidly. The Supreme Kai should, to some extent, guide the universe rather than serve as a mere bystander. Is this not what you taught me? Everything I do is in accordance with your will. Zamasu flashed a smile, his lips curling. I have no further words for you. Bellies replied with an expression of indifference. What? Unable to refute me? Zamasu suddenly chuckled. In truth, you have always harbored the desire to kill me, haven't you? From our very first encounter, you harbored murderous intent towards me. Yet, you have consistently hesitated. Perhaps you anticipated this day, which is why you felt that way upon our first meeting. If this is the case, everything falls into place. However, after our initial meeting, such murderous intent has never resurfaced. Might I ask, dear god of destruction, why is that? Bellies fell silent for a moment before speaking. However, I later realized my mistake. When I first encountered Zamasu, he was a true gentleman. To be candid, in terms of sensory perception, he was not unpleasant. His obsession was not as pronounced as it is now. He was still open to reason. If Zamasu could relinquish some of his original stubbornness, he would be a competent god of destruction. At least for Bellies, such a god of destruction is far preferable to Guas. The lives of the god of destruction and the god of creation are intertwined. Although Bellies is reluctant, she lacks the strength to challenge the rules established by the Omni King and the Grand Priest. Therefore, it is preferable to seek a weaker god of destruction to be connected with her life, rather than one with considerable strength and exceptional talent. Bellies has made her decision. Once Guas and Rumsey step down, she and Zamasu will assume the roles of the new god of destruction and the new Supreme Kai, respectively. After meeting with Zamasu, Bellies hesitated for a considerable time before ultimately relinquishing the thought of eliminating Zamasu. The feasibility of such an act aside, she pondered how she would explain to her mentor, the god of destruction Ramses, as well as the esteemed Elder Guavas, the ramifications of such a deed. She harbored no illusions that dispatching Zamasu would allow her to evade the scrutiny of the Supreme Kai, the god of destruction, and the angels. Was it merely based on a nebulous future where Zamasu would ultimately slay his mentor, Guavas? Indeed, angels possessed the capability to observe parallel worlds. However, a significant dilemma loomed. Her own origins were far from unblemished. What if, in the angel's observations of parallel realms, her existence was entirely absent? How would she justify her presence? If only one or two parallel worlds lacked her, it might be manageable, but if every parallel world bore no trace of her existence, how could she explain that? Thus, Bellies finally abandoned the notion of killing Zamasu, opting instead to seek a means to alter his obsessive nature. Perhaps the inertia of history is an overwhelmingly potent force. During her training, Bellies unexpectedly discovered her ability to harness the creative power of the Kaishin, which intriguingly posed no conflict with her destructive abilities. The angel Kes revealed to her that mastering both creation and destruction simultaneously would render the binding between the Kaishin and the god of destruction unnecessary. This bond primarily exists to stabilize the volatile destructive force within the god of destruction's body and soul through the serene creative power of the Kaishin. Kes's profound revelation piqued Bellis' interest in the creative force, for no one desires to be tethered to another's fate. After several years of diligent effort, she attained a certain level of understanding of this creative power. However, Kes advised her to refrain from disclosing her progress to anyone beyond Ramses. Not even to the Kaishin himself, without revealing the reason behind this caution. In her fervor to master the creative force, Bellis neglected the training of Zamasu, who subsequently succumbed to darkness under the guidance of Kaishin Gavas long before the timeline of the original tale. By the time Bellis became aware of this, it was already prior to the slumber of Angel Kes. Fortunately, Zamasu did not meet the criteria set by Gavas, which spared him from knowledge of the time ring. While handling Gavas's relics, Bellis discovered the box containing the time ring and took it back to safeguard it in the realm of destruction. Zamasu, this time I shall not let you escape. I will avenge Ramses and Gavas. With her waist-length white hair gently flowing, a subtle yet formidable pressure emanated from Bellis towards Zamasu. Escape? Zamasu's expression shifted slightly upon sensing Bellis' aura, but he quickly regained his composure, his voice imbued with confidence. I never contemplated fleeing. Humanity has no place in any universe. This time next year will mark your demise. Slowly, Zamasu extended his arms, and as the crimson mist swirled around him, it rapidly converged at his position, forming a dimly radiant halo above the back of his head. Do you see? This is the posture of a god. The emergence of the divine ring magnified Zamasu's ethereal divinity, overshadowing the aura that Bellis had unleashed. Transform. Just as you did 5 years ago, adopting that golden-haired form. I will defeat you with absolute power to cleanse the indelible shame of those 5 years. 5 years prior, Zamasu had slain Kaishin Gavas. The death of Gavas resulted in the demise of the god of destruction Ramses, whose life was bound to his, and ushered in the slumber of Angel Kes. Bellis, following the faintest of clues, located Zamasu. A battle ensued, during which Bellis employed a technique never seen before in their previous sparring sessions, transformation. Her once snow-white hair transformed instantaneously into a brilliant golden hue. The ferocious and terrifying aura that Zamasu recalled vividly from the past surged forth. Most crucially, the power she wielded post-transformation rendered him utterly outmatched. Had it not been for his training as a substitute god of destruction, which endowed him with the ability to teleport instantaneously, he might have met his demise. I have no interest in the manner of your demise, nor is there any need to adhere to your expectations. Transformation? Zamasu wondered if she still lacked mastery over the destructive power as she did 5 years prior. The god of destruction who had inherited the divine position was on an entirely different level compared to a mere candidate. Fool, you shall pay for your arrogance, Zamasu snarled, his face contorting with rage. Do not presume that becoming a god of destruction grants you the liberty to act without restraint. I too am a deity, capable of judging your supreme divinity. The dim divine ring on the back of Zama's head radiated an overwhelming pressure. The air and the very ground beneath trembled violently, as if the entire hellscape were wailing in anguish. Zamasu, would you dare utter such words before the Omni King and the Grand Priest? Initially, Bellis thought she would be incensed upon encountering Zamasu, yet she found herself rather unperturbed by his theatrics. Anger, fueled by the folly of others, seemed futile. Zama's voice faltered. Despite his arrogance, he could not truly believe he could contest with the Grand Priest and the Omni King. Humph, cease this meaningless chatter. Have you contemplated how you will meet your end, human? What are the souls from hell and those from heaven? Where have you taken them? Bellis did not respond to Zama's inquiry. She had just utilized her divine consciousness to scour the entirety of hell, yet not a single soul was found. Ha 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 ha. Zamasu erupted in laughter, his expression growing even more grotesque. To gain the strength to become a new deity is a privilege for these wretches trapped in hell. Not only hell, but heaven as well, human. To appear in any realm governed by the gods is a sin. It is an affront to nature. I see. They're all dead, then? Bellis' violet eyes flickered. Zamasu, those seductive vines of the cosmos are your handiwork, are they not? Bellis, suppressing her immediate impulse to eliminate Zamasu, recognized the necessity of a deity to orchestrate various facets of existence. Particularly, she felt compelled to investigate unforeseen events shrouded in mystery, striving to uncover the elusive truth. Indeed, the vices of humanity, greed, lust, pride, are inherently malevolent, and it is the divine's duty to govern such transgressions. Zamasu, utterly indifferent, articulated his own philosophy. Believing that only through such governance could the universe attain a more splendid state, Belis retorted coldly, "Do not speak so sweetly. Your actions are merely driven by your own selfish desires. The ultimate goal is to descend into hell, allowing your cravings to merge with your essence, thereby creating that filthy halo above your head." Filthy? How dare you label the divine as tainted? Zamasu's face contorted in rage, yet a thought struck him. With a hint of mockery in his voice, he continued, "The righteousness of power stems from its wielder, not from the power itself. You once told me this. Yet now you utter such absurdities. Do you not find it laughable?" A dark red glow enveloped Zamasu as he clenched his fists, feeling the overwhelming might coursing through him. "I am a god. Even when gazing into the abyss, my strength remains sanctified and pure. Perhaps I should never have confided these thoughts to you," Belis remarked, her purple destructive energy gradually rising. The righteousness of power is a subjective notion, and at that time, as a candidate for the god of destruction, she recognized Zamasu's obsessive views regarding guavas and sought to correct him. Naturally, she shared this belief. Thus, her words to the pre-corrupted Zamasu were indeed heartfelt. "I hold no interest in your version of righteousness. I am not here in the name of a god of destruction but as a disciple, with the intention of eliminating those who betray their masters." Belis stated coolly. "Revenge? Humanity harbors such base desires," Zamasu scoffed. "To seek vengeance against a god in the name of humanity is the height of arrogance." The release of Zamasu's power slowly spread through the entrance to hell, casting a shadowy energy that seemed to envelop the entire underworld. "However, I permit it. The mercy of a god allows you to seek revenge against me." Before Zamasu could finish his sentence, he caught the scent of blood. A searing pain shot through his arm. "Damn it!" Zamasu exclaimed, clutching his severed right arm. His eyes ablaze with fury. Purple blood gushed from the fresh wound. "My apologies, I slipped." A golden energy sphere was carelessly hurled, striking Zamasu, who lay still on the ground, blood seeping from his severed arm. Following an explosion, Zamasu's lost hand had utterly vanished. "You dare to harm a god's body. This is unforgivable." His left hand transformed into a blade as a sword of purplish-red energy materialized. Zamasu charged forward in anger. Such a temperament. It is no wonder that Guavas deems you unworthy. Belis gracefully retreated 2 steps, then, with a swift motion, executed a somersault to land behind Zamasu. Observing her movement, Zamasu extended his hand blade, making it longer and thicker. With narrowed eyes, he swung his hand blade towards Belis, who stood behind him. Belis slowly raised her right hand, gently clenching it. With a chilling aura, a crimson blade, sharp as a laser, was effortlessly grasped within her palm. "Is this all you can muster? To devour the souls of the entire underworld and still not earn my earnest attention, you are inferior to what you were 5 years ago. You scoundrel. Such matters are not for you to address." From the severed right arm of Zamasu, wisps of azure smoke emerged. Then, like a gecko, the arm regrew. "Die." The right hand lifted a dark red energy sphere and hurled it toward Belis's forehead. The rabbit fur needle, her silvery hair fluttered lightly, transforming in the blink of an eye from silky strands to sharp spikes. Thousands of flying needles pierced Zamasu's body. The energy sphere coalesced and Zamasu's right hand dissipated, and his entire form became akin to a porcupine, bristling with white spikes. Retreating swiftly, Zamasu noticed Belis did not pursue him. She remained tranquil, akin to a cat playing with a mouse. "So, how does it feel, deity, to experience fear?" "Infuriating. Unforgivable. Time and again, you wound me, the supreme deity." Zamasu shattered the spikes embedded in his body with divine power, his hair forming into sharp protrusions. He slowly spread his arms wide, warning humanity not to be too arrogant. In an instant, hell was suffused with scarlet light points, moving in concert with Zamasu's slow arm movements. The judgment blade, these crimson points transformed into sharp blades, descending like a rain of destruction. Boom, boom, boom. Countless blades struck the ground, and the entire underworld reverberated with a cacophony of explosions. "Ha ha ha, perish. Let all perish." Zamasu cackled, declaring that humanity's existence was unnecessary in his world. However, in the next moment, 2 circular discs emerged from the gaps created by the relentless judgment blades. Humph. Such sluggish attacks bear no significance. Observing the incoming energy slashes, Zamasu wore a cold smirk. At that moment, the 2 flying energy slashes multiplied, transforming from 2 to 4. Then 8. Zamasu's expression shifted to one of shock. Damn it, he had been outmaneuvered. The dozens of golden discs, slightly smaller than before, approached rapidly, spinning with such velocity that they resembled powerful, tearing blades. "No, I cannot afford to be cut." Zamasu cradled his palm, condensing a purplish-red energy sphere, and hurled it directly at the energy slashes. "It is over, Zamasu." Before he could comprehend the source of the voice, a sharp pain pierced his chest. Ugh. He spat out a mouthful of purple blood, disbelief etched across his face. Struggling, he lowered his gaze to his chest, where a pale hand rested. "I had promised when I hunted you down that I would extract your heart with my own hands." A cold voice resonated behind him. A girl with snow-white hair stood there, her gaze frigid as she forcefully pulled. The tainted mass, stained with purplish-blue blood, was extracted from Zamazu's body. She slowly raised it to eye level, observing the still quivering heart, which dripped blood incessantly. Her voice bore a hint of dissatisfaction. What is this? I expected it to be black. Zamasu, now heartless, exerted every ounce of strength to distance himself from Bellis. One hand pressed against his chest, he gasped for air. You scoundrel! In a fit of rage and with grave injuries, he spewed another mouthful of blood. Losing his heart was not a fatal blow for Zamasu, who bore a divine ring. Given time, he could fully recover. What, are you angry? Bellis remarked indifferently. Gently, she squeezed the hand that held the heart. With a squelch, the heart, once gently pulsating, was reduced to a mass of shredded flesh. The heart shattered, blood splattering, some even staining Bellis's pristine white hair. Yet Bellis remained unfazed. Her violet gaze fixed upon the grotesque visage of Zamasu. Isn't this how you killed Guavas? She queried. Human, you shall pay for this. Zamazu's eyes reddened, his entire being trembling with rage. Observing the furious Zamasu, Bellis spoke in a calm tone. In the past, I was overly naive. Had I eliminated you outright, perhaps Master Ramsey would not have met his demise. Bellis, do not speak as though you have triumphed. The entirety of hell is under my dominion. I am the ultimate player in this game. With another spurt of blood, Zamasu clasped his hands together. Be it a destroyer or a human, you shall accompany this universe's underworld to its grave. As Zamasu unleashed his power, the very ground of hell trembled violently, the space itself shaking. Not only hell, but heaven and even the entire underworld became exceedingly unstable. Farewell. Do you wish to flee? Bellis extended her hand, intending to eradicate Zamasu. It was futile. I had calculated the release speed of the destructive force. The hell I command can momentarily halt the damage inflicted by this force, granting me sufficient time to escape. Destruction. Bellis remained silent, launching her destructive power from a distance. However, even until Zamasu utilized instant transmission to escape, she was unable to annihilate him. It became apparent that he was distorting the surrounding space with the instability of hell, preventing her destructive force from reaching him swiftly. Nevertheless, did he truly believe he could evade her? The violet destructive energy enveloping Bellis swiftly cleansed her palms and the blood clinging to her hair. Otherwise, the sticky sensation would have felt rather unsettling. Zamasu, the mark I have left is not something of your caliber that can be eradicated. As Bellis' voice faded, the once trembling abyss gradually steadied itself. With the emergence of the demonic spirit tree, I knew that one day you would arrive in the underworld. Only in the profound depths of this realm, where countless marks of malice and insatiable desires reside, can you achieve your transformation. In this contest of wills, I have emerged victorious, Zamasu. Bellis utilized instantaneous teleportation to escape the confines of hell. In the universe, on a certain planet, Zamasu coughed. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with rage. The grievous wound on his chest had already healed. Yet he lamented the enormous energy expended in mending his injuries. He sensed that his current power was scarcely half of what it once was. Bellis, I must admit, you are indeed my esteemed mentor and friend. During uncertain times, it is prudent to retain an avenue of retreat and prepare for potential defeat, as you once advised me. However, you should not be classified as a mere human, a creature of such inferior nature. As a deity, he found it lamentable that Bellis was just an ordinary human. For often, her suggestions and words illuminated his divine perspective. In moments of confusion, Bellis had enlightened him, asserting that the righteousness of power is not determined by the power itself, but by its wielder. This revelation had cleared his mind and opened his eyes. Humans ought not to exist. Within my sense of justice, they are blasphemous towards the divine. Even you are not exempt. Zamasu's eyes brimmed with madness. My dear friend, for the sake of my justice and the justice of the entire universe, please die peacefully. When we meet again, I shall bestow upon you a grand funeral, igniting the beacon of my righteousness with your blood. I regret to inform you that I have no interest in your notions of justice. Nor do I acknowledge you as my dear friend, for I do not wish to lead a short life. There is no profound rationale. Everything is inherently primitive. A girl with long, snowy hair, garbed in pharaonic attire, stood not far from Zamasu. He opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. After a lengthy pause, he recollected how Bellis had unexpectedly appeared behind him in hell. Indeed, it was instantaneous teleportation. Only the Supreme Kai could master such a talent, if you have acquired it. Does that imply you possess the creative power of the Supreme Kai as well? Bellis responded calmly, Hey. Zamasu chuckled dryly, then shook his head. It no longer mattered. Have you come to kill me? Although he was uncertain of what she had done to him, the fact that she could locate him via teleportation suggested that, in his current state, escape was unlikely. Go ahead. To die at your hands would not be a poor fate. Why do you refrain from using the title of God? At this point, do you still intend to mock me? Zamasu's tone carried a hint of anger. No, I have no intention of mocking you, Bellis replied. I have another purpose for coming here, which is to inform you about Gavas. He has never held you accountable. What? Zamasu was taken aback. Zamasu, I once inadvertently mentioned to Gavas that you might harbor thoughts of killing him. Bellis paused, her voice lingering in the air. Do you know how Gavas responded? What did he say? Zamasu's body trembled slightly. Gavas had stated, Zamasu is a gifted and opinionated child. If one day he truly commits the act of slaying his master, The greatest possibility is that I have failed to understand him. If my death could steer that child back onto the right path, I believe it would be worth it. Belize could not help but recall the original text, where in the 10th universe, Gas, despite being aware that the future Zamas would ultimately slay his future self, still yearned to touch him with genuine emotion. Belize does not wish to comment on such actions. Yet she is acutely aware that she could never bring herself to do something like that, as she tends to be rather self-centered. The voice of Teacher Guavas, Zamasu, was low and tremulous. It is no wonder that when she pierced Guavas' chest with her hand, his expression bore regret and resignation, yet not a trace of hatred towards her. It seems he had always known. Zamasu, human beings possess emotions. Even deities are not exempt from this truth. By drawing strength from desire, one can, to some extent, resonate with those souls, for even the most heinous individuals harbor within them a sanctuary of purity. Belize remained silent for a moment before continuing. To transform and enhance the desire of the spirit tree is to augment one's power, or perhaps to refine oneself using the souls of the damned. If I were not a deity of destruction, I would scarcely care. Is it not true that one should not meddle in affairs outside their domain? Zamasu recalled Belize's previous words. Indeed. Belize nodded affirmatively. You are remarkably unreserved. I observe those infernal souls often cloak their personal ambitions with so-called noble ideals, Zamasu remarked. There is no necessity for that. I have no desire to become such a person, Belize replied with calmness. To embody both the power of destruction and creation, Belize, you might make a splendid deity. Zamasu said with a thoughtful smile, unsure if it was the impending end of his existence that prompted such kindness in his words. You are correct. Both gods and humans harbor selfishness and desires. Even I, who pride myself on my purity, act merely to satisfy my own cravings. What right have I to judge humanity for the same? May I pose a question? Zamasu asked. The madness that had previously consumed him now receding as he inquired of Belize. Why did you wish to kill me upon our first encounter? Was it truly as I previously suggested, that you foresaw the future? Upon hearing this, Belize fell silent for a moment before softly responding. I can see. Just 3 words. Belize never contemplated implanting the Dragon Ball storyline into Zamasu's mind. Whether one describes her as cautious or overly suspicious, even now, she remains uneasy about Zamasu. Who can say if the Zamasu before her might resurrect just as he did in Dragon Ball Heroes? In any case, exercising caution is prudent. Zamasu, perceiving that Belize was concealing something, chose not to dwell on it. Let us proceed, he suddenly declared, for the duties of a god of destruction are rather demanding. Is it not frivolous to engage in idle chatter with a sinner such as myself? Belize raised her hand slowly, her palm directed towards Zamasu. A whisper of destruction echoed in the air. Zamasu's form began to fade, not merely his physical being, but even his very soul was destined for obliteration. Are we still friends? Came a sudden utterance from Zamasu, whose body had already been diminished by half. Yet, as his corporeal and spiritual awareness gradually dissipated, he awaited a response from Belize that never came. Thank you, were the last 2 words he left behind before vanishing. A gentle breeze stirred Belize's snow-white hair, which slightly veiled her eyes. Her once violet irises had reverted to a deep black. I found myself unable to deny it, sweeping aside the fringe that obscured my vision. I gazed at the crimson sun, now resting upon the horizon. Belize murmured, perhaps everyone possesses their own brilliance. In a certain sense, her ability to master the creation power of the Kaishin is significantly linked to her observation of Zamasu's training. Had she not connected with Zamasu and Gauss, acquiring the power of the Kaishin would likely have been far more challenging. Of course, her initial intention in visiting the Kaishin realm was to mentor Zamasu, steering him away from his extreme beliefs and preventing him from taking actions against the Kaishin. Although she did not achieve her original goal, she ultimately became the beneficiary of the situation. It sounds rather amusing, doesn't it? After attending to matters in the underworld, Belize returned to the realm of destruction. First to pay her respects at the grave of the god of destruction, Rumsey. Subsequently, she arrived at the Kaishin realm. The last time she had been here was seemingly 5 years ago, which felt like quite a while. Standing before the grave of Gauss, she reflected, Zamasu is deceased. And though it may not please you, as he was your disciple and you had high hopes for him, gazing at the grave adorned with a cross, she softly spoke. Gauss, if you have words to convey, let us wait until your revival. If possible, I shall listen to your wise teachings then. Reviving Rumsey is a task Belize undoubtedly intends to undertake, though whether it is feasible remains uncertain. Gauss' revival is merely a secondary consideration. It would be ideal if she could succeed, but if not, it is of little consequence. The god of destruction from the 10th universe rescued her from drifting through the cosmos and took her as his disciple. Although her physical form is safeguarded by a system allowing her to drift in space indefinitely, had Rumsey not rescued her, her fate would have been uncertain. Perhaps one day she would awaken to find herself confined within some laboratory apparatus. This kindness is ever present in her mind. Furthermore, since Rumsey accepted her as a disciple, he has diligently imparted his knowledge. Without her experience in the realm of destruction, one might question whether she could have transformed into a super scion at her current age, let alone reach the pinnacle of the universe. Do not be misled into thinking that becoming a super scion is a simple feat in the original narrative. Characters such as Trunks and Goten owe their abilities to the legacies of Vegeta and Goku, representing a lineage of power. Ordinary scions, particularly those from the 7th universe, Encountering the Super Scion transformation? That is akin to a once-in-a-millennium legend. For instance, when she traversed planet Vegeta, from birth until the destruction of planet Namek. Her battle power was merely 58,000. Truth be told, she felt utterly disheartened at that time. From the ages of 7 to 10. She could only manage an annual increase of 1,000 in battle power, leaving her devoid of hope for survival. Fortunately, through a series of unforeseen events, she not only leapt from the 7th universe to the 10th, but was also rescued by the passing god of destruction, Rumsey, and the angel, Kes. Reflecting on her 10 years in the 10th universe, she pondered the passage of time. How many decades does life encompass? She remains unaware of the changes that have transpired in the 7th universe. Crossing universes requires the permission of the angels. If she wishes to visit the 7th universe, she would likely need to acquire an official position at the palace of the Omni King, awakening Angel Kes in the process. After paying her respects to Gauaz, Bellies returned to the realm of destruction. Having not accessed her chat group for many days, her curiosity piqued. She wondered what the chat group had devolved into. Surely it was not a chaotic mess. As she projected her consciousness into the chat, the status indicator transitioned from offline to online. Bellies wished to peruse the previous chat records. The thought of eavesdropping stirred a certain excitement within her. Ah, a live broadcast? Or perhaps it belonged to Ing. The button to enter the live streaming room materialized in the lower right corner of the chat group. How peculiar. Ing seems to have become quite familiar with everyone, even hosting a live stream. However, Bellies refrained from entering the broadcast immediately. Instead, she noted that the number of group members had increased by 2. Two intriguing figures from captivating magical realms, Jalal from Fairy Tail and Irina, the protagonist of The Witch's Journey. Bellies glanced at the profiles of the two individuals before entering Ying's livestream. What unfolded before her was a scene that left her utterly astonished. A massive golden dragon, stretching hundreds of meters in length, lay before her, its body resembling that of a dragon with the head of a wolf. Is this creature to be classified as a dragon? The dragon wolf was sprawled out on the ground, and what should have been a majestic wolf's head now appeared distorted and grotesque. Its eyes and snout were swollen, particularly its eye sockets, which were dark and hollow, resembling the eyes of a panda, starkly contrasting with the once imposing demeanor of the dragon wolf. Its mouth opened and closed rhythmically, seemingly producing the sound, Abba Abba. Bellies twitched the corners of her mouth. What was Ing doing? Had this creature offended her in some way? The creature lay there, stiff as a corpse, known as the Golden King Beast. Suddenly, in the live stream, the enormous body of the Golden King Beast stirred, attempting to lift its head. The Golden King Beast was about to rise. Bang! Its head was struck again and came crashing down heavily onto the ground, babbling incoherently once more. How pitiful, Bellies remarked, speechless. The clear sword mark on the beast's forehead was undoubtedly inflicted by someone wielding a sword as if it were a mere brick. Have you surrendered yet? If so, come home with me. If not, we shall continue this standoff, Ing said, lightly flicking her exclusive 6-star artifact while casting a sidelong glance at the massive creature beside her. The spider dragon was in a dismal state, having been pummeled for 2 days and nights. Jelf, the great archmage, was astonished to learn that the Golden King Beast was an artificial creation, appearing even more formidable than himself. He wondered about the identity of the one capable of creating such a beast. Ying's combat with the Golden King Beast left Jelf, a grand sorcerer, utterly amazed. He was first astonished by the creature's construction, as he had also crafted living demons and understood how challenging it was to bring forth such a powerful alchemical being. Even he found it nearly impossible. As for Ing, this seemingly petite maiden was actually over 500 years old. But that was inconsequential. What mattered was that this girl, whom we shall refer to as a maiden, was far more powerful than he, the great archmage. She was overwhelmingly strong. One could almost say she was dominating the Golden King Beast, had it not been for the intent to subdue it. The battle would have likely concluded a long time ago. Irina pondered, is this the world of the strong? I still have a long way to go. She had just graduated from the Witch Academy and thought her strength was commendable, especially since she had excelled in the academy. It would be impossible to claim she lacked pride. However, witnessing Jelf's fluid mastery of magic and Ying's near-complete domination over the terrifying Golden King Beast made her feel minuscule. Irina touched the book titled Nicole in her hands and took a deep breath. I have decided. I will become the strongest witch in this world. If I have the opportunity, I wish to travel to various worlds, exploring their unique cultures and writing a book even better than Nicole. As Irina was filled with hope. Outside her door stood a woman in an apron, Irina's mother. With her long gray-white hair and striking features, she resembled a more mature version of Irina. She was a powerful witch and the author of Irina's favorite book, The Adventures of Nicole. This book was essentially a collection of the adventures and experiences of this once renowned witch. Nicole observed her daughter's recent changes closely, though she did not fully understand the circumstances. It appeared to pose no danger, so the powerful witch chose to watch silently without intervening. Becoming the strongest, which was no trivial matter. Moreover, little Irina, are there secrets you are keeping from me? Nicole stood outside Irina's door without entering, but through her magic, she could see nearly everything happening within. Irina's demeanor had grown significantly more composed. Whether this was good or bad remained uncertain. She had already messaged her disciple, who should arrive shortly, as Irina's teacher. It was likely that Fran, who had often been bullied by her, would be quite interested, though Irina might surprise her. The world's foremost princess wrote, Ing. How did you end up in a conflict with the Golden King Beast? The chat room buzzed with excitement at this message. Spider. Eh? The group leader is alive, oh no. I mean the group leader is online. I haven't seen the leader in days. Did you miss your adorable Spider? The world's foremost princess. I think roasted Spider tastes quite delightful. Spider, eh? How could the leader eat such a cute creature? The world's foremost princess. Stop being silly. Let's discuss what has transpired lately. Oh, and welcome new group members, Jelf and Irina. Irina, Jelf, is this the group leader? More powerful than Ing and Uchiha Madara? May I ask if you could kill me? The world's foremost princess. Those who make such requests likely have something wrong with their heads. The world's foremost princess, Jelf? You are still young. In my world, there are many who have lived for hundreds of thousands of years. The world's foremost princess. You must be cursed to wish for death, right? Jelf, indeed. The world's foremost princess. No need for explanations. Once you join the chat group, I will know most of the original world's trajectories. The world's foremost princess. You probably have contemplated how to control the curse but found it impossible, correct? Ing. The curse on Jelf stems from a disparity in ranks. To lift it, one must possess, if not surpass, the power of the deity who initially cursed him. Ing. Oh, by the way, group leader, you asked why I sought trouble with the Golden King Beast. I have a plan that requires its assistance. So I thought it best to capture it. The world's foremost princess, I see. Have you discussed the curse with Jelf? Bellies did not pry further into Ying's plans, as it was none of her concern. However, she remained interested in the curse. The Abyss Princess Ing and the Traveler Ing were entirely different entities. Simply put, the former was quite aloof, while the latter acted like a Navi blonde seeking precious stones. Ying's willingness to engage in conversation with Jelf implied her interest in the curse he bore, possibly even leading to detailed inquiries. Ing, yes. I have discussed relevant matters with Jelf. His curse shares certain similarities with the curse placed upon Canria by the laws of heaven. Lifting it is quite challenging without external aid. The world's foremost princess, the so-called curse typically refers to the application of laws. Ing. Since you can master the abyss without succumbing to corruption, you should be able to comprehend the laws as well. Ing. I can utilize them, but to claim understanding. Ing sighed. If she truly understood, she would not be at a loss for how to save the subjects of Canria. Casting a glance at the Golden King Beast, which was struggling to rise, Ing struck it hard on the forehead with her weapon. Bang. The Golden King Beast, once more, collapsed into unconsciousness, drooling. The world's foremost princess. No need to worry. Once the chat group reaches level 3, a traversal function will be available, allowing for mutual learning and assistance. Jelf, level 3? What level is the chat group currently? The world's foremost princess, level 1. Jelf, then it will take a while? How disappointing. Originally defiant, the Golden King Beast, fearing it would be rendered senseless, ultimately succumbed to the undeniable truth of its situation. Ing closed the live stream. Observing the now calm live stream, Bellies withdrew her consciousness. Of course, she did not log off entirely, for just moments ago, the chat group had issued a warning to her. A formidable being capable of threatening her had entered her universe. A powerful entity. Bellies furrowed her brows slightly. She did not perceive any anomalies in the cosmos. However, it would not be surprising if the other party surpassed her, even after being endowed with the laws of the universe. Since the chat group had issued a warning, it was prudent to exercise caution. Before long, a spatial portal manifested above the realm of destruction. Subsequently, a man clad in blue attire, adorned with a divine halo, emerged. The man was not tall, nor did he exude an imposing presence. He appeared somewhat fragile. Upon his appearance, Bellies' pupils constricted sharply. Then, garbed in the attire of a destroyer, she knelt on one knee, adopting a semi-crouched posture. Having encountered the Grand Priest before, she recognized the man before her. Referred to as the Grand Priest, who hovered serenely in the air. He observed Bellies for a moment and spoke in a soothing voice. There is no need to be anxious. Your accomplishments have been brought to my attention by Kess. As the new destroyer of the 10th universe, you have performed admirably, elevating the overall strength of the 10th universe from the 3rd lowest to the 6th highest in such a short span of time. Even Lord Zeno holds you in high regard. Bellies gently nodded, respectfully stating, this is what I ought to do. With the decade nearing its end, I have come specifically to check in, so please do not worry. The High Priest gradually descended into the realm of the destroyer, his tone remaining remarkably serene. Huh? Bellies paused in surprise. Isn't there still 5 years left? The High Priest displayed a look of confusion, pondering for a moment before breaking into a smile. Ah, I see. I must have misremembered. Bellies felt a wave of exasperation wash over her. It's all right. I made the mistake, and that is my responsibility. The corners of the High Priest's mouth curved upward, his scrutinizing gaze upon Bellies instilling a considerable sense of pressure within her. Very well. Do you have any requests? He inquired, extending his hand, as if to compensate for his error in remembering the timeline. You may ask for anything. A smile adorned the High Priest's face. Yet Bellies sensed an underlying meaning in his words. I wish to utilize the Dragon of the Gods to resurrect Teacher Ramsey. I wonder if the High Priest would consent. Unsure of the High Priest's true intentions, Bellies recognized this as a rare opportunity. Employing the Dragon of the Gods necessitated traversing multiple universes. Acquiring official permission from the High Priest would alleviate any concerns when encountering the destroyers and angels of those two universes in the future. Moreover, Bellies harbored a personal desire regarding the seventh universe. The Dragon God? You mean the Dragon of the Gods? The High Priest did not respond immediately but turned away, seemingly contemplating for a while. He then glanced back at Bellies and remarked, I recall you originally hailed from the seventh universe. Yes, Bellies nodded. Realizing there was no point in denying it further, continued justifications might only displease the High Priest. I see. That indeed aligns with the rules. Upon finishing his statement, the High Priest produced a golden edge token from his pocket. At its center was inscribed a prominent character. Take this to collect the wish orbs. The sixth and seventh universes should not pose any difficulties for you. Thank you very much, High Priest. Bellies' voice quivered with excitement as she accepted the token from him. The High Priest nodded, stepping back slightly as a spatial portal materialized behind him. By the way, after fulfilling your wishes, do come promptly to Lord Zeno's palace. Is that understood? Yes, Bellies affirmed. The High Priest's expression softened slightly. Wishes granted by the Dragon of the Gods are exceedingly precious, so please do not squander them. Without allowing Bellies a moment to contemplate, the High Priest stepped into the portal, which gradually faded from view. Bellies rose, gazing at the somewhat antiquated token in her hand. Murmuring to herself, do not waste wishes? What could he mean by that? Bellies felt a vague sense of unease within her. She had a fondness for the narrative of Dragon Ball. After being reclaimed, I became a god of destruction. The 28th chapter, featuring the Grand Priest and the Omni King, portrayed the Grand Priest as a figure of terrifying strength. Clutching a medallion inscribed with profound characters, Bellies' heart raced. After a prolonged moment, she finally managed to steady her anxious spirit. Through the power of the chat group, Bellies could faintly sense the Grand Priest's formidable prowess. Throughout the encounter, the Grand Priest exhibited not a hint of arrogance. Merely standing beside him felt akin to being at the very nexus of all cosmic laws. Fortunately, even the Grand Priest remained oblivious to the existence of the system, which allowed Bellies to ease her troubled heart, if only slightly. Bellies took a deep breath and called out to the chat group, System, please assist me in checking whether this token has any hidden implications. A few seconds later, a notification chimed, indicating that the token was crafted from a special material and was not connected to any causal relationships. Is it merely symbolic? Bellies recalled the words of the High Priest. Perhaps I am being overly cautious. Bellies shook her head. She had to exercise caution, for the power of the Grand Priest was such that he could effortlessly erase her existence. Nevertheless, she owed him a debt of gratitude. Regardless of the intentions concealed within the Grand Priest's plans, she felt compelled to journey to the sixth and seventh universes. In the palace of the Omni King, the Omni King sat upright on his dais. The Grand Priest slightly bowed, contemplating how to initiate the conversation. Has the newly appointed god of destruction not been brought back? The Omni King, whose head resembled a salted egg, observed the Grand Priest's silence with curiosity. The transition period between the old and new gods of destruction had not yet arrived, and it seemed there were some peculiarities regarding the flow of time in Universe 10. After a moment of reflection, the Grand Priest responded, just like 20 years ago? The Omni King posed an irrelevant question. I cannot say for certain, the Grand Priest replied, shaking his head. Before my return, I surveyed all existing parallel universes and found no god of destruction by the name of Bellies. Even on planet Vegeta in Universe 7, there was no scion princess by that name. I see, the Omni King mused, which suggests that our universe is unique. 2 decades prior, a significant event transpired within the Omni King's universe, affecting many realms, including the Dragon Realm. A mysterious force had washed over them, and investigations concluded that parallel worlds would no longer manifest in their universe. Grand Priest, the Omni King exclaimed, leaping from his seat to stand beside him. Were there no other discoveries? She is enigmatic. I wonder if that scion princess is aware of her own circumstances, the Grand Priest pondered before responding. Should any malice arise towards her, an overwhelming sensation would surge within me. The strength of the laws surrounding her surpasses the totality of the entire universe's coefficients. Is it truly that formidable? The Grand Priest speculated that the vastness of those laws seemed solely designed to ensure her safety. Noticing the Omni King's lack of further inquiries, he paused briefly before continuing. This scion princess intends to use the Dragon Balls to resurrect the former god of destruction, Ramushi. According to the rules of the Dragon Realm, as a being born from Universe 7, she possesses the ability to utilize the Dragon Balls, thus I cannot deny her request. Does this imply that she will be arriving soon, my lord? The Omni King, who had remained silent for a while, spoke in his still youthful voice. I too am curious about Saramaya's perspective. He slowly returned to his seat, his eyes reflecting wisdom once more, now transformed by his contemplations. In the realm of the gods of destruction, Bellies did not immediately venture into other universes to gather the Super Dragon Balls. Before departing from the 10th universe, she was certain to make some preparations. Furthermore, due to the recent erratic behavior of Zamasu, the underworld remained in a rather unstable state. She required some time to observe the situation, otherwise, if she left too hastily, the realms of the underworld and hell might implode. That would be a grave misstep. Nevertheless, she found herself rather unoccupied, merely requiring the underworld personnel to report their progress daily, while she comfortably indulged in the discussions within the God of Destruction's domain. At that moment, within the chat group, Spider Child exclaimed, "Big boss, help. I've encountered a formidable foe." World's first princess responded, "What is it?" Spider Child replied, sharing an image. "Look, this is the screenshot of the big boss. World's first princess, the Demon King, Ariel?" Spider Child, "Yes, that's her. No wonder she seemed so familiar." Spider Child realized that this was the name mentioned during the battle with the fire dragon by Chiolai. The original Spider, the Demon King, Ariel. Spider Child expressed her despair. "Leader, I think I'm doomed." Uchiha Madara commented, "The disparity in attributes is quite significant." The attribute profile of the Demon King, Ariel, left Uchiha Madara astounded. Setting aside the lengthy health and magical power stats, her skills were nearly all at maximum level. Although unaware of Spider Child's current attributes, it was inconceivable that she could have improved to match the numbers depicted in the image within such a short span. Spider Child lamented, "Indeed." World's first princess inquired, "Let me ask you, is your body minister still around?" Spider Child responded, "Body minister? Ah. I haven't been able to contact her for quite some time." World's first princess explained, "I see. Well, do your best. This time, I won't assist you." Spider Child gasped, "What?" World's first princess clarified, "This is a test. I cannot assist you every time, and I shall reveal a secret about the future." Spider Child asked eagerly, "What secret?" Having narrowly escaped the Demon King's first pursuit, she could now converse with the leader leisurely. World's first princess revealed, "The Demon King, Ariel, will become your future close friend, a companion with whom you can share intimacy." Surprising, isn't it? Spider Child replied in disbelief. "Huh?" Uchiha Madara interjected, "Is this akin to my relationship with Hashirama?" World's first princess retorted, "Uchiha Madara, perhaps you should reflect on what you were saying. When I pose a question, it is not indicative of my confusion, but rather yours." Ignoring Uchiha Madara's irrelevant comments, World's first princess advised, "Spider Child, try to stall for time. If you can evade the Demon King a few more times, Ariel will eventually seek reconciliation with you." World's first princess encouraged, "Good luck." Little Spider. Spider Child thought, evading the Demon King is a perilous endeavor. How can one survive multiple encounters? It seems the leader is not a reliable source of assistance. With a sense of trepidation, Spider Child sought the leader's aid, fully aware that the powerful leader would likely not intervene. Though the Demon King, Ariel, was formidable, she did not possess the terrifying prowess that transcended system limits like the evil god D and Chiolai. Lacking external aid, she resolved to save herself. Spider Child must rise to the occasion. Liking Dragon Ball, after being resurrected, I am the god of destruction. Please collect Dragon Ball, after being resurrected. I am the god of destruction. Chapter 29. Irina, the Princess of the Abyss. You. The conflict and love between Aij and Ariel. In the original narrative, had it not been for Spider Child's body minister infiltrating Ariel's consciousness, the two would never have reached reconciliation. Bellies did not harbor any intentions of aiding Spider Child, as she had previously made an agreement with the malevolent deity D, ensuring Spider Child's life would be preserved until his ascension to divinity. Thus, even as Spider Child faced the relentless pursuit of the Demon King Ariel, Bellies remained unperturbed. Irina, Teacher Jelf, I am profoundly grateful for your guidance. I have officially become a witch. Suddenly, a message from Irina appeared in the chat group. In the original narrative, Irina's transformation into a witch was not to occur until a year later. Bellies pondered. Was there truly such a vast disparity in the flow of time among the different worlds within the group? Or was it that Jelf's tutelage of Elena had significantly accelerated her transformation into a witch? In the anime witch's journey, Elena's magical talent was remarkable. To temper her spirited nature, her mother, Nicole, had enlisted one of her former disciples to act as Elena's teacher. Before becoming the Grey Witch in the original story, Elena served Fran as a near servant for almost a year. Yet, astonishingly, just a few days later, Elena had graduated. Jelf remarked, "Elena, this is the result of your own efforts. I merely provided a modicum of guidance. You needn't refer to me as your teacher." To which Elena replied, "Yes, Mr. Jelf." Jelf continued, "There is no need for such formality. Simply call me by my name." In the realm of destruction, Bellies observed the exchange between Jelf and Elena in the chat group. Her curiosity piqued. How many days had actually passed in Elena's world? It appeared that the passage of time varied greatly among the members' worlds. For instance, Tsukumo had progressed to battling the Demon King Ariel. The world's first princess inquired, "Elena, how long did it take you to graduate from your teacher friend?" Elena responded, "Just 1 week. I defeated teacher friend in merely a week." She further noted, "Teacher friend even mentioned that I might surpass that which named Nicole in the future." Bellies was taken aback by Elena's explanation. Indeed, the flow of time was evidently inconsistent, and the narrative had become quite entangled. After some contemplation, Bellies resolved to inform Elena about Nicole. The world's first princess asked, "Elena, do you know where that witch Nicole is?" Elena, intrigued by the mention of Nicole, her adventure tales having been her formative reading, responded, "Does the group leader know?" The world's first princess reassured her. There's no need to emulate Tsukumo's peculiar speech. You can simply call me group leader or Bellies. She continued. The author of Nicole's adventures is right beside you. Can you guess who it is? Elena wondered aloud. Beside me? Could it be teacher Fran? It seems she is the only witch in proximity. The world's first princess revealed. Your teacher Fran is a disciple of Nicole. Elena's eyes widened in astonishment. Is it true? Really? She was thrilled to discover that her beloved Nicole had a direct connection to her own teacher. How could teacher Fran not have mentioned this at all? Lying on the lawn, Elena rolled about in disbelief. The world's first princess added, Elena, you have actually met Nicole. Elena was bewildered by this information. When had she encountered Nicole? Could there be another powerful witch residing in the town? Cautiously, she typed into the chat, is it possible that the witch Nicole is hiding here among the townsfolk? The world's first princess replied, Elena, I will give you a clue about Nicole. She shares your silvery white hair and possesses a similar demeanor, quite indifferent. Elena protested, group leader, that is slander. How am I indifferent? The world's first princess continued. Let me finish. There is one last clue, so pay close attention. The final clue is, Elena. You see her every day, and your teacher Fran was brought in by her. Reading the messages in the chat, a question mark slowly formed above Elena's head. Silvery hair, indifference, seen daily, and she had brought in teacher Fran. She hesitated, remembering how she had unexpectedly met Fran while practicing magic in the back mountain. But those first 3 conditions. Elena thought, could it be that the group leader is trying to deceive me? A certain figure flashed through her mind. No, it was utterly impossible. Her gentle and graceful mother could not be Nicole, much less be indifferent. With a dazed expression, Elena wandered home. Unknowingly, she returned to the living room and caught sight of her mother, Nicole, preparing lunch. How could she reconcile the image of a powerful witch traversing the world with the woman before her? Mother, is it you who brought in teacher Fran? Nicole did not reply, but instead brought a platter of snacks and placed it on the table before Elena. Elena ventured, could you possibly be Nicole? She asked tentatively, her hands nervously twisting the hem of her skirt. Ah, I thought I could keep it from you a bit longer. I didn't expect you to catch on so quickly. Nicole reached out to caress Elena's silvery hair, smiling tenderly. Why? Elena had not traveled for long like in the original story and was unprepared for her mother's identity. She felt like a novice witch, her experiences still burgeoning. If you were Nicole, why have you allowed teacher Fran to teach me? She is your disciple, is she not? Elena was perplexed. Why would such a powerful witch teach her daughter through another? Ah, do you want the truth, Elena? Since she had mentioned Nicole, it was not surprising that she had begun to suspect Fran's identity. Elena nodded. Because it is difficult to be harsh with my own daughter. It feels a bit too severe. Moreover, when Fran was my disciple, I often teased her. I thought she would take a keen interest in teaching you. Is that your reason? Elena's eyes widened as she scrutinized her mother as if seeing her for the first time. Is this truly my mother? What if she was switched at birth? She is just as indifferent as the group leader described. Hey, is Elena angry? Nicole teased, playfully pinching her nose. I initially intended for Fran to temper your spirit. Your magical talent is exceptionally strong among your peers, and such pride can lead to complications in the future. However, I ultimately changed my mind. Nicole paused. It seems young Elena has discovered her own path. Can you tell me, mother? What has transpired over the past half-month? Elena hesitated. Elena asked, is the group leader present? May I share some details about the chat group? She felt anxious and wanted to seek the group leader's opinion first. The world's first princess responded, that is permissible, but please be cautious. Thank you. With the group leader's consent, Elena recounted her experiences joining the chat group to Nicole. Nicole listened intently to Elena's unexpected encounters. Elena, you have found your teacher, and it sounds like that teacher is far more powerful than I am. But that curse, is it a divine curse? Nicole pondered, resting her chin on her hand. After a while, Nicole looked at Elena with a gentle smile and asked, Elena, is your desire to become the strongest witch partly due to the influence of the group? Yes, that's right, mother. Well then, my dear daughter, strive diligently. Even in comparison to those from other realms, one must not be too feeble. After a moment of contemplation, Nicole declared, let me personally train Elena for the next month. Given Elena's capabilities, Nicole had initially intended for her to explore the continent first. However, it seems that Elena places greater importance on strength. Moreover, since there are opportunities from other worlds, as a mother, I cannot impede her progress. Really? Are you going to teach me? Elena exclaimed. A spark of excitement in her eyes. Throughout her life, she had yet to witness her mother wield magic. But perhaps she simply had not been strong enough to notice until now. With Elena's matters momentarily settled, we shift our focus to another realm. In Tavat, Your Highness, the Liyue invitation ceremony has commenced, reported Yuanshang, standing behind Ing. How is the preparation coming along? Ing glanced back, responding, everything is in place. As long as Your Highness can hold off Morix, even if we engage in full-scale war with Liyue, we are confident in our ability to secure victory. Ying's mundane existence as a god of destruction involves daily reports from her subordinates, consuming a few spirit tree fruits when thirsty, and occasionally checking for new messages in the chat group. To her surprise, there was indeed something new. Would you like to watch a live stream? Ing inquired. Yes, yes, yes. What kind of live stream? Cooking. The gluttonous spider exclaimed. It's not about food, Ing replied, exasperated by the spider's singular focus on culinary delights. It's a siege by the Archons. It might be quite lively. Archons. Gods. Came the curious responses. One could say they are gods, albeit sealed ones who have failed. In terms of strength, they are significantly inferior to the current rightful gods of the continent, Ing elucidated. How do they compare to you? Should I speak candidly? Ing queried. In their prime, the Archon Oster would surpass you, but after being sealed for so long, when he eventually breaks free, he will likely only possess a fraction of his former power, comparable to your strength during your battle with the group leader. Ing had indeed witnessed the battle between Uchiha Madara and the group leader through a video captured by the spider. The Archon Oster evidently held greater strength than Uchiha Madara. Any Archon that participated in the 7 candidates for governance possesses the essence of loss. How should I respond to that? Uchiha Madara pondered. Feeling the weight of being outmatched by a weakened Archon. Ing speaks the truth, Madara. If you reach the 6th path level, you might contend with a slightly weaker Archon. The world's first princess asserted. Is the disparity truly that vast? The 6th path is my ultimate goal, yet this is the reality? Madara expressed disbelief. Every Archon embodies the essence of loss. For instance, the Salt Archon, deemed the weakest in Tavat, unleashed enough energy upon death to turn an entire city into a barren wasteland. Of course, laws differ across worlds and cannot be generalized. However, in most cases, the transition from power to laws is a necessary path, she continued. To clarify, this does not apply universally. In the Dragon Ball universe, did Goku and Vegeta master the laws? No, at least not by the timeline of Dragon Ball Super. They barely grasped the concept of loss. The Scions, as a warrior race, rely on their physical prowess to comprehend strength. Laws? What are those? Is it enough to have a hearty meal? If one could devour dozens or hundreds of meals in one sitting, could they then be said to understand the laws? Indeed, the Scions might be innately attuned to them. Speaking of laws, if I could master the curse within my body, would that count as an interaction with laws? Asked Jalal. It does, but merely as a preliminary engagement. Most beings, depending on their race, may carry innate talents that allow for a rudimentary grasp of laws. This, however, is not mastery but rather a struggle to utilize them through the memory of their bloodline, the world's first princess explained. For example, Uchiha Madara's Sharingan or my previous transformations can be viewed as a form of bloodline memory. This is rather profound. I hardly understand, Spider lamented. There's no need to comprehend it all, Spider. Just focus on becoming stronger, and you will naturally encounter these concepts in due time. I merely wanted to forewarn you. By the way, the system interface created by the evil god D also qualifies as a form of law, she added. Ing, where has your world line progressed? You do have a plan, correct? She recalled the golden beast Ing had brought back from the wild, which could only babble incoherently. I intend to wait until my brother travels to Inazuma before initiating my plan, Ing replied. The one to shake the Sky Island? Yes, I must obtain the Archon Oster. Morax will not merely watch. Are you confident? A being worn down by the heavenly principles likely lacks the strength he once possessed during the Archon War. Ying's words prompted Berries to reflect, sensing a hint of disdain towards Morax. What about those immortals? What is your strategy for them? Li Yue seems to harbor many ancient creatures. Although they may not compare to Morax, they are still thousands of years old. Their strength is limited. At best, they can collaborate to confront some weaker Archons. Even the immortals, who barely understand the essence of laws, do not concern me. After traversing countless worlds, the peak of my power stands firm against them. Moreover, the abyssal forces can counteract them. Exposing the abyss openly, Ing, have you considered the consequences? It may not escalate to conflict. Morax has his own agenda. The weariness imposed by the heavenly principles upon the gods, if it were not for their inability to resist, who would willingly endure it? As long as you have a plan. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, I can assist you once, limited to saving lives, not defeating foes. Despite her fondness for Ing, Berries was not inclined to provide unlimited aid. Furthermore, she wished to observe the laws of Tavat up close, as it might enhance her own strength. Thank you, Ing replied. What? The group leader is so biased. The little spider is nearly perishing, yet the group leader pays me no mind. What? You are not dead. You seem quite idle, still eager to watch Ying's live stream. The world's first princess retorted. It's just for reference. Spider defended. Do you know? I've escaped the Demon King's pursuit for the 2nd time. Only to be torn to pieces. It's terrifying. If not for my system skills, the group leader might never see the adorable spider again. What? Did you disintegrate? With your head flying off and floating everywhere? The world's first princess inquired. The group leader is still mocking me. Not at all. I have faith in you. Keep it up, and soon the Demon King will be unable to resist reconciling. Spider, it feels as though she has already been devoured by the Demon King. In a rather literal sense. The thought of the Demon King's ability to consume anything sends a shiver down her spine. Ding. Hu Tao has begun her live stream. Liking Dragon Ball. After being resurrected, I am a god of destruction. Please remember to bookmark. Dragon Ball. After being resurrected, I am a god of destruction. Chapter 31. The Siege of Ozer. Outside Liyue Harbor, Towards the direction of the lonely cloud pavilion, tumultuous waves rise. The oppressive aura of the demon god gradually envelopes the entirety of Liyue. Uchiha Obito. Is that five-headed water serpent Ozer? Through the live stream, Uchiha Obito observes the colossal creature. Its azure body surrounded by a massive vortex formed by its mere presence, where water meets sky. The heavens are shrouded in dark clouds, and torrential rain begins to pour down. The world's first princess. The scene witnessed in the live stream is a manifestation of the laws of nature. With mere thought, one can effortlessly alter the natural environment within a certain radius. Irene, how terrifying. How does one even contend with such a being? Irene sits on her sofa at home, projecting the chat group's screen onto the wall, watching the horrifying spectacle of the demon god Ozer alongside her mother, Nicole. Jelf, quite impressive. It appears even more fearsome than the golden beast. Jelf cannot help but compare it to the black dragon from his world, sensing that even the creature pales in comparison to the demon god before them. Hu Tao, this is not the full extent of Ozer's power. It is merely a fragment of his strength that has been released due to the seal breaking. Hybrid AI, this is becoming increasingly fantastical. As a scientist, Hybrid AI feels utterly overwhelmed. With deities emerging, it seems that only a nuclear bomb could pose a threat to such entities. Irene, Hu Tao, the Ozer you seek. Could it be him? She trembles at the thought of Hu Tao's previous remarks in the chat group. Hu Tao indeed. Ozer's current strength poses little challenge for me. Even at his peak, capturing him would not be exceedingly difficult. My primary concern lies with the Geo Archon in Liyue. Uchiha Obito, the Geo Archon Morix, is he formidable? Hu Tao, before being chosen as the Geo Archon, he was known as the god of war. The current Vortex demon god was sealed by him. As Hu Tao converses with the group, Ozer advances rapidly towards Liyue, and the radius of the law's radiation expands. Thick clouds and torrential rain begin to spread towards the city of Liyue. Spider, what is that flying object? Spider's keen eyes catch sight of a structure resembling a spaceship moving towards the Vortex demon god in the panoramic video. Hu Tao, that is the Chuanyu Pavilion, seemingly constructed from floating stones. I am not entirely sure of the specifics, though. Spider, I long to reside in such a magnificent dwelling. Hu Tao, she cannot fathom Spider's train of thought. However, Hu Tao pays little mind. There are many peculiar individuals in the group, and besides, Spider is not yet fully human. High above, concealed by a barrier, Hu Tao notices a familiar figure atop the Chuanyu Pavilion. Brother, how could he be there? Hu Tao furrows her brow slightly. With only two elements at his disposal, he would merely be a match for the lowest-ranking members of the Fatui. Should he encounter a demon god, it could spell disaster. Troublesome. Hu Tao wishes to avoid being discovered by Morix. At least until the transaction with the Ice Empress is complete, she desires to avoid complications. After dealing with Ozer, she must find a way to distract her brother. Yes, let us send you on to handle it. Hu Tao contemplates. After all, should she fall out with Morix, her brother's safety here would be severely jeopardized. Hu Tao takes a deep breath. Her brother's next destination is likely Inazuma. I shall compose a letter for Yuan to deliver, indicating that they shall meet in Inazuma, thus allowing her brother to sidestep the ensuing events. She ponders a solution. The ley line markers allow for teleportation back. Yet, there exists a prerequisite. Teleportation can only occur between markers, not from any location to a marker. As long as she can block her brother on the path to Inazuma, or before he activates the marker there, she can complete her plans. Atop the Chuanyu Pavilion, the Immortals descend as planned onto the Machine of Return, utilizing a special formation to initiate the decisive battle against Ozer. At that moment, unusual portals open. The Fatui exit in droves. Hybrid AI, is Ozer not a demon god? Are these strange soldiers his subordinates? While she remains unaware of the situation on Tavat, Hybrid AI rigorously analyzes the circumstances through the live stream. The peculiar ice golems and the lanky gunmen appear distinctly human. No, they resemble cyborgs more than mere humans. In contrast to the blue water serpent, the vortex demon god Ozer seems somewhat incongruous. Hu Tao, those are the Fatui. They are the ones who broke Ozer's seal. Kikyo, why would they do such a thing? Even across different worlds, Kikyo, the benevolent Miko, cannot help but feel disgusted by their actions to release a demon god to attack a city. Hu Tao, it is a transaction between two deities, the Ice Empress of the Winter Nation and the Geo Archon of Liyue. Hu Tao, to put it simply, the Geo Archon feigned death, transferring governance of Liyue to humanity, while Ozer serves as a test for the current powers. Should the situation spiral out of control, he would likely intervene. Hu Tao, the Winter Nation cooperates with the Geo Archon's scheme by unleashing the so-called Vortex Demon Beasts. Kikyo, what is the nature of their transaction? Kikyo struggles to grasp the intricacies of political affairs, but she perceives the Fatui aiding the Vortex Demon God as mere pawns. Hu Tao, the Gnosis, a relic of little use to deities, holds other value. The Winter Empress seeks to collect all Gnosis of the 7 governing powers of this realm. Kikyo, how complicated? She refrains from further inquiries, recognizing that understanding the Gnosis is of no significance to her. She is preoccupied with safeguarding her own Shirkan jewel. Spider, are those cranes considered immortals? They appear remarkably powerful. Spider expresses her awe as she continues to watch the cinematic-like spectacle. From her position, Hu Tao can clearly observe the battle between the members of the Chuanyu Pavilion and the Vortex Demon God. The machine of return atop the Chuanyu Pavilion serves as the primary force against the Vortex Demon God. Irene, Hu Tao, may I pose a question? Hu Tao? Irene, is that blonde youth atop the Chuanyu Pavilion related to you? I can't shake the feeling that there is a resemblance. Hybrid AI, indeed, upon Irene's mention. I too find the resemblance between Hu Tao and that blonde youth striking. Hu Tao, that is my brother, K. Spider, wait, Hu Tao has a brother? The disparity is quite significant. Hu Tao, what do you mean? Uchiha Obito, it likely pertains to strength. Is that youth truly your brother? No need to elaborate on Hu Tao's prowess, as she effortlessly bests the golden beast, seemingly without exerting herself. But what of that youth? Hu Tao, my strength and my brother S are akin. If anything, he may even surpass me slightly. Hu Tao, in this world, our powers have been sealed by the gods. I awakened 500 years ago and have since broken that seal, while my brother has only recently emerged, regaining only a fraction of his strength. Uchiha Obito, is that not during his peak? Uchiha Madara was taken aback, realizing that it made sense. His sister was the princess of the abyss, exceptionally powerful. If his brother were merely of ordinary caliber, it would be hard to justify. Moreover, Ing had mentioned traversing many worlds. Without strength, how could she possibly accomplish such feats? Irene exclaimed, look, the 4 machines attacking Ozer are about to malfunction. And things are turning dire. Although Irene was unfamiliar with the name of the returning machine, it was evident that these 4 machines were the main force against the demon god. If they were to fail, it would spell significant trouble. Focusing on the chat group, Ying's gaze shifted towards the location of the Chuanyu Pavilion. It appeared they had reached their limit. Would Morix's trial be deemed a failure or a success? Ying was indifferent to the notions of success or failure, as they held no bearing on her. What truly concerned her was the safety of Kong atop the Chuanyu Pavilion. Should she intervene to rescue her brother? Ying pondered. Yet, she felt no urgency. She awaited Morix's decision. If Morix completely disregarded the well-being of his celestial subordinates, Ying would undoubtedly step in to save her brother in the end. Conversely, if Morix chose to act, there would be no need for her to intervene unnecessarily. After all, prior to the completion of the transaction and Kong's departure from Liyue, she had no stake in Ozer's plan. In the tumultuous waters beyond Liyue, the waves surged violently. The assault from the returning machine provoked Ozer's wrath entirely. All 5 of its heads lifted simultaneously, gathering the energy orbs at their mouths. A blue-white energy sphere illuminated the darkened sea, shrouded by ominous clouds. While Ing continued her live stream, her face displayed a characteristic, endearing expression. Uchiha Madara remarked, impressive. Even through the screen, the sense of pressure is overwhelming. Jelf replied, indeed, this power is undeniably godlike. Ing added, aside from its appearance, Ozer's strength ranks among the top among demon gods. Even a fraction of its power is beyond what the celestial beings of Liyue can easily suppress. During Ying's conversation in the chat group, Ozer unleashed the gathered massive energy sphere into the sky. It pierced through the cloud layers like a terrifying laser, illuminating the dark heavens as if it were daylight. Moments later, the sky flickered with azure light. The energy shot into the sky transformed into countless water attribute arrows, descending like meteors towards the ground. The first to bear the brunt was the floating Chuanyu Pavilion. An explosion ensued as countless water arrows struck the pavilion. Though protected by formations, the defenses of the Chuanyu Pavilion faltered, and the Liyue Qianyan army stationed at the returning machine had to retreat. With the outer formation shattered, Traveler Kong found himself falling. Brother! Ing gasped, her body turning into a streak of golden light as she flew towards the Chuanyu Pavilion. Meanwhile, the Demon Slayer Saint leaped, attempting to catch the falling Kong. A golden light streaked past him, and in the blink of an eye, Kong vanished. The direction of that light was toward the Chuanyu Pavilion. The Demon Slayer Saint fell silent for a moment before disappearing from his spot. The golden light that surrounded Ing dissipated, and she had already arrived at the Chuanyu Pavilion with Kong in tow. Long time no see, brother, Ing said. Kong's eyes were filled with disbelief, and the shoulder Ing supported trembled slightly. Is that you, Ing? It is indeed me, no counterfeit, Ing smiled, her expression evoking a sense of familiarity in Kong. Other matters could wait until Ozer's situation was resolved. This was not the time for such discussions. In the chat group, a voice chimed in. Hey, Ing, are you going to help your brother? Ing replied, I want to help. This is his journey. I instinctively saved Kong just now, but I already regret it. Watching her brother fall, Ing couldn't help but think of saving him, and after catching him, her mind raced with questions. Where am I? What am I doing? However, having saved him, she couldn't possibly let go and drop him again. After all, he was her blood relative. She had to support him. Oh, no, that won't do. With no other choice, Ing could only bring Kong back here. The first princess of the world. Ing, what will you do next? In the storyline of Genshin Impact, it seemed this scenario was absent. Or perhaps Ing had not been present at the time, which allowed the Demon Slayer Saint to succeed. Ing responded, I'll let things unfold. I refuse to believe that Morix would risk Liyue for the likes of Ozer, the first princess of the world. You're quite irritable, Ing. After saving Kong. Before he could inquire about anything, the people of Liyue had already gathered around. Traveler, this is Ningguang, she said, glancing at Kong before assessing Ing. My sister Ing. I have been searching for her ever since we became separated, Kong replied. Ah, so she is your sister. Ningguang was well informed about the traveler's background. Knowing that during Kong's time in Mondstadt, notices had been posted by the Knights of Favonia seeking his whereabouts. Ing, it is a pleasure to meet you, Ningguang expressed. Intrigued by Ying's ability to rescue her brother in such a dire situation, a testament to her strength. Seeing Ing nod without speaking, Ningguang hesitated to pursue the conversation further. Aware that it was not the appropriate time for such matters, even if her curiosity piqued, they first needed to deal with the obstructive Ozer. Ing had no intentions of intervening in Kong's affairs with Liyue. After rescuing Kong, she turned and descended from the Chuanyu pavilion, her sleeves waving gracefully, leaving not a trace behind. A long, resonant dragon's roar erupted from Ozer, producing a piercing sound wave that was painfully sharp to the ears. Spotting the solitary Ing, one of Ozer's serpent heads opened its mouth, unleashing a water-blue energy beam towards her descending form. Ing, Kong exclaimed in horror. Yet, Ing had already soared too far. Even if Kong wished to save her, there was no way to do so. With a sigh, Ing contemplated whether she truly wished to be captured. A slender sword adorned with golden patterns materialized in her hand. With a swift motion, she deflected the incoming beam. In an instant, the head of Ozer that had aimed to attack Ing, along with its body, detonated explosively. A mournful wail emanated from Ozer's direction. Ing refrained from pursuing further attacks against Ozer. The sword in her hand vanished as she began to descend again. This entire scene unfolded before the onlookers at the Chuanyu pavilion. Did she regain her strength? Kong murmured, a tremor in his voice. Moreover, Kong sensed that Ying's current strength might surpass what it had been when she fought against that divine being. Such tremendous power from a mere casual strike? In the eyes of the demon-slaying great sage flickered a hint of peculiarity. When he rushed to rescue Kong, he felt the traveler sister's aura at an alarming proximity. That sense of suffocation was something he had only experienced in the presence of the Emperor. Before anyone could recover from the terrifying power of Ing, Osail launched an attack, resulting in the obliteration of one of her heads, which incited her wrath to a boiling point. Unable to locate Ing, she directed her fury towards the prominent Chuanyu pavilion. Now is not the time for contemplation, observed Ningguang, pulling the attention of the onlookers back to the situation as they witnessed Osail's fury. She proceeded to enlighten them about the Chuanyu pavilion's celestial dynamics. With one head lost, Osail's strength diminished slightly compared to her original prowess. After some strategic arrangements, the Chuanyu pavilion responded with a thunderous crash, accompanied by Osail's mournful wails. On the surface of the sea, a colossal mushroom cloud began to rise. Osail was sealed once more. After this episode concluded, the group returned to Liyue Harbor. Brother, you have worked hard, Ing said to the returning Kong. Since they had already met, there was no need to further implement the original plan to distract each other. Ing, if you have something to say, let it wait until you have traversed the 7 nations. I will be watching over you, Kong began, but Ing interrupted him. Then, until we meet again. An oval portal materialized behind Ing. Wait, Ing. Kong reached out, attempting to grasp her before she could enter the portal. We will eventually reunite, but not now. As Ying's figure vanished, the portal began to fade. Kong's outstretched hand passed through the portal but failed to reach her. I enjoy Dragon Ball, after being rescued. I am the god of destruction. Please collect. Dragon Ball, after being rescued. I am the god of destruction. Chapter 33, the 6th universe and the 7th universe. Ing announced. Today's live stream concludes here. We shall meet again next time. I will go after Osail, and if anyone is interested, I will stream then. She expertly performed the actions of starting and ending the broadcast. Bellis expressed her grievances. Well, never mind. Isn't it better for the group members to enjoy themselves? It is certainly more comfortable than each one scheming against the other. I recall certain chat group novels where the group leader cunningly deceives the members, flaunting their authority to swindle food, drinks, and skills. Even more egregiously, some go so far as to deceive individuals, all while masquerading their actions as concern for the members' mental and physical well-being. Is that truly concern? No, it is merely lust for her body. It is despicable. Bellies considers herself to be a refreshing presence, at least in the sense that aside from the narrative aspects concerning the group members, everything she has shared is indeed authentic. Rising to her feet, she dusts herself off. After so many days without incident, it seems that no surprises will emerge from the underworld. It is time to gather the Dragon Balls. For a god of destruction, traversing the cosmos is not a daunting task. Even the original Zamasu was able to travel from the 10th universe to the 7th universe, so it is hardly a challenge for her now. The 6th universe awaits. As Bellies entered, she sensed a subtle gaze upon her. This was information relayed by the chat group system. Was it an angel or a destroyer? Just as Bellies pondered this, a woman with a gray-white ponytail, wielding a staff, emerged from the realm of destroyers. Greetings, esteemed one. From which universe do you hail as a destroyer? According to regulations, without prior appointment and permission from an angel, destroyers are not permitted to visit unannounced. Please state your purpose. or I shall be compelled to expel you. The woman's voice carried a serene, noble quality, reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze. Pleasure to make your acquaintance, Miss Bados. I am Bellies, the newly appointed destroyer of the 10th universe. I am here to collect wish orbs in the 6th and 7th universes for the purpose of making a wish, as mandated by the decree of the Grand Priest. Bellis did not bow to Bados. The relationship between a destroyer and an angel is one of equality, devoid of formalities. Bados, contemplating the insignia presented by Bellis, gazed at the inscription for a moment before nodding. Indeed, it was the insignia of the High Priest, and I have comprehended your intention. Bados paused and continued. I can certainly inform you of the location of the wish orbs in the 6th universe, but the 7th universe does not fall under my jurisdiction. To procure a wish orb, you must liaise with the angel of the 7th universe. The angel of the 7th universe is my brother. I shall contact him shortly to provide him with the necessary details. My dear Bellis, upon your arrival in the 7th universe, you may proceed directly to the realm of the destroyers. I am exceedingly grateful to you, Miss Bados. Bellis received the returned insignia from Bardos, and then, guided by Bardos' indications, embarked on a quest to seek the Dragon Balls. After a thorough search, she successfully gathered the wish orbs of the 6th universe. Gazing at the 3 wish orbs before her, each larger than an ordinary planet, Bellis felt a profound sense of reflection. Next, she would turn her attention to the 7th universe. Bellis possesses a rather unfavorable perception of Beerus, the god of destruction of the 7th universe. And the reason is quite simple. She is the scion princess of planet Vegeta. The annihilation of planet Vegeta was orchestrated by Beerus, compelling Frieza to act. Nevertheless, such matters can be addressed at a later time. A debt of gratitude must be repaid, and enmities must be avenged. That is all there is to it. Carrying 3 wish orbs, Bellis ventured into the 7th universe. She chose a random location to place the Dragon Balls. Given their immense size, it is unlikely that many could carry them away, even without any action taken. However, to be prudent, Bellis cast an illusion spell. Following the coordinates provided by Bardos, she located the realm of the god of destruction in the 7th universe. With a swift motion, she activated her instant transmission. Bellis made her appearance in the realm of the destroyer gods. Ah, what an unexpected guest. The angel of the 7th universe, Whis, had been waiting nearby and approached Bellis slowly upon seeing her. A pleasure to meet you for the first time, Mr. Whis, Bellis spoke. You are the newly appointed destroyer of the 10th universe, I presume? Might I inquire as to the identity of Lord Ramses? Whis inquired, accepting the token that Bellis extended. Regardless of the circumstances, the procedures regarding the use of the wish orbs must be meticulously followed. He was my mentor, but due to unforeseen events, he has passed away. Bellis replied, her tone tinged with melancholy. Is that so? That is indeed unfortunate, Whis remarked, returning the token to Bellis. I have marked the location of the wish orbs on this map, he indicated, gesturing towards the special map in his hand. Thank you, Mr. Whis. Bellis said sincerely as she accepted the map. After conversing with Whis for a brief moment, she excused herself from the realm of the destroyer gods under the pretext of collecting Dragon Balls. After Bellis departed, Whis squinted his eyes, pondering, how peculiar. Why does she bear the remnants of the 7th universe's mark? Could it be that she once belonged to that realm? Subsequently, Whis shook his head dismissively. What does it matter? A god of destruction. Does it truly matter which universe she hails from? After Bellis departed from the realm of the destroyer, she did not hastily seek out the wish orbs. Instead, she leisurely journeyed towards their location, as if engaging in a leisurely tour. Perhaps she was in search of something. On a certain planet, during the night, a bald man and a young man with upright hair sat before a fire, gnawing on roasted meat. The bald man spat and began to speak to himself. Raditz is truly useless, defeated by someone with a battle power of merely around 1,000. Do not speak so of Nappa. Has he not brought us good news? Vegeta replied with a cold smile. The Dragon Balls? Nappa chuckled. Indeed. Such a miraculous object should not be in the hands of feeble earthlings. Vegeta, do you intend to use the Dragon Balls to resurrect Raditz? Nappa inquired with curiosity. How could that be? Such a worthless being does not deserve the Dragon Balls. Vegeta bit into his meat with fervor. Nappa, how about a wish for immortality? To eternally revel in battle? I see, you truly have intriguing ideas, Your Highness. Vegeta and Nappa shared a hearty laugh. Meanwhile, not far from them, a pair of eyes was intently observing their interaction. With a power level of only 18,000, he lacked even the qualification to activate that crystal. What has he been doing all these years? A trace of helplessness appeared on Bellis' face. Raditz was slain, and Vegeta and Nappa would descend upon Earth in a year. Wait, something seems amiss. Age? How old was Vegeta when he first arrived on Earth? 25 or 26? This defies logic. Bellis discovered a problem she had previously overlooked. She pondered, at merely 20 years of age, why was Vegeta significantly older than she? To her understanding, within the realm governed by the Omni King, time across all universes should be synchronized. According to this theory, Vegeta's true age ought to be in his teenage years. So where had the discrepancy arisen? In Bellis' mind. The words spoken by the High Priest upon descending into the realm of destruction suddenly resurfaced. Mistaken about the time? The very essence of this phrase harbored contradictions. How could the High Priest, the steward of the entire universe, who stood above all yet beneath only one, possibly misremember the time of the cosmos? No. This warranted further verification. Bellis resolved to visit the sixth universe to confirm the flow of time with Bardos after making her wishes to the Eternal Dragon. If the timelines of both universes aligned without discrepancies, it would indicate an anomaly in the time flow of her 10th universe. With this thought in mind, she lost interest in observing Vegeta and Nappa, and with a swift use of instant transmission, she departed, commencing her rapid search for the wish orbs according to the coordinates provided by Whis. In Chapter 34 of Dragon Ball, after being resurrected, I am the God of Destruction. Upon gathering the 3 wish orbs from the 6th universe and the 4 from the 7th universe, she combined them. In an instant, the 7 orbs, resembling celestial bodies, began to shimmer and emit a gentle resonance. Arise, Eternal Dragon. Belly summoned with the divine tongue. Almost at the very moment her voice fell, 7 Dragon Balls erupted with a brilliant radiance. The colossal dragon, obscuring the sun, opened its gaping maw and swallowed Belly's whole. When Belly's regained her senses, a magnificent golden dragon appeared before her. The dragon coiled and intertwined with grace, its scales vibrant and lifelike, while its dual eyes shimmered with an emerald glow. Speak your desire, O fortunate one. No matter the wish, I possess the power to fulfill it. Everything was enveloped in a golden light, and a terrifying aura pervaded the surroundings, with the focal point of this mystifying energy being the immeasurable golden dragon. Bellis took a deep breath and said, Divine Dragon, I beseech you to assist me in perfectly resurrecting the former god of destruction of Universe 10, Rumsey. If possible, I would also like to revive the former Supreme Kai, Gavas, of Universe 10. Bellis's objective is to resurrect her mentor, the former god of destruction of Universe 10. However, the lives of the god of destruction and the Supreme Kai are intertwined. Who knows if, upon revival, Ramsey might perish instantly due to the Supreme Kai's demise. Thus, she deliberately added a perfect condition. As for Gavas, it is a personal desire of Bellis, a curiosity to see if she can exploit the bug in the Super Dragon Balls. 1 second, 2 seconds, half a minute passed. The dragon's emerald eyes gradually dimmed. Yet it remained silent. What, is it impossible? Bellis inquired tentatively. Indeed, it is unfeasible. Neither the god of destruction Ramsey nor the Supreme Kai Gavas can be revived, as their deaths are irrevocable. Bellis furrowed her brow. What do you mean, dragon? No resurrection allowed? Is it your desire to know the reason for such a prohibition? Not at all. Bellis suppressed the urge to strike the dragon. To be denied resurrection was one thing, but to have her inquiry deemed a wish was utterly vexing. Is it not your duty to explain why wishes cannot be granted? The dragon, perceiving Bellis's frustration, seemed disinclined to further entrap her. This is a rule established since the inception of the universe governed by the Omni King. Gods slain by other gods are not permitted to resurrect. This is a matter beyond even the realm of dragons. The former destroyer god, Rumsey, and the former Supreme Kai, Gavas, were bound by fate. Gavas was killed by Zamasu, which constitutes a conflict between deities, effectively meaning that Zamasu has simultaneously extinguished the lives of both Gavas and Rumsey. Do you comprehend my explanation? Bellis remained silent. Very well. Fated one, what other desires do you hold? May I pose another question? Bellis continued to probe. You may. For reasons unknown. Bellis sensed that the dragon's responses seemed markedly quicker, lacking the mechanical quality of before. If the Omni King has erased a universe, can it be restored? In the original narrative, aside from the 7th universe, all other universes were reinstated by the Super Dragon. This notion always struck her as incredulous. Previously, Bellis had inquired with the Angel Kess about the Super Dragon, who informed her that it could not surpass the level of a destroyer god. In other words, wishing upon the Super Dragon was equivalent to the capabilities of a destroyer god. It was not a matter of possibility, but rather an impossibility. Therefore, a paradox arose. If the Omni King obliterated a universe, how could the Super Dragon restore it? It cannot, the dragon replied with a tone of certainty. The dragon realm cannot interfere with the entire universe, unless the Omni King explicitly permits such interference. Even then, if a universe is completely erased by the Omni King, restoration is nearly impossible. Unless, of course, the Omni King had no intention of entirely erasing the universe to begin with, leaving a potential loophole, which would also require the Omni King's consent for restoration. Only then could the Super Dragon Balls fully restore the universe. I see, Bellis pondered, her brow slightly furrowed. This implied that in the original narrative, the dragon's restoration of the universe was contingent upon the Omni King's permission, and that the Omni King had left a loophole when erasing the universe, or more likely, there was an agreement between the Omni King and the entity behind the Super Dragon. Of course, the specifics were of little consequence to Bellis. Then, how might I resurrect the destroyer god of Universe 10, Lamsey? That is not a question I can answer. Or rather, you already possess the answer within yourself. The dragon regarded Bellis for a moment before speaking slowly. As the current destroyer god of Universe 10 under the Omni King's domain, Bellis, if you have no other wishes, we shall meet again next time. Wait. That doesn't count as a wish, does it? Bellis exclaimed, a hint of urgency in her tone. After a brief silence, the dragon paused. It may not count. Then what other wish do you have? You may only make one wish, and I can fulfill any desire you express. Upon hearing this once more, Bellies felt her lips twitch slightly. Do you not feel a pang of embarrassment in making such a statement? Of course. Bellies dared not voice her thoughts aloud regarding the dragon. After all, the wishes granted by the Super Dragon Balls were exceedingly precious and should not be squandered. Wait. Bellies suddenly had a realization. Could it be that the Grand Minister was aware all along that the Super Dragon could not resurrect Master Lamsey? If so, why grant me the Super Dragon Balls? Was it a show of faith, an early investment? No, that is impossible. It must be an illusion. Much like the three great illusions of life. He or she likes me. I can turn the tables, and my phone vibrates, regardless of the Grand Minister's intentions. She could not afford to waste the wish granted by the Super Dragon Balls. Otherwise, it would all be for naught. Wishes, wishes. What should I wish for? Her primary desire was undoubtedly to resurrect her teacher. Yet now, with that impossible, what other wish could she formulate? If she wished to transform into a Super Scion, could she manage the destructive power within her? No, that wouldn't work. Belly shook her head in disapproval, deeming the wish too simple and unadorned. With time on her side and the presence of the chat group, she was confident that she could accomplish such a task. There was no need to resort to the Super Dragon Balls. Reviving King Inma, or the souls consumed by hell. King Inma was a deity of considerable rank, and it seemed improbable that he could be resurrected after being slain by Zamasu. After all, the Super Shenron had just stated that gods killed by other gods could not return. As for the souls in hell, while there were indeed a few heavenly souls among them, she felt that using the Super Dragon Balls for such a trivial matter was somewhat counterproductive. Furthermore, and most importantly, there was the chat group to consider. Bellies felt the weight of another gaze upon her. Most likely, it was either the Omni King or the High Priest. One must not frivolously waste the wishes of the Eternal Dragon. This was a caution given by the High Priest before his departure, but whether it held any profound significance, Bellies could not ascertain. Aware that the Super Dragon Balls could not resurrect Ramsey, she still found herself collecting them for her convenience, regardless of her thoughts. His words before leaving seemed to carry a certain meaning. What did it truly mean to not waste a wish? Could it be that I might wish upon the Eternal Dragon for 2 additional wishes? She feared that uttering such a thought might provoke the Eternal Dragon into bringing forth the dragon god Salama to confront her. Not a single wish granted. Yet one still craved more? Have you ever encountered someone so shameless as to wish for 2 wishes? This would be nothing short of provocation. Wait a moment. To wish for 2 additional wishes? Could it be that the High Priest's intention was to imply a fondness for the Dragon Balls? After being resurrected, I am the god of destruction. Please collect Dragon Balls. After being resurrected, I am the god of destruction. Chapter 35. Wishes in the meeting at the Omni King's palace. Dragon of the gods, I have chosen my wish. Bellies gritted her teeth and made a decision. Yet, she remained uncertain whether the dragon god Salama would grant her request, or if the Supreme High Priest would intervene. Perhaps this was precisely what the High Priest referred to when he spoke of not squandering wishes. Bellies took a deep breath and pondered. Is it possible for me to possess the ability to create Dragon Balls? Silence enveloped the atmosphere. As her words hung in the air, the entire form of the Eternal Dragon became still. The surroundings fell into a profound hush. After an indeterminate passage of time, the voice of the Eternal Dragon shattered the quietude. Yes, that wish is indeed simple. The eyes of the Super Dragon, with their verdant pupils, emitted a radiant white light. This brilliance gradually descended upon Bellies, the process enduring for nearly 10 minutes. Bellies sensed a new, extraordinary force within her body. In addition to the powers of destruction and creation, your wish has been granted. The ability to create Dragon Balls will enhance in accordance with your understanding of dragon power. The voice of the Eternal Dragon paused momentarily, then offered a sage piece of advice. The dragon power bestowed upon you does not equate to the might of the dragon god. The consequences of your wishes will be borne solely by you. Could you elaborate? Bellies, newly imbued with dragon power, felt somewhat bewildered. The Dragon Balls you create differ from those of Namek, the Eternal Dragon explained. Each wish made with the Namekian Dragon Balls generates negative energy, which is automatically purified by the dragon god Salam. The dragon power granted to you is your own, thus, any negative repercussions from your wishes will be your responsibility as the creator. However, you remain unbound by the jurisdiction of the dragon realm. Should you one day attain an understanding of dragon power equivalent to that of a dragon god, you shall become another dragon god yourself. I trust one have made myself clear. Do you have any further inquiries? The Eternal Dragon inquired gently. Thank you. I shall wield this power with care, Bellies replied, bowing respectfully to the Divine Dragon. At that moment, Bellies was uncertain whether she was conversing with the Divine Dragon itself or the Creator, Salam. It seemed prudent to maintain a respectful demeanor, especially since she had unexpectedly gained such a boon. Farewell, newly awakened god of destruction. The Dragon Realm eagerly anticipates your future. As the Divine Dragon radiated golden light, it vanished, and with a swift motion, the 7 Dragon Balls soared into the cosmos, scattering in all directions. Following the conclusion of the wish, the universe gradually fell into a tranquil silence. Bellies exhaled a long sigh of relief as the watchful gaze vanished. Did this imply that her desires aligned with the expectations of the High Priest or the Omni King? At the very least, it did not seem a squander of the Super Dragon's wish. Truly, these deities possess an abundance of cunning. Gods killed by other gods cannot be resurrected. In other words, to resurrect Master Ramsey, one would likely require the approval of the Omni King. It appears imperative to enhance her strength swiftly. Destruction gods can be easily discarded by the Omni King. To gain any semblance of authority, one must ascend to the level of angels. Alas, I hope this does not take too long. The additional rules imposed upon her body. The power of the dragon resembles a form of special causality. The Dragon Balls generate negative energy, akin to the malevolent dragon worldview of GT, does it not? Due to the rules established by Samara, the Namekians are untroubled by the negative energy produced by the Dragon Balls. Yet they are also aware that such artifacts should not be misused lightly. In the realm of destruction gods of the 10th universe, it is evident that the flow of time is significantly slower compared to other universes. After a trip to the 6th universe, Bellies finally confirmed that the universe she governs exhibits some discrepancies in the flow of time. Although this trend is gradually restoring, she has yet to ascertain the reason for the deceleration. She can only roughly deduce that within 6 months, the time flow of the 10th universe will likely revert to levels comparable to those of other universes. Well, if the cause remains elusive, it is best not to dwell on it, for it is not a matter of great consequence. Belly shrugged. Rather than concerning herself with the passage of time or the creation of Dragon Balls, she found herself preoccupied with another matter entirely, visiting the Omni Palace to pay her respects to the Omni King. Unlike Son Goku, who could engage in conversation with the Omni King without a hint of hesitation or trepidation, her own demeanor could be described in more flattering terms as carefree. Yet in a less charitable light, it could be deemed that her mind was somewhat afflicted. Bellies tugged at her white hair, sprawling herself on the ground in a dramatic fashion. She truly did not wish to go to the Grand Palace. The mere thought of being captured and imprisoned was distressing. What if the Grand Monarch and the High Priest had peculiar tastes? For instance, what if she unwittingly transformed into a plush ball? The very idea sent shivers down her spine. This was the Grand Monarch, not merely the whimsical figure of an online jest. He was the supreme deity governing the 12 universes. She rolled in despair on the lawn for half an hour. Bellies, with great reluctance, stood up and utilized her destructive powers to clear the weeds and dust clinging to her attire of the god of destruction. Despite my propensity for procrastination, I must still make my way to the royal palace to receive the appointment letter for my role as the god of destruction. Bellies gently patted her cheeks with both hands, murmuring to herself, I am not afraid, I am not afraid. After all, I have become a god of destruction. What great tempest have I not encountered? Is this merely the residence of the Omni King? Can it truly devour me? Taking a deep breath to calm her tumultuous emotions, she activated her instant transmission and vanished from the realm of destruction. In the blink of an eye, she materialized at the grand entrance of the Omni King's palace. As the name suggests, the entrance to this magnificent abode resembled an enormous character for great. It exuded little authority and appeared more akin to a whimsical cartoonish design. Not long after Bellies blocked the door, a man appeared outside with a sudden teleportation. Having met the Grand Priest before, there was no need for such formality in this informal setting. The Grand Priest gestured for Bellies to rise. Under the Grand Priest's guidance, Bellies traversed the palace gates, crossing a path reminiscent of a cosmic star map, until she soon encountered the King of All, whose head resembled a tricolor flag. He stood there, hands resting behind him, awaiting Bellies' arrival. Greetings, Your Majesty. Bellies slightly bowed. Bellies, disciple of the god of destruction Ramses from Universe 10, now the god of destruction of Universe 10. The King of All spoke with a crystalline voice. Though his tone bore no hint of negativity, Bellies felt a chill run down her spine. Compared to other gods of destruction, you have performed exceptionally well. The King of All maintained his calm demeanor. This is what I am meant to do, Bellies replied. Unsure of the king's true intentions, yet she found herself sincerely flattering him. I and the Grand Priest have observed that you have acquired the dragon's power from Salama, correct? Indeed. Bellies had nothing to conceal regarding her wishes, especially since he had already stated his awareness. Be cautious not to misuse such power. If the universe becomes unbalanced, the consequences could be dire. Yes, I shall heed your warning. Grand Priest, bring it forth. The King of All directed towards the Grand Priest. The Grand Priest nodded and approached Bellies, handing her a white slip of paper. This is the object to awaken the angel. For angels are bound to the realm of the gods of destruction. Should a candidate for god of destruction fail to possess this paper, the angel will remain dormant. After presenting the slip to Bellies, the King of All descended from his throne and engaged her in a brief conversation, discussing peculiar or amusing matters, before ultimately allowing her to depart. This entire experience left Bellies with an uncanny feeling. What did the King of All mean by inquiring about the amusements and delicacies of Universe 10, asking her to bring some next time? Shouldn't he have probed into more significant matters? Was her visit merely to collect her appointment and return? She pondered numerous solutions, wondering if they would all be in vain. Of course, Bellies wasn't gravely ill. The King of All had released her, and she could not dare to confront him again. Why did she not ask something useful? Why was she sent back, wasting her time preparing strategies to tackle issues? To voice such thoughts might risk her being erased by the King of All in the next moment. After Bellies departed, the Grand Priest stood behind the Omni King, awaiting his words. Ah, that child is quite intriguing. She yearns to resurrect her teacher yet refrains from expressing it. Is she perhaps afraid of me? The Omni King mused. When I shook her hand, the power within her was equally fascinating. Destruction, creation, and the essence of the dragon, all achieving a delicate equilibrium. Should we prepare for something? The Grand Priest inquired with a serious demeanor. There's no need for any preparations, Grand Priest. Since the 10th universe has already severed ties with my jurisdiction, we may as well grant it to her. I'm not as petty as Salama. The essence of the dragon must be comprehended personally. Shouldn't you be wary? That individual might come knocking. What does it matter? Consider it a compensation for 20 years past, ensuring this world no longer gives rise to parallel realms. Have you discerned something? The Grand Priest asked. A formidable power lurks within, one that even I cannot gauge, hidden deep within the soul. Approaching it even slightly poses unparalleled danger, the Omni King replied, then shifted his tone. However, there is no sense of malice whatsoever. Besides, that child possesses an intriguing disposition. Why not foster a good relationship? The Omni King chuckled. Even someone as stingy as Salama is willing to part with a fragment of the dragoness essence. One universe is but a trifle, let her indulge. Returning from the Omni Palace, Bellies felt as though she had traversed realms. It was surreal. The Omni King and the Grand Priest had truly refrained from further inquiries. Just before her departure, the Omni King had uttered, "The 10th universe will be entrusted to you from now on." Did this carry any special significance? It was all a riddle. Bellies sighed, producing the white parchment inscribed with runes that the Grand Priest had given her. As the parchment fell to the ground, a radiant white light erupted throughout the entire realm of destruction. After several seconds, the light coalesced, revealing the outline of a girl, gradually becoming clearer. She had long, grayish-white hair styled in a braid and held a staff adorned with a spherical gemstone at its apex. "Welcome back, Kess." Upon hearing the familiar voice, the girl slowly opened her eyes, her bluish face revealing a hint of drowsiness. Is this the new god of destruction? That voice. Bellies. It is I, Kess. Your teacher. Bellies stood before Kurz, gazing at the celestial being she had not seen for 5 years, a mentor and sister in one. Indeed, you have visited the Grand Palace, Kurz remarked, a hint of incredulity lacing her tone as she sensed the state of her own body. I just returned from there, Kurz. I avenged Master Ramsey, Bellies explained, revealing her intention to revive her teacher, though she had not succeeded. Master Ramsey. Kurz's awareness remained somewhat hazy, having just awakened. A divine being killed by another divine being cannot be resurrected. I have heard from the Super Dragon. It is regrettable, Bellies sighed. The Super Dragon. Is that the dragon of the gods? As time passed, Kurz's consciousness fully returned, and she recalled Bellies mentioning the Super Dragon, which reminded her of the wish orbs created by the dragon god, Salama. Indeed, the High Priest facilitated my endeavors. Bellies recounted the recent events and the peculiar time flow of the 10th universe to Kurz, refraining from mentioning the matters concerning the chat group. Upon hearing Bellies' narrative, Kurz's brow furrowed slightly. The angelic perception of energy far surpassed that of a typical destroyer god. Even if Bellies did not utilize the chat group, it would likely remain incomparable. After a brief moment, Kurz's youthful visage displayed an expression of disbelief. What has transpired? Bellies felt a pang of anxiety, fearing Kurz had uncovered some dreadful calamity. This 10th universe. Kurz fell into silence for a while, not immediately responding to Bellies' inquiry. Instead attuning herself to her bodily condition. The linked mark has vanished. How is that possible? Kurz murmured softly. Kurz, what is the issue? Bellies inquired urgently. The binding law between me and the destroyer god has disappeared. The bond between an angel and a destroyer god is such that upon the death of a destroyer god, it transitions to the realm of the destroyer god, awaiting the next successor. This law has existed since the inception of the universe. Angels bound to destroyer gods cannot partake in the events that unfold, a reality that even the Omni King and the High Priest cannot alter. To dissolve such a bond, only one means exists. The destroyer god must render an immense contribution to the universe, thereby freeing the angel from the constraints of the law. Additionally, Kurz discovered another anomaly. The 10th universe had subtly drifted beyond the bounds of the entire universe. While it currently pales in comparison, it is no longer under the jurisdiction of the Omni King. Lady Bellies, may I ask you something? Kurz unintentionally added a respectful title as she spoke. Bellies, who had always regarded Kurz as her teacher, felt a twinge of confusion. What is it? I have completely severed my connection to the laws of the 10th universe. And furthermore, the 10th universe is no longer governed by the Omni King's universe. Are you aware of this? Huh. Bellies was utterly bewildered. What on earth is happening? Meow meow meow. Kex explained the information she had detected to Bellies. During this time, nearly half an hour had passed. Do you believe me if I say I don't know the reason? Bellies pondered, perplexed, wondering if the chat group was up to some mischief again. I have faith in you, my Lord Bellies, Kex replied earnestly, yet Bellies could not discern any conviction on her face. After gaining a slight understanding of the situation, Bellies spoke, with the connection to the god of destruction severed. KSI, are you planning to return to the entire universe? Upon hearing this, KSI shook her head. Unless Lady Bellies no longer desires me. Although she was the oldest among the angels, possessing the most experience, she was not the mightiest. For she was neither skilled nor fond of combat. KSI, according to your assertion, if I were to attain a level comparable to that of the Omni King or the High Priest, I would be able to resurrect Ramses, correct? KSI nodded. In theory, that is indeed the case. You possess the powers of destruction, creation, and the dragon, as long as your strength is sufficient. Resurrecting deities who have perished in this universe is not an impossibility. Moreover, it is crucial to note that while the 10th universe is nominally still connected to the entirety of the universe, it is essentially a nation under the umbrella of the universal system. Rest assured, KSI, I shall certainly resurrect my master, Bellies declared earnestly. Thank you, KSI replied, somewhat moved. Bella stepped forward and extended her hand. Miss Kess, I look forward to your guidance in the future. Kess, using her other hand that did not grasp the scepter, accepted Bellis's hand and replied with a gentle smile. I too look forward to your guidance, esteemed destroyer Bellis. After a nostalgic exchange reflecting on the years gone by, Bellis shifted the conversation to the main topic, namely the creation of the Dragon Balls. With Kess's extensive knowledge and guidance, Bellis swiftly crafted the Dragon Balls, achieving a significant milestone. Clapping her hands in delight, she admired the array of Dragon Balls laid out before her. Each sphere, the size of a palm, displayed a unique arrangement of stars, distinguishing them from other Dragon Balls, ranging from 1 star to 7 stars. Ding! The chat group has been upgraded to level 2. Endpoint sign-in has been activated, along with the launch of a consignment platform for items with plural usage. Bellis? She could comprehend the point sign-in. But what did the plural usage consignment platform entail? Before Bellis could fully process her astonishment, another notification chimed in. Ding! Captain of the 5th Division has joined the chat group. Ding! Millennium on my OG has joined the chat group. Bellis. What on earth, more newcomers? The captain of the 5th Division. Wait, isn't that the hairspray user? She was unfamiliar with the Millennium on my OG. Bellis gradually opened the chat group and quietly came online. In the realm of the Shinigami, there stood the captain of the 5th Division, Aizen S. Suk. In the world of the Shaman King, there was the formidable Onmi G. Asakura-yo. Upon reading the introductions of these two individuals, Bellis felt a throbbing headache. Both were formidable bosses, far more challenging to contend with than the obstinate Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara? That arrogant fellow could be subdued with a single defeat, ultimately revealing the layered complexity of his character. In terms of villainy, he paled in comparison to the two newly joined members of the group. Bellis continued to dive into the depths of silence, for with an employee like Uchiha Madara, there was no need for the boss to intervene personally. It seems I too am one who revels in the spectacle of chaos. I have taken a liking to Dragon Ball. After being rescued, I am the god of destruction. Please remember to cherish this tale. Chapter 37 features Sosuke Aizen and Yoko Makinuchi. Ding! Uchiha Madara has entered the arena. Ding! The millennial on my OG has entered the arena. Bellis, engrossed in the chat group messages, were a bewildered expression. What is happening? What conflict arises between the two? She had just logged in and caught a fleeting glimpse of the newcomer's information, yet had not had the opportunity to scan the public screen. As the administrator, Uchiha Madara found himself in conflict with the newcomer, Yoko Makinuchi. With arms crossed over his chest, he stood in the arena, embodying youthful vigor and strength. In this moment, Uchiha Madara did not exude the essence of the mad laughter. His gaze remained calm as it fixed upon the boy before him. You insolent brat. Retract what you just said. You may insult me without consequence, but you shall not tarnish the honor of the group leader. Bellis quietly indulged in gossip, only to find herself unexpectedly entangled in it. As Uchiha Madara insulted her, she pondered what had been said. Glancing at the public screen a few times, she realized the remarks were merely trivial, akin to the musings of insignificant ants. Although the words seemed rather audacious, they did not constitute true insults. Rather, they were merely uncomfortable statements. It was somewhat touching, however, to witness Uchiha Madara fighting on her behalf. Yet, there remained an unsettling feeling that something was amiss. Bellis set her gaze upon the live broadcast of the arena. The king of Ma-S, with a smirk upon his face, remarked, I harbor no intention of insult. I merely speak the truth. In a chat group that transcends countless worlds, it is only fitting that the leader possesses formidable strength. I believe my prowess is sufficient to assume the role of this group's leader. The king of Ma-S, a grand onmyoji from a millennium ago. A formidable figure who has unraveled the mysteries of life and death, deemed no one more suitable than himself for this esteemed position. How arrogant. Is it merely because you possess an additional millennium in your title? If you wish to become the leader, you must first best me, Uchiha Madara, and then we may speak of it. By the way, I am the administrator appointed by the group leader, and my strength is undoubtedly formidable as well. Uchiha spoke with utmost confidence. Following his recent battle with the group leader, Uchiha Madara, through extensive mental simulations, believed he had become significantly stronger than before. Something felt amiss. Bellis furrowed her brow. Uchiha Madara was not one to be easily provoked. The world's first princess. Is anyone there? What is the relationship between Uchiha Madara and this newcomer? After all, there is a plethora of information on the public screen, but Bellis did not thoroughly review it. She merely glanced at a few recent posts. As for the specifics, I am uncertain, but Uchiha Madara's temperament does not suggest that he would descend into action over a minor provocation. To be honest, found it quite perplexing. The newcomer, a millennia-old great onmyoji, had only made a few audacious remarks upon entering the group, and thereafter, her words were scarce. Moreover, she had a vague sense that it was Uchiha Madara who had lured the other party into provoking him. The intent remained unclear. The world's first princess. Was this done deliberately? I did not imply such a thing. The world's first princess. It seems that has also learned the art of evasion. Bellies contemplated for a moment, unable to derive an answer, and inevitably turned her gaze to the live stream. Uchiha Madara observed his opponent, his voice devoid of warmth. Unleash your true power, Makura Yeowang. Where is your fire spirit? Makura Yeowang replied with a chilling smile. So the administrator can access the information of group members? No wonder I sensed something amiss. Aren't you concerned that losing might bring shame upon your esteemed group leader? Although Makura Yeowang was uncertain of Uchiha Madara's strength, he was the most formidable Onmyoji in a millennium and did not believe he would be defeated. Since you won't attack, I shall take the initiative. Uchiha Madara formed hand seals. Fire release. Great fire annihilation. A colossal sea of flames surged forward, enveloping Makura Yeowang in an instant. Makura Yeowang smiled faintly. A massive soul entity emerged, deep crimson in hue, exuding an overwhelming presence. The fire spirit extended its hand toward the vast sea of flames, its palm swirling like a vortex, beginning to absorb the encroaching inferno. In a short while, the seemingly endless flames were consumed entirely by the fire spirit, which grew larger than before. Indeed, it was a manifestation of the natural forces. Uchiha Madara noticed Makura Yeowang standing upon the fire spirit's shoulder. After this incident, he would likely need to apologize to the group leader. Uchiha Madara shook off his thoughts as his dark eyes swiftly transformed, transcending into the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, then into the Rinnegan. Seeing Uchiha Madara's eyes transform, a look of surprise crossed Makura Yeowang's face. Impressive, indeed. This is no mere boast. Feeling the immense pressure emanating from Uchiha Madara, a sensation he had not experienced in 1,000 years, he realized those eyes could bridge life and death. As a grand Onmyoji who traversed the realms of existence, he quickly discerned the peculiarity of Uchiha Madara's gaze. Interesting. A battle is best when evenly matched. I wonder if you possess such capability. With a commanding shout, Makura Yeowang declared, Fire Spirit, we advance. With a power level of 1.2 million. It was evident he stood at the pinnacle of this world. Unexpectedly, within this peculiar chat group he stumbled upon today, he found an adversary that ignited his fighting spirit. In an instant, the fire spirit disassembled and reformed behind Uchiha Madara. Makura Yeowang, standing atop the fire spirit, proclaimed, I accept your soul. The fire spirit reached out to grasp Uchiha Madara. Rinne rebirth, Uchiha murmured. Just as the fire spirit was about to seize him, a resounding impact sent the spirit, along with Makura Yeowang, hurtling backward. What just happened? Makura Yeowang manipulated the fire spirit to halt their retreat, his gaze sharpening. A glance at the right side of the fire spirit's chest revealed fissures forming. An invisible attack? He could sense it, yet it remained unseen, indicating it did not exist within the same space. Makura Yeowang extended 2 fingers, lightly tracing them across his eye sockets, and soon a peculiar gleam illuminated his eyes. He saw 2 forms, indistinguishable from Uchiha Madara, resembling shadows. Was it this entity that struck the fire spirit? To be honest, his earlier actions were merely a preliminary probe. The ease with which Uchiha Madara had repelled the fire spirit astonished him. Instead of continuing his assault, Uchiha Madara analyzed the composition of the fire spirit through the sensations of Rinne rebirth. Soul, natural forces. I seem to comprehend. Yet executing it is a formidable task, Uchiha murmured. In the chat group, Bellies observed the clash between Uchiha Madara and Makura Yeowang. So that's why Uchiha Madara seeks to confront Makura Yeowang. It is indeed for the fire spirit. She pondered the depths of his ambition. Having witnessed the battle between Ing and Acer, she speculated on Uchiha Madara's true intentions. The fire spirit, a natural product, was constructed from the forces of nature. Uchiha Madara aimed to master sage arts and fathom the essence of natural forces. Gently toying with a strand of her silvery hair, Bellies softly mused. Indeed, those who play the role of antagonists often possess goals and dreams for which they tirelessly strive. Her gaze then shifted to Makura Yeowang. What could be his motives for provocation? She found it hard to believe that a grand Onmyoji, reborn over a millennium, would exhibit such naivete. Acting like a fool upon entering the chat group. Thus, he must have his own calculations at play, which complicated matters. Particularly, she found herself more troubled by the presence of Aizen Sosuke from the Soul Society. Yes, that master of gel. In the Soul Society's 5th Division headquarters. Aizen Sosuke practiced calligraphy quietly at his desk. Yet, the lenses of his glasses reflected a glimmer, and a playful smile graced his lips. The perspectives of other world administrators and the group leader have broadened. My heavens have risen higher. He set his brush down, deep in thought, before murmuring softly. Rukia Kachiki has entered the human realm. The plan is nearly ready to unfold. Ichigo, do not let me down. In the chat group, the battle in the arena raged on. Having been kicked away by Uchiha Madara's shadow, Makura Yeowang remained unfazed. In combat, sustaining injuries was a normal occurrence, especially when the injured fire spirit bore no consequence to him. As the flames mended, the ghastly wound on the fire spirit's chest swiftly healed. Uchiha Madara, You are quite impressive, Makura Yeo Wang remarked from his elevated position on the fire spirit's shoulder, offering Uchiha Madara a nod of acknowledgement. Humph, truly arrogant. Uchiha Madara was incensed, recalling the former version of himself when he gazed upon Makura Yeo Wang. However, with his enhanced perspective, he no longer viewed others through such a lens. Uchiha Madara commanded the two shadows he had created to slowly advance toward Makura Yeo Wang. A sneak attack could only be executed once. Did he truly believe that I would not anticipate such tactics? As Uchiha Madara's shadow stealthily approached, the fire spirit swung its elongated arms, conjuring a tempest of staggering magnitude. A towering fire tornado soared toward the encroaching shadows. Yet, the colossal whirlwind conjured by the fire spirit unexpectedly passed right through Uchiha Madara's shadows. What? Makura Yeo Wang exclaimed in astonishment. At that moment, Uchiha Madara's shadows leapt into action, accelerating toward the fire spirit. In the blink of an eye, they positioned themselves to sandwich the fire spirit from both sides. To surround me from the front and back? You underestimate me. The fire spirit formed a colossal hand, coalescing into a sphere of flames. With a whoosh, the fiery orb crackled and subsequently unleashed a barrage of searing fire arrows. Each arrow struck the boundary of the wheel tomb, incinerating the shadows of the guardians before they could mount a defense, reducing them to ashes within mere seconds. The flames in the fire spirit's grasp dissipated. King Masakura cast a glance at the distant Uchiha Madara. Is this the source of your confidence, esteemed administrator? Such trivial shadows of illusion and reality are easily deciphered. They are utterly insignificant. Upon hearing King Masakura's mockery, Uchiha Madara remained unfazed, brushing off the dust from his shoulder. The boundary of the wheel tomb vanished. He had acquired the data he sought. A slight smile graced Uchiha Madara's lips. Hashirama, soon I shall surpass you. Perhaps I will attain the level of the Sage of Six Paths without even the Ten Tails. No, with the chat group at my disposal, I am confident that I will undoubtedly reach that level. Noticing the disdainful smile on Uchiha Madara's face, King Masakura raised an eyebrow slightly. The fire spirit and King Masakura's forms once again began to disintegrate. Just as before, Uchiha Madara sensed a lethal intent emanating from behind him. Was this a rule? No. Not yet. Reflecting on the previous battle between Ing and Ozer, he observed King Masakura anew. Rather than a rule, it seemed more like a technique capable of artfully appropriating the laws. Indeed, a Grand Onmyoji who had survived for a millennium was not to be underestimated. Before engaging King Masakura, Uchiha Madara had accessed information about him through the chat group's privileges. Although the data was scant, he resolved to entice his opponent into a challenge. It was not in his nature to be attacked without retaliation. A blue chakra erupted from his body. A colossal shadow was cast upon the ground, with fiery red arms and menacing claws lunging towards Uchiha Madara. Suddenly, a blue arm seized the fire spirit's limb. What? King Masakura was momentarily taken aback. What was this entity? At that moment, Uchiha Madara found himself enveloped by the solidified blue chakra, with the skeletal framework of his Susanoo grasping the thrusting fire spirit. The eyes, their swirling patterns emitted a frequency of power that seemed to resonate with the energy of the skeletal form. Interesting, he mused. King Masakura manipulated the fire spirit, who lifted its right foot and delivered a powerful kick towards Uchiha Madara and his Susanoo. An eye for an eye, he declared. The two energies collided, causing both the fire spirit and the blue Susanoo to tremble slightly. The terrifying force radiated from their epicenter, spreading across thousands of meters. The once solid ground became a chaotic mess of shattered stones and broken walls. Susanoo cannot withstand this much longer, Uchiha Madara frowned. The fire spirit's kick had caused further fractures in the Susanoo's ribs. Had he not sensed the anomaly and augmented his mental and chakra output, that earlier kick could have shattered the Susanoo entirely. The force of nature was indeed formidable. No, it was not merely the force of nature. The fire spirit before him possessed an unparalleled strength of its own. If only I had the 9 tails. Uchiha Madara thought of the tailed beast that Hashirama had deemed too powerful to be left unsealed. From a distance, King Masakura's voice dripped with disdain. Simultaneously, the fire spirit raised its other arm, unrestrained, and clawed fiercely towards Uchiha Madara, shielded by his Susanoo. The fire spirit's elongated fingers radiated a deadly light. This was one of its skills, the flame gun, infused with overwhelming natural power, seemingly capable of tearing apart anything in its path. King Masakura felt confident that with this move, he could easily shatter the Susanoo, inflicting damage on Uchiha Madara within. With a resounding crash, the Susanoo could barely withstand the flames entwined around the fire spirit's claws for mere seconds before erupting violently. As the Susanoo shattered, Uchiha Madara's defenses were utterly obliterated. Uchiha Madara, thank you for the entertainment. Your soul shall be mine, he proclaimed, slowly raising his right hand, showing no signs of evasion. The renegade absorbed the energy. Yet the fire spirit halted just short of touching Uchiha Madara, repelled by an invisible wall of light. Particularly, the flames on its left hand diminished at a visible rate. What is happening? King Masakura pondered, momentarily bewildered. The fire spirit's power was rapidly dissipating. Ah, I see. Those eyes possessed the power of yin and yang, along with the 5 elements. truly formidable. For the first time in battle, King Masakura employed his skills. He positioned 2 fingers before his eyes and traced the air with deft movements. Elemental conversion, solidified gold. Upon completion of his incantation, the fire spirit beneath him underwent a transformation. Its original fire attribute was cloaked in gold, and the air and energies coalesced into an indomitable form. What? Uchiha Madara's expression shifted dramatically. He could no longer absorb the fire spirit's energy. The sensation was reminiscent of his battle with Hashirama, where his fire release was extinguished by the overwhelming vitality of Hashirama's wood release. Now, Uchiha Madara realized that the transformed fire spirit had significantly increased its attack power. Even the nullification of the animal path through his Rinnegan could not hold it back any longer. Ceasing his efforts to absorb the fire spirit's energy, Uchiha Madara unleashed a repulsive force from his palm. Shinra Tensei. He aimed to expel the fire spirit and King Masakura from his vicinity. The immense repulsive force struck the fire spirit but felt akin to colliding with a dense metal. It merely slightly hindered its movements. The fire spirit blocked the repulsion directed towards King Masakura with one hand, while the other continued its assault on Uchiha Madara. This won't do. Even Shinra Tensei. Uchiha Madara felt beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Aside from his encounter with the group leader, this was the second time Shinra Tensei had been countered. Very well. I have made some progress in the cultivation of sage techniques. There is no need to be overly demanding. Uchiha Madara suddenly lowered his right hand. The repulsive force that had emanated from him vanished in an instant. Oh, are you conceding? King Masakura observed Uchiha Madara's actions with a hint of confusion. Even without telepathy, it was evident that Uchiha Madara still possessed fighting strength. From their recent exchange, it was clear that Uchiha Madara was a person of immense pride. Would such a person simply give up? Just as King Masakura prepared for the fire spirit to claim Uchiha Madara's soul, a voice pierced the air, sending chills down his spine. To retreat for the sake of acquiring certain abilities is not the behavior befitting Uchiha Madara. The true battle begins now. As I summon my perfected Susanoo, a terrifying surge of energy erupted, exerting an overwhelming pressure that instantaneously bore down upon Matsong Yiwang. Enthralled by Dragon Ball, after being rescued, I am the god of destruction. I urge you to cherish this narrative. Dragon Ball, after being rescued. I am the god of destruction. Chapter 39. In the presence of the fire spirit, Matsong Yiwang felt his body suddenly weighed down. The sheer potency of that energy was capable of altering the density of space itself, albeit slightly. It was nonetheless remarkable. Uchiha Madara. Matsong Yiwang maneuvered the fire spirit to leap backward. Given the uncertainty of the situation, evading was the sagacious choice. Matsong Yiwang held little faith in the arena's rules, which stated that even in death, one's physical form would remain unaffected. He had no desire to test such claims. Perhaps Uchiha Madara could take that risk. This also elucidated his obsession with capturing Madara's soul. Such formidable energy. Capable of stabilization, impressive indeed. Glancing up at the fully realized Susanoo, towering over 400 meters, Matsong Yiwang could not help but smile knowingly. By comparison, his fire spirit appeared rather diminutive. The sub-100-meter fire spirit stood in stark contrast to the colossal Susanoo, resembling a child beside an adult. Once the complete Susanoo was formed, Uchiha Madara refrained from making any pre-battle threats. The hand of Susanoo rested upon the hilt of its sword. In the following moment, a flash of blade illuminated the air. A piercing sonic boom erupted from directly in front of Susanoo. An exceedingly terrifying wave of energy radiated through the atmosphere, extending far into the distance. The earth trembled violently, the ground collapsing in layers. With a thunderous roar, an explosion engulfed Susanoo, as well as its intended targets, the fire spirit and Matsong Yiwang. After a lengthy interval, the brilliance gradually diminished. The solid form of Susanoo appeared somewhat disheveled. The blade wielded by Susanoo hung suspended in midair. A towering crimson giant stood valiantly before Susanoo, its height nearly matching the colossal figure of Susanoo itself. It had successfully intercepted the attack. Observing the fire spirit with hands clasped together, catching the blade of Susanoo with bare hands, Uchiha Madara exhibited little astonishment. It would have been more peculiar had he failed to halt the blow. In the chat group, numerous members were captivated by the duel unfolding between the two combatants. Overall, the back-and-forth nature of their battle proved far more enthralling than a one-sided domination. Particularly, a bespectacled captain of the 5th Division displayed keen interest in the live confrontation. Within the God of Destruction realm, is there something amiss? Crix inquired. Bellies, engrossed in the arena's live broadcast, was drawn back to reality by Crix's call. She cast a glance at Crix, her tone laced with curiosity. My Lord of Destruction. You've been lost in thought for half an hour, Crix lamented, cradling her head in exasperation. Bellies, unfortunately, has a tendency to daydream when not engaged in serious matters. After years of absence, even now, while attempting to focus, she finds herself lost in thought. It seems hardly any time has passed. Bellies offers an awkward smile. Regarding the matters of the chat group, she is not yet prepared to divulge anything to Kishi. Given Kishi's status as the daughter of the High Priest, no one can guarantee which side she might align with. At the very least, Bellies is reluctant to take that gamble, fearing that the moment she speaks, the High Priest might arrive. Lady Bellies, once the Dragon Balls are completed, we must test their quality. Otherwise, any mishap could pose a threat to the universe. Kashi is not entirely ignorant of the Dragon Realm and is aware that the Dragon Balls can manifest negative energy. In that case, let us proceed with the test. She gathers the scattered Dragon Balls together. Gazing at the orbs, a flicker of excitement stirs within her. The concepts of utilizing the Dragon Balls and creating them are distinctly different. Arise, Divine Dragon. As the words leave her lips, the resonance intensifies, and the Dragon Balls begin to glow with increasing brilliance. A bolt of golden light surges upward from the orbs. Above the realm of destruction, a thick cloud begins to gather. Soon after, from within the cloud emerges a vividly deep red, fleshy creature, the Divine Dragon. It descends slowly, revealing its full form beneath the clouds. With crimson scales, a pale red underbelly, blood-red eyes, and a body stretching several hundred meters, it exudes an imposing presence. State your wish. Any desire will be granted, or should I say, O Creator. The Divine Dragon suddenly falters mid-sentence. Come now, no need to be nervous, continue. I am listening, Bellies chuckles nonchalantly. How could that be? The little dragon was conjured by the Creator. How could it dare to overstep? A few beads of cold sweat appear on the dragon's somewhat dignified face. Darn it, my first attempt at grandeur, and I've misjudged the situation. From now on, I must scrutinize before responding to any summoning. Having just been born, I certainly do not wish to be reformed. It appears there are no issues, so you may return. Bellies observes the Divine Dragon for a moment before speaking. Indeed, the little dragon is in excellent health, capable of consuming several meals at once. Having said this, before Bellies can respond, with a whoosh, it vanishes. The resonance begins to fade, and the Dragon Balls lie quietly on the ground. Bellies, Bellies, with a determined expression, inquired of KSI, is this Divine Dragon a failure or a success? I can't shake the feeling that it is rather unreliable. Can it truly grant wishes? A faintly strained smile graced Xi's face as she replied, it is only the first time. Some discomfort is to be expected. Although I have never seen the visage of a Divine Dragon, did that creature not seem a bit overly obsequious just now? As Bellies carefully placed the Dragon Ball, her thoughts drifted to matters of the underworld. There are certain things in the realm of hell that my current creative powers cannot fully restore. Would you be able to venture there? Hell? KSI, responding to Bellies' request, pointed her angelic scepter, projecting an image of the underworld. The devastation was severe. Was it due to Zamasu? Indeed, that individual is rather unhinged. Fortunately, preparations were made in advance. Otherwise, chaos would surely have ensued in the nether realm. Bellies sighed. Then I shall go take a look. KSI transformed into a beam of white light, departing from the realm of destruction. At last, she is gone, Bellies murmured. Once KSI was dismissed, Bellies grasped the Dragon Ball. What if I were to place the Dragon Ball in the chat group? She pondered. By utilizing the Dragon Ball to make wishes in various worlds, Bellies could gain insight into the laws governing those realms, which would greatly aid her in her quest for self-improvement. She recalled that during a previous upgrade of the chat group, a peculiar trading platform had emerged. Upon reflection, it seemed to have been created precisely to allow group members to utilize the Dragon Balls. Well, let us observe for now. Bellies once again immersed her consciousness into the chat group. Has the live broadcast concluded? The world's first princess. Is anyone here? Who emerged victorious in the battle between Uchiha Madara and King Asakario? I am rather curious. Uchiha Madara, world's first princess, group leader. I just fought against the newcomer, and I emerged victorious. Uchiha Madara. Additionally, I must apologize to the group leader for engaging in combat with the newcomer without your consent, which may have caused an undesirable impact. The confrontation with King Asakario was partly due to the latter's provocations, and partly because I was intrigued by the inherent power of his natural attributes and wished to test my prowess. Of course, I was prepared for any repercussions from the group leader, whether in success or failure. Even though I possess considerable confidence, I do not believe my little ruse could elude your notice. The world's first princess. It's all right, just be cautious next time, Uchiha Madara. Do not act in haste. In truth, enhancing your strength will be more convenient after your resurrection. Uchiha Madara. Resurrection? Who knows how long that will take? The world's first princess. Isn't there a sign-in system? Each sign-in grants points, which can be exchanged for items. For instance, ding. Group leader. The world's first princess has placed the Dragon Balls on the item consignment platform. Uchiha Madara? The world's first princess. You can use the Dragon Balls to achieve resurrection. Uchiha Madara. Hybrid AI. Ignoring the excitement of the group members, Bellies focused her attention on the recording of the recent battle. As the group leader, she could capture the arena's battles in real time. Despite having superior strength, King Asakario was unexpectedly defeated by Uchiha Madara. The mindset during combat is rather crucial. Compared to King Asakario, who seemed hesitant to fully embrace the rules of the chat group for fear of being overwhelmed, Uchiha Madara fought with the determination to inflict damage, regardless of the risk. Ultimately, this reckless approach led to King Asakario's demise. Moreover, the techniques employed mirrored those used previously, Susanoo, and a barrage of punches, resulting in a complete knockout of both King Asakario and his fiery spirit. I wonder if he will feel disheartened after exiting. I am quite curious. Liking Dragon Balls, after being resurrected, I am the god of destruction. Please bookmark Dragon Balls. After being resurrected, I am the god of destruction. Chapter 40. King Yo's Wish. In the spirit world, as his consciousness returned to his body, King Asakura slowly opened his eyes. The scenes of the previous battle replayed in his mind. My hesitation has led to my utter defeat. He leapt from the rooftop, his feet gently touching the ground. Opening his palms, he gazed at the fiery spirit, now condensed into a flame. You felt the excitement too, didn't you? We are about to step into a realm far broader than merely becoming the Spirit King. The flame formed by the fiery spirit trembled slightly, seemingly in agreement with King Asakura-yo's thoughts. Despite being defeated by Uchiha Madara, he felt no anger. The opponent had bested him fairly. Even if it was through the rules of the chat group, their life at stake, such actions were permissible. If anything, it was his own overconfidence that had led to his downfall. Well, I shall simply win next time. Nonetheless, it was through this defeat that he realized the terrifying nature of the chat group. It can fully simulate one's body. Even the fiery spirit can be directly replicated. Even death can be rendered almost convincingly. Uchiha Madara wielded what he termed true 1,000 hands, unleashing 1,000 punches. He exerted all his strength to defend but ultimately fell short, managing to block only about half of the assault. Subsequently, both he and the fiery spirit were overwhelmed by a barrage of punches that rained down like bullets. The intensity of the onslaught was more than even the fiery spirit could withstand, despite his formidable skills and yin-yang techniques. His physical form could not match that of the fiery spirit. Furthermore, the strength of the simulated body within the chat group was nearly equivalent to his current form, rendering it impossible to endure such power. The chat group, Uchiha Madara, and that enigmatic group leader, King Asakura smiled. Perhaps the days to come would not be dull. Ding. The group leader has added the Dragon Balls to the consignment platform. Any members wishing to use them may proceed to purchase. King Asakura was taken aback. Dragon Balls? What are those? He adeptly opened the chat group and clicked on the newly added option. Moments later, images of 7 orange glass spheres, each marked with different star counts, appeared. The Dragon Balls, capable of granting any wish, including the resurrection of the deceased, but only one at a time. Resurrection. King Asakura-yo's previously composed expression began to shift. Memories from a millennium ago surged forth. The spirit medium killed by ordinary people, his mother. For 1,000 years, King Asakura-yo had tirelessly pursued his goal. His ambition to become the Spirit King was to eradicate the filthy ordinary humans and construct a world exclusively for spirit mediums. Beyond that, he sought to harness the power of the Spirit King to unearth his mother from the planet's 4.6 billion-year history and bring her back to life. Could the Dragon Balls truly accomplish this? King Asakura was unaware that his voice trembled slightly as he spoke. Upon seeing the price of the Dragon Balls, his brow furrowed. Acquiring the right to use the Dragon Balls required 5,000 points. Points? What are those? There was a points sign-in system nearby, and King Asakura instinctively clicked on it. Ding. You may sign in once a month, earning between 100 points each time. Ding. Congratulations, you have earned 25 points. Is this all? King Asakura frowned. With only 25 points a month, how long will it take to accumulate enough? Moreover, those 25 points are not guaranteed to remain the same. Next month, it might only be 1 point. Glancing at the usernames of all members in the chat group, King Asakura hesitated briefly before changing the nickname of the Millennium Great Yin-yang Master to his own name, King Asakura. King Asakura. Everyone, I am the newcomer. King Asakura. May I ask a few questions? Uchiha Madara. What the heck? So polite? The world's first princess. Sure. Well, would you like to ask? King Asakura. Is it true that the Dragon Balls on the consignment platform can resurrect the deceased? The world's first princess. It can, provided there exists a soul imprint. If the soul has been forcibly erased, it cannot be done. However, one must be cautious. Those who died of natural causes or diseases cannot be resurrected. In other words, only those who died under extraordinary circumstances can be brought back. King Asakura, what about those who have been dead for a long time? The world's first princess. How long? King Asakura, approximately 1,000 years. Uchiha Madara, Hybrid AI. Others, this great yin-yang master seems to have a peculiar misunderstanding regarding the duration of death. 1,000 years? The ashes could have been scattered by now. The world's first princess. Resurrection is indeed possible. 1,000 years is not too long. According to the laws of your world, the souls of spirit mediums do not perish after a millennium. It is not particularly difficult. The world's first princess. King Asakura, I am quite curious. Who do you wish to resurrect? Asakura or Yadakiyo? In the spirit world. Upon seeing the messages in the chat group, King Asakura sprang to his feet. King Asakura, how do you know? Incredible! I have never mentioned to the group whom I wish to resurrect. Moreover, even the names have been revealed. Maki no Ha, the mother of the Maki clan king from a millennium ago, and Yahaka Chiyo, who can be considered the closest friend of the Maki clan king. In a certain sense, had it not been for Yahaka Chiyo's power, he would have been slain long ago. The excessive use of Yahaka Chiyo's strength ultimately led to her demise. A burden that the Maki clan king has carried with guilt for many years. The world's first princess. When you join the chat group, the past and future of your world will be recorded, albeit only in part. not in its entirety. The world's first princess, however, rest assured. This pertains only to the predetermined past and future, meaning the events that would occur had you not joined the chat group. Maki Clan King? Is that truly the case? The Grand Onmyoji was somewhat reluctant to believe this, yet upon reflection, this explanation seemed the most plausible. Unable to ponder further, the Maki Clan King changed the subject. Maki Clan King, how does one acquire points to exchange for Dragon Balls? To be frank, if one were to sign in once a month, receiving a mere 1,100 points each time, resurrection would take an eternity. Moreover, he sought to revive 2 lives, not just 1. He was uncertain whether the Dragon Balls could resurrect 2 individuals at once or only 1. The world's first princess, Have you not reviewed the rules of the consignment platform? The world's first princess, each member can consign valuable items with multiple uses to the platform. And through evaluations from the chat group, one can earn points. Additionally, if your consigned items are purchased by other members, you will receive 1/10 of the purchase price in points, which can be redeemed multiple times. Maki Clan King. I see. I understand now. Ding. The Maki Clan King uploaded an ancient strategy text and earned 1,000 points. He gazed at the new line of points in the chat group. Is it truly so little? Nevertheless, earning 1,000 points for an old manuscript pinned years ago is commendable. The Maki Clan King maintained a calm demeanor. Yet the flicker in his eyes betrayed his inner turmoil. He proceeded to upload additional methods for cultivating spiritual energy and yin-yang techniques. After the system assessed, his personal account in the chat group reflected a total of 4,150 points. The world's first princess. I just remembered something. The points required to use the Dragon Balls are correlated with the laws of each world. The world's first princess, to put it simply. The stronger the limits an individual can achieve, or the higher the world's tier, the more points are required for a wish with the Dragon Balls. Haiwan Kyuka, here. The exchange for the Dragon Balls requires 500 points. Is that considered a lot? Irina, mine requires 2,000 points. Kikyo, 4,500 points. Uchiha Madara, 5,000 points. Maki Clan King, 5,000 points. Captain of the 5th Division, 6,000 points, which seems rather unbelievable. Haiwan Kyuka, points, I feel as though I may never gather enough. Haiwan Kyuka, well, there is really no point in comparing. Is she fortunate or unfortunate? In her mundane world, even without undertaking any actions, simply by signing in, she might obtain the Dragon Balls to resurrect her sister within a few years. Meanwhile, in the Soul Society, outside the 5th Division barracks, Aizen Sasuke stood with his hands clasped behind his back. How do the wish-granting Dragon Balls compare to the Hogyoku? However, if the wish requirements are calculated based on world strength, then excluding the unknown world of the group leader, the realm where the one named Lumen resides likely surpasses his current world in tier. At this moment, in Tavat, Lumen, riding the Golden King Beast, led an imposing assembly of the Abyss Order to the Wangshuin. The Wangshuin, a land formed by the spear of the Geo-Archon Moryx, also harbors the sealed demon Ojal beneath it, with the Golden King Beast accompanied by dozens of abyssal apostles and shells, as well as hundreds of abyss mages. This formidable group would not fear even the creatures of Liyue, especially the Golden King Beast, rejuvenated by the power of the Abyss. Now possessed strength rivaling that of the ancient Dragon Durin. Lumen's gaze fell upon the chat group. To avert any unforeseen circumstances, she inquired whether the group leader could assist in overseeing matters. After all, while the current forces of the Abyss Order might contend with the adepti of Liyue, facing Moryx would still be a formidable challenge. Even the Golden King Beast could only delay him for a short while. The unsealing of Ojal would require time. And should the unsealing lead to the main forces of the Abyss Order being annihilated by Moryx, there would be nowhere to lament. Lumen, world's first princess, group leader. Would you be interested in coming to Tavat? The world's first princess? Lumen, I plan to capture Ojal, but I fear my subordinates may not be able to withstand Moryx. The world's first princess. In other words, you require assistance? Lumen, well, perhaps a bit. I'm uncertain how the group leader feels about this. The world's first princess. I will require 2 vision orbs. Lumen, you don't truly need such things. Do you? As a deity, why would you covet the vision orbs? The world's first princess. I wish to observe the principles behind their creation. You need not worry. Lumen, very well. I accept. Group leader, when will you arrive? The world's first princess. I can only remain in Tavat for 3 hours. And I will bring only a fraction of my power. Is that acceptable? Lumen, the unsealing and defeating Ojal may take about an hour, so the time is sufficient. I just wonder if the group leader can hold off Moryx before I complete these tasks. Lumen, additionally, I am somewhat concerned that the Anemo Archon might interfere. The world's first princess. I can hold him off, but only in that capacity. I will not interfere beyond preventing them from obstructing you. Lumen, that will suffice. The group leader's strength should have no trouble defeating the Geo-Archon and Anemo Archon. Even capturing them is highly probable. Yet she has no obligation to do so. One should not overreach, or rather, one should not demand too much. Lumen only wishes to protect the core forces of the Abyss, ensuring they are not wiped out while she attempts to unseal Ojal. The rest can be addressed later. The world's first princess. Whenever you are prepared, simply call for me, and I shall teleport over. Lumen, understood. Lumen and Bellies discussed their plans loudly in the group. Yet, none interjected, some unsure of what to say. While a couple of newcomers, particularly Maki Clan King and Aizen Sasuke, were filled with curiosity. In the Soul Society, Aizen Sasuke had been contemplating whether to share some Kido techniques in the chat group for points when he noticed the group leader preparing to venture into that Tavat world. It would be impossible not to be intrigued by another world, especially considering his concerns for Lumen and the group leader, Tavat and the group leader, Bellies. Let me witness your prowess. In a conversation within the chat group, Blue Dye subtly surmised that a battle might soon ensue. However, he remained uncertain whether it would be broadcasted live. Should there be no live stream, he would have to request the group leader to initiate one. To be candid, Blue Dye was reluctant to reveal himself, as conversations between the administrator Uchiha Madara and the esteemed Maikawa Y, along with subsequent explanations from the group leader Bellis, confirmed that she was aware of the events occurring in his world, though the extent of her knowledge remained ambiguous. In Tavat, at the Liyue harbor, a radiant light flickered around Ing. Moments later, a slightly taller girl with white hair appeared beside her. Welcome to Tavat, Ing greeted with a gentle smile. Meanwhile, the members of the Abyss Order were taken aback by the sudden arrival. Bellies and Ing exchanged brief greetings before shifting their gaze to the multitude of Abyss Order members. Ing, you haven't brought your entire fortune, have you? I've brought half. There are also some ambushed in Liyue to threaten Morix, Ing replied. You truly are something. Are you not afraid of the awakening of heavenly principles? Bellies remarked with a hint of exasperation. Well, that's precisely why I invited the esteemed leader to assist us. She added. Bellies, please refrain from mimicking the way Spider speaks, all right? Ing waved her hand. Yuan Shang, come here. Ah, your highness, how may I serve you? Yuan Shang floated over to stand before Ing. Before my return, I entrusted the command of the abyssal cult to my friend here. Do you understand? Yes, your highness. Yuan Shang dared not retort, stealing a furtive glance at Bellies, who stood beside Ing. This white-haired girl appeared unmistakably human. Could she truly command the abyssal cult? It seemed a significant event was on the horizon. Sensing Yuan Shang's apprehension, Ing continued. My friend's name is Bellies. I have summoned her to temporarily thwart any potential appearance of Morix. As for the rest, you may proceed as usual. Thwart Morix? Yuan Shang exclaimed, his disbelief evident. Her? He murmured instinctively. Is there a problem? At that moment, a chilling aura enveloped Yuan Shang, rendering him as if mired in sludge. He quickly bowed. No. How could I possibly voice any objections? That sensation, immersed in a quagmire, lashed by fear, was truly intoxicating. After conveying some instructions, Ing led a portion of the abyssal apostles towards the sealing location of Ozer. With Ying's prowess, unsealing Ozer did not require the extensive incantations akin to Dada Duck-S rituals. Armed with a one-handed sword, she merely needed to strike the stone. After Ying's departure, the members of the abyssal cult exhibited defiance. After all, this was the Abyss. How could they so easily submit to a single leader? Even if they outwardly complied with the princess's command, inwardly they resisted vehemently. Mages, chantcasters, apostles, shells, and the Golden King Beast, Ying's entourage was indeed diverse. Perched upon a protruding rock, Bellies rested her chin on her wrist, surveying the fierce countenances of the abyssal cult members. Well, I'm not particularly fond of your gazes. Could you perhaps adopt a more amiable demeanor? Upon finishing her words, Bellies casually tossed a fragment of rock she had been toying with. The stone rolled a few times on the ground before coming to rest before the abyssal cult members. Just as the members of the abyssal cult were taken aback, the palm-sized stone began to emit a myriad of violet glimmers. Immediately, a terrifying pressure enveloped all members of the abyssal cult, save for Yuan Shang. The foremost abyssal chantcasters and apostles were forcefully slammed to the ground, their chests intimately meeting the earth. The other members of the abyss, standing just behind, seemed to react swiftly, immediately adopting defensive stances. Nearly 100 abyssal mages simultaneously encased themselves in spherical shields. However, under this oppressive force, regardless of their attributes, the shields of the abyssal mages shattered upon impact. As the protective barriers crumbled, all abyssal mages found themselves pinned to the ground. Meanwhile, the other abyssal chantcasters, apostles, and shell knights were also ruthlessly subdued without the slightest resistance. Within the entire solitary cloud pavilion, only Bellies and the bowing Yuan Shang remained upright, while the rest lay sprawled on the ground like discarded fish. Goodness, Yuan Shang trembled, wiping non-existent cold sweat from his forehead. He swallowed hard, glancing over the toppled abyssal cult members towards a Golden King Beast, similarly pressed into the earth. As a fire element abyssal chantcaster, Yuan Shang felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Yet, as a loyal supporter of Ing, he knew he must plead for mercy. Otherwise, this entire group might face dire consequences. Bellies, please pardon the discourtesy of the cult members. They did not mean any offense. Upon hearing this, Bellies looked up at Yuan Shang, who stood beside her. Bowing his head, are you afraid of me? Yuan Shang's heart skipped a beat. You are a guest of the princess, and thus her honored guest. I could not possibly fear you. I hold you in the utmost respect. Bellies waved her hand, preventing Yuan Shang from continuing. Rest assured, none of Ying's subordinates will perish. The pressure I exerted upon them is proportional to their energy intensity and will not claim their lives. With that, she gently flicked her index finger and thumb. A sharp sound echoed as a purple light burst forth, shattering the stones that emitted a drifting purple halo into powder. As the stones crumbled, the oppressive force weighing down upon everyone abruptly dissipated. The Abyss Mages and Abyss Shantaeus gasped for breath, particularly the Golden King Beast, whose eyes rolled back, its body heaving. With a wolfish head that seemed incongruous with its draconic form, panting as if utterly exhausted. Gazing at the defeated remnants before her, Yuan Shang's lips twitched in irritation. Damn it. With such a pitiful lot, not only can they not fight, but whether they can even rise is debatable. Are we to wait for them to become fodder for Li Yue? Yuan Shang, come here. Hearing that nightmarish voice, Yuan Shang felt a jolt of anxiety. Milady, I need a bit of abyssal power, Belly stated. Confused. Yuan Shang looked up and hesitated before replying, Milady, the abyss is perilous. If not handled properly, this formidable being, known as Bellies, is a significant guest of Her Highness the Princess. A careless misstep could lead to the abyss corrupting her. Even if afterwards, I were to be punished by the princess, it would scarcely compensate for such a blunder. Yuan Shang, you wouldn't wish for Ying's subordinates to engage in battle in Li Yue, would you? Observing Yuan Shang's hesitation, Belly spoke calmly. Or do you believe the abyss could affect me? And no, I wouldn't dare. Yuan Shang quickly shook his head. It would be preposterous. She is a being so powerful that with a mere flick of her wrist, she could obliterate hundreds of the Abyss Order's elite. Yuan Shang transformed the abyssal power into a swirling mass of black mist and slowly pushed it towards Bellies. As he did so, he cautioned, you must be careful. Should anything seem amiss, please inform me immediately. Perhaps I can offer some remedy. Oh, all right, I understand. Assessing the black mist cradled in her hand while hearing Yuan Shang's motherly tone of concern, Bellies felt somewhat exasperated. The abyss. What is it about this force that incites such trepidation? Dedicating her mental energy to the mass of black mist, a chilling sensation enveloped her. Oh, intriguing. It is not to be gazed upon, an omen of destruction. Moments later, Bellies withdrew her probing consciousness. She extended her left index finger and traced a few lines in the black mist resting in her right palm. Go. She gently tugged upward. From the mist, countless tiny droplets emerged, soaring towards the incapacitated members of the Abyss Order. One by one, these droplets entered their bodies. Within seconds, those who had been gasping and groaning slowly began to rise. Their chaotic and weakened auras gradually returned to a semblance of normalcy. Meanwhile, the massive black abyssal mist in Bellies' hand diminished to the size of 3 fingers. Belly shifted her gaze towards the somewhat reserved members of the abyssal cult and remarked, before your princess returns, is it acceptable for you to heed my instructions regarding the matters at hand? The smile gracing the lips of the silver-haired maiden sent shivers through the members of the abyssal cult, who reacted as if confronted by a demon. They quickly responded, some unable to speak, nodding fervently, while those who could articulate their thoughts clamored in a cacophony of assurances. No problem. Ah, you see, this is quite easily resolved. Isn't it? Your smiles have become significantly more amicable. The members of the abyssal cult acquiesced. All right, whatever Ing instructs you to do, just carry it out. Disperse now. With a wave of her hand, Belly signaled for them to attend to their duties. Once the members of the abyssal cult departed, Ing turned her attention to the abyssal sorcerer, Yuan Shang, standing beside her. It appeared that Ing held a favorable view of him. A sudden pang of anxiety struck Yuan Shang. He pondered the reason behind this capricious lady's words. Nevertheless, after a moment of contemplation, he respectfully replied, to serve the princess is our honor. Do you wish to grow stronger? Bellies interjected, providing Yuan Shang no time for further reflection. I possess a modicum of abyssal black mist, which I have recently modified. As you have observed, it merely requires a slight expenditure to restore the other cult members. Even the Golden King Beast only necessitated a bit more. Bellies gazed at the abyssal black mist, now shaped into a sphere resting in the palm of her hand, and calmly inquired, Yuan Shang. The remainder is yours if you desire it. This is beyond my purview as I am more suited to administrative tasks than to combat. Yuan Shang wore an expression of profound discomfort. Although he was uncertain about what this individual had recently introduced into the abyssal black mist, something that could potentially restore the powers of all abyssal members. He harbored grave concerns that excessive inhalation of this ominous vapor might yield dire consequences for the very existence of the abyss itself. Do you not wish for it? Bellies did not insist, speaking softly. If that is the case, Ing may be quite disappointed. Her purpose in sending me here was to hinder Morix, but it is possible she also wished for me to comprehend the abyss and the matters of the curse. However, she did not articulate this, or perhaps she deemed the cost of allowing me to intervene directly to be beyond her means. Bellies paused, lifting her gaze to the conflicted expression on Yuan Shang's face, and spoke with a measured calmness. From your perspective, it is likely evident that I surpassing by a considerable margin, indeed even outclass your organization's objective significantly. Of course, the being before you is not my true self. Yet what difference does it make to this world whether I am or not? Listening to Bellies' languid words, Yuan Shang remained silent for a while. Then with a bitter smile remarked, given your assertion, do I have any other options? Indeed, I did not coerce you. This was your choice, was it not? Yuan Shang muttered under his breath, MMP, is there really no choice? Belly smirked, speaking of which, do you not relish that fervent sensation, the thrill of being lashed? This presents an opportune moment. And even if unforeseen circumstances arise, I can certainly rescue you, though accidents do occasionally occur. A dark mist coalesced at the tip of her index finger as Bellies gently shook it. If you refuse, I shall dispel it, she added. The analysis of the abyssal power was merely a whim of hers. Should her aims not be fulfilled, it would matter little. I am but a marginal figure within the organization, yet for the sake of her highness. Yuan Shang stood with unwavering resolve, radiating an aura of sanctity. The abyss. Fearless. Excellent. No wonder Ying is fond of you. With a delicate flick of her fingers, Bellis sent the swirling black mist soaring towards Yuan Shang. He barely had time to react before the dark cloud penetrated his chest and entered his body. Enjoy it thoroughly, Yuan Shang. Bellis waved her hand, conjuring a whirlwind that swept Yuan away a little further, lest his loud calls disturb her ears. With nothing much left to do, she decided to start a live broadcast. Bellis skillfully entered the chat group. Ding. The group leader, the world's foremost princess, has commenced a live broadcast. Greetings, everyone. I am currently in the land of Tavat, the very world wherein resides. Bellies waved at the members of the group. Uchiha Madara inquired, Leader, are you dressed so formally again today? Makurayung remarked. Is this the group leader? She appears quite dignified, reminiscent of my mother. The world's first princess responded, I'm merely wearing the formal attire of a destroyer. And yet you conjure such thoughts? There seemed to be an underlying ambiguity in their words, and Makurayung, as a prominent onmyoji, ought not to casually refer to anyone as mother. I have no offspring in the thousands, not even if you were to undergo reincarnation. The world's first princess coughed lightly. Everyone. Let us not dwell on the oddities. Moreover, a battle may ensue shortly. I am aware that certain individuals in this group have a fervent affinity for such exhilarating events. Uchiha Madara queried, a battle? Leader, is it against Ying? The world's first princess replied, I may not engage in combat, but Ying certainly will. She is scheduled to live stream her confrontation with Acer. Spider Child interjected, are we talking about the demon Acer from before? That translucent and slippery appearance bears a resemblance to tentacles. The world's first princess remarked, Spider Child, you possess an uncanny ability to notice the details. The abyssal princess Ying battling the tentacles, will such thrilling imagery be accessible without payment? Ying, meanwhile, was preoccupied with mining using a one-handed sword, working to lift Acer's seal. A certain unnamed abyssal princess Ying nearly lost her grip on her weapon upon hearing Spider Child's comment. As Ying immersed herself in her labor, she muttered to herself, I'm not angry, not angry. What reason do I have to be upset with a spider? Regardless of Spider Child's past, she was now merely a spider, likely possessing a somewhat rational thought process. Thus, there was no need to dwell on it excessively. With a single stroke, she severed the vast night birthstone array before her, yet there remained a slight disconnect. Acer equated to tentacles. While Ying equated to the protagonist, how could this scenario possibly unfold? By the way, what was the leader up to? The tedious process of unsealing left Ying with little to do, prompting her to instinctively enter the leader's live stream. What is this? She wondered. As strange sounds akin to a creature in heat echoed. The world's first princess clarified, please do not misconstrue. This is not me, but rather someone named Yuan Shang. I am equally perplexed by the peculiarity of his cries. She added, by the way, Yuan Shang is one of Ying's subordinates. Ying's mind slowly processed this information. No. While Yuan Shang may occasionally act oddly, it shouldn't he reach such extremes. Or did you do something to him? Ying shifted her gaze to the live stream. Meanwhile, Bellies was at a loss for words. To untangle the situation, she felt compelled to approach Yuan Shang, for his cries were indeed quite jarring. If she failed to clarify this matter, her authority as leader would be compromised. Henceforth, whenever members referred to their leader, the first thought that would come to mind would be the disconcerting cries of a certain male creature. Belly stirred, her scalp tingling as she gestured towards the abyssal bard, who was 10 meters away. It is he who calls out, not I. Please, do not misconstrue my intentions. Upon uttering these words, she felt a peculiar unease. Why did she feel the need to clarify? Was it not an unnecessary embellishment? At that moment, the inky black energy of the abyss seeped continuously from the bard's form. He curled around himself on the ground, rolling restlessly, with soft, pained gasps escaping his lips intermittently. Ying, the world's foremost princess and group leader, what have you done to the bard? The voice that came through the live stream nearly caused the typically composed abyssal princess, Ying, to falter, for it was a most distressing spectacle. The abyssal energy within him has been slightly altered, and I may have inadvertently touched upon the curse within his being. There should be no significant harm. Will he survive? Ying inquired, treasuring her knowledgeable and cunning subordinate, despite his eccentricities. Overlooking such traits was a minor inconvenience. Rest assured, he is still your subordinate. Even if I were to conduct some experiments, I would not truly bring about his demise. Should he endure this trial, his strength will undoubtedly see an enhancement. Though the extent of such improvement rests upon him alone, then I am grateful, Ying replied. The abundance of powerful subordinates was never a burden to her. As time trickled by, the chaotic aura surrounding the bard began to coalesce, and his anguished wails gradually subsided. Bellis sensed the steadily stabilizing abyssal power within Yuan Shang and nodded in approval. Indeed, the enhancement of strength is quite significant, though it is a spur-of-the-moment decision. It would be rather disheartening to face failure. Alas, The entity that has come to Tavat is but an unstable energy form, not my true self. Belais sighed. She had a general understanding of the energy structure of the abyss, and even had some insights into the curse. However, as it was not the true body descending but merely an unstable energy form, a complete analysis was utterly unattainable. Moreover, the universe existing in Tavat differed significantly from the laws of the universe she inhabited, belonging instead to a universe akin to an imaginary tree. Each world seemed to hang upon bubbles of this imaginary tree. In Liyue, the clear sky suddenly turned dark. Ningguang, who was working at the Yujing Terrace, sensed an oppressive atmosphere creeping in and involuntarily looked out the window. Is it going to rain? She murmured. This feeling left her somewhat unsettled. That direction seemed to be the direction of the Ganyu Pavilion. Furrowing her brows, Ningguang gazed at the place where the sky met the sea, now shrouded in ominous dark clouds. Something's gone awry, Ningguang. The door burst open, and a girl with blue hair and Qilin horns rushed in, panting. Ganyu? Ningguang was somewhat surprised. It was the first time she had seen Ganyu so flustered. In the past, Ganyu would only report after receiving consent. Although she had never explicitly required it, Ganyu had always adhered to the role of a secretary, never overstepping her bounds. What has happened? It's abyssal. The seal of abyssal at the Ganyu Pavilion has been completely lifted. Ganyu's voice, slightly breathless, turned grave. What? Ningguang abruptly stood up from her seat. Wasn't ayassal's seal confirmed to be intact? And what do you mean by completely lifted? Ningguang's expression tightened. Even a mere leak of power from a demon god had required an immense effort to seal away. If it were completely unsealed, she dared not contemplate the consequences. It was information relayed to me via a communication talisman from my master, Ganyu replied. She and several other adepti, along with the demon-subduing sage, are en route to the Ganyu Pavilion. My master indicated that ayassal's unsealing is quite extraordinary and may very well be the work of some demon god left behind on the continent. Only 3 adepti and the demon-subduing sage? Is that enough? Ningguang suppressed her rising panic, her tone laced with concern. Ganyu fell silent for a moment before saying, My master mentioned that they have already made contact with that individual. Is that so? Then I shall rest easy. Both knew who Ganyu referred to. In fact, after the abyssal incident, Ningguang had nearly concluded that the Geo-Archon had not perished. She had researched extensively to confirm her suspicions. For instance, when a demon god dies, it transforms a vast area into a wasteland. By that standard, the fallen Geo-Archon did not seem to have left a significant enough scale of devastation. Furthermore, the attitude of the adepti was telling. Did these celestial beings truly care for Liyue? Not necessarily. After all, they were far removed and met infrequently, relying largely on contracts to maintain their relationships. If the Geo-Archon had truly fallen, could the adepti still converse so amicably with the 7 stars and confront abyssal together? Such a scenario seemed improbable. And today, she had indirectly confirmed this point through Ganyu's words. The Geo-Archon was alive, though the reason for his retreat remained unknown. Something's amiss, Miss Ningguang. A secretary named Baisha rushed in, her face pale with alarm. What has happened? Ningguang inquired, her gaze also turning to Baisha. It's the Abyss Order, Baisha gasped. The entire city of Liyue is surrounded by the Abyss Order, and they are allowing no one to leave. Are there any casualties? Ningguang pressed. None so far. They are merely sending everyone attempting to leave back, but they do not obstruct those entering. Surrounded Liyue? Ganyu pondered. Could it be that the Abyss Order has unleashed abyssal? Wait, if people can come back safely, can we learn the purpose of the Abyss Order? Ningguang continued her inquiries. There is a scholar from Sumeru who seems to have gleaned some information from the Abyss Order, though I cannot confirm its authenticity, Baisha reported. Bring him here at once. What is his name? I believe he is called Yuanshan. Baisha hurriedly departed, and shortly thereafter returned with a young man, bespectacled and exuding an air of scholarly curiosity. Lady Ningguang, I hear you seek me. Yuanshan greeted her with a Sumeru-style bow. Indeed, Ningguang nodded. I hear you have gathered information on the Abyss Order's intentions regarding Liyue. You are quite bold. At this, Yuanshan adjusted his glasses and replied. The pursuit of knowledge is the instinct of a Sumeru scholar. As a diligent scholar, one must not allow personal fear to deter one from the pursuit of the unknown. That would be a desecration of knowledge. Ningguang remarked, I have heard that many Sumeru scholars are rather straightforward. Today, I see it firsthand. What have you learned from the Abyss? Ningguang gestured for Baisha to step forward. At this moment, Baisha brought forth a treasure chest and placed it before Yuanshan. I understand scholars often lack funding, so if you provide me with all the knowledge you possess without omission, this chest of Mora is yours. However, should you speak even a half-truth, I shall have to escort you to the Qianyan army prison for a brief stay. With a snap, the chest opened, revealing glistening layers of golden Mora. That sounds splendid. To forego wealth would be foolish. Oh no, I mean, I can continue my research, Yuanshan coughed lightly. Ningguang, Ganyu, and Baisha exchanged incredulous glances. Clearing his throat, Yuanshan began to explain. Those Abyss creatures stated that they intend to block Liyue's entrances and exits, preventing Liyue's citizens from leaving. The reason seems to be related to the Ganyu Pavilion, though I cannot provide specifics. I recall one of the Abyss singers mentioning that something sealed in that location is the target of the Abyss. The target of the Abyss? The gathered individuals exchanged glances. Just then, Keqing, Yalan, and Yinfei arrived at the Yujing Terrace. Ningguang, what shall we do next? Keqing inquired, stepping before Ningguang. Can we gauge the strength of the abyss? Ningguang turned to Yalan. There are many more than just a multitude of abyss mages, but also over a dozen abyss apostles and abyss singers, Yalan replied. If a confrontation were to erupt, Li Yue would be in grave danger. The abyss's presence is a lethal poison to ordinary folk. Even those wielding vision would suffer dire consequences under the long-term erosion of abyssal power. The abyss has yet to make a move. I have instructed the Qianyin army to keep watch, Keqing added. After listening to Keqing and Yalan's report, Ningguang turned her gaze to Yinfei and asked, what is the opinion of the Adepti? Ningguang referred to Granny Ping. I have no particular opinion. I merely came to observe. A sudden sound drew the attention of Ningguang and her companions, causing them to gaze into the distance. An elderly man with grizzled hair approached slowly, cradling an unusual teapot in his hands. You should keep your distance from that guest of the abyss, otherwise, it could prove perilous. The words of Granny Ping startled the group. Abyss? Who is this abyss? In an instant, all eyes shifted towards a single direction, quickly moving away from him. Who are you? You are not a scholar from Sumeru. Ningguang's voice was laden with gravity. The young man, known as Yuanshang, stood composed, casually stowing away his box of mora with a flick of his hand. With a chilling laughter, Yuanshang shed his human guise, revealing the form of a herald of the abyss. He cast a glance at Granny Ping, standing among the others, and mused, indeed, you are a true adeptus of Li Yue. I had thought I could remain undetected, yet here I stand unmasked. Surrounded by those bearing the vision, Yuanshang remained unperturbed. What I told you earlier is true. Our sole aim in the abyss is to confront the Archon of Destruction, Ojul. Should Li Yue wish for conflict, we are prepared to engage. Humph. You truly believe that these members of the Abyss Order can obliterate Li Yue? How naive. Ningguang retorted coldly. Yuanshang chuckled, is your trump card those indifferent adepti? Or that former god of war, Morix? Oh, now he is merely the social recluse known as Zhongli. The revelation sent shockwaves through the assembly, leaving them disconcerted. Morix, the god of war, was synonymous with Zhongli? Zhongli, a social recluse? Who exactly was Zhongli? Was he not the guest from the Wangshan funeral parlor? If that were the case, the title of social recluse seemed fitting. Particularly, Keqing was so astonished that she nearly dropped her sword. Meow? What nonsense is this abyss herald spouting? The Geo Archon is not dead. He is Zhongli? She was well aware of Zhongli and shared her own disdain for the Adepti. Do not waste your thoughts. They cannot save you, Yuanshang scoffed. The Adepti you so dearly hope for are barred from entering the cloudy pavilion. And the Archon Morix is rendered powerless before that existence. What did you say? The abyss shall not belittle the Archon. Keqing charged forward, her weapon crackling with electricity. Wait. Keqing. Ningguang called out, but it was too late. With fury fueling her, Keqing unleashed her elemental burst. Electricity, sever all that is superfluous. Yuanshang regarded her with indifference as she transformed into a flurry of sword shadows, rushing towards him. With a mere gesture, he caught the blade she brandished, halting her mid-attack. Keqing was suspended in the air, her eyes wide with disbelief. Keqing, retreat. Ningguang urged from behind, sensing a potent surge of geo-energy. Keqing relinquished her weapon and distanced herself swiftly. Celestial collapse. Dozens of gems imbued with the power of Geo surged towards Yuanshang from various angles. Yet he did not flinch. With a flick of his wrist, he deftly parried each one, showcasing his remarkable skill. Ningguang's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Could it be that this abyss creature is so formidable? Outside Li Yue, there seemed to be several others of similar appearance. Moreover, Yuanshang's words hinted that not only had they obstructed the Adepti, but even the Geo Archon had been thwarted. In addition to this, the abyss possessed the capacity to break Ojul's seal and was likely still engaged in combat with him. Could Li Yue withstand such overwhelming might? Humph, Li Yue Qixing. Your prowess is lacking. You cannot even defeat a mere fringe member of our order, Yuanshang lamented with a hint of regret. He then casually tossed the sword in Keqing's direction. Among those present, only Granny Ping and Ganyu reacted in time. The slender sword embedded itself in the ground before Keqing, half of its length buried within the floor of Chuanyu Pavilion. Now then, esteemed adeptus of Li Yue and Miss Qilin, as long as you remain within our domain and do not stray, we shall refrain from any actions against Li Yue until we have dealt with Ojul. I am but a scribe and have no taste for violence. Such matters like grace, Yuanshang remarked, narrowing his eyes at the teapot in Granny Ping's hands. Are you hesitating to seal me with that? Are you concerned about your ability to do so? Granny Ping remained silent, her eyes reflecting the weight of ages. After a long pause, she sighed, Li Yue shall abide by our agreement and shall not overstep against the abyss. However, I implore you to honor your words. Otherwise, we may face mutual destruction. Of course, we of the abyss hold our agreements in higher regard than your kind, or the Adepti, Yuanshang replied, gesturing behind him as an elliptical portal materialized. Before stepping into the portal, Yuanshang smiled and said, do not fret, it will not be long, at most 3 hours. And all will be settled. As the abyss portal began to vanish with his departure, Granny Ping turned to Ganyu, who seemed to want to speak. Yet, Granny Ping shook her head. I lack confidence in detaining him. The power he wields from the abyss far exceeds that of an ordinary herald. Let us wait, then. We shall endure these 3 hours. Our foremost objective now is to ensure the safety of all in Li Yue. Granny Ping stepped forward, offering an apology to Ningguang. Forgive me. Ningguang, I acted on my own accord. I had intended for this to be a matter resolved by consensus, but it has devolved into chaos. Especially after Yuan Shan's revelation that the Geo Archon still lives, revealing his true identity as Zhongli. No, even without you, I would likely have made a similar decision. Gong Guang shook her head and spoke. The direction of Guguang Pavilion was obstructed by several abyssal apostles, abyssal singers, and hollow knights, blocking the way of a few immortals. As the battle progressed, numerous abyssal apostles and knights were slain by the immortals. However, the condition of the immortals was far from optimal, especially for the demon-slaying great sage, whose eyes were reddened, influenced by the abyssal power, and showing signs of potential rage. We are unable to deal with the Golden King beast in a short time. Lu Yun, the true monarch borrowing wind, gazed at the nearly kilometer-long Golden King beast. Its strength was significantly greater than that of the individual enemies. Only through collaboration could they contain it. The most terrifying aspect was the Golden King beast's regenerative abilities and its abyssal rules, which were even more formidable than those of other abyssal members, capable of eroding their celestial power. Is the Emperor still not here? The true monarch of water and mountain. Li Shui Daishan spoke anxiously. Although the enemies were dwindling to 3 or 4 abyssal apostles and a dozen abyssal mages, the problem remained. The Golden King beast was a formidable blockade. If this continued, they might not be able to defeat it. Perhaps as the influence of the abyss deepened, they could fall. The Emperor has sent a message. The true monarch of moon cutting and sun building, Shuiyu Zhuyang, suddenly said, pausing with a furrowed brow. What is it? Lu Yun, evading an attack from the Golden King beast, pressed for answers. Speak. What is the Emperor's message? The Emperor is currently hindered by the enemy and cannot free himself. We must devise our own strategy. Impossible. The Emperor is invincible. Could it be that one of the 7 earthly regions has allied with the abyss? Lu Yun vehemently rebutted. In Tavat, the battle raged on with fervor. In the chat group, the live broadcast heightened everyone's adrenaline. Compared to the group leader's stream, the clash between Ying and Osale was far more captivating. Most members were engrossed in observing Ying's live video. At this moment, near Guguang Pavilion, Osale had completely unsealed. His massive form loomed over the sea. 5 serpent-like heads raised high, his azure body solidifying, a stark contrast to the weakened state he had exhibited during the offensive on Liyue Harbor. With a single roar, the sound waves generated massive waves hundreds of meters high. Ying wielded her weapon, lightly sweeping against the oncoming tsunami. A fierce wind arose, instantly devouring the colossal wave, transforming into a water tornado that surged towards Osale. Human, you have angered me. Osale recognized this golden-haired girl as the one who had severed one of his heads during his previous assault on Liyue. All 5 of Osale's heads opened simultaneously, gathering power. A compressed water orb appeared at his mouths, and he stood his ground against the water tornado, intending to shatter it forcefully. Fallen Star. A rock with a radius of 700 or 800 meters suddenly appeared above Osale's head, leaving him no time to react. He felt a tremendous impact on all 5 of his foreheads. The heavy rock crashed half of Osale's body into the water. The skill he had yet to fully condense erupted in his mouth, leaving him dazed. Damn it! Osale howled, barely managing to utter 2 words. The wind roared. And with the water's embrace, a water tornado reached him, slicing through his massive form. Ying, dressed in a white gown, bore an indifferent gaze. Her weapon glimmered with a green sheen. With a soft command, as the grass transforms, mushroom-like grass lamps appeared above Osale's head. The seawater gradually turned green, forming a grass attribute domain across thousands of meters. At this moment, Osale lamented under the relentless elemental assault, akin to being dismembered. Osale gathered all his strength, preparing for a counterattack. However, he sensed the entire sky was suddenly intertwined with fire and lightning attributes. How is this possible? A mere human possesses such diverse attributes. Osale exclaimed in disbelief, even feeling a dullness in his pain. Initially, the opponent fought him with water attributes. Sensing a disadvantage, they switched to wind attributes, followed by rock and grass attributes. Now, he felt the stinging presence of lightning and fire attributes. Did the opponent command all elemental powers? Ying's sword ignited in flames, while her body flickered with lightning. This sight filled Osale with dread. Osale, you are too powerful. You must be sealed, and I will require your strength in the future. Ying transformed into a bolt of lightning, her speed surpassing Osale's perception. Osale's 5 heads and 10 eyes barely caught a glimpse of a flame rushing past him. Moments later, his body was consumed by fierce lightning and raging fire. The sea heaved violently. With the evaporation of water, the explosion of grass seeds, the electric shock from thunderwater, the overload of lightning fire, and the scattered rocks, the sea for dozens of kilometers lay in ruin. After the explosion, Osale's form diminished significantly. He floated quietly on the water's surface, his 5-headed eyes swirling in circles. After a brief pause, Ying pulled out the Chingu pot and struck it against Osale's forehead. With a clang, the pot emitted a red glow, enveloping Osale's massive form. In no time, Osale shrank rapidly, eventually being entirely absorbed into the pot's red light. Unsure of the situation with the group leader, Ying intended to inquire in the chat group, but suddenly sensed that the abyssal forces she had brought were on the verge of annihilation near Guguang Pavilion. Additionally, she detected the aura of a familiar earthly regent. After a moment of contemplation, Ing closed the live stream and opened a spatial portal, intending to check the situation at Guguan Pavilion. Meanwhile, in the chat group, members reacted. Indeed, I still have a long way to go. No wonder Ing is so formidable. Said Jelf. I wish to learn. It looks like such powerful techniques, added Elena. That enormous demon god was just sealed in a pot. Amazing. If I had that pot, I might capture a demon lord in one go, commented Spy Dirtsy. The complete demon god Osale is indeed strong, but it was anticipated that Ing could defeat him. Hence the shift in focus among the members. Is this Tavat? I really want to go see, mused the captain of the 5th Division. The sole exception among the 5 captains is Aizen Sasuk. From the live stream of Ing, a vision of an unprecedented, novel version emerges. One that diverges from the system of the Spirit King, embodying elemental power. Outside the lonely cloud pavilion, in a vast expanse of ocean, the demon slayer Saint evades an attack from the abyssal apostle. With a flick of his weapon, the Hipu Yuan, he pierces through the fire mage of the abyss approaching him. Each kill further deepens the karmic burden upon Xiao, tainting him with the power of the abyss. He clutches his head, his complexion pale, struggling to maintain his grip on his weapon. Die. Li Yue's immortal, abyssal chorus perceives an opening and unleashes an assault. Xiao. The other 3 immortals of Li Yue, preoccupied with restraining the Golden King Beast, are caught off guard by the dire state of the Demon Slayer Saint and cannot rush to his aid in time. Just as Xiao is about to be vanquished by the abyss, the 3 immortals grow frantic. The Golden King Beast, seizing the moment of chaos caused by the coordination of the 3 immortals, breaks through their blockade, unleashing a terrifying beam that sends them reeling. After being knocked back, the 3 immortals abandon their pursuit of the Golden King Beast to rescue Xiao. Yet, they arrive just a moment too late. Guided by the wind, a melodious tune wafts from afar. This familiar voice, Xiao's muddled consciousness gradually clarifies. The impending explosion of his karmic burden is quelled by the melody that reaches him. He brandishes the Hipu Yuan, executing a mid-air kick. At the critical moment, he sends the abyssal chorus that was about to strike his head flying. Gasping for breath, Xiao's eyes reveal fatigue as he casts a glance into the distance. He did not expect that this figure would arrive. Was it the arrangement of the Emperor? The Li Yue immortals also take note of the unexpectedly appearing melody. High above, a green figure descends rapidly. In a matter of seconds, the East Wind Dragon, Turin, harnessing the power of the wind, swoops down before everyone. With the boost from the wind and the momentum of his dive, he lashes his tail at the Golden King Beast. The Golden King Beast is sent hurtling back, and even the 2 abyssal mages beside it are obliterated by the dragon's tail. Behind Turin, a youth holding a musical instrument leaps down. I hope I'm not too late. He greets the people of Li Yue with a smile. Thank you immensely for your assistance, Lord Barbados. Xiao nods in gratitude. Had the Anemo god not arrived, he would have faced a grim fate. There is no need for such gratitude, Vinny replies, shaking his head. I heard the old man's call for help, so I summoned Turin to accompany me. Observing the wounded Li Yue immortals, and then glancing at the members of the abyssal cult, particularly the Golden King Beast, Vinny murmurs, could the abyssal cult truly possess such strength? As the chapter unfolds, Vinny expresses his astonishment at the abyss's power. Upon arriving to assist, he had made a special trip to Li Yue, only to discover the abyssal cult had surrounded it entirely, allowing entry but preventing exit. He encountered a particularly formidable abyssal chorus, whose strength appeared comparable to that of the Golden King Beast. Realizing that Li Yue was a 1A street, Vinny strode boldly inside. After gathering information from Aping, he learned the details of the situation. Upon hearing that the Li Yue immortals had gone to Lonely Cloud Pavilion, Vinny promptly set off, summoning Turin as his ally. What? Li Yue allows entry but not exit? He muses, for he is the Anemo god, one of the 7 sovereigns of the mortal realm, and a bard who has won the Mondstadt championship thrice. Could mere barriers impede him? Thus, he hastens toward the Lonely Cloud Pavilion. During his ride atop Turin, Vinny contemplated visiting the old man, but after sensing for some time, he abandoned the idea. Even as the Anemo god, he found it impossible to detect the old man's adversaries. All he could perceive was the old man persistently hurling rock spears in a certain direction, seemingly with all his might. Well then, Vinny thought to himself, if even Morik seems unable to contend with his foes, do I really need to rush in? He decided against it. Upon locating the Li Yue immortals, he disregarded the old man, allowing him to fend for himself. Seeing the state of the Li Yue immortals and the Golden King Beast left Vinny perplexed. Since when could the abyssal cult simultaneously suppress Ozer and besiege Li Yue, rendering Morix disoriented while keeping the Li Yue immortals occupied? Your Excellency, we must swiftly defeat the abyssal cult, spoke Lu Yun, the Wind True Monarch. Ozer has been unsealed. We must seal him away before he fully regains his strength, or it will become exceedingly troublesome. Please assist us. Vinny glanced at the crane, Lu Yun, and shook his head. There is no need. The Thousand Winds have informed me that Ozer has already been captured by the Abyss. What? Lu Yun and the other immortals gasped in shock. Damn it, the Abyss's actions are alarmingly swift. It has barely been a moment since Ozer was released. And now he is gone. Great Anemo God, please help us defeat these abyssals. Since he has been captured, we must first resolve the current situation. The Golden King Beast? Turin soared in the sky, vigilant of the adversary. Yet, Venti did not acquiesce. After deep contemplation, he remarked, I see no necessity in antagonizing the abyss. Venti assessed the Golden King Beast's prowess, which indeed rivaled that of the dragon Durin. It is impressive that the Liyue immortals have managed to hold their ground against such a foe for so long. Why, Your Excellency? Questioned Lu Yun, the Windtrue monarch. Even though the Anemo goddess powers have not fully recovered due to the events of 500 years ago, with our combined might in Turin, defeating this mere Golden King Beast should be a trivial matter. It is futile. Since Ozer has been sealed, the abyssal foe may have already arrived. Then he shook his head. The strength of the abyss is indeed terrifying, and they are not solitary vagabonds without ties. The situation concerning the old man remains uncertain. Since the abyss claims to merely contain, let us postpone our actions for now. Your Excellency, as one of the 7 sovereigns of the mortal realm, your words seem inconsistent with your station, remarked the moon-cutting sun-building true monarch. Can the abyss truly reenact the madness of 500 years ago? The Anemo god? A being who could abandon his kin for centuries. Do you believe he possesses any audacity left? Beside an abyssal singer, a portal to the abyss emerged. From within stepped a girl with golden hair clad in a white dress. Upon hearing the sound, the crowd turned their gaze toward the portal. Your expression changed abruptly. The other celestial beings also reacted, recognizing the identity of the newcomer. The girl, capable of effortlessly decapitating Osail, was none other than the Traveler's sister. You are from the abyss? Zhao's tone was somewhat unfriendly. You should say the abyss is mine, Ying replied with an air of indifference. At that moment, 2 abyssal singers behind Ying knelt down, respectfully stating, We apologize, Your Highness. Despite our utmost efforts, we were unable to slay any of the Liyue deities. It is not your fault. The Anemo Archon's appearance here indeed took me by surprise. However, the plan has been accomplished. There is no need to dwell on such matters. Yes, thank you for your forgiveness, Your Highness. The 2 abyssal singers slowly rose, taking their place as Ying's bodyguards. It has been a while, Ying. Noticing Zhao's inclination to attack, Veni quickly stepped forward, extending his hand to restrain him. Do not be agitated, even at my peak. I might not be her match. What? Veni's words calmed Zhao. You indeed still remember? Your memories have not been erased? Venti. No, Barbados. Ying's gaze remained tranquil. 500 years ago, who wishes to revisit such matters? What significance does it hold now? Ying interrupted him, her exclusive weapon manifesting in her hand. I came to the Cloud Ascension Pavilion for Osail. Now that my objective has been accomplished, I am prepared for battle should you wish to engage. Ying and the Anemo Archon faced off, the celestial beings of Liyue on high alert. In the presence of Ying, they felt a pressure comparable to that of the Geo Archon at his zenith. I have no desire to combat you at this moment. I doubt I would be your match, Veni remarked nonchalantly. You wish to resist yet cannot bring yourself to relinquish. Perhaps only when you have lost everything will you understand. I have nothing to say to you feeble deities. Behind Ying, a grand portal appeared. She signaled for the Abyss Order to depart first. Moments later, only Ying remained outside the portal. Yet, even then, no Liyue deity dared to initiate an attack. After a brief silence, Ying spoke. Liyue's deities, refrain from speaking or acting on what should not be said or done. You cannot impede my path, including your esteemed war god. If you wish to prevent Liyue from becoming like Kinrioth 500 years ago, it is best to remember this. The sword in Ying's grasp emanated a crimson glow of the abyss. Without a hint of concern for a potential ambush, she turned and stepped into the portal. As the portal gradually faded, the eyes of Cloudstrider burst with a terrifying divine power. How infuriating. What does this person mean? Does she look down upon us? Calm yourself. Veni sighed. Regarding Ying, I will discuss this with the old man later. How he chooses to proceed is his affair. However, I must advise you on how to treat her brother, the Traveler. The past should remain as it was, for the intricacies involved are complex. Understood only by a few among the 7 archons of the world. Once Veni finished speaking, the Liyue deities fell silent. They were not foolish and quickly grasped the intent behind the Anemo Archon's words. After a moment of contemplation, they nodded solemnly, signifying their agreement with Veni's counsel. In the same Tavat continent, the Geo Archon Morix, or Zhongli, faced off against a white-haired girl garbed in pharaonic attire. Give up, Liyue's Geo Archon. You lack even the qualification to touch me. What purpose does it serve other than to squander your power and increase wear? Her cerulean eyes were remarkably calm, as both floated above the sea, but compared to Morix's chaotic aura, Belly's appeared far more at ease. The sea was dotted with dense rock spears, forming small islands. Stone, even when worn down, remains stone. Perhaps hope is elusive, yet the will to endure cannot be extinguished. Zhongli stood in the sky, wielding a rock spear. The will of stone? How amusing. As a former war god, you do not place your faith in might but in an intangible will. Yet, amid such a vast disparity in strength, how long can your will endure? Bellies raised her hands in a gesture of surrender, stating that the abyss's target was Ojal and that she would not permit him to disturb them. Zhongli, lifting the spear of rock in his hand, spoke resolutely. In terms of universal reason, I may stand no chance of victory, yet there are certain matters that must be addressed. The power of the Geo element coalesced within the spear, which he then hurled with great force towards Bellies. The sound of the spear slicing through the air was accompanied by a distortion of space itself. It approached her with incredible swiftness, and if this continued, He might pierce her through with a single strike. For the sake of those so-called immortals, Bellies extended a finger, resting it against the tip of the oncoming spear. With a mere touch, the spear, propelled by its own momentum, came to a halt in midair, enveloped by a swift surge of purple destructive energy. Almost in the next instant, the spear, infused with immense geo-elemental power, dissipated into nothingness. Bellies harbored neither animosity nor affection towards Zhongli. Their connection was merely a reflection of the similarities between Li Yue and her previous place of existence. She could not allow him to pass. It was a matter of principle. Of course, she was indifferent to the prospect of killing Zhongli. Through their confrontation, she was deciphering the elemental forces of this world. Thus, Bellies remained unhurried. However, Zhongli did not share her calm demeanor. Perhaps it was due to hearing the celestial beings mention encountering the Golden Lord Beast during their prior communication that left him unable to remain composed. Fortified, he summoned a rock shield around himself. Once he had gathered another spear, Zhongli charged once more at Bellies. Each of his techniques, thrusts, sweeps, and slashes, was executed with remarkable finesse, showcasing his prowess. Yet, amidst the fleeting afterimages of his spear, Bellies evaded effortlessly. No matter what Zhongli attempted, he could not graze her in the slightest. Suddenly, Zhongli's arm, gripping the spear, trembled violently. A tremendous shockwave surged through the shaft, propelling both him and his weapon backward, sending the geo-god 1,000 meters away. A faint trace of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Such overwhelming strength. The once unyielding steadiness of Zhongli began to waver. With just a fingertip, she had not only shattered his shield but had also inflicted injury upon him. Perhaps he understood deep down that he had no chance of breaking through. Yet inaction was not an option. In fact, Bellies could have easily ended his life in an instant. This power far surpassed that of the slumbering entity on the Sky Island. Where had the abyss unearthed such a monstrosity? No. It was more appropriate to question how such a formidable presence could even deign to take notice of the abyss. He hoped that Barbados would prove more reliable. As both the Geo-god and the god of war, Zhongli's combat prowess was unparalleled among the 7 rulers of the mortal realm. However, in matters of perception and detection, he paled in comparison to that unreliable old friend. The winds, embodying freedom, also represented an omnipresent awareness of the anemo element. What do you abyss seek from Ojal? Zhongli, recognizing the slim chance of a breakthrough, calmed himself and, while attacking, sought to glean answers indirectly. The purpose of your prior contract with the Fatui aligns with the actions of the abyss. Their outcomes are interconnected. Do you comprehend what I am saying? Bellies deftly sidestepped Zhongli's spear, her voice carrying a hint of melancholy as she replied, the abyss's plan necessitates Ojal's involvement. Thus, we have come uninvited. The Sky Island. Is that your destination? Zhongli's tone grew grave, clearly recalling the divine heart he had exchanged with the Fatui executive and its intended use. He then shifted his tone, asking, with your strength, must you go through such convolutions to confront the Sky Island? Bellies responded, it is not I who will contend with Sky Island. I am merely here to assist. In other words, my purpose is to delay you until that abyssal overseer captures Ozer, so you must remain here. Upon hearing this, Zhongli fell silent and distanced himself from both parties. He was prepared to employ a technique of celestial movement to discern any flaws in his opponent. It seemed that matters had come to a conclusion. Suddenly, Bellies remarked, it appears the task is complete. What? Zhongli replied, puzzled, halting his preparations and turning to face her. Oh, it's nothing. Simply put, Ozer has been captured, and my mission is accomplished. With those words, Bellies swiftly vanished from the spot. What a terrifying being. Has Ozer truly been taken? Zhongli gazed at the position where Bellies had stood before her disappearance, and suddenly, a sweet taste filled his mouth as he violently coughed up blood. Pooh, cough, cough. The weariness had intensified. Bellies first utilized her instantaneous teleportation to reach Li Yue, bringing along a group of Abyss Order members. She then teleported once more to the area where the barrier had been created, Guyu Pavilion. At that moment, Ing stood in a vast space protected by the barrier, eagerly awaiting Bellies' return. Upon seeing Bellies, Ing quickly approached her, placing her hands before her in gratitude, saying, thank you, leader. When Ing arrived at Guyu Pavilion, she had heard from her subordinates that the Abyss members had been ruthlessly decimated by the Li Yue sages. Had it not been for the leader's use of a unique power to resurrect them, there would hardly be any left standing. At this moment, the Abyss members in Guyu Pavilion were exactly as they had arrived, none missing. How could the Abyss members, who had been slain by the Li Yue sages, still be alive? In truth, this was an experiment conducted by Bellies, employing the laws to simulate Izanagi. The abyssal black mist that had infiltrated the members previously served this very purpose. If they were to be killed today, the laws would activate, transforming all adverse factors, including death, into illusions. The fallen members of the Order would return to Guyu Pavilion, resurrected through a real-time teleportation point that Bellies had deliberately constructed with the assistance of the ley lines. Bellies' experiment proved to be successful. As long as one has not attained the level of the laws, it will yield results akin to the Izanagi of Uchiha Madara Sharingan. However, once one reaches the level of the laws, Izanagi becomes ineffective. There is no need for gratitude. It is quite natural for a group leader to assist members occasionally. Just remember to return the items from our transaction. Bellies graciously accepted Ying's thanks. The eyes of God, you ask? A deep abyss mage approached Ing, offering her 2 eyes of God. Is it possible that they cannot be activated? Ing inquired, her voice tinged with concern. This will suffice. I only need to verify the laws contained within. Whether they are activated or not is of no consequence to me. Belize took the divine eye from Ying's hand. However, the moment she grasped the divine eye, 2 dim divine eyes unexpectedly emitted a radiant glow. The patterns that emerged were those of the dendro and electro elements. The use of willpower to impose limitations is indeed a rather clumsy technique. A faint violet aura of destruction enveloped Belize. Almost in the next heartbeat after the 2 divine eyes ignited, they dimmed once more. The leader, Ing, observed her companion with a hint of concern and inquired softly. It's nothing. The gift is wonderful, and I am truly delighted, Belize replied, snapping her fingers. Her form transformed into shimmering motes of light, drifting gracefully away with the breeze. Until we meet again, Ing. The tale continues in Dragon Ball. After being resurrected, I became a god of destruction, Chapter 49. Where the members utilized the Dragon Balls and returned to the realm of the gods of destruction, Belize contemplated the 2 eyes of God, now shrouded in darkness. Indeed, as depicted in certain novels from her past life, the existence of the eyes of God serves as a reservoir of energy, yet it remains uncertain what type of fuel this truly is. Is it the essence of the holder, or perhaps the aspirations contained within the eyes themselves? The eyes of God elevate one's minimum potential, while simultaneously imposing a cap on one's maximum capabilities. This limitation pertains to the mastery of multiple attributes, potentially even the ascendance to divinity within the realm of Tavat. Well, acquiring 2 eyes of God is a rare boon. Albeit after thoroughly analyzing their composition with her mental prowess, Belize found herself somewhat disenchanted with these artifacts. Nevertheless, while the eyes impose restrictions on one's upper limits, employing them for certain members of the mundane world does not seem entirely unfeasible. For not every location is blessed with the watchful gaze of Sky Islands overseeing their reserves of energy. Belize carefully placed the Eye of God in a secure location before opening the chat group. Speaking of which, the encounter with Morix, if one could indeed refer to it as a battle, was quite an experience. Subsequently, Belize closed the live stream. Pondering the current state of affairs within the group, Belize opened the chat group. Spider Child, Ing, your Chengu pod is surprisingly large. Do you have any more? Ing, this item is quite difficult to craft, primarily due to the rarity of the materials. I obtained my Chengu pot during my travels in Tavat. Spider Child, oh, is there none left? Ing, none. Spider Child, how disappointing. I thought I could contain the Demon King within it. Ing, just how deep is your obsession with that Demon King named Ariel? Spider Child, you have no idea. The Demon King has defeated me twice. If it weren't for my cleverness, I'd have perished long ago. I must capture her and discipline her, lash by lash. Ing, I sense that your feelings are less about hatred and more about spite. World as first princess. Ing, what are your plans next? Will you continue to undermine the Sky Island project? Spider Child, oh, the group leader is online. Welcome, esteemed leader. World as first princess, Spider Child. Are you not going to train? Are you just waiting to be killed by the Demon King for a 3rd time? Spider Child, humph. I am no longer afraid of the Demon King. I have learned new skills. She cannot defeat me now. World as first princess, let me tell you something. Spider Child, the Demon King is acquainted with Chiolai. In other words, if she cannot find you soon, she might seek him out to open a spatial portal. Spider Child, what? That seems unfair. Chiolai is a dragon god, in existence beyond the system's limitations. If he aids the Demon King, what chance do I have? World as first princess, thus, Spider Child, you must strive diligently and not become complacent, where you may one day find yourself as the Demon King's roasted spider. Spider Child, I shall go train right away. Spider Child departed with determination. World as first princess, Ing, are you there? Ing, I am here, leader. Were you inquiring about the mechanical Ozer's plans? Ing, to be honest, I am still hesitant. As my brother has just arrived in Inazuma, I wish to wait until he is strengthened before proceeding. Unlike the original narrative, my participation in the chat group has afforded me more options. Reflecting on Ozer's plot to undermine the Sky Island, it no longer seems as pivotal. Ozer, though somewhat lacking in appeal, is still passable as a spectacle for the audience. Rather than waste time on such matters, it would be more prudent to enhance my own strength. Ing, having acquired a tome of magical knowledge uploaded by Jelf, was engrossed in the magic book she had just copied. Elements and magic share certain commonalities in a profound sense. In the world of fairy tale, Jelf noticed that his points were still short of 5,000 and began contemplating how to acquire more. Suddenly, a notification chimed in the chat group. Ing has purchased the magical compendium you uploaded, costing 2,000 points. You will receive 1/10 of the points. You have gained 200 points. Your total is now 5025. Upon seeing the point tally exceed 5,000, Jelf's breath quickened, and his eyes turned a fiery red. This is enough. It is truly sufficient. Jelf had seldom spoken in the group, but upon seeing the Dragon Ball, he was struck with the desire to use it. Purchase rights to the Dragon Ball. For the first time in 4 centuries, Jelf felt his heart race. Ding. Purchase successful. You have gained 1 usage right for the Dragon Ball. The first use of the Dragon Ball in the chat group will be live streamed. Please find 7 similarly sized stones to project the Dragon Ball's usage rights. The projection will have the same effects as the Dragon Ball itself, lasting for 1 year and allowing only a single wish. After the wish is made, the projection will vanish. Note: any acts of probing or researching the Dragon Ball will be regarded as disrespectful, resulting in disqualification from this wish. And points will not be refunded. In the realm of the Destroyer God, Bellies also noticed that the Dragon Balls in the chat group had been purchased. Initially, she suspected it was Yuan or Uchiha Madara, but to her surprise, it was actually Jalal from Fairy Tail. As the live broadcast unfolded, many people flocked to witness the event, as the Dragon Balls were likely to offer significant benefits for the future. Hyper AI remarked, "Is that really the Dragon Balls? They look exquisite." Unlike the images she had seen, the 7 orbs displayed by Jalal strengthened her resolve to use the Dragon Balls to resurrect her sister. Uchiha Madara pondered the amount of points the purchaser must have spent. He realized Jalal had not disclosed the point cost for using the Dragon Balls. Jalal stated, "To use the Dragon Balls here requires 5,000 points. I have been accumulating points for some time." Madara responded, "Oh, is it similar to the ninja world I reside in? It appears to be a formidable realm." Asakura Y exclaimed, "Wishing on the Dragon Balls? Let me witness their power. Is the world's #1 princess, the group leader, present?" "I have an inquiry." The world's #1 princess replied, "I am here. What do you wish to ask?" Asakura Y continued, regarding the Dragon Balls. "How many individuals can be resurrected at once?" The princess explained, "With each wish made on the Dragon Balls, only one deceased can be revived at a time. Though there is no limit to the number of times one can be resurrected. In other words, if the revived individual dies again, they can still be brought back using the Dragon Balls." Asakura Y remarked, "Oh, so it allows for infinite resurrections? That is intriguing." Though the number of individuals that can be revived is somewhat limited, he desired to resurrect 2 individuals, his mother and his closest friend. The princess added, "By the way, after each use of the Dragon Balls, the points required for the next wish double." Asakura Y exclaimed in surprise. Hyper AI, along with others, was taken aback. The leveling spider, upon seeing the chat messages, instinctively typed a comment. "Wow, that's quite the interest accumulation, how exploitative." The princess interjected, "I heard someone speak ill of me. Spider, why are you not focused on leveling up and instead eavesdropping?" The spider replied, "I didn't say anything. I'll get back to leveling up right away." Caught off guard by her quick retort, the spider felt flustered. The princess continued, "You speak the truth, Spider." The spider, utterly bewildered, thought, "What is happening?" The group leader is acknowledging it. The princess elaborated, "Many have already guessed my intention behind sharing the Dragon Balls. Over half of the group understands the reason." The spider responded, "Really? I had no idea. Am I just not smart enough? No, I refuse to accept that." The princess quipped, "How should I respond to that?" Ing added, "It's a principle, if I am not mistaken." The group leader is observing the rules of various worlds through the exchange of chat group points. The emergence of the Dragon Balls likely serves a similar purpose. After some hesitation, Ing shared her thoughts. In truth, when she acquired the magical book written by Jalal, this idea had already formed in her mind. To put it plainly, where do the items uploaded to the chat group go? The answer is undoubtedly with the group leader. Therefore, deducing from this, the utilization of the Dragon Balls becomes self-evident. After all, where do those substantial points originate? They must be exchanged, draining the members' resources with each use, whether for trading Dragon Balls or acquiring items from other worlds. Points are the universal currency. Even if members feel exploited, most would willingly comply. Asakura Y remarked, "So that's how it is. Upon careful consideration, it holds considerable significance." Uchiha Madara added, as expected of the group leader, "Indeed impressive." After several seconds of contemplation, the less educated Madara managed to utter 2 words. The princess noted, "These villainous figures are surprisingly astute, except for the spider." She mused about the presence of Aizen Asik. It was a wonder he hadn't figured it out yet. Jalal asserted, "In life and in deeds, one must not merely consider what she thinks but what she does. The ability to exchange for the right to use the Dragon Balls can help us amend our past regrets, and for that, I support the group leader." Fearing the leader might revoke the Dragon Balls before he made his wish, he sought to flatter her genuinely. The princess responded, "There is no need for pretense. I am indeed here to exploit you all, and you seem content with it, so isn't it a win-win?" Jalal agreed. "Yes, the group leader speaks the truth. Her words are profound and reasonable." The princess quipped, "You all seem to have no moral scruples. Are you truly concerned I want to grant your wishes?" In the fairy tale world, Jalal arranged the Dragon Balls meticulously. He clasped his hands together and bowed before the orbs. Respect must always be maintained, even if unnecessary, he thought. Upon opening his eyes, he called, "Come forth, Shinran." The resonance of the Dragon Balls intensified, their light flickering incessantly. Soon, the sky dimmed, and the entire Tenra Island was enveloped in thick, dark clouds. The cloud cover was not extensive and did not spread across the entire world. As Bellies had mentioned, wasn't it merely a wish? Why did it seem like the end of days? A sense of ritual was all that was needed. Thus, the extent of the cloud was slightly larger than that of Tenra Island. The Dragon Balls emitted golden lightning, piercing through the clouds in an instant. Moments later, Within the dense clouds, a serpentine red dragon tail appeared, followed by a massive dragon head breaking through the clouds, descending gracefully, accompanied by thunder and lightnings. The magnificent dragon landed gently below the cloud cover. Its red scales gleamed in the dim sky, with a resounding roar. The majestic dragon approached Jelal and spoke in a booming voice. Gatherer of the Dragon Balls, state your wish. I can fulfill any desire you may have. The spider exclaimed. Is that Charon? It looks so imposing. I wonder if it tastes good. The princess sighed. Is eating all you can think about? How exhausting. What is with this spider's thought process? You are a spider, not a pig, always fixated on food. Don't you fear bursting one day? Captain of Squad 5 remarked, the Dragon Balls, capable of granting any wish, are truly remarkable. In the Squad 5 quarters, Aizen toyed with the H-Gyoku in his hand. The lenses before his eyes glinting with white light. He contemplated whether it could evolve perfectly. Uchiha Madara inquired, World S number 1 Princess. Can Dragon Balls from other worlds be used in this one? The princess replied, Madara, I understand your inquiry. Let me clarify. That is impossible. Do not think of taking shortcuts. A Dragon Ball from one world is only effective for the members of that particular realm. She continued, for instance. If you desire to trade with Hybera AI from her world to have her use the Dragon Balls to resurrect you, that won't work. The Dragon Balls in her world only affect those within it. Even if you could traverse to her realm, the Dragon Balls would not aid in your resurrection. Anticipating that some might consider taking shortcuts, Bellies had preemptively established these rules. Otherwise, the wishes granted by the Dragon Balls would descend into chaos. And someday members could traverse worlds, compelling certain powerful members to seek assistance from the everyday world members for their wishes. Uchiha Madara remarked, as expected of the group leader. Your meticulousness is admirable. The princess concluded, now, let us see about those wishes. I am not Senja Hashirama. Uchiha Madara, what does this have to do with whether you are Senja Hashirama? Jelf gazed at the soaring, serpentine, crimson dragon suspended in the sky. He could even feel the curse on him extending toward it, yet it seemed that the power of the curse had no effect on the dragon whatsoever. This left Jelf quite astonished. The dragon crafted by the group leader, Bellies, surpassed even the divine being that cursed him in terms of the application of the laws. Speak your wish. If you have none, I shall take my leave. Wait. As the dragon prepared to depart, Jelf hastily called out, I have a wish. Could you help me resurrect my brother? Your brother? The dragon's body slowly shifted, its blood-red gaze illuminating Jelf. After a moment, the crimson light retreated into the dragon's eyes. And it spoke, your brother's fragmented soul has fused with a being named Ethelrius Nazdaragnar. To resurrect your brother, 2 wishes are required. The first wish must completely separate and then repair the portion of your brother's soul within Naz. The second wish will be to resurrect him completely. Therefore, a single wish will not suffice. You must collect the Dragon Balls a second time. The dragon spoke with a measured tone, but Jelf frowned. Glancing at the exchange value of the Dragon Balls in the chat group, lost in thought. Previously, it had been 5,000 points. And now it had transformed into a point exchange system. Heaven knows if this world could gather such an amount. Is there no other way? Jelf inquired. There is. After granting the first wish, you may become the master of life and death in this world, taking the place of the dragon. The dragon's words hung heavily in the air, resonating throughout the entirety of Canis Major Island. A dark aura descended, laden with immense pressure. Jelf's pupils constricted. Even after 4 centuries, he could not forget that voice. Begone! The dragon erupted in a burst of scarlet flames. Its might tearing through the clouds and ascending into the heavens. A piercing scream echoed from an unknown height. TCH. What a foolish being to dare curse the great dragon without knowing their own strength, Jelf remarked. I favor the Dragon Balls, after being resurrected. I am the god of destruction. Please cherish this. Dragon Balls, after being resurrected, I am the god of destruction. Chapter 51. Wishing and newcomers in the group. Irina, who was that screaming just now? Spider Child, I'm quite curious as well. The world's first princess, it seems someone placed an immortality curse on Jelf. I believe it was a deity named in something. Haruai. So, that deity was defeated by the dragon created by the group leader? The world's first princess, I'm not certain. The dragon possesses a degree of autonomy, and as long as it remains within its limits, I can't be bothered. Perhaps after a member wishes 10 or 8 times, it will remove some negative energy. Otherwise, it will act like a heartless scythe. Indeed, a scythe for harvesting. Spider Child, world's first princess, are you not afraid of it rebelling? The world's first princess, what is there to fear? If it disobeys, it can be remade. Regardless. This Dragon Ball feels somewhat out of sync with my character. Spider Child, fairy tale world. Jelf raised his gaze to the sky, now gradually filled with dark clouds. His expression turning fierce. State your wish. Do you seek to repair your brother's soul, or do you wish for something else? The dragon fixed its gaze on Jelf and continued, by the way, I suggest you wish for me to eliminate the one who just disturbed my peace. Anxiralam? Jelf snapped back to reality, replying, is that the name? Indeed, that is the one. Logically, such a wish would not be permitted. However, that minor deity dared to attack me and attempt to place a collar upon me, cursing me. Can I possibly endure such an affront? The dragon spoke with a casual bravado, stating that its excessive behavior could invoke the dragon's infinite self-defense rights for a non-lethal retaliation. However, There are limits to infinite self-defense. I am not pleased, very much so. So, what now? Jelf's lips twitched, feeling that this dragon had a peculiar disposition. You wish for me to eliminate him. In that case, under the conditions of infinite self-defense combined with your wish, I may directly strike him down without violating the rules set by the Creator. The dragon grinned, its voice brimming with confidence. How does that sound? The curse upon you seems to have originated from that individual. Consider this a chance for vengeance. I assure you, this is not a personal vendetta. I am not wishing for this simply because I wish to harm him. Absolutely not. May I inquire about Anxiralam's current condition? Humph. It won't be able to rise for at least a century. The dragon scoffed, then glanced at Jelf, adding, even so. It is not something you can contend with at present. Thus, wishing for me to eliminate the one who cursed you is your best option. Of course, even if he is killed, the curse upon you will take years to dissipate. But I do not wish to make that desire. Jelf shook his head. Very well. What do you wish for instead? The dragon was prepared to take action, only to be abruptly halted by Jelf's voice. So what is your wish? Ah, how troublesome. Please help me safely separate my brother's soul from Naz's, ensuring it is completely restored. Additionally, it must not harm Naz. And I require a device capable of storing my brother's soul, guaranteeing that the curse within me has no detrimental impact on it. Dragon, is such a wish permissible? Jelf articulated his thoughts clearly. From the dragon's words, Jelf understood that Anxiralam would be unable to cause trouble for a considerable period. This meant that the urgency to eliminate Anxiralam was not paramount, with the chat group at his disposal filled with talented individuals. Breaking Anxiralam's curse within a century was not an unattainable task. Hence, there was no need to squander a wish. It was more prudent to focus on restoring his brother's soul. Are you certain you wish to make this wish, without regrets? The dragon's voice resounded with a grave tone, seemingly seeking to confirm Jelf's request, and Jelf could faintly discern a hint of melancholy in its tone. Absolutely. Can it be done? As Jelf's words fell, the dragon contemplated for a moment before its eyes glimmered with red light. This wish is exceedingly simple. Moments later, a diamond-shaped ornament appeared in Jelf's hand, resembling a pendant. Your wish has been fulfilled. Farewell. The body of the divine dragon rapidly faded. The inky clouds enveloping the Wolf Island gradually dispersed. In a short while, the divine dragon completely vanished, leaving behind only 7 stone spheres, meticulously shaped by Jelf, remnants of the recently wished-for orbs, now reduced to mere ordinary stones. Grasping a diamond-shaped crystal ornament, Jelf's once confused eyes now shimmered with resolve. Anxiralam God, before you regain the power to strike against me, I shall resurrect my brother and acquire the strength to stand against you. My wish has been fulfilled. In the chat group, discussions about the divine dragon persist. Irina, this wishing dragon seems rather peculiar. Hybera AI, its intelligence is exceedingly high, resembling a living being rather than an artificial program. Ing, and its temperament is rather bewildering, to say the least. Guiding wishers to seek personal revenge, this dragon certainly has character. At that moment, Jelf also joined the conversation. Jelf, world's first princess, thank you. Group leader, I have obtained my brother's soul. With one more wish, I can bring him back to life. Jelf, group leader, is there a swift way to earn points? Using the Dragon Balls a second time requires points, and I truly fear I may not gather enough. Uchiha Madara, points, have they doubled? I still have 5,000 here. Is it only personal usage that doubles? Macro Leaf King, I too have not changed, still at 5,000. It seems indeed to be calculated based on individual usage. He previously thought it was based on the total usage of the Dragon Balls. World's first princess, leveling the chat group up to level 3 will unlock world quests. As for points, you need not worry excessively. Hybrid AI, world's first princess, group leader, is there a rapid method for us ordinary world members to earn points? I am quite anxious about this, as I lack extraordinary powers unlike other members. Monthly sign-ins feel rather slow previously. I only received a meager 10 points for a single sign-in. World's first princess, in a level 3 chat group, you can engage in item sales, etc. If members make purchases, you will also earn points. For example, apps 4869, you can choose to sell it. The system will evaluate its worth. World's first princess, thus. Whether in the ordinary world or the extraordinary world, there is no need for concern. World's first princess, Hybrid AI, in fact, the world you reside in possesses magic. It is not as mundane as you think. Hybrid AI, extraordinary? Is there such a thing? Did the group leader misspeak? Does Adago's modified sneakers and his aerial shots count as extraordinary? Or his unscientific skateboarding skills and the death god aura? None of these seem to fit. Just as Hybrid AI intended to inquire further, a melodious notification sounded. Ding. The Avenger of the Kulu Tower has joined the chat group. Ding. The Avenger of the Sharingan has joined the chat group. Liking Dragon Balls, after being resurrected, I am the god of destruction. Please collect Dragon Balls, after being resurrected. I am the god of destruction, chapter 52. 2 members have already joined. Uchiha Madara chuckled with mirth. In a leisurely manner, Uchiha Madara instinctively shifted into work mode upon hearing the notification from the chat group. Uchiha Madara, welcome, newcomers. I am the group administrator, Uchiha. Wait, Sharingan. Upon noticing the new member's nickname, Uchiha Madara suddenly found himself bewildered. The Sharingan, could it be the one he knows? World's first princess. Welcome to the two newcomers. I have transmitted the group rules to your consciousness. Feel free to ask me anything. I am the group leader, Bellies. While Uchiha Madara was still in a daze, Bellies took over his words to introduce the members. Uchiha Madara, group leader, please hold on. Can you wait until I finish my questions before introducing? Please, please. Sharingan Avenger. What is your name? Are you an Uchiha? Uchiha Madara grew anxious, even daring to interrupt the group leader. After all, he had seen a living being, possibly one of his clan, enter the group. What could this signify? It indicated he was one step closer to resurrection, closer to his dreams, and closer to eternal peace. However, after a long while, the two newcomers remained silent, perhaps both exhibiting high levels of vigilance. In the world of Hunter x Hunter, Kurapika furrowed his brows. Glancing at the so-called chat group he had inadvertently confirmed, sorting through the vast information flooding his mind, he remained on guard while contemplating. Ultimately, he concluded, there was no rush to reveal himself. He would observe the situation first. After all, it was not he who was being questioned by the one named Uchiha Madara. At that moment, in the world of Naruto, within a dim serpent's lair, a striking pair of three-tomo Sharingan glimmered with a crimson glow. With a crackle, an electric arc sliced through the three targets lined up in front. With a resounding boom, the three targets were simultaneously shattered by lightning. Orochimaru's illusion? No matter your plans, they hold no significance before my eyes. Sharingan Avenger, Orochimaru, if you wish to possess me, employ something substantial. Your mere illusions dare not flaunt themselves before my gaze. Uchiha Madara. What is this? Orochimaru? One of the three disgraceful individuals who were spared by Hanzo during the Second Shinobi War? The prestigious Leaf Village has fallen so low, needing to be released by others, yet still dares to claim the title of legendary Sannin. How shameless. It seems that there is indeed someone in the Leaf Village by that name. Uchiha Madara. I am not some useless little brat. I am Uchiha Madara, a child of the Uchiha clan. What is your name? Sharingan Avenger, Orochimaru. Come at me with your true abilities. Do not masquerade as someone else's ancestor. It only disgusts me. The Uchiha clan has been annihilated. Yet Orochimaru dares to trample upon the remains of the Uchiha clan's most revered Uchiha Madara. Truly, he is a ruthless fiend. Uchiha Madara, in the Pure Land. A symbol slowly emerged on Uchiha Madara's forehead. I cannot believe this. The renowned Shura of the shinobi world, Uchiha Madara, finds himself needing to prove to his clan that he is indeed Uchiha Madara. To prove that I am Uchiha Madara. Boy, come to the arena, let us spar. Do you dare? Sharingan Avenger, haha, finally showing your true colors. Uchiha Sasuke, fear you not. Any of your schemes are futile before the Sharingan. Uchiha Madara entered the arena. Sharingan Avenger entered the arena. In the realm of the gods of destruction, they witnessed Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Sasuke battling from afar. Bellis' lips quivered slightly. Is Uchiha Sasuke truly so brave? For the sake of Uchiha's honor, he confronted Uchiha Madara, even wishing to engage him in a fierce battle. They are two individuals from the same world. How intriguing. It appears that I can sit back and enjoy the spectacle. 5 minutes later, Uchiha Madara emerged unscathed, invigorated, effortlessly ascending 5 flights of stairs. In stark contrast, Uchiha Sasuke lay on the ground in disarray, his body convulsing and his limbs trembling. The live stream of the arena was abruptly terminated. Uchiha Madara's education of Uchiha Sasuke imparted a profound understanding of the weight of elders' love towards the younger generation. Each punch, each kick, every strike of Susanoo emanated a deep, paternal affection. In summary, this confrontation concluded with Uchiha Sasuke's defeat. Meanwhile, in the chat group, an air of silence enveloped the members, as if they awaited to witness the unfolding drama between Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Madara remarked, "You are Uchiha Sasuke, correct? You just claim to be a descendant of the Uchiha clan. Who are your parents?" Striking this young fellow named Sasuke evoked a nostalgic feeling akin to the time he had dealt with Izuna in his youth. Uchiha Sasuke replied, "My father is Uchiha Fugaku, and my mother is Uchiha Mikoto. Even if I reveal their names, our ancestors might not recognize them." Sasuke's decision to replace his nickname with his true name signified his respect for his forebears. Uchiha Madara responded, "Fugaku, Mikoto, I see. You are their child." Uchiha Sasuke, puzzled, questioned, "You know my parents? How is that possible? Wasn't Uchiha Madara killed by Senju Hashirama?" He reflected on the battle he had just experienced, which felt less like a fight and more like a training session, as Madara's power was overwhelming, especially in his complete Susanoo form. Uchiha Madara stated, "Sasuke, you are still too young and unaware of the hidden truths of the ninja world. Even in death, I continue to exist in ways you cannot comprehend. I possess knowledge far beyond yours. Do you truly believe that Senju Hashirama could outmaneuver me?" He continued, "If he had heeded even a fraction of my counsel back in the day, the ninja world would have known peace long ago. The wars that ensued were all his fault. He should never have distributed the tailed beasts." Uchiha Sasuke, pondering, departed from the training ground and returned to his room, contemplating the messages in the chat group, uncertain of how to respond. Uchiha Madara then apologized, "Forgive me, I digress. With age comes nostalgia. And your appearance reminds me of my brother Izuna. Uchiha Sasuke interjected. Uchiha Madara, you mentioned I am a descendant of the Uchiha clan and that I defected from Konoha. Was it Konoha that laid its hands upon you? Although there is no love lost for the Uchiha clan, wouldn't he go so far as to eradicate us? Uchiha Madara's desire was for peace, not annihilation. Peace devoid of humanity holds little meaning, thus leading to the conclusion that only those inheriting the malevolent will of Senju Tobirama, the wicked trio's disciples, could bring about the Uchiha's demise. Uchiha Sasuke asserted, the one who spared the Uchiha is my brother, Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Madara, taken aback, exclaimed what? This revelation not only astonished Madara but also left a massive question mark hovering over the heads of other onlookers in the group, except for a certain white-haired group leader, who was contemplating whether to share the storyline of Naruto. Since Uchiha Sasuke's arrival in the chat group, the leader had noted the addition of the Naruto, Boruto Next Generation's holographic storyline in her attachments. Liking Dragon Ball, after being resurrected, I am the god of destruction. She pondered, should I share this? A hint of hesitation lingered. Bellies gazed at the chat group, pondering whether the two illustrious figures, Sasuke and Madara, would end up at odds. In a certain sense, there was indeed a connection between Madara and the Uchiha clan's demise, particularly since Obito was Madara's proxy. However, it was also plausible that Konoha harbored intentions to eradicate the Uchiha, a notion seemingly entertained by at least one of the founding Hokage. Perhaps she should post a fragment or two to gauge the reactions. With that thought, Bellies began to record a video. The world's premier princess. Dearest members, given that Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Madara hail from the same realm, the past and future within this chat group will become exceptionally vivid with the addition of two members from that world. The world's premier princess. In other words, the original past and future can be projected in three-dimensional form. How delightful, wouldn't you agree? The world's premier princess, for instance. This JPG will be shared on the public screen. In the video, Madara, clad in white, held the Rinnegan staff aloft as he ascended into the sky. Gazing upon the crimson blood moon, he formed hand seals and declared with conviction, illuminate the world, infinite Tsukuyami. Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Sasuke. What is this? Spider child, such a bizarre scene. That person's eyes resemble those of Lord Madara. No, he is indeed identical to Lord Madara, save for his hair. The world's premier princess, the figure in the three-dimensional projection is Madara himself, showcasing his most formidable state achieved in the predetermined future. Yes, 6 paths Madara. Jalal. Does this symbolize the power of the 6 paths? Makarov. Oh, is this the pinnacle of Uchiha Madara's strength? It certainly appears formidable. 5th Division Captain. Intriguing. Hyuga. Quite impressive. Uchiha Madara. Wait, princess, do you possess knowledge of the developments in my world? I mean, videos akin to this one? The world's premier princess. The JPG administrator has also edited a snippet of a three-dimensional projection for the public screen, revealing another scene. On a precipice, 6 paths Madara, with his Rinnegan eyes, surveyed the world with an air of superiority. He was articulating something grandly. Suddenly, a hand pierced through his chest from behind. Blood gushed from the wound, and a dark hand protruded from Madara's chest. A look of shock, astonishment, and disbelief crossed his face. The scene abruptly cut off. Uchiha Madara. Hyuga. Jalal. Makarov. Haha, this is killing me with laughter. That evening, while basking by the campfire, Makarov nearly choked on his warm water. Having just witnessed the stark contrast between Madara's earlier grandeur and the shocking betrayal that followed, the princess was undoubtedly intentional in her presentation. Uchiha Madara. Princess? What was that projection? Surely it cannot be real. The world's premier princess. Oh, did I not mention before? The infinite Tsukuyami succeeded but also failed. Has someone betrayed you? Uchiha Madara. Betrayal? Madara's expression darkened as he gazed at the hand, a pitch-black appendage. He evidently recalled a certain dark entity. But why would that creature betray him? It defied logic and reason. The world's premier princess. Have you come to a realization? If it weren't for Uchiha Sasuke joining the group, I would have withheld this information for longer, but now it seems irrelevant. The world's premier princess. Kaguya was not a creation of yours. As for her origin, you shall discover it yourselves. Ding. The group leader sent an attachment for Boruto, Naruto Next Generations, allowing all members to view it in holographic form for free. The world's premier princess. Naruto is the present, while Boruto takes place many years after 6 paths Madara's failure. The world's premier princess. Uchiha Sasuke. The truth behind the annihilation of your clan is also contained within the former. You may search at your leisure. With that, the group leader's avatar displayed that she was offline. Destruction of the divine realm. Belly sensed Kex emerging from the depths of hell, returning to the realm of destruction. After a moment of contemplation, she retrieved the Dragon Ball from the group chat, infusing it with the power of the dragon. Indeed, the chat group could purge the negative energies associated with wishes and assist in gathering the laws from other worlds. Quite commendable. Bellies felt a sense of satisfaction. She no longer needed to expend time cleansing negative energies and could collect the laws of other realms for reference. Furthermore, with each successful wish, she would gain valuable insights into her own draconic power. Bellies raised her hand into a fist, her expression earnest. With determination, I shall stand atop the heavens. Lady Bellies, I have returned. A figure emerged from the radiant light, adorned in an angelic gown and wielding a braided whip. What news from the underworld? Bellies inquired. The damage is minimal. As you were not engaged in battle within the underworld, the repairs pose little challenge. However, it seems the denizens of hell have all but vanished. It must be Zamasu, Bellies sighed. The souls altered by divine essence, coupled with Zamazu's interference, are utterly incapable of reincarnation. Not only is reincarnation impossible, but even their consciousness cannot be restored. The Dragon Balls? I cannot achieve that. How could mere Dragon Balls suffice for restoration? The power of the Dragon Balls cannot surpass that of their creator, which pertains to the dragon energy within her. I still possess the fragmented souls. I shall see if I can fashion something intriguing from them in the future, Bellies replied. Lady Bellies, I merely inquired. There was no need for you to divulge all this. I am but your servant, Kess whispered. Please do not say that, Kess. You and Ramsey are my mentors. Now and forever, Bellies reassured. Bellies did not comprehend why Kess would lower herself so significantly. No, Kess shook her head. Do you still not understand? The Grand Zeno and the Grand Priest severing their direct connection with our 10th universe signifies profound implications. Kess, being the eldest among all universes, possesses the most extensive knowledge of hidden truths. While other angels may be oblivious to the actions of the Grand Priest and the Grand Zeno, Kess can draw conclusions with relative ease. This is the only instance where the Grand Zeno has acted in such a manner, and it concerns the dragon god Sarama. Kess gazed at Bellies, choosing not to elaborate further. Notably, when she mentioned the Grand Zeno and the Grand Priest, the usual honorifics were absent. She spoke directly. Kess, are you overthinking this? Bellies felt a shiver run down her spine. Kess shook her head once more, wielding her angelic staff as the surrounding laws began to converge. Moments later, a sphere of light, about the size of her palm, coalesced. This luminous orb slowly drifted towards Bellies. What is this? Bellies inquired, puzzled. My unwavering loyalty. Lady Bellies, much like the current relationship between the Grand Priest and the Grand Zeno, I shall sever ties with the entire universe and pledge my eternal allegiance to you. Having served as a god of destruction for many years, Bellies was no longer the naive scion she once was. She had delved into numerous texts and writings concerning deities, understanding the gravity of such matters, as her very existence depended on it. She certainly did not wish to be erased by the Grand Zeno due to negligence. Observing the luminous sphere floating before her and glancing at Kess, who had positioned her angelic staff with a gesture of utmost decorum, she remarked, "There is no need for such formality. It should be as it once was. After all, you are still my teacher. I cannot revert to the past." "This is a necessary protocol," Kess replied, shaking her head. "Until your power surpasses all angels, such a pact must endure. The human heart is unpredictable, and so too are the gods. Even as an angel, I am not exempt." Very well. Unable to resist, Bellies extended her finger to touch the radiant orb. In the next moment, the orb transformed into countless twinkling stars, merging into Bellies' being. At that instant, her connection with Kriz deepened significantly. A master-servant contract. Bellies was well aware of the terms of the contract, having received feedback from the chat group. From the moment the contract was established, all actions and thoughts of the angel Kriz could be fully accessed by Bellies with merely a thought. Moreover, with a single mental command, she could even claim the life of this angel, whose power surpassed that of the god of destruction. Congratulations, you have become the true master of the 10th universe, no? Of this entire cosmos. Kriz slowly rose and gave a slight bow to Bellies. Is such formality truly necessary? Bellies could not help but inquire. Indeed, it is a duty inherent to the existence of angels, Kriz replied, shaking her head. Once the contract is signed, even if you were to wage war against the entire universe, even if your enemies were the Great Priest, I shall support you with all my strength. Bellies, engaging in conflict with the entire universe, KSI, how audacious of you to even contemplate such a notion and voice it aloud. The Grand Priest is your father. Do you truly believe this is without consequence? Suddenly, KSI interjected. Do you recall the counsel I imparted to you prior to my slumber? To wield the powers of creation and destruction before approaching the Omni King's domain. That is not what I meant. Shaking her head, KSI continued. It pertains to the matter of the 18 universes, or rather, the 6 universes that were erased by the Omni King. What are you implying? Bellies inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. The angels of those 6 universes did not merely passively accept the actions of the gods of destruction and the supreme Kais as they transformed into the malevolent spirit tree. Rather, they deliberately concealed these deeds, preventing the Omni King and the Grand Priest from discovering them in a timely manner. Noticing the perplexity on Bellies' face, KSI elaborated without reservation. Concealment? Bellies echoed, intrigued. Indeed. I regret to inform you that I cannot divulge the specific reasons and processes at this moment, KSI continued. Should you wish to examine this through a contract, it is indeed possible, yet I advise against such an action. It would be prudent to refrain from acquiring all this knowledge until your power surpasses that of the angels. However, I can share a fragment of insight. Their intention in doing so is to liberate the universe from the jurisdiction of the Omni King and to free themselves from the constraints of universal laws. To be more specific, KSI paused for a moment. Their aspiration is for the universes they govern to evolve into the next dragon realm, existing in parallel with the entirety of the universe. In simpler terms, they wish to establish nations akin to ours, independent from the Omni King's dominion, yet maintaining a close connection with the broader universe. At this juncture, KSI fell silent. Is it because their manipulation of the spirit tree touched upon certain aspects of the universe, perhaps even the limits set by the Omni King, inciting his wrath and leading to their annihilation? Bellies voiced her uncertainty. KSI neither refuted nor confirmed her speculation. Belly sighed, choosing not to inquire further. While she had the means to discern the happenings within those 6 universes through her contract, she decided to heed Kessa's advice to refrain from doing so. Thus, what should I do now? From Kessa's earlier words, Bellies understood that she was likely no longer under the dominion of the Omni King. The notion of destroying planets was, to be frank, something she was reluctant to pursue. That is not an option. Kess seemed to perceive Bellies' thoughts and shook her head. For now, we are still part of Universe 10. At least, until we completely sever ties with the Omni Universe, the responsibilities of a god of destruction must continue. How can we sever those ties? Bellies pondered aloud. By enhancing the comprehensive coefficient of the universe, or by elevating your own power to refine the laws of the universe, allowing them to evolve further, Kess elaborated, sharing insights that were beyond the knowledge of an ordinary god of destruction. It was evident that had Universe 10 not been in its current predicament, Angel Kess would not have divulged such information to her. Is there an alternative means to enhance the universe's coefficient? Bellies inquired, producing 2 peculiar glass spheres and presenting them to Kess. What is this? Kess regarded the objects in her hands, a flicker of curiosity crossing her face. It is something called the Eye of the Divine, containing rather unique laws. Kess projected her mental energy into them, withdrawing it moments later. Remarkable, it activates through wishes, she remarked. But can it elevate the laws of the universe even slightly? Not at all. It's insufficient, Kess replied, shaking her head. If it were the resonance of a world, perhaps it would suffice, but being an artificial creation, it falls short. Are you not curious about where I obtained this? Bellies asked. You naturally possess your own means of acquisition. If you prefer not to disclose, I shall not pry. Kess responded. Is that so? Bellies remained silent. Regarding the chat group, she was still contemplating whether to inform Kess. She had contemplated several methods to enhance the universe. However, it was likely beyond her solitary capabilities. Perhaps Kess's assistance would be necessary. Perhaps she should wait a few more days. Bellies sighed, intending to return to her room for some rest. The information she had received today was overwhelming and required thorough organization. Meanwhile, in the chat group, she deliberately scrolled to the end, reading the dark and ominous words of Uchiha Madara. His expression was terrifyingly grim. Uchiha Madara declared, Kagaya Otsutsuki and Black Zetsu. Remember this. I, Uchiha Madara, shall return. The formidable leader of the Uchiha clan, a veritable demon of the shinobi world, found himself outmaneuvered by the intellectually deficient Black Zetsu. Indeed, Black Zetsu's lack of intelligence was evident, particularly when observing the battle between Naruto and Sasuke against Kagaya. Black Zetsu, merely a puppet strategist. Uchiha Sasuke interjected, Madara, let us set your affairs aside for now. Do you owe me an explanation? Were you behind the Uchiha massacre, instructing Obito to carry it out? Once, he had respectfully referred to his ancestor, for the Uchiha clan predominantly practiced intermarriage, and over the course of a century, many had familial ties, making it reasonable to address elder relatives as ancestors. But what of the present? Observing the pivotal moments in Shippuden, Sasuke realized that Obito was indeed the masked man, one of the puppeteers orchestrating the Uchiha's demise, and the entire affair implicated Madara as well. Ancestor. Have you ever encountered an ancestor who wished for their descendants to be slaughtered and instructed others to do the deed? Uchiha Madara scoffed. Sasuke, given your resemblance to Izuna, I shall overlook your rudeness. The massacre is unrelated to me. It was Obito's doing. Even if I harbored grievances against the Uchiha, I would never resort to exterminating my own clan. Such actions are beneath me. Madara continued. Of course, if you claim that Obito's actions stemmed from my influence, I have no retort. Observe Danzo's arm, and note the techniques he employed against Uchiha Shursui when under Genjutsu. That was his Anaji. Even without the Nine Tails incident, the Uchiha's extermination could have merely been delayed. Moreover, they were inherently wicked, mere rats in the filth, the disciples of Senju Tobirama. Suppressing his rage after reading Black Zetsu's revelations, Madara began to examine matters related to Uchiha Sasuke and stumbled upon 2 prodigies, Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Itachi. What the hell? Especially Obito, when did I ever instruct you to unleash the Nine Tails? When did I give you permission to annihilate the Uchiha? You dare tarnish my name while invoking my authority? Furthermore, he had allowed the Nine Tails to run rampant, only to be repelled by a mere Hokage, an utter disgrace. Particularly for one of the Uchiha. Uchiha Sasuke retorted, Are you still attempting to wriggle out of this, Madara? Madara replied, I speak the truth. The person you should seek is not me, but your esteemed elder brother, Uchiha Itachi. Do not forget, it was he who sought Obito's assistance. Sasuke scoffed at the two's banter, their fiery exchange lighting up the chat screen, while the other group members continued watching their anime, hesitant to interject amidst the chaos. Suddenly, the self-proclaimed world's #1 princess surfaced, exclaiming, "Oh, how delightful. It seems quite lively here with Madara and Sasuke." The two adversaries fell silent. The world's #1 princess added, "Why so quiet? It's quite alright, continue. I thoroughly enjoy the spectacle." Spider Child remarked, "Isn't it a tad unwise to stoke the flames?" Esteemed leader? To which Maikawa Yuki responded, "Truly, you are remarkable. I, Yuki, would gladly call you the strongest in mediating disputes." Sasuke shot back, "What a joke, Yuki. A defeated subordinate, daring to mimic my words." The world's #1 princess shrugged, "What does it matter? A mere accident. One can always be revived." Sasuke interjected, "Revived?" Kurapika noted, "There exists something called Dragon Balls in this chat group, but it seems one can only revive one person at a time." Unlike Sasuke, Kurapika, upon entering the chat group, meticulously deciphered each message, particularly intrigued by the concept of resurrection. Seeing the messages on the screen, Sasuke quickly searched the trading platform for Dragon Balls and resurrection. His body trembled slightly as he uploaded the training method for lightning release. Kirin, earning 300 points. Though this was but a drop in the bucket compared to the 5,000 needed. Sasuke inquired of the world's #1 princess, "Is there any way to quickly acquire a substantial amount of points?" She replied, "Ninjutsu and secret arts can be exchanged for points. If what you upload is purchased by other members, you will receive an additional 10th of the points." Sasuke pressed, "I wish to revive all my clan members. Is there a method for such revival? Even if it is for revenge, I could postpone it." The world's #1 princess responded, a sense of guilt. "Are you truly a kind-hearted child?" She continued, "Well, there may be a way, but before answering your question, I must ask you one thing. What are your views on Uchiha Itachi? I mean regarding his actions." Sasuke, feeling conflicted, replied, "I do not know. Itachi acted for my sake." The world's #1 princess observed, "Perhaps you are too focused on Itachi, failing to notice other matters." Sasuke replied, "I do not quite grasp your meaning." Madara interjected, "Sasuke, you truly are a blank slate. Do not tell me you overlooked the implications of Itachi's use of Tsukuyumi. It was a gift meant for you." Sasuke countered, "He did not use it on me, and in the end, he acknowledged his own errors." Maikawa Yuki scoffed, "Acknowledged? Have you not connected Itachi's use of Tsukuyumi to your final conversation? Do you not harbor deeper thoughts?" Hikari chimed in, "Sasuke, I too have an elder brother. If he were like Itachi, I would run as far away as possible. Itachi's possessiveness is far more terrifying than any bond." Hikari continued, "To put it simply, are you certain Itachi acted for you rather than for Konoha?" Sasuke stammered, "What?" Hikari continued, "In your last conversation, it appeared to me as moral coercion. Itachi's every word revolved around Konoha, revealing truths predominantly about Konoha's virtues, yet he never spoke of the pressures they imposed on the Uchiha." Hikari concluded, "And then he uttered, 'I am Uchiha Itachi of Konoha,' claiming he offered you a choice. Yet did you truly have a choice at that moment? If Tsukuyumi could still be employed, would he have used it directly on you? How much of what he said can be trusted? Was he not merely calculating your character and speaking accordingly?" After reviewing the narrative surrounding the Uchiha, even Hikari, accustomed to the depths of despair, felt a chill run down her spine. She could not fathom Itachi's reasoning. What did he perceive his brother Sasuke as? A mere tool? Without the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, could Sasuke truly survive in the shinobi world without Konoha? In the realm of Konoha, where servitude has become an addiction, a fate worse than that of even Kamisato Ayaka's loyal hound, the atmosphere within the Sound Village, the abode of Orochimaru, was palpable. Observing the messages shared in the group chat, Uchiha Sasuke found himself haunted by vivid recollections of the narrative. Initially, he could convince himself that Uchiha Itachi's sacrifices were for his sake. However, after hearing the analyses from others, he fell into a profound silence, with his eyes gradually closing. Sasuke was enveloped by a chilling aura. Time seemed to stretch infinitely until he finally opened his eyes, tears streaming down his cheeks. The once crimson Tomo transformed into the shape of a six-pointed star within his gaze. Sasuke instinctively touched the contours of his eyes, feeling the surge of power within. The enhancement was significant, surpassing the cumulative efforts of his training over the past 2 years. He realized that he had likely awakened his new ocular prowess. Yet, at that moment, it was not the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan that preoccupied him. Rather, he was consumed by the implications of the group leader's words. "World's foremost princess," he inquired. "You previously mentioned a way to resurrect my clan. How shall this be achieved?" "The key lies in merging the shinobi world with my universe," she replied. "However, the resurrection will be limited to those who perished on the night of the clan's massacre." Sasuke's brows furrowed as he absorbed her words. "Merging with your universe? What benefits would this confer upon you?" The princess explained, "In essence, the shinobi world exists on a single planet, while my jurisdiction encompasses many such celestial bodies. I intend to bring your planet under my dominion. Do you comprehend my proposal?" She continued, sensing his hesitation. The intricacies of the cosmos and planetary existence seemed daunting. Given the cultural limitations of the shinobi world, what advantage do you gain from this? Sasuke remained cautious, refraining from agreement. It is merely an experiment, she reassured him. Rest assured, regardless of success or failure, there shall be no peril to your world. Uchiha Madara interjected. Princess, do you intend to draw the shinobi world into your universe? Precisely. The choice to accept this lies entirely with you, she affirmed. However, it is crucial to note that should you acquiesce, it would likely place you in opposition to the Sage of Six Paths. Sasuke, well-versed in the lore surrounding the sage, felt the weight of her words. The sage was infamous for granting power at a steep cost. The reasoning is straightforward. Once your world falls under my jurisdiction, the sage will lose all authority within the shinobi world. He will not permit such an occurrence. Are you prepared for this eventuality, Uchiha Sasuke? Madara scoffed. The sage, a peculiar idealist, much like Hashirama. His disdain for Kagaya Otsutsuki was evident, dismissing her concerns. Sasuke's thoughts raced as Madara probed. What troubles you, Sasuke? Do you fear succumbing to Naruto once more, or do you intend to tread the familiar path? I shall not follow the same route. Nor shall I rely on Itachi's eyes, Sasuke declared resolutely. Interesting, Madara mused. You do not wish to attain the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. Utilizing that power would create an emotional barrier, Sasuke understood. The prospect of returning to Konoha was unfathomable, especially in light of Itachi's actions. The notion that Uchiha would contemplate destruction, while Konoha remained unscathed, was intolerable. Upon grasping the full context, Sasuke would prefer to perish in battle rather than survive in shame. Moreover, Itachi's legacy seemed to bind him to Konoha, a fate Sasuke could not accept. May I take some time to ponder this? He asked. I have just awakened my Mangekyou Sharingan, and my mind feels clouded. Of course, the princess replied gently. There is no rush, and do not burden yourself with pressure. It is perfectly acceptable if you choose not to comply. Within the realm of the destroyer, Bellies did not find Sasuke's reluctance surprising. Yet, she was intrigued by his awakening of the Mangekyou Sharingan. Bellies contemplated the idea of bringing the world of Naruto into existence, an unexpected notion that had suddenly emerged. The rules of the Eye of God were insufficient to enhance the cosmic laws. However, by drawing a world entirely distinct from the original cosmic laws, might not the rules be fortified? Ah, how astute I am, simply perfect. At this moment, in the world of Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke opened his door and stepped out, traversing the length of the corridor until he reached its end. There lay Orochimaru's chamber. After being sealed by the third Hokage, Orochimaru had long been bedridden, remaining still as if hibernating like a serpent. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. A hoarse voice emanated from within. Sasuke entered the room. How peculiar, Sasuke. You've never knocked before. Orochimaru remarked from his bed, occasionally coughing lightly, while Kabuto, acting as Orochimaru's assistant, prepared his medications. Upon activating his Mangekyou Sharingan, Sasuke sensed the murky chakra emanating from Orochimaru with remarkable clarity. Nevertheless, he paid it no mind. There remained ample time before Orochimaru would require a new body, and there was no need to confront him prematurely. I wish to enlist your assistance in investigating certain matters, if I may. Sasuke addressed Orochimaru. Oh, how unusual. For you to request something from me so politely, Orochimaru rasped. What is it you seek? Orochimaru, you must have more than just Kabuto as a spy in Konoha, correct? Sasuke glanced briefly at Kabuto as he spoke. At the mention of his name, Kabuto's hands faltered momentarily before he resumed his task. What do you intend to do? Orochimaru evaded answering Sasuke's inquiry. I wish to investigate the distribution of resources among the clans from the First Shinobi World War to the conclusion of the Third Shinobi World War. There should be records of such matters. Moreover, I want to focus on the Konoha leadership's attitude towards the clans during the Third Shinobi World War up to the 56th year of Konoha. I desire to uncover everything, especially regarding the Ninetales incident and the root organization led by Danzo. Sasuke's tone remained calm, betraying little emotion. However, both Orochimaru and Kabuto exchanged glances of surprise upon hearing Sasuke's words. Sasuke, what you wish to investigate is no trivial matter, Kabuto stated, putting down his medication to scrutinize Sasuke, setting aside the time it would take to compile all this information. On what grounds do you believe Lord Orochimaru would acquiesce to such an unreasonable request? Very well, Sasuke. I shall have Kabuto compile the information for you. Orochimaru's snake-like eyes glimmered slightly. It's no trouble, Kabuto. Since Sasuke-kun is interested, we shall lend him our assistance. Kabuto's expression darkened. You two are merely chatting while I must toil away. It's easy for you, but I'm the one who suffers. Yet, since Orochimaru had spoken, Kabuto had no choice but to comply. After all, he was but a subordinate. Goodness, Lord Orochimaru isn't merely nurturing a vessel. He is tending to an ancestor. Over the past 2 years, Orochimaru had been almost entirely compliant with Sasuke's requests, much to Kabuto's chagrin. Sasuke-kun, I am curious about your transformation. Might you share it with me? Orochimaru asked hoarsely. Sasuke fell silent, opting not to respond. Ah well, since you are unwilling to speak, I shall not press further. Orochimaru said with a grin, not truly bothered, as he understood Sasuke's disposition. Through the curse seal, Orochimaru sensed a significant change in Sasuke's chakra. What this change entailed, he could not discern. However, Sasuke's visit was evidently linked to the investigation of these matters. As a seasoned veteran of the shinobi world, Orochimaru quickly connected the dots. Uchiha massacre. Ah, Sasuke-kun, you've indeed uncovered a problem. So, how will you choose to proceed? I am quite curious as to where this wind will carry you. In a parallel narrative, the first princess of the world spoke. If Sasuke were to agree to your request, what must he do? The majority of the living in the shinobi world must genuinely acknowledge him, she replied. To put it simply, he must replace Naruto Uzumaki and become the new child of destiny. Do you believe in such a child of destiny? After all, Naruto was merely designated by Kagaya Tsutsuki. Heralded by that cracked toad-like creature, Uchiha Madara replied. Without Kagaya's intervention, where would such a child of destiny arise? It's akin to two ants battling, only for a cat to suddenly appear and crush one of them. The surviving ant would then be deemed the chosen one merely because it prevailed, would it not? That was merely a metaphor. My task is directed towards Sasuke, and of course, must await his consent. I am in no rush, she clarified, adding, however. This task will also require your assistance, Mr. Madara. Assistance? You truly revel in your wicked whims, do you not? Madara remarked, but did not refuse. Now that infinite Tsukuyomi was no more, it would be enlightening to observe the growth of the younger generation. Moreover, resurrecting the Uchiha clan could serve as a form of atonement for his negligence as their leader. May I pose a question? Madara inquired. It seems you hold some concern for Sasuke, which is rather curious, considering you and he are from entirely different worlds with no prior connection. Yet, you would assist him in reviving his clan, regardless of whether it is a mere trifle for you. This peculiarity does not escape my notice. I have my own plans. Resurrection is merely a side venture, Bellies responded without elaboration. Seeking to obtain the laws of the Naruto world was one matter. But aiding Sasuke also served a personal motive, to observe how he would act upon learning the complete truth. A diversion to alleviate her boredom, if you will. If one were to delve deeper, she too had a brother, whose personality bore some resemblance to that of Uchiha Sasuke. Though, due to certain circumstances, he was a few years her senior, yet that detail was inconsequential. Ding. Kikyo has successfully returned from a spiritual state. Madara? Upon seeing the message on the screen, Madara was momentarily taken aback. Wait, she has been resurrected? Bellies expressed her surprise, realizing that Kikyo's revival signified the commencement of the Inuyasha storyline. In other words, Kikyo's ashes had been unearthed. Kikyo, what is your current state? Bellies inquired, noting Kikyo's long absence from their discussions. After a brief silence, Kikyo replied, I was revived by a demon named Naraku, and it seems I have gained a reincarnation. Rei Higurashi? Bellies queried, aware of the events in Kikyo's world. Yes, Naraku intends to transfer Rei's soul into my body, Kikyo explained. Have you been observing all this? Bellies asked, glancing at the chat logs between Kikyo and the group. Yes, Kikyo confirmed. World's foremost princess, Kaiki, even if separated from my soul. As long as it is not for too long, it matters not, for Inuyasha is already on his way here. World's foremost princess. Are you able to move now? I recall that in the original narrative, Kaiki's resurrection and her ceramic body regained full consciousness only after Kahaku's soul was infused into her amidst the lingering resentment. Kaiki, yes. Although it took considerable time to adapt. Despite the emergence of my reincarnated form, my soul does not seem to suffer any essential deficiency. Previously, the King of the Leaves and Aizen had shared certain methods of soul cultivation among the items exchanged. Kaiki sensed a deficiency in her soul and began to exchange some for cultivation practices. During this period, she seldom appeared in the group, primarily focusing her thoughts on mending her soul. Thus, Kaiki's current resurrection, apart from her ceramic form, bears little distinction. She even need not rely on the soul bugs for sustenance, as in the original tale. Perhaps with further cultivation, she may eventually shed her ceramic body and roam freely in her spiritual form. Kaiki, world's foremost princess, might you enlighten me regarding the matters between Inuyasha and myself? She now exists not entirely as a manifestation of resentment, but has nearly become a true spirit, rather than a fleeting wisp. Upon reflection, she perceives considerable flaws in the circumstances surrounding her estrangement from Inuyasha. World's foremost princess, do you wish to reconcile with Inuyasha? Kaiki, a broken mirror is hard to piece together. The bond between us was severed 50 years ago, and I ultimately cannot place my complete trust in him. World's foremost princess, is that so? It seems you have made a decision. The events from that time are intertwined with the demon spider you saved. World's foremost princess, the demon spider consumed by a monster transformed into Naraku, harboring a twisted obsession for you. As for the nature of that obsession, I shall refrain from elaborating. I trust you can surmise it. A villainous brigand, on the brink of death, was rescued by a kind priestess, who became his sole beacon of hope. Yet, this very priestess then became involved with another half-demon, and thus, the tragedy commenced. Kaiki, I see, I believe I understand now. In the world of Inuyasha, Kaiki gazes at the sky, her eyelids fluttering. Is the origin of all this tragedy rooted there? The Shirkan duel has yet to incite discord between Inuyasha and me. And Nariku, you truly are scheming. To be frank, after attacking her, Nariku could have easily departed with the Shirkan duel, yet he chose to return and reenact the scene with Inuyasha. However, perhaps it is not entirely unwelcome. The two hearts, nestled together, united through solitude, be it myself or Inuyasha. Nariku merely transformed this illusion into a more tangible reality. Sister, the curse you placed upon me may indeed hold truth. A priestess of my nature ought not to possess love. After this murmur, Kaiki's gaze turned towards Kagome, who was submerged in the pool, preparing for the ritual. Kagome and Inuyasha, I entrust you with this task. To avoid detection by Nariku, Kaiki withdrew her gaze from Kagome. Her eyes gradually sharpened, and her red and white priestess garb fluttered slightly without wind. Nariku, since you wish to play, I shall indulge you in this game. The chat group's public screen remained fixated on Kaiki's words. I see. Bellies was somewhat curious about the meeting between Kikyo, who knew the truth, and Inuyasha. The world's foremost princess inquired, Kikyo, are you able to stream live? Streaming? Where is there streaming? Spider Child exclaimed. The world's foremost princess retorted, Spider Child. You've jumped in again. Wah, what do you mean by jumping in? I've been eagerly waiting for the stars to align. Finally surviving the clutches of the Demon King for the third time. My fragile heart has suffered greatly. Do you know that, dear group leader? Spider Child continued. The Demon King has no honor. She truly summoned Chiu Lai to remotely hunt me down. Just thinking about it makes me furious. The teleportation portal used by the Demon King is beyond the system's management. ISNT it? Wah, dear group leader, I almost didn't get to see you. Just a bit away. The world's foremost princess observed. You seem quite lively, not at all like someone who has just escaped a disaster. Regardless, dear group leader, you wouldn't come to my aid anyway. I must face each day with optimism, treating each day as if it were my last, ensuring I eat well, sleep well, and enjoy watching streams. The world's foremost princess commented, your spider life is truly simple. Dear group leader, you cannot say that. Aren't you also a source of amusement? Spider Child, you are becoming increasingly mischievous. Where? Don't be angry, dear group leader. I was just being a bit too quick with my words. Let us watch the stream. Yes, where's the stream? Kikyo inquired. Are you sure you want to watch? I might do something rather intense later, said a certain white-haired lowly, who was disrupting the divine realm while reading the chat group messages. What could that intense thing be? That certainly piqued interest, but of course, such words should not be spoken aloud. The group leader maintained her imposing demeanor, as always. If it's a personal matter and you don't wish to stream, that's perfectly fine. We can understand, the world's foremost princess reassured. No, it's not that. I'm just concerned that some in the group may not accept my actions, Kikyo replied. Rest assured. You think there are many good people in this group? Said Asakura Y with a hint of sarcasm. Although I'm not sure how you arrived at that conclusion. It seems quite accurate, the world's foremost princess added. Those in this group are either villainous side characters or future major antagonists. It's practically a gathering of evildoers. If we are to speak of kindness, Kikyo is the kindest among us. No, I meant everyone except the group leader, who is a good person. Asakura Y quickly corrected himself. Your attempt at damage control feels more like a desperate cover-up, and I certainly don't wish to be labeled a good person. The world's foremost princess replied. I'm curious, Kikyo, did the soul training method I shared prove effective for you? Could you enlighten me? Asked Aizen Suk. It was beneficial. My spiritual form is solidifying. Even without the physical body I once inhabited, my strength remains largely intact, Kikyo explained. However, perhaps due to the differences in our worlds, I cannot sustain that state for long without a medium as a vessel for my soul. I'm glad to hear it. I was worried that what you purchased might not be worth the investment. Aizen's voice in the chat was gentle, reminiscent of a considerate older brother, evoking an inexplicable fondness. No, I am very satisfied with the training method. Thank you, Mr. Aizen. Additionally, I must express my gratitude to Lord Asakura. Your yin-yang techniques have also been quite useful to me. There is no need for such formalities. I am rather curious about the world you inhabit, Asakura hinted, suggesting she should stream live. Encouraged by everyone, Kikyo finally made her choice. Ding. Kikyo started the live stream. At that moment, she was inside a cave, gazing outside. Dressed in the red and white Miko attire prepared by Rito, she slowly approached the exit, her pace unhurried, as if her very soul had departed. Her eyes devoid of any spark. Watching Kikyo's live stream, Bellies couldn't help but marvel. Her performance was remarkably authentic, akin to the original. It's no wonder women are said to possess a natural talent for acting. Even someone as pure as Kikyo, with her complete soul, displayed no flaws in her portrayal. You have arrived. Indeed, such attire suits you well, Rito remarked, observing the green potion-soaked Kagome without a hint of concern while speaking to Kikyo. Kikyo did not respond. Her dark eyes revealing no anger, fixated on Kagome. Who is she? Kagome, trapped in the pool and unable to move, gazed at the woman beside Rito, who bore a striking resemblance to her. Her name is Kikyo, hailed as the strongest Miko 50 years ago, and you are her reincarnation. Reincarnation? Kagome was evidently taken aback by Rito's words. Indeed, Rito's voice brimmed with the joy of a plan nearing fruition. Your soul is about to be returned to this strongest Miko. She will become my most capable subordinate. As Rito spoke, she began to cast a spell. The green potion mingled with various substances began to emit a glow. Ugh, it's so uncomfortable. Kagome struggled to rise, but her body felt as if it were weighed down by a mountain, rendering her immobile, and she sensed her control over her body slipping away. Useless. With your half-baked Miko abilities, you cannot break free from my restraints. Accept your fate. At that moment, a voice echoed from afar. Kagome, how is this possible? I've placed numerous subordinates to obstruct. Rito panicked as Inuyasha approached rapidly, hastening her spellcasting. Kagome recognized the elderly figure on Inuyasha's back. It was the little girl who had once been by her side. Has it been so many years? Kikyo whispered softly. Such a clear sound, so close, ordinarily. Rito would hear it, but she was too flustered to notice. Inuyasha leaped up, finally seeing the Miko he longed for. Kikyo. His voice shattered Kagome's fading resolve. Countless fragments of spiritual matter floated from Kagome's body, instantly merging with Kikyo's. However, those present failed to notice. Kikyo subtly performed a spell. The souls that entered her were not absorbed, but rather placed within a carefully arranged barrier. Of course, Kikyo feigned the action of absorbing soul fragments. She ascended into the sky, her form enveloped in a pure white light. Moments later, as Kagome's soul was completely absorbed by Kikyo, she descended slowly. Her closed eyes gradually opened, revealing dark, cold irises as her gaze shifted past Rito to the half-demon clad in a white fire rat robe. Inuyasha, so you are still alive. Why not perish? Hearing the irate voice of Kikyo, Inuyasha scoffed in retort. At this juncture, why would you come before me? Kikyo replied coldly. What have you done to me? Do you have no memory at all? Rita stood beside Kikyo, wearing a villainous grin. Kikyo? This Inuyasha is the one who caused your death 50 years ago. Your resentment remains unquenched even now. Kill Inuyasha and bid farewell to the past. Kikyo offered no response. And in the next moment, she vanished from Rita's sight, appearing behind her, placing a hand atop her head. Even if you resurrect me, I am not a creature you can control. Rita screamed as blue flames erupted from her head, consuming her within moments, reducing her to ashes. In a chat group, a notification chimed. Kikyo has uploaded the soul separation technique, along with the clay resurrection technique. Uchiha Obito remarked, clay resurrection? I wonder how it compares to the Edo Tensei of Senju Tobarama. Observing Kikyo's uploads piqued Obito's curiosity, yet he restrained himself, having painstakingly gathered over 4,000 points. He was not inclined to squander them here. Inuyasha's world, Kikyo, after dispatching Rita, turned her gaze back to Inuyasha. Inuyasha, do you wish to kill me once more? Inuyasha stammered, and after a moment of silence, Kikyo gently raised her left hand. The bow and quiver held by Keed seemed to possess a will of their own, soaring into Kikyo's grasp. In that case, I might as well take the initiative to deal with you. Wait, my lady. Keed interjected, positioning herself protectively in front of Inuyasha, genuinely fearing Kikyo could slay him with a single arrow. Taking a breath, she continued, there may be some misunderstanding. 50 years ago, Inuyasha was also attacked by you. Keed pondered if someone had been instigating discord between Kikyo and Inuyasha. Little Keed, even if what you say is true, what of it? I am already dead. Are you suggesting I return my soul to another? Kikyo drew her bow, knocking an arrow. Sister. Keed opened her mouth, momentarily speechless at Kikyo's overwhelming spiritual energy. Step aside. Keed, this does not concern you. Kikyo unleashed her spiritual power, which surged forth like a torrent, propelling Keed away from Inuyasha. Under Kikyo's deliberate control, Keed sustained minimal injuries from the blast. Hey, are we really going to fight? In the chat group, Spider Child observed the live stream, astonished by Kikyo's murderous expression. Just moments ago, Kikyo had not expressed such sentiments to the group. This is the consequence of love turning to hate. Do you understand, Spider Child? I had thought Kikyo would weep upon seeing Inuyasha, yet she appears so composed. Spider Child replied, composed? The group leader is preparing to kill, no, to slay a demon. The world's most esteemed princess noted, in the predetermined future known to the group, Kikyo wept uncontrollably upon encountering Inuyasha, nearly dragging him to hell. That sounds terrifying, shivered Elena. Kikyo interjected, I intend to experiment with certain matters. I harbor no intentions of killing Inuyasha. Kikyo believed it necessary to clarify, as she drew her bow. Preparing to release an arrow, her expression strained to maintain composure. The group, filled with onlookers, only sought entertainment. How could she weep when broadcasting live? Even if her heart ached, she could not afford to reveal such vulnerability, as she still needed to engage with the group afterward. Forget it. I shall complete my task and conclude this affair. The emotions she had nurtured for so long dissipated within minutes due to the group's banter. Unlike the emotional state depicted in the original narrative, where she was sustained by resentment and solitude, yearning for solace from Inuyasha, the current Kikyo exhibited far more rationality. After all, the group was filled with peculiar members who had witnessed countless events across various worlds, expanding their perspectives. Some matters might be difficult to let go of, but they were not entirely insurmountable. Whoosh! A straight arrow shot toward Inuyasha's feet. Startled, Inuyasha leaped to evade it. Boom! The ground erupted into a vast pit. Inuyasha landed safely, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Indeed, having just returned to life, his limbs felt unfamiliar. Next time, he would surely hit his mark. A familiar voice reached him, causing Inuyasha to shudder as he looked up at Kikyo, who was once again drawing her bow. Kikyo, do you truly wish to kill me? I have died once, Inuyasha. And you still live. Do you not consider that unfair? You, Kikyo, are you still Kikyo? Inuyasha's eyes widened. 50 years prior, Kikyo would never have uttered such words. Farewell, Inuyasha. Releasing her fingers, a surge of potent spiritual energy accompanied the arrow, hurtling toward Inuyasha's chest. This time, Kikyo would not miss. She could not afford to miss. How infuriating. Sensing the overwhelming spiritual energy rushing toward him, Inuyasha drew Tetsuzaiga, bracing to withstand the impending strike. Sizzle. The clash of Kikyo's spiritual energy and Inuyasha's demonic power intensified. Yet ultimately, Kikyo's energy imbued within the arrow prevailed. Tetsuzaiga lost its transformed state in the struggle. As the arrow, radiating pure spiritual energy, neared Inuyasha, a sudden drop in the spiritual energy's intensity ensued. What? Kikyo gasped as countless fragments of souls erupted from her body, swiftly converging upon Kagome in the nearby pool. The arrow aimed at Inuyasha lost its potency due to Kikyo's unstable energy. Kikyo cast a fleeting glance at the pool, her thoughts inscrutable, before staggering to her feet. She ignored Inuyasha, turning her back to walk away into the distance. Wait, Kikyo, Inuyasha called out, attempting to pursue her. But before he could take 2 steps, he was ensnared. Bakudo number 61, 6 Rod's Prison. In an instant, Inuyasha's body was completely restrained by golden energy constructs, rendering him immobile. Kikyo halted but did not turn back. Inuyasha, our relationship ended 50 years ago. I cannot fully trust you. Nor can you fully trust me. Let everything conclude here today. Treat the girl beside you well. Her name is Kagome, not Kikyo. Having spoken, Kikyo resumed her steps toward the horizon. Gazing at the azure sky, she felt no lingering attachment to what lay behind. Inuyasha, suddenly becoming aware, hastened to seek out Kagome. Upon hearing her name called, Kagome slowly opened her eyes, her face betraying an indescribable fatigue. It was a relief Kagome had awakened. Nearby, Shippo anxiously paced. And upon seeing Kagome regain consciousness, he leaped with excitement. Kagome, are you all right? Do you feel unwell? He'd echoed his concern, her voice laced with worry. No. I'm fine, Kagome replied, struggling to sit up, her hand pressed against her forehead. After a moment, she murmured, my mind is filled with so many memories. Are they memories from Kikyo? He'd inquired further. Given the recent events, it seemed Kagome's soul had returned to her body, and due to the reincarnation, she might have absorbed some memories from Kikyo's lingering resentment. There was no information directly related to her, only an influx of spells and methods of utilizing spiritual power. It felt as though someone had intentionally crammed all this knowledge into her mind. Though Kagome refrained from naming this mysterious individual, the others could surmise it was likely Kikyo. But why would Kikyo undertake such an action? Kagome's words left the assembled group exchanging puzzled glances. After much deliberation, they could not arrive at an answer and decided to depart for the time being. Meanwhile, Kikyo floated high above, enveloped in a faint barrier that concealed her presence. She gazed intently downward, only exhaling in relief once Inuyasha and the others had left. Manipulating the barrier, she descended to the ground. Upon landing, Kikyo stumbled slightly, almost losing her balance. In the chat group, the live stream continued. Many members could discern Kikyo's weakened state. Yasuyuki, Kikyo, you truly are reckless. As a departed soul, linking with the living spirits, especially with that girl Kagome, who shares a reincarnation bond with you, do you not fear the depletion of your own soul? Kikyo responded, I am merely doing what I believe is right, a farewell of sorts to the past 50 years. Leaning against a tree, Kikyo sat down, her breathing becoming slightly labored. In the world of the Spirit King, Yasuyuki stood upon the shoulder of the fire spirit, observing the chat's contents with a faint smile. Your stubbornness bears a resemblance to Anna from the Takamizuchi family. In the realm of the Destroyer God, Bellies was also watching the live broadcast, and compared to others, she observed with greater detail. Kikyo employed a purifying arrow for her first attack against Inuyasha, deliberately targeting the ground to force him to evade. The second arrow was a sealing arrow, which was blocked by Inuyasha's Tetsuzaiga. When Kikyo fired the first arrow, her words were somewhat unconvincing, clearly an attempt to deceive Inuyasha. Although she proclaimed to sever the past, she still entrusted the ancient technique to Kagome through a fusion of souls, a bold move indeed. As Yuong stated, had Kikyo failed to sever her connection with Kagome in time, it could have resulted in not just injury, but the complete consumption of her soul by Kagome's. The souls of the living possess a far greater capacity for devouring than those of the deceased. Moreover, the similarity in soul frequencies between Kikyo and Kagome is, in a sense, even closer than that of twins. Kikyo's kindness is truly excessive. At this moment, in the Soul Society, Aizen Sasuke stood outside the squad barracks. A pair of black-framed glasses perched on his nose, combined with the broad captain's haori, presenting an image of an earnest individual. The scenes from the chat group unfolded before the eyes of this familiar captain. An interesting soul. Capable of releasing binding spells above level 60 without incantation due to her half-spirit form. One wonders what level she could reach if she completely abandoned her broken body. It is quite exciting to contemplate. However, in this world, it seems unlikely that there would be any Zanpakuto. Weapons related to souls might be linked to her proficiency with bows and arrows, or perhaps nothing of the sort will appear at all. Aizen was indifferent to such matters. After all, Kikyo's use of Kido was merely a completed experiment for him. Aizen was now more concerned about Inuyasha and that peculiar demon sword. The demons of that world, in a sense, were similarities to the Hollows. It would be wonderful to capture a few for examination. One wonders if such an opportunity will arise in the future. Aizen toyed with the H-Gyoku in his hand, his fingertips lightly caressing it. Had he not wished to avoid the data collection by the Dragon Balls, he might have wished for the H-Gyoku's perfection. From the words of the group leader, Aizen was acutely aware that wishing upon the Dragon Balls likely involved the Shinran gathering laws across various worlds. Thus, to mitigate any uncertainties. Although Aizen had gathered enough points to use the Dragon Balls, he had no immediate intention of doing so. Aizen Captain. Aizen Captain. The sound of wooden sandals echoed as a girl with a bobbed hairstyle, dressed in Shinigami attire, hurried towards him. Aizen casually concealed the H-Gyoku within his garments. Is there something you need, Lieutenant Hinamori? He inquired, offering a warm smile. Huff, huff, Captain. The third squad captain, Ikemura Jin, wishes to see you. But he did not specify the reason. Oh, I see. Aizen gently pressed down on Hinamori's bun of black hair. What troubles you, Lieutenant Hinamori? Hinamori hesitated for a moment before speaking. The third squad captain gives off a rather unsettling aura, like a cold, venomous snake. You must be cautious when meeting him. Though such words should not be spoken, especially not by her as a lieutenant, Hinamori chose to trust her captain in his presence. It's all right. We are both captains. Captain Ikemura is not as fearsome as you think. Oh dear, it seems I've overheard some unpleasant remarks, a slightly sharp voice interjected, calm yet tinged with irritation. At that moment, Ikemura Jin, the captain of the third squad, entered the barracks. Captain Ikemaru, Hinamori exclaimed, flustered. Why did you enter without waiting for the announcement? At that moment, Hinamori resembled a thief caught in the act. Aizen placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, stepping forward to shield her. Captain Ikemaru. Is it quite proper to enter another squad's barracks without permission? He adjusted his glasses as he spoke. Oh, come now. I was simply in a hurry, Ikemura replied nonchalantly, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized Hinamori for a moment before shifting his gaze back to Aizen. Captain. You are to accompany me today to the Central Spirit Academy to instruct the students. You haven't forgotten, have you? However, your lieutenant's casual defamation of a captain is a serious offense. That is not quite fair, Captain Ikemura. After all, your face hardly suggests a trustworthy character. Upon hearing Aizen's words, Ikemura momentarily froze, wanting to retort, and you look like a good person? I may not, but you certainly do not. Playing with his lieutenant's feelings while expecting her gratitude. Aizen's protection of Hinamori, her eyes sparkling with admiration, made Ikemura feel a pang of pity for the girl, wondering how she would fare without Aizen in the future. Aizen Captain, shall we proceed? It wouldn't do to keep the academy's students waiting. Ikemura forced a smile, fearing he might unsheath his Zanpakuto and stab Aizen in the chest. Very well, but I must insist that you refrain from holding my lieutenant accountable for her remarks, all right? Aizen added. Upon hearing this, Ikemaru's eye twitched. Of course, of course. After all, she is your beloved lieutenant, and I am not a petty person. Subsequently, Aizen Susuk and Ikemura Jin exited the barracks. Before departing, Aizen assured Hinamori that she need not worry, for he would always protect her, regardless of the circumstances. Once outside, Ikemura glanced at Aizen Susuk. Captain Aizen, do you truly hold such faith in your lieutenant? What does it matter, Jin? I am merely responding to that child's admiration. After all, time is limited, and there is no need to shatter this beautiful dream just yet. Aizen gazed up at the sky, responding leisurely. Is that so? You are indeed quite kind, Ikemura grinned. Bellies, yawning, rose from her bed and rubbed her sleepy eyes. I'm utterly exhausted. Being a destroyer god is so unremarkably mundane. After casually donning her attire, Bellies exited her room, only to find Kess, the angel, waiting at the door. Good morning, Lady Bellies. What morning? We aren't on a planet. Bellies yawned again. Kess, how long have I been asleep? 2 weeks. Bellis, it felt utterly devoid of sensation, as if time had simply slipped away in an instant. Perhaps you have acclimated to the role of a god of destruction. Typically, such deities seek to regulate the destructive energy within themselves through slumber, akin to the meditative practices observed on certain planets. In some universes, gods of destruction may slumber for hundreds of thousands of years. I recall that in Universe 14, there was an extraordinarily slothful god of destruction whose prolonged slumber inadvertently led to the demise of the Supreme Kai, resulting in a bewildering and obscure death. Bellies, however, you need not concern yourself with such matters. Kess, noticing the bewildered expression on Bellies' face. felt compelled to explain that the god of destruction and the Supreme Kai exist in a symbiotic relationship. Should the Supreme Kai perish, so too shall the god of destruction. Upon hearing Kessa's elucidation, Bellies recalled her visit to the palace of Zeno, where neither Zeno nor the high priest had mentioned anything regarding this. Not even in relation to her study of the creative powers of the Supreme Kai. It was as though they were entirely indifferent to the matter. In referencing the Supreme Kai, I seem to recall that neither the high priest nor Zeno made arrangements for me regarding the Supreme Kai, Bellies pondered. You were unaware? Kess tilted her head, her voice tinged with surprise. The high priest, in fact, provided you with that rune-inscribed note, which effectively means. Kess's voice trailed off. Having already sold me to you. Bellies, in simple terms, it pertains to the laws governing the entire universe. Aside from the deliberate actions of the Omni King, such as the obliteration of the universe, he abstains from interfering with the 10th universe in any matter that does not significantly diminish the universal coefficients. In other words, the majority of the laws established at the inception of the universe do not apply to the present 10th universe. Even the Omni King and the Grand Priest, when attempting to gauge the coefficients of the 10th universe, can only derive our universe's comprehensive coefficient by subtracting the coefficients of the other universes from the overall universal coefficient. It may sound similar, yet there exists a substantial distinction. Chris continued, the pact I forged with you binds us entirely. Should your strength surpass mine, my abilities shall also ascend in tandem, the extent of which is contingent upon the limits you can achieve. If you, Lady Bellies, were to be slain, I too would meet my demise, much akin to the relationship between the Grand Priest and the Omni King. Is that so? Bellies remarked with a sense of reflection, surprised by the profound connection between the Grand Priest and the Omni King. However, Chris, is it truly wise for you to divulge such secrets regarding the Grand Priest and the Omni King to me? No worries, Chris replied, shaking her head. The current Grand Priest is merely my father, and he once imparted his teachings to us. If we were to become adversaries, he would show no mercy. Bellies, are you not concerned that such teachings from the High Priest may lead to a lack of filial piety in the future? Therefore, my dear Bellies, for the sake of our universe's future, please strive diligently. I wish to pose a question, Chris. Does your immunity to the laws of the universe imply that you can act at will? Even an angel, albeit not the strongest, could effortlessly confront the 12 gods of destruction. With such power, what further need is there? I implore you to abandon these perilous thoughts. I am merely an angel lacking in martial prowess. From another perspective, angels can only be deemed as higher substitutes for the god of destruction. The existence of the god of destruction serves to consolidate the destructive power within them, preventing any potential rampages. In contrast, angels exist to instruct the gods of destruction in wielding their power wisely. Was I merely contemplating this? Bellies chuckled awkwardly. I also aspire to engage in battles with other gods of destruction, but if I am outmatched, I would simply call for assistance. You ought to focus on your training. You have been quite lax these past few days in avenging Lord Ramses. The angel's staff tapped gently upon Bellies' forehead, and she offered no resistance, sticking out her tongue in playful defiance. I do not wish for this either, yet I feel my strength has reached an impasse. What about transformation? Due to her bond. Chris sensed an immense power within Bellies. Did you not state that you would train in your normal state? Bellies paused for a moment before responding. To be candid, I cannot control that state. It is not akin to the typical scion transformation. The ordinary scion transformation merely influences one's temperament. However, with the emergence of that state, Bellies harbored concerns that indiscriminately transforming into a super scion could lead to considerable complications in the future, especially after the demise of Ramses. The unexpected appearance of a new transformation while pursuing Zamasu, although it was fleeting, had she not sensed the peril of her consciousness being obliterated and suppressed the transformation with sheer will, the entire universe could have faced annihilation. This incident occurred 5 years ago, shortly after Ramses' death, when divine power had not yet fully manifested. 5 years prior, Bellies' strength had not yet advanced to the mastery of destructive power. Without utilizing that power, her strength was merely at the level of a super scion's second stage. Now, Chris, I am unable to control that state. I fear unforeseen consequences, hence I have nearly merged the powers of destruction, creation, and the scion transformation bloodline. Such a transformation seems to equate to her current normal state. Yet, therein lies the terror. This is no ordinary super scion transformation. The strength of a super scion, once a certain threshold in their base form is attained, exhibits a diminishing return in transformation effects or multipliers, much like in Dragon Ball Super, where the base form barely manages to contend with an opponent. Upon transforming into a super scion, the strength remains relatively unchanged. If we were to adhere to this calculation of 50 times, an opponent barely matched in base form would surely be obliterated upon transformation. Yet, has this ever been the case? For instance, when Goku faced the 3 dogs of Universe 9, the disparity between transforming into a Super Saiyan and not was minimal. Except for the significant difference presented by Super Saiyan 3, the rest were largely comparable. This phenomenon was particularly evident during the Tournament of Power against the Scion Kefla from Universe 6. To provide another example, consider Super Broly. Vegeta's extraordinary prowess, though momentarily repelled, allowed Goku to seize the opportunity and engage him, surprisingly holding his ground for a while. This disparity cannot merely be classified as significant, it borders on the incomprehensible. Since the inception of Dragon Ball Super, the strength of the gods of destruction has been on an upward trajectory. During the Tournament of Power, could Goku's Ultra Instinct truly rival an official god of destruction? The notion is utterly implausible. For instance, in the manga, Vegeta, on the brink of mastering the power of destruction, is effortlessly subdued by Beerus in just a few strokes. Only upon becoming an official god of destruction does Belmod grasp the vast chasm separating a true god from a candidate. The sheer magnitude of power exhibited by an official god of destruction in full force is beyond the realm of imagination for a mere candidate. It is akin to assimilating the laws of an entire universe into one's being, achieving an unprecedented pinnacle of vitality, energy, and spirit. Belmod, shall we venture to the void? Kusa contemplated for a moment before making the suggestion. Yet, Belmod remained apprehensive. Fear not, Belmod, my strength remains unchanged, Kusa reassured. In other words, even if you transform, you would still be unable to best me. Bellie's cheek twitched slightly. Nevertheless, it was not too heart-wrenching. She held a fondness for Dragon Ball, after being rescued. I am the god of destruction. Chapter 62, The Battle in the Void. The Void is an otherworldly space, isolated from other dimensions. Access to this realm typically requires the guidance of a Supreme Kai. However, as the eldest among all angels, she could enter the Void directly after shedding the constraints of the entire universe. At this moment, Bellies and the angel KSI hovered in the region of the Void. Should we create a battlefield, Lady Bellies? KSI inquired. There is no need. This is sufficient, Bellies, donned in her god of destruction attire, replied with a shake of her head. Very well, then we may commence, KSI said, holding her staff, her expression serene. Whoosh. The silhouette of Bellies vanished from Chris's sight, only to reappear behind him in the next instant. Her fist radiated a fierce aura as it surged violently toward Chris, grasping the staff in her hand. Chris positioned it against her back, using the gem-tipped end to deflect the blow. As the angelic staff resonated with a gentle tremor, Chris harnessed the recoil to retreat to a distance. She slowly turned around, adorned in her ethereal purple angelic gown, the staff still firmly held in her grasp. Your power has significantly increased, Lady Bellies, Chris remarked softly, but it is still insufficient. You remain far from the prowess of Lord Ramsay. Then behold this technique. Bellies raised her palm, unleashing a colossal destructive orb akin to a planet towards KSA. Gazing at the immense purple projectile hurtling towards her, KSA lifted her angelic staff. In an instant, a pure, white radiance emanated from the staff. The crimson destructive orb, illuminated by the brilliance, diminished visibly until it vanished entirely. The powers of the angel and the destroyer are nearly equal and opposite. Utilizing forces of the same magnitude can completely neutralize the destructive energy. Keisei continued to enlighten Bellies. I have acquired much knowledge over the past few years. She reappeared behind Keisei in an instant. Then, as Keisei turned around, she executed the Sun Fist. The wind-up is too substantial, my Lady Bellies. Keisei swiftly conjured a transparent mirror that could deflect light before her. A fist struck from behind. A look of confusion spread across Keisei's face. However, with her extraordinary secret skill, the free-form ultimate technique, she retreated 2 steps and sidestepped the incoming attack. Oh. Have you developed a new skill? Keisei was somewhat astonished to see 2 nearly identical Bellies standing together. Moreover, it seemed there were more than just 2. She sensed 2 additional identical presences behind her. Dividing her divine energy into 4 portions was an unwise maneuver. No, Keisei, I am aware that I cannot defeat you. But without doing so, I fear I cannot control that power. Oh? Keisei remained unperturbed, observing the Bellies surrounding her. Due to the overwhelming energy, her body could not endure it, thus she split her energy to transform. As an experienced angel, Keisei quickly grasped Bellies' intention. With 4 entities, the mental toll would be considerably greater. I understand that compared to the overwhelming possibility of a transformation that could shatter consciousness, this method of expending mental energy allows for gradual adaptation. The 4 bodies fist, a technique previously employed by Tenshinhan against Goku in the original work. To be honest, this technique is far more effective than Piccolo-esque training with clones. It is primarily for training purposes. Moreover, Bellies dedicated considerable time to mastering this technique. Now, let us commence. Since becoming a destroyer, Bellies had never utilized this transformation. Though she had discerned how to transform after that fleeting moment, she dared not proceed without assurance. Fearing that an uncontrollable consciousness could obliterate the universe, prompting the Omni King to erase her. Over the years, she sought ways to mitigate the risks involved. With the angels in slumber, she had no means to seek assistance. It wasn't until the recent awakening of the chat group and her journey to Tavat that she learned some truly beneficial knowledge. In the Dragon Ball universe, the concept of cultivation is quite vast. Particularly, non-divine cultivation primarily revolves around energy. Without energy, the body would falter instantly. The essence of life can be categorized into 3 aspects: vitality, energy, and spirit. Even the so-called divine realms of Vegeta and Goku merely enhance energy to a divine tier, offering little elevation to life and spirit. Otherwise, Frieza would not have been subdued by King Yima after death. A pale aura surged skyward. For radiant lights illuminated the realm of nothingness. Such potent energy, Keisei murmured, gauging Belize's pale aura. The explosive energy persisted for nearly half a minute. My hypothesis is correct. If dispersed, it can be managed. Observing the 4 versions of herself encircling Keisei, she felt an almost insurmountable, terrifying energy. This hair resembles that of a hedgehog. A white Super Scion 3? Nonsense. This is certainly not Super Scion 3, even in her normal state. She could grasp Majin Buu's head and rub his face along the equator of Earth. Keisei, be cautious. Her gaze shifted to the serene angelic figure at the center of the 4 Belizes. Very well. No sooner had she spoken than Keisei felt a powerful impact. She swung her staff, deflecting the incoming fist. A tremendous shockwave radiated outward from the two. But this isn't over. A voice called from behind. And Keisei merely leapt upward, evading Belize's attack. Ah, another Belize approaches, an array of fists so dense they are nearly invisible. Yet, Keisei effortlessly dodged without retaliating. Above her, a figure suddenly emerged, Belize from the 4th position. Super Energy Cannon. The 3 Belizes restricting Keisei's movements simultaneously utilized instant transmission, swiftly retreating before being struck by the energy wave from above. The terrifying energy wave traversed the realm of nothingness, crafting a brilliant galaxy in the void. Keisei was engulfed by this overwhelming energy wave. However, after the energy subsided, Belize remained resolute. Her gaze fixed upon the pristine barrier that materialized as the energy gradually dissipated. Kurz employed her angelic staff as a fulcrum to conjure the barrier, enveloping herself within its protective embrace. You have made significant progress compared to 5 years ago, Lady Belize, Kurz remarked with a hint of nostalgia, as the glass orb atop her staff emitted a barrier that began to wane and swiftly vanish. Shall we cease? Following the recent skirmish, Kurz could roughly gauge the current prowess of her destructive deity. Of course, this assessment pertained to Belize's strength after her energy had been divided among 4, rather than the formidable figure she had envisioned. Kurz, what lies ahead is the true battle. You must tread carefully. Belize paused in silence and spoke. Transforming into her current form, she sensed that if she were to retract her 4-fold essence, the scion blood flowing within her would undoubtedly regress to a primordial state. While her appearance might not alter significantly, this overwhelming sense of uncontrollability left her profoundly unsettled. Belize took a deep breath. Aside from her primary self, the 3 other manifestations became translucent and gradually faded away. As they dissipated, the 3 avatars vanished. The aura surrounding Belize swelled geometrically once more. This energy, far more immense than before, left Kes, whose eyes had remained tranquil, somewhat astonished. Like the hair of a super scion in its 3rd transformation, strands of her hair gradually became enveloped in a radiant white light. The previously serene energy now transformed into a more tempestuous force. This level of power was no less formidable than that of Lord Ramsay. In the realm of nothingness, a streak of white light darted through. A heavy shadow of a fist descended. With a resounding impact, Kes, struck by the blow, found herself surrounded by an intense energy field. She swiftly retreated from the smoke of the explosion, her gaze fixed seriously upon the distant Belize, acknowledging that this was an entirely different caliber from before. Though she was an angel, and even lacking in combat prowess, her overall strength surpassed that of a destroyer god. She possessed the capability to easily subdue even her own destroyer god in this transformation. Yet, Kes's aim was not to defeat Belize, but rather to observe her growth and the advancements in her power over the years, to devise a more effective training regimen for the future. Kes could not instruct Belize as she would with an ordinary destroyer god. From a different perspective, she had transitioned from being a mentor to becoming the guide of her former disciple, now a destroyer god. While uncertain of the heights Belize might eventually reach, she resolved to offer assistance whenever possible. Kes switched her staff to her left hand, gently gripping her slightly numb palm. The ferocious aura bore no resemblance to the serene mastery I had taught. It resembled a latent potential of bloodline, an evolution combined with the power of a destroyer god. Kes gazed intently at Belize, whose expression appeared exceedingly indifferent. Her once gentle white hair had transformed into sharp, snow-white spikes, cascading elegantly over her shoulders. Accompanied by a pale, ethereal flame surrounding her, she emanated an aura that discouraged any approach. Belize vanished once more from Kay's sight. An instantaneous movement? No, that could not be. There were no traces of spatial ripples. In the time that Kay pondered, Belize had already appeared before her. She extended her fist, launching a powerful strike towards Kay. Was it merely the swiftness of her attack? Kay deftly evaded, her angelic staff gracefully flicking upwards to deflect Belize's fist, misaligning the assault. As she transitioned the staff from her left hand to her right, the fierce wind generated by Belize's punch soared past Kay's ear, causing even her ethereal white hair to flutter slightly. This was the moment Kay eluded Belize's onslaught. Belize unleashed a flurry of punches once more. Countless fists transformed into mere afterimages, relentlessly striking at various parts of Kes's body, dodging left and right, twisting and turning, leaping and spinning. Even with Belize's terrifying strength, Kes's exceptional skill yielded no results. A roar erupted, akin to a beast's ferocious cry. A powerful shockwave surged forth, and in an unguarded moment, Kess was swept away by this explosive force. Had consciousness been consumed? A grave expression flickered in Kess's eyes. If so, she had no choice but to incapacitate Lady Bellies first. Kess, I implore you, grant me a moment. What? A voice suddenly echoed in her mind, causing Kess to frown. Lady Bellies? The tone held a hint of uncertainty. I have devised a method to gain control. Could you please shield my body for a moment? I require some time. I shall do my utmost, but as this pertains to the soul, you must exercise caution. Do you understand? Though uncertain of Bellies' intentions, Kess still cautioned her. Very well. The voice in her mind faded, and she observed Bellies' gaze, which had completely lost focus. After a moment of hesitation, Kess resolved to follow Bellies' plan. She swiftly advanced towards Bellies. With her palms pressed together in front of her, Bellies unleashed a colossal wave of pure white energy that surged toward Crix. Upon witnessing this, Crix swiftly evaded the oncoming force. However, as she dodged the energy wave, Bellies reappeared to her left, delivering a fierce kick aimed directly at her. Crix adeptly blocked the descending strike with the tip of her staff and retreated, deftly evading further attacks. Following her unsuccessful strike, Bellies spread her arms wide, relentlessly bombarding Crix with energy orbs. The barrage of luminous spheres erupted forth like a torrential downpour, each one shimmering with blinding brilliance, leaving scarcely any gaps to escape. Even the most adept practitioners would find it challenging to evade such an onslaught. Crix raised her staff, uttering a soft incantation. A protective barrier materialized, swiftly enveloping her. The energy orb struck the barrier with unyielding force, producing thunderous detonations that sent ripples of dust swirling through the air. Seizing the opportunity presented by the obscuring smoke, Bellies darted behind Crix with remarkable speed. Interlacing her fingers, she delivered a powerful downward strike. The barrier trembled under the incredible force, resonating with tremors. Observing the violet destructive energy enveloping Bellies' hands, Crix hastily dispelled the barrier. Without the protection, the descending fist struck, causing Bellies to stagger precariously, nearly losing her balance. Crix seized this moment, lightly tapping the obscured back of Bellies with her staff. Almost instantaneously, Bellies was sent hurtling backward. As her strength began to stabilize, the ferocity of the battle diminished. Throughout their confrontation, Crix had become acutely aware of the energy fluctuations within Bellies. Thus, she resolved to prolong the engagement a while longer. Time passed unmeasured in the realm of destruction, as Crix and Bellies returned from the void. Bellies' feet had just touched the ground with a soft thud. In the place where Bellies' foot landed, a terrifying crack instantaneously spread throughout the realm of destruction. I have exercised utmost caution in my control. Bellies, with her watery eyes, turned to Crix beside her. Sighing, Crix gently tapped the ground with the tip of her angelic staff, swiftly mending the fissures. My Lady Bellies, from now on, you shall maintain this state of training until you become accustomed to it. Is it not possible to revert? Bellies inquired uncertainly. Your current aura surpasses the limits that your body and soul can endure. It is solely due to the transformation and ancestral bloodline that your threshold has been forcibly elevated, allowing you to barely cope. It is not impossible to revert to your normal state. However, do you wish to sleep for several centuries to stabilize the energy within you completely? Crix discerned Bellies' thoughts, though not an excessively long duration. Many gods of destruction slumber for millennia at a time. Well, perhaps it is best to refrain, Bellies replied with a slight twitch of her lips. Several centuries? How many of those foolish friends of mine would still be alive? How long will it take for me to return? Once you have straightened your hair, which has become spiky due to an excess of energy, and contained the rampant energy within your own body to reach a pivotal balance, then it will be achievable. However, by that time, you will no longer require transformation. This will simply be your new normal. Most transformations occur when one cannot sustain high energy loads, resulting in what is termed a combat form. Very well, I shall do my utmost. Bellies pursed her lips, dismissing the notion of having slept for several centuries. Although her current predicament was rather troublesome, it was not entirely unmanageable. Bellies treaded carefully back to her bedroom. She wished to ponder no further, yearning only for a moment of respite, hoping to maintain her transformed state as long as she did not succumb to a deep slumber. Suddenly, a crack echoed through the room. The bed had split open from the center. Bellies, I just encountered it. I haven't even fully reclined yet. The bed, you know, is a tremendous blow to my tender heart. Those unaware might think I am engaged in some vigorous exercise. I cherish Dragon Ball, after being resurrected. I am the god of destruction. Please do remember to save Dragon Ball. After being resurrected, I am the god of destruction. Chapter 64. Spider Child. Wah. I haven't seen the group leader for many days. I miss her. Irina, Uchiha Madara, do you know where the group leader has gone? Ever since the last time she mentioned some world mission to Sasuke, her avatar has not lit up. Uchiha Madara, I am but a mere administrator. How would I know the affairs of the group leader? Besides, we are not from the same world. Uchiha Madara, Irina, do not call me old man. I merely appear older due to my avatar, but in reality, I am younger than many. Ing and Jelf are several times my age. Uchiha Madara paused. Why does Irina call Ing by name, and refer to her as sister, while addressing Jelf as brother or teacher? Yet with him, it becomes grandfather. Surely, this is a contagion from this dim-witted spider child. That Uchiha Madara, I am still quite young. Truly, I spend most of my time in slumber. So my real age should not be significant. Jelf, as the strongest mage of the fairy tale world. He cannot fathom why Aang is concerned about age when they are all at least several hundred years old. World's first princess. Oh. I seem to have stumbled upon something amusing. Someone has been supercharged. Uchiha Madara. Aang, the group leader always appears when we discuss the most nonsensical matters. Upon seeing a familiar nickname on the public screen, Spider Child became ecstatic. Spider Child, group leader. I finally see you. I was worried something had happened to you. World's first princess. What could happen to me? I simply spend more time in training. World's first princess, huh? Spider Child, have you ascended to divinity? Have I been offline for too long? Spider Child, ascended to divinity? What do you mean? Are you suggesting that I must become a deity to revert to being human? The half-human, half-spider Spider Child, having traversed through initial confusion, recalled a certain Chiu Lai and the malevolent deity D, leading to a ridiculous notion. World's first princess. Oh dear, did I say anything? I said nothing at all. Seeing the Spider Child as human avatar, still with white hair and long eyelashes, made bellies reminisce about the Spider Child's human form. Spider Child. Wah, the group leader is bullying me. You clearly just said that and are now deceiving me. World's first princess. All right, I admit it. I did say that only by becoming a deity can you fully transform into a human's appearance. Spider Child. Ah, so it is true. The Spider Child's face fell. Having evolved to an unimaginable level, yet still merely half-human, half-spider, with no path to completely revert to human form. This is why she incessantly murmurs about the group leader in the chat. Aizen Sosuke, world's first princess, in the Spider Child's world. Does one have to become a deity to assume a human appearance? In the Soul Society, Aizen Sosuke has a relatively profound understanding of the Spider Child, who is often active in the group. Moreover, the Spider Child occasionally shares intimate photos with the Demon King in the chat, making it hard for others to overlook. World's first princess, indeed. Is there a problem? Aizen Sosuke, the Spider Child's close friend, the Demon King Ariel, has not ascended to divinity? If her true form is that of the Spider Child, how does she maintain a human form? World's first princess. Being overly curious is not good. Aizen Sosuke. But it's fine to tell you, the Demon King Ariel is originally human. Aizen Sosuke. I see. After all, she was a being transformed by the H-Gyoku. Aizen Sosuke deduced the nature of the Demon King Ariel easily from the group leader's response. However, the Spider Child was left in utter astonishment. Spider Child. Spider Child. Is this truly the case? World's first princess. More genuine than pearls. Spider Child. Have you ever encountered Potamus? Spider Child, the leader of the elven race? I did have a battle with him once, but halfway through, the Demon King Ariel descended from the heavens and stomped Potamus to pieces. However, the one who was stomped seemed to be a robot. Moreover, the tone and actions of Ariel when she descended towards Potamus. It seemed hard to believe that there was no personal vendetta. World's first princess, Spider Child, what I am about to reveal. The Demon King has not mentioned to you before, so you should best treat it as unknown, understand? Spider Child. Why? World's first princess, Ariel was originally human. And Potamus has always been the leader of the elven race, and in a certain sense, Potamus is the father of the Demon King Ariel. Spider Child. The Spider Child was left agape. An elven father? A human Demon King? Ariel. Spider Child. Group leader. You cannot mean what I think you mean. World's first princess. Exactly as you think. Spider Child. Why would one do such a thing? The Spider Child could only think of a few words in her mind. Modified human. The elven leader Potamus kidnapped Ariel from humanity and transformed her into the primordial spider. World's first princess. Although Potamus's power may not match that of the current Demon King, he could certainly kill the Demon King if he desired. With this as a premise, what do you believe Potamus's motive to be? Spider Child. To become a deity? The Spider Child had some answers in her heart but felt uncertain. World's first princess. Who knows? By the way, Little White, since you have evolved to the final stage of the system, according to my agreement with D, she will conduct a trial on you. Spider Child? World's first princess. I am unsure of the specifics of the trial. Perhaps it aligns with D's own twisted tastes. Upon hearing the group leader say this, the Spider Child was immediately terrified and began to tremble. Spider Child. See, can I not go? World's first princess. Of course. Spider Child. Wonderful. World's first princess. The malevolent deity D has already lost patience with Chiu Lai. If you cannot ascend to divinity and pass her trial within a certain time frame, the planet may very well face annihilation. Spider Child. What do you mean? If she does not ascend to divinity, the planet will be destroyed? This is alarmist nonsense. Is she really the hope of the entire world? I enjoy Dragon Ball. After being resurrected, I am the god of destruction. Please remember to save Dragon Ball. After being resurrected, I am the god of destruction. Chapter 65. Konoha, obstructing the peace of the ninja world. Spider Child. Then how can I ascend to divinity? I do not wish to die. After all the struggle to become half-human, half-spider, it would be a waste to perish. World's first princess. I cannot tell you. for this is the agreement between D and me. As events unfold, you will certainly have your chance. I can only inform you that your opportunity to ascend to divinity lies within a relic. World's first princess. Of course, this is a task you must accomplish in the future. As for whether joining the chat group will bring about changes, I cannot say, in any case. It is not of great importance to me. Spider Child. I knew it. The group leader is a riddle maker and enjoys toying with spiders. Bellies did not disclose the intricate details to Spider Child. Sometimes, a touch of ambiguity renders a situation more plausible. Once clarity is achieved, unforeseen complications may arise. The ascent of Spider Child to divinity was, in itself, a rather unexpected turn of events. In truth, it mattered little if Spider Child did not attain godhood. Such deities are hardly significant, and even I do not particularly care, merely finding Spider Child intriguing. I offered her an opportunity. After recounting Spider Child's tale, Bellies recalled another matter in the chat group. I wonder how Uchiha Sasuke is considering the situation. Certainly, whether he declines or consents, Bellies remains largely unperturbed. At most, it would be a minor inconvenience to gather the laws of the Naruto world. Moreover, Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Sasuke would undoubtedly utilize the Dragon Balls, thus, amassing the laws of the Naruto world should not pose a significant challenge. As for how the Dragon Balls would be employed by the two, that is beyond Bellies' concern. World's foremost princess. Uchiha Sasuke, are you present? Uchiha Sasuke, I am here, group leader. World's foremost princess, what are your thoughts? Will you agree? You may act according to your own judgment. There is no need to fear my displeasure. Uchiha Sasuke, this matter was previously discussed with Madara. Yet I am uncertain how I might earn the genuine recognition of the majority in the shinobi world. World's foremost princess, any approach is permissible. The system will ascertain the recognition level of the living in the shinobi world. Once it surpasses 50%, your task will be deemed complete. World's foremost princess, to be frank, only when you achieve over half recognition can I, through the chat group rules, draw your planet into my jurisdiction. World's foremost princess. At that point, I shall resurrect your kin as a reward for the task's completion. World's foremost princess. However, this is limited to that one occasion. Even I cannot arbitrarily contravene the life and death doctrine of my governed universe, lest it adversely impact my cosmic laws. The final statement is merely a ruse. Yet it is wise to avoid defying the boundaries of life and death whenever possible, as a blurred line may hinder the universe's progression. Uchiha Madara, world's foremost princess. What shall I gain by assisting Uchiha Sasuke in fulfilling his world task? World's foremost princess. How about the resurrection of you and your brother Izuna? Uchiha Madara, very well. I accept. Uchiha Madara seemed fearful of the group leader's potential change of heart. Points should be conserved whenever possible, as he had no intention of employing infinite Tsukuyomi. Group leader, world's foremost princess, announces a world task, the Naruto world. Ding. Uchiha Sasuke accepts the task. Uchiha Madara accepts the task. At this moment, in the Naruto world, Uchiha Sasuke gazed at the task list in the chat group, lost in contemplation. 5 years. Not too long, yet not too short. However, convincing at least half of the shinobi realm to rally behind him within 5 years was utterly implausible. Uchiha Sasuke was not a feudal lord or a kage of a great nation. After all, he lacked such influence. Even a kage or feudal lord would need to conquer at least half of the shinobi world to attain such a level of recognition. Uchiha Sasuke, world's foremost princess. Is the time limit truly only 5 years? World's foremost princess. Indeed, you may use Jinjutsu to control everyone, or even eliminate those who oppose you, leaving only those who acknowledge you. All of this is permissible. World's foremost princess, as long as you meet the minimum requirements of the task. I shall reward you and Uchiha Madara accordingly. Irina, isn't that rather cruel? Irina, who was preparing for a journey, felt a pang of compassion. World's foremost princess, the reward of resurrecting so many individuals is, in itself, a test for Uchiha Sasuke. Should he fail to achieve this, I shall simply declare the task a failure without any punitive measures. World's foremost princess. However, should you be drawn into my governed universe, if your past actions result in your planet's evaluation falling below the minimum standard of the entire universe, I will not hesitate to destroy it after bestowing your rewards. World's foremost princess. Of course, those destroyed will include you. There are no exceptions, even for group members. Uchiha Sasuke, having been in the group for some time, must have learned what I am about from Uchiha Madara. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Sasuke fell into a prolonged silence, offering no response. Uchiha Madara, are you implying that we cannot engage in indiscriminate slaughter? What are the rating standards for your universe? How can we be assured that upon entering your jurisdiction, we will not be destroyed in the next moment? World's foremost princess. The specific evaluation standards are determined by the cosmic coefficient, and I am merely the executor. I can inform you that the standards are generally related to the planet's ecology, the strength of life, mortality rates, the planet's lifespan, and its prospects, among other factors. World's foremost princess. Although the current shinobi world has seen a decline in values due to the influence of chakra fruits, it remains a considerable distance from the red line of destruction, so there is no need for concern. Uchiha Sasuke, may I seek external assistance? Uchiha Madara, what do you mean? Am I not external assistance? Uchiha Madara, Sasuke, what do you imply? Uchiha Sasuke, if you wish to help, let us discuss it after you've escaped your coffin. Uchiha Madara, world's foremost princess. Who do you intend to seek? Uchiha Itachi? Uchiha Sasuke, not him. I have no desire to involve that individual. I shall demonstrate that he is mistaken. Konoha is an obstacle to peace in the shinobi world. World's foremost princess. Ah? It seems you have a plan. May I inquire as to whom you refer? Uchiha Sasuke. Orochimaru. He has a keen interest in immortality, and I am confident I can persuade him. However, I am curious about the chat group's stance on Orochimaru, as he does not align with conventional views. In the realm of the god of destruction, Belly smiled faintly. She then typed in the public chat, world's foremost princess, that is permissible, but ensure your safety. If any mishap occurs due to revealing the chat group's matters, I will not be responsible. Uchiha Sasuke, thank you, esteemed group leader. With the group leader's consent, Uchiha Sasuke felt a wave of relief. Seeking Orochimaru's assistance was not particularly challenging for Sasuke. He had spent 2 years with Orochimaru, and aside from the latter's lustful inclinations, their relationship had been relatively amicable. Dragon Ball. After being resurrected, I am the god of destruction. Please collect. Dragon Ball. After being resurrected, I am the god of destruction. Chapter 66. Uchiha Sasuke and Orochimaru. Uchiha Sasuke once again entered Orochimaru's chamber. As usual, Kabuto was tending to the ailing Orochimaru. Upon seeing Sasuke, Kabuto did not even lift his gaze. Orochimaru's raspy voice, tinged with a hint of amusement, broke the silence. Sasuke-kun, it has been a while since you last visited me. I have come to request your assistance, Sasuke began. Uchiha Sasuke, do not overreach, please. Kabuto suddenly looked up, alarmed. The last time he had compiled information for Uchiha Sasuke had left him utterly exhausted. Hearing that Sasuke was here to ask Orochimaru for another favor, Kabuto could hardly contain himself. Please, let Sasuke-kun finish. Orochimaru coughed a few times and shook his head at Kabuto. Kabuto, your health is not in the best condition, Orochimaru. Observing Orochimaru's even paler visage compared to their last encounter, Uchiha Sasuke remarked coolly, in comparison to you, this body is truly lacking. Orochimaru did not conceal his desire for Sasuke's form. Is it worthwhile to cling to life in such a manner? Even if you were to possess me, how long could you endure? Changing bodies every 3 years is not a fabrication of Uchiha Sasuke. It has been Orochimaru's reality across multiple reincarnations. If the body is suitable, enduring for a decade or so is entirely plausible. By that time, I might have even better methods of replenishment, Orochimaru replied. That sounds arduous indeed, Sasuke acknowledged, unable to refute Orochimaru's explanation. Sasuke-kun, you have changed significantly in recent days. If I am not mistaken, you have awakened those eyes. Haven't you? Orochimaru's leisurely words carried implications that caused Kabuto, who stood nearby, to change countenance abruptly. The term Manjiki Sharingan flashed in his mind. What do you intend to do if I confirm that? Sasuke's dark eyes transformed into the crimson three-tomo pattern. What can be done? Cough, Orochimaru said. I'm far more intrigued by what has led you to become so composed. He paused briefly before continuing. What thoughts crossed your mind after reviewing the data Kabuto gathered? I refer to the Uchiha massacre. As soon as Orochimaru's words fell, an overwhelming chakra permeated the atmosphere. Sasuke's three-tomo Sharingan rapidly spun, morphing into the six-pointed star of the Manjiki. Kabuto's face blanched, astonished by the revelation. Even though Orochimaru had explicitly stated it, Kabuto still found it hard to believe that Sasuke could activate those eyes at this moment. Sasuke exhaled a deep breath, the chakra enveloping the room gradually dissipating, leaving only the Manjiki shape in his eyes. Cough. Orochimaru continued to cough, seemingly affected by the chakra Sasuke had just released. Orochimaru-sama. Kabuto rushed to offer Orochimaru medicine. I am fine, Kabuto, Orochimaru replied, a smile gracing his lips after the coughing fit. It is quite rare that you have not taken action against me. Such restraint indicates your eyes have likely been open for some time. Orochimaru's expertise in studying the Sharingan surpassed that of anyone else. He had a faint understanding of the uniqueness required for the Manjiki transformation. Upon witnessing Sasuke's Manjiki, Orochimaru's suspicions were confirmed. In truth, Orochimaru had already discerned that the ultimate evolution of the Sharingan was the Rinnegan possessed by pain. Orochimaru, why did you attack the third Hokage? Was it for Konoha, or was it because he was your teacher? Sasuke's purpose in coming here was to ascertain Orochimaru's intentions before devising a plan. In the fixed future he had witnessed, Orochimaru had mentioned that his motive for killing the third Hokage seemed to be to set the gears of fate in motion. What that turn meant varied from person to person. Oh, I see. You, who seem to know the truth, have ultimately taken a stance against me, Orochimaru rasped with a laugh. Sasuke-kun, I harbor no opinions about Konoha. Are you satisfied with that answer? The Manjiki Sharingan spun rapidly, and in an instant, Orochimaru sensed the surrounding scenery change. Genjutsu? However, Orochimaru remained calm, unperturbed by anger. With the Manjiki Sharingan at his disposal, Sasuke indeed had little hope of victory, yet it was equally impossible for him to kill Orochimaru. Orochimaru had left behind numerous contingency plans throughout the ninja world. He had ways to resurrect himself. Regrettably, should Sasuke succeed in killing him, Kabuto would likely perish alongside him. It would be a tremendous loss to lose such a capable and diligent subordinate. Yet, the anticipated torment did not manifest. The Uchiha before him simply observed in silence. Sasuke-kun, what do you intend to do? Orochimaru inquired languidly. I realize I cannot kill you. My purpose in seeking you was to hope you would join me. Oh? Orochimaru neither affirmed nor denied this. What is it that you wish to accomplish, Sasuke-kun? Since you are curious, then watch closely. For I shall reveal that which you seek to know, or that which I wish for you to know. The Mangekyou Sharingan spun once more, and the scene around Sasuke and Orochimaru shifted into a blood moon imagery. Kabuto, witnessing Orochimaru ensnared in a Jinjutsu, gasped in shock. Orochimaru-sama. Kabuto's expression twisted. How dare you? Uchiha Sasuke. You just said you wouldn't act against Orochimaru-sama. What is this? Kabuto seized a medical kunai from the table, gathering chakra to form a blade. Prepared to attack Sasuke to protect his esteemed Orochimaru. Cough, cough, cough. Orochimaru coughed up blood, a ghastly pallor overtaking his face. Orochimaru-sama. Kabuto dropped the kunai and hastily grabbed a bucket from beneath the bed to catch Orochimaru's vomit. That is unnecessary, Kabuto, Orochimaru said, disregarding his appearance as he wiped his mouth with his hand. Sasuke-kun, you have presented me with an irresistible proposition, and your fortune is indeed enviable. The Sage of Six Paths, Kagaya Tsutsuki, Uchiha Madara, and that mysterious leader. Heh. Orochimaru raised his head, a manic expression spreading across his sickly visage. Sasuke-kun, since you are the reincarnation of Indra, do you understand that you may be under the watchful eye of the Sage of Six Paths? I am aware that the leader has cloaked that surveillance, Sasuke replied. So, what say you, Orochimaru? Will you agree? Sasuke-kun, it seems I cannot refuse, can I? You have unveiled to me a broader horizon. Orochimaru collected his thoughts, took a deep breath, and coughed up more blood. Within 5 years, I shall aid you in realizing your aspirations and seek out Uchiha Madara's corpse. Since that war god of the ninja world is willing to assist, it would be a waste to leave him in the Pure Land. However, the specifics of the plan will have to wait until I regain my hands. How does that sound? That is acceptable, Sasuke nodded. It was only natural for Orochimaru to have his own plans when he glimpsed into the future. In Boruto, Orochimaru remains the sole character unscathed, even gaining strength. You possess a remarkable sense of leisure, don't you? As a student, it is unacceptable to endure bullying without retaliation, let alone assist others in reincarnation. The maid, Mido, finds herself at a loss when it comes to voicing her thoughts about her superior. It was an accident. Yet that little spider named Baiji is quite intriguing. The malevolent deity, D, commented with palpable interest. Humph, dare you to say more? Inviting powerful beings from other universes may lead to complications if our universe's coordinates are exposed. Mido, I am serious this time. I intend to establish a connection with the deity named Belis. If possible, I would like to take the next step. Upon hearing this, Mido fell into a thoughtful silence and sighed, Ah? Do as you wish. You are the supreme deity of this universe. Even if I wish to object, should you truly desire it, I cannot stop you. Just like trying to bring Dee back to work. If she truly wishes to escape, she cannot be restrained. Dee reclined in her chair, gazing at the maid Mido standing beside her. During the battle with that other universe's administrator, I realized I am no match for her. Most importantly, her life force exuded an aura of youth. Did you not say she was merely a projection? Indeed. Dee sighed, her tone grave, yet, even with the entire universe's enhancements, defeating her would likely leave me gravely injured. A young universe administrator, such a powerful world may prove perilous. Mido pondered this. Thus, I plan to join that chat group first to observe. At least I will grasp her general character before further discussions, though our exchanges have been limited. My experience allows me to deduce that she is not one to rigidly adhere to the rules of the Dark Forest or impose undue difficulty upon others. Like you, she likely believes in equivalent exchange? Most probably. I can infer from her assistance to that little spider. Upon hearing these words, the maid shrugged her shoulders. You need not share this with me. I am merely your subordinate. However, I hope you will consider your decisions carefully. Understood, Dee nodded. Dee raised an eyebrow. What is it? I may need to step out for a while. It's time to test that little spider, Dee replied. Will she come? If possible, please take me along, Mido said earnestly. Regardless of where Dee ventures, having an ally in the presence of such a formidable being is preferable to being alone. No problem. Dee nodded, then grasped a stack of documents from the table, placing them before the maid. You shall handle matters here. No need to rush. I want to deduct your wages, my dear Mido. Mido frowned, watching as Dee opened a portal and vanished. As the spatial passage closed, Mido sighed. I hope Lady D's decision is not a misguided one. In the chat group, after discussions concerning Uchiha Madara and the spider concluded, a new member from the world of Hunter x Hunter, Kurapika, began to speak. Group leader, what price must I pay to revive my clan members? Kurapika, like Uchiha Sasuke, also suffered the loss of his clan, albeit the massacre was perpetrated by outsiders rather than kin. It is impossible unless there are two individuals from your world present in the group to employ Sasuke's method, the world's foremost princess responded. I see. Is there no other way? Kurapika inquired. You can only gather Dragon Balls. Each one allows the revival of a single individual, the princess explained. Kurapika felt a pang of reluctance, yet the opportunity to resurrect even one clan member was preferable to none at all. Kurapika, have you obtained your hunter license yet? The princess asked, realizing she was unaware of how far the hunter world had progressed. Was Kurapika still pre-exam or post-exam? Not yet. I plan to participate in the hunter exam this year, with about 6 months remaining until registration, Kurapika replied. So, you have yet to learn then? The princess remarked. Her interest peaked regarding none in the world of Hunter x Hunter. It appeared somewhat akin to the energy in Dragon Ball, but was far more versatile, possibly even touching upon the laws of existence. Of course, the specifics remained unclear to her. Kurapika was currently just an ordinary person, having never encountered none. Meanwhile, the princess's current state would not allow Kurapika to agree to her entry into his world. After all, she was a precarious being capable of inadvertently wreaking havoc in the God of Destruction realm, even crushing her bed during slumber. She intended to assist, not to cause destruction. What is Nen? Kurapika asked, suddenly alert. He had previously learned that the wish-granting of Dragon Balls was, in some respects, related to the power of the world. Though not entirely connected, it was evident that his world was not an ordinary one. After all, collecting Dragon Balls required 6,000 points. Surely, that could not belong to a mundane realm. None is the energy of the body or life force. I am not well versed in your world's specifics. Laws differ. Hence, so do expressions, the princess elaborated. In short, you should understand it as something extraordinary. Is it possible for me to learn none? Kurapika's voice trembled slightly as he worked. If he could master none, perhaps he would have a chance to avenge his clan against the spiders. In your world, the hunter exam requires none as a core subject. In other words, once you become a hunter, the association will send someone to teach you how to utilize none. The princess informed him, sharing some basic knowledge of none in the hunter world. In the hunter world, Kurapika found a quiet spot to sit and meticulously analyze the group leader's words. While these concepts were common knowledge for hunters, they opened a new door for him. World's foremost princess, I have heard from other group members that you can discern all members' predetermined pasts and futures through the chat group. Will I learn none in the future, and what is its ability? Kurapika queried. You are astute, Kurapika, catching the essence of my words. Your Nin ability will be of the materialization type, transforming into a rare special type upon unlocking your Crimson Eye, the princess replied. I shall not elaborate on the specifics of your Nun ability, as I cannot guarantee that your future will align with the predetermined path of learning none. Each person develops their Nun differently based on the same attribute. Who knows what kind of Nun ability Kurapika intends to develop after joining the group? Please, do inform me. I will bear all consequences, Kurapika insisted. The princess fell silent for a moment before revealing Kurapika's original Nun ability. Interestingly, she was quite intrigued by the absolute timing that Kurapika would attain after unlocking his Crimson Eye, as it seemed to involve abilities related to the laws of existence. Logically, Kurapika's current strength should not allow him to access such capabilities. Was it due to constraints and vows? Bellies pondered for a moment before sending a message in the chat group. World's #1 princess, Kurapika, if you wish to learn Nin before the hunter exam, I can teach you, although the process may be somewhat perilous. Dragon Ball. After being resurrected, I am the God of Destruction. Please remember to collect. Dragon Ball. After being resurrected, I am the God of Destruction. Chapter 68. Kurapika. Who wishes to learn none? Kurapika gazed at the messages on the chat screen, remaining silent for a considerable time. He knew that he would eventually become a hunter and, with the aid of the Hunter Association, learn the art of none. However, the prerequisite was that he must first become a hunter. The moment he joined the chat group, his future had already shifted. Kurapika could not guarantee that every choice he made during the hunter exam would align with the future he once envisioned. Nor could he assure himself that he would certainly become a hunter. It was impossible for him to consult the group for guidance on every decision he faced. Not only would this be impractical, but he also felt too embarrassed to pose such questions to the group leader. Taking a deep breath, Kurapika turned his attention back to the chat group. Kurapika, world's #1 princess, I want to learn. Regardless of the dangers involved, mastering none is worth any risk. Kurapika fully understood that being offered the opportunity to learn Nin from the group leader was an immense privilege, no matter what the future held. He was merely an ordinary person at present. Having only earned 10 points from check-ins, he could not afford anything available on the trading platform. World's #1 princess. First, you should head to the Sky Arena. Levels above 200 are where battles between Nin users take place. The group leader planned to obtain a ticket to observe the battles above level 200 in the Sky Arena and broadcast it in the group, as he needed to analyze the principles of Nin through observing the combat of Nin users. Kurapika, world's #1 princess, is there a problem? Although my abilities are reasonably competent, I cannot hope to comprehend none without having witnessed it, especially as it pertains to a different world. Kurapika, that makes sense. Sitting in his chair, Kurapika felt a slight twitch in his cheek. The group leader seemed a bit unreliable. Would he potentially jeopardize his life while attempting to learn Nin? World's #1 princess, Kurapika, if you cannot obtain a ticket for level 200. Try to find a young man named Yungu and a child named Jishi in the Sky Arena. World's #1 princess, they are both Nin users. And Yungu is a hunter from the Hunter Association. Kurapika a hunter? Are you suggesting that I learned Nin from them? Upon hearing the term hunter, Kurapika suddenly recalled that hunters and Nin were inherently linked. World's #1 princess, that is unlikely. He will not teach you unless you obtain a hunter's license. In the original story, it was Yungu who taught Gon and Killua about Nin. Initially, he had no intention of teaching them, and while he did eventually instruct them, it was not his primary task, as he was merely there to accompany his disciples for the competition. World's #1 princess, what I mean is, try to live stream while you watch Jishi's match. I will see if I can analyze the structure of Nin across worlds. Kurapika, that sounds rather unreliable. World's #1 princess, by the way, Kurapika, you could also participate in the Sky Arena matches. Remember, it is best to compete while in your Scarlet-eyed state, and get accustomed to switching it on and off at will. Perhaps in that state, you will find it easier to awaken your Nin. Kurapika, while that is true, I am concerned. World's #1 princess, can't you wear colored contact lenses? Below level 200. No one will be able to discern that you belong to the Scarlet-eyed clan. Kurapika, I belong to the Karuta clan. World's #1 princess, the name is a bit hard to remember, but it matters not. It is all the same to me. Kurapika, after explaining the matters to Kurapika, Bellies withdrew her consciousness from the chat group, as the angel Kex was seeking her out. Lady Bellies, I have deciphered the 2 eyes of God. Kex held the eyes of God in her hands and bowed slightly upon seeing Bellies approach. You seem quite pleased? Bellies observed her with surprise. A bit, Kex replied shyly. Then her expression turned serious as she continued. These 2 eyes of God can indeed enhance the laws of our universe, and they can be used to conduct experiments on certain planets to improve the cosmic grading system. Please elaborate. In Bellies' mind, the essence of the vision from the world of Genshin Impact emerged. Keth explained that the primary function of the vision is to enhance the user's capabilities in a specific aspect by solidifying their desires. This enhancement is typically tailored to the individual, effectively sacrificing comprehensive development in favor of honing a singular advantage, thereby facilitating a deeper understanding of the underlying principles. Keth paused momentarily before continuing, stating that once the user grasps these principles, the constraints of the vision will dissipate, and their willpower will resonate back to them. The principles themselves, no matter how feeble, are not easily comprehensible. Bellies murmured, pondering the possibility of failure. In the realm of Genshin, the vision serves as an external magical organ. As the user perishes, the vision dims until a new, worthy successor emerges. In the game, only a scant few can reactivate the vision. Notably, only Ningguang from the Liyue Pavilion and the esteemed Kitahara Kazuha, known as the Leaf Emperor, seem capable of such a feat. Didn't you predict this, Lady Bellies? Keth remained silent for a moment before asserting that upon the user's demise, the power solidified as desire would be absorbed and stored by the vision. Until a second user arises, it remains uncertain whether this successor will inherit the former user's aspirations, as there are insufficient experimental subjects to draw conclusions. However, one certainty prevails. The creation and manifestation of the vision, aside from collecting the solidified power of desires, primarily exists to assist the user in mastering the principles more readily. Is mass production feasible? Bellies inquired. It is possible, though my understanding of the laws governing the world of the vision is not entirely comprehensive, and the resultant creations may exhibit significant variances. Keth gently pointed her staff to the vacant space before her, as fragments of principles began to coalesce. With a pop, a scarlet vision tumbled to the ground. Bellis effortlessly picked up the eye of God from the ground. The moment her slender fingers made contact with the eye, it emitted a faint glow. Bellies even sensed a subtle constraint on her physical energy, a lively fire attribute. Bellies emerged enveloped in a violet aura of destructive power, the constraints that bound her dissipating in an instant. With a resounding crack, the eye of God shattered into countless fragments, cascading from the crevice of her fingers onto the ground. Bellies found herself at a loss for words. Indeed, in her transformed state, she had yet again failed to master her strength. Despite her careful attention, the eye had shattered in an instant. Observing the fragments slipping through Bellies' fingers like grains of sand, Kex sighed and remarked, "You may have exerted yourself a bit too much. This so-called Eye of God is not inherently powerful. It is merely intended for the training of weaker beings." I had no idea, Belly shrugged. I assumed you would have crafted something more durable. Would you like another one? I can create another for you, Kex offered, holding 2 eyes of God that she had brought back from Tavat. Never mind, Bellies waved her hand dismissively. There's no rush for that. If necessary in the future, I can easily make a few and toss them onto various planets to observe the effects. She pondered, perhaps when the world of Naruto was drawn over, she could experiment by casting a few there. The natural energy of the Naruto world bore notable similarities to the elemental power of the Eye of God. As you wish. Kex nodded in agreement. After some time, Bellies continued to lurk in the group, and the chat was notably quiet. with everyone engrossed in their own affairs. Ever since learning that Kikyo could cultivate in a spiritual form, the fervent cultivator Uchiha Madara found himself unable to resist the allure. After all, if the world mission were to be completed, both he and his brother could be resurrected. Thus, regarding the matter of resurrection, Uchiha Madara was in no rush to utilize the Dragon Balls. In a bid to assist Uchiha Sasuke, who bore a striking resemblance to his brother Izuna, Uchiha Madara also entered a state of training. He procured various methods to enhance his strength from the group. Suddenly, a voice shattered the tranquility of the chat. Spider Child, help me, oh esteemed group leader. World's first princess? Spider Child, when the Demon King and I ventured to the Demon Clan's encampment, we unexpectedly stumbled upon a peculiar relic, and then encountered Bottomas. Our group commenced an exploration of the relic. World's first princess, get to the point. Bottomas and Spider Child, along with the Demon King, are they in connection with that relic? Bellies pondered thoughtfully. Spider Child, indeed, at the depths of the ruins, we discovered a bomb capable of annihilating the continent, and it appears to be on the verge of detonation. A bomb capable of destroying the continent, a man-made device. While secretly observing the situation, Abyss Princess noted Spider Child's message in the chat group with keen interest. Spider Child, yes. I can't help but feel it might be related to Bottomas, although he can't control the bomb either. There are only 3 minutes left before it explodes. World's first princess, Spider Child, do you wish to take on a human form? Spider Child, woo, dear group leader, discussing that now is irrelevant. I just want to survive. World's first princess, if you swallow that bomb, you might become a deity. Upon hearing Bellies' words, Spider Child, who was in a state of panic alongside the Demon King in the ruins, slowly developed a question mark on their forehead. Spider Child, group leader, please don't deceive me. Swallowing that kind of thing could lead to my obliteration. Perhaps, could you spare some time amidst your busy schedule to come and disarm this bomb? World's first princess, that is not possible. I am currently in a state of cultivation. My powers have been somewhat unstable lately, and if I were to come to your location, it could result in the destruction of not just one continent, but the entire planet. Spider Child, World's first princess. Is it true that Spider Child could become a deity? With a naive expression, pondered this. The group leader wouldn't jest about such matters. This suggests that in the predetermined future, Spider Child might indeed achieve divinity through this bomb. World's first princess, that was true in the past. Or perhaps what Spider Child did before joining the chat group. World's first princess, as for now, I cannot say. Perhaps there will be a sudden explosion. And there will be nothing left. Spider Child, did I really swallow it? Upon reading the messages in the chat group, Spider Child was momentarily bewildered. Such a gigantic bomb, radiating a light similar to infrared, could it be digested? All 8 of Spider Child's legs trembled as they coughed a few times, glancing at Bottomas. Hey, Bottomas, don't you have any way to stop the bomb? No. Once the countdown begins, even I cannot intervene, Bottomas replied nonchalantly. After all, it is merely a clone. Its demise is inconsequential. Spider Child, what a vexing fellow. What should I do? Spider Child, may I ask a question? If I swallow this, will I truly survive? What are the odds? World's first princess, 50%. Spider Child, is it really that high? Hearing the group leader say this instilled confidence in me. Huiyuan AI, the group leader means it is either success or failure. Be prepared mentally. Spider Child, that is no different from saying nothing. Can one succeed and fail simultaneously? Gritting their teeth, Spider Child watched the bomb's countdown dwindle to 30 seconds. Wow, I'll give it my all. For the sake of becoming human. Spider Child shouted and lunged toward the bomb's location. The speed was so swift that even the Demon King and Bottomas failed to react. With mouth agape, Spider Child swallowed the bomb whole. The audacious act stunned both the Demon King, Ariel, and Bottomas. Hey, don't just eat everything. The Demon King felt a chill run down her spine and hurried over to Spider Child. This energy bomb is not something to be consumed lightly. Even she hesitated. Spider Child, are you courting death? In truth, the Demon King had another method to forcibly transcend the limits of her powers by using her formidable strength to counteract the bomb's force. However, doing so would greatly deplete her lifespan, possibly leaving her with only a month to live. In the original story, Demon King Ariel defeated Bottomas' true form using this very method. There is no hope. Bottomas smirked. Shut up. The Demon King compressed and released her formidable energy, sending Bottomas crashing against the wall. Ariel paid no further attention to Bottomas, as a mere clone could be dispatched with a mere gesture. Her concern now lay with Spider Child. Little White. Spider Child clutched their body, rolling on the ground in agony, a pained expression etched on their face, causing the Demon King's heart to ache. Why are you so foolish? I had a way. There was no need to swallow the bomb. Time ticked away relentlessly. The Demon King Ariel could only stand by, helplessly watching Spider Child's struggle grow weaker. Damn it, she gritted her teeth. If it weren't for the unexpected encounter with Bottomas, she and Spider Child would never have ventured so deep into these ruins, nor would they have inadvertently activated a bomb capable of continental destruction. Useless. That bomb's power is beyond what your spider friend can consume. Even you, I fear, would be powerless. Bottomus extricated himself from the wall, still wearing a proud smile. Go to hell. Ariel raised her hand, her dark eyes radiating a chill as overwhelming energy surged toward Bottomus. Boom. Bottomus exploded, his mechanical components scattering across the ground. Humph, even if White dies, it shall not be by your hand. Ariel exhaled deeply, stepping back as her gaze remained fixed on Spider Child. If I could absorb a portion of the bomb's energy, perhaps I could. Ariel contemplated her abilities. However, with Spider Child in such an unstable state, any external interference could lead to a sudden imbalance, resulting in an explosion. Damn it, must I merely watch? Ariel, with keen perception, noticed the chaotic energy surrounding Spider Child beginning to stabilize. Moreover, a cocoon began to form around Spider Child. This stabilization of energy indicates that Little White has passed the most perilous moment. Is she evolving? Ariel questioned, though her anxious heart began to ease slightly. Meanwhile, in the chat group, Spider Child, it has been a while since we last heard from you. World's first princess. Perhaps she is in the midst of evolution after swallowing the bomb or has been blown to pieces, just waiting for us to feast. Group leader, you may be humorous, but please refrain from jesting further. Like Dragon Ball, after being picked up, I am the god of destruction. Please save this. Dragon Ball, after being picked up, I am the god of destruction. Chapter 70, The Divine Orochimaru. Elena, group leader, it can't be true, can it? Although Spider Child hasn't been in the group long, she has always been the life of the party, and we have all grown quite fond of her. If a member were to suddenly perish, Elena felt a wave of sadness. World's first princess, do not worry, Elena, Little White will be fine. Her avatar hasn't dimmed yet, has it? Elena, is that so? Irina instinctively glanced at the avatar of Spider, which still seemed to be illuminated. In the realm of destruction, Bellies was observing the content of the chat group. Having made a pact with the malevolent deity D, she felt no concern for Spider. Even should anything happen to Spider, the malevolent deity D would certainly retrieve her. Unlike the original narrative, where the malevolent deity D treated Spider with a sense of playful frivolity, the present circumstances were governed by their agreement. Judging by the serious demeanor D displayed during their prior dealings, even if Spider ultimately failed to ascend to divinity, it would merely result in a diminished evaluation. The malevolent deity D was not preoccupied with Spider herself, but rather the entity that lay behind her. Consequently, Spider's mere existence seemed to pique D's interest only during moments of leisure, nothing more. It sounded rather infuriating towards Spider. There was no urgency regarding Spider's situation. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before she reappeared on her own accord. The world's foremost princess. Uchiha Sasuke, what are you doing now? Uchiha Sasuke, I am en route to the land of whirlpools with Orochimaru. He wishes to reclaim his hands, sealed within the Shinigami, and then proceed to resurrect Uchiha Obito, the world's foremost princess. Isn't Obito's corpse in the possession of Kaguya? Do you have confidence? Uchiha Sasuke, Orochimaru claims he has a plan. In the world of Naruto, under Orochimaru's leadership, Sasuke and his group approached the vicinity of Konoha, a location strikingly similar to the original narrative. From the towering cliffs, Sasuke gazed into the distance. Far off, Konoha's lights sparkled brilliantly. It was a serene sight, yet it felt foreign to him. Sasuke's gaze shifted slightly to a certain area at the edge of Konoha. That was the Uchiha clan territory, relocated after the Nine Tails incident. In the pitch-black night, it exuded an air of desolation, starkly contrasting with the vibrant life of Konoha. Would he still feel a sense of nostalgia upon seeing Konoha again? Orochimaru approached Sasuke's side. In a vision displayed by his Sharingan, during the Fourth Great Ninja War, he had once stood at this very spot, gazing towards Konoha in a similar manner. Perhaps, but ultimately, it mattered little. Sasuke had long since relinquished his sentimental ties to Konoha. After a sigh, he cast a glance at his left arm, where Karen was clinging to him, rubbing against his arm incessantly, leaving Sasuke utterly speechless. Karen, that's enough. Release my hand. Sasuke-kun, she murmured. Hearing the seriousness in his voice, Karen finally let go. After watching the Naruto storyline, Sasuke began to understand why Karen depended on him so much. Was it from the unexpected rescue during the Chunin exams? He was not Karen, nor did he wish to ponder too deeply. He decided to let things unfold naturally. His foremost objective now was to complete the world task from the chat group, to resurrect his parents and clan members. Sasuke, before you decide to implant Hashirama's cells, I suggest considering a partial implantation of Karen's cells. The Senju and Uzumaki are distant relatives, and Karen possesses a remarkably pure bloodline from the Uzumaki clan. This may reduce the risks associated with later implanting Hashirama's cells. Certainly, whatever cell Sasuke desires, I can provide. Karen raised her hands in agreement. She was willing to go as far as exchanging cells with him. We can discuss this later. Sasuke fell silent for a moment before speaking. Orochimaru, didn't you say you were going to retrieve your hands? Shouldn't we hurry? Shortly after Sasuke finished speaking, several figures vanished from the cliff into the night sky. Rustling sounds emanated from the cliffs, echoing into the thickets beyond. In the Uzumaki clan's shrine, Orochimaru located the Shinigami mask and began to release the impure world reincarnation technique. Sasuke produced a scroll and casually tossed it to the ground. With a puff, the scroll released a cloud of smoke, revealing 5 lifeless white Zetsu. As for the origin of these white Zetsu, it was simply that before Uchiha Obito perished, he had failed to inform Kakashi and the others about the location of his white Zetsu stash, akin to private savings. Thus, Sasuke, through the chat group, had learned where Obito had hidden the white Zetsu and conveniently brought back 5 inactive specimens. True to the original narrative, Orochimaru successfully exploited a bug in the Shinigami's technique. The Shinigami could only slowly fade away in a state of helplessness. Truly, the bodies of the white Zetsu possessed remarkable resilience. Orochimaru grinned, raising his hands in triumph. Sarutobi-sensei, I wonder what expression you will wear when you see me reclaim my hands. I'm truly curious. With a sinister smile, Orochimaru formed hand seals and slammed his right hand onto the ground. Impure world reincarnation. A cacophony of anguished cries resonated through the air as the first, second, third, and fourth Hokage materialized before everyone's eyes. However, in the next moment, before the 4 Hokage could regain their senses, coffins rose behind them, swiftly enclosing all but the 3rd Hokage. Hee, I dare not release the 1st Hokage so carelessly, Orochimaru chuckled. After securing the coffins, 3 were gradually interred underground. At this moment, the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, regained consciousness. Long time no see, Sarutobi-sensei, he cackled. The 3rd Hokage's muddled consciousness had yet to fully awaken when he heard the voice he longed for. Orochimaru. Indeed, it is I surprised? Orochimaru smirked. Sarutobi-sensei, your proud Shinigami technique has been unraveled by me. In other words, you died in vain. Orochimaru, you scoundrel. The 3rd Hokage's expression twisted, as if he were about to strike Orochimaru. That cannot happen. Orochimaru formed a seal, interrupting the 3rd Hokage's incantation. How infuriating. My body one T move. The 3rd Hokage glared at Orochimaru. I truly regret not killing you sooner. What a pity, Orochimaru replied nonchalantly, his snake-like eyes narrowing. There is no such thing as a regret potion in this world. What do you intend to do to Konoha? The immobile 3rd Hokage could do nothing but glare at Orochimaru, his eyes blazing with fury. It is not what I plan to do to Konoha, but rather what my disciple, Uchiha Sasuke, believes should not exist. Disciple Sasuke? The 3rd Hokage's gaze followed Orochimaru's gesture, landing on the members of Team Hawk and Kabuto. Among them stood a youth whose features, though considerably altered, were still familiar to the 3rd Hokage. You are Sasuke? After nearly 3 years, the 3rd Hokage observed the elderly figure of Sasuke, slightly hunched with a face etched with wrinkles, clad in gray armor, evoking a complex expression from Sasuke. Sasuke, have you betrayed Konoha? Why would you associate with someone like Orochimaru? The 3rd Hokage's voice carried a hint of reproach. It was through Itachi's arduous efforts that the Uchiha bloodline was preserved. How could he abandon Konoha? I cannot simply ignore this, Sarutobi-sensei. Orochimaru's mocking voice echoed. Sasuke-kun came to find me of his own volition. Do you truly believe that the 3rd Hokage thinks there exists a better teacher within Konoha than myself? Furthermore, that this individual would willingly mentor Sasuke? Orochimaru's words left the 3rd Hokage speechless. The situation surrounding Sasuke is exceedingly complex, in a certain sense. Guiding Sasuke to grow stronger poses a significant threat to Konoha, as there are times they fear he might uncover a particular truth. Moreover, within the ninja world, whether in terms of teaching or innate talent, few possess abilities that can rival Orochimaru's. Sarutobi-sensei, after your passing, what fate awaits Sasuke? Must I articulate the answer? Orochimaru laughed nonchalantly. Surely you do not believe that Danzo will abide by the agreement between you and Itachi Uchiha? Orochimaru had already gleaned insights from Sasuke's memories. Soon, when Naruto comes looking for Sasuke, there will be an attempt on Sasuke's life orchestrated by Sai, with the orders coming directly from Danzo. If Sasuke remains in Konoha after the death of the 3rd Hokage, will the root organization allow such an unstable factor to persist? The threat posed by Itachi Uchiha? Nonsense. How long can those eyes sustain their power? Can they exhaust Konoha? Moreover, he is Itachi Uchiha, not Madara Uchiha. As for the notion of divulging secrets to other nations, it is utterly ludicrous. The Uchiha clan, perpetually under scrutiny, possessed little in the way of secrets at the time of Itachi's defection. Over the years, much has changed. Even the secret passage that once allowed entry into Konoha undetected may have been under the 3rd surveillance. It was merely that the 3rd was deceased at that time. It is no wonder that in the Boruto series, when Sasuke returns to the past, he insists that visiting Orochimaru is a necessary course of action. This is not merely about learning. It is primarily about escaping Danzo, although Sasuke was unaware of this at the time. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, the 3rd Hokage refrained from retorting, clearly contemplating the actions of his old friend, acknowledging that it was indeed possible something could be done to Sasuke after his death. Sasuke, I stand here, which signifies that I am aware of all truths. Sasuke's voice remained remarkably calm. The third Hokage sighed. Regarding Itachi's situation, I am truly sorry. When faced with insurmountable issues, has it not always been the practice of Konoha's higher-ups to eliminate the one who poses the question? At this juncture, discussing this further seems futile. When the third mentioned Itachi Uchiha, Sasuke exhibited little emotional fluctuation. Sasuke, I have always sought to prevent. Enough, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sasuke interrupted, his eyes transforming into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, eyes akin to Itachi's. The third Hokage's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing Sasuke surpass the three-tomo Sharingan. After the Nine-Tails incident, you forced the Uchiha to the fringes. I refuse to believe you never contemplated the consequences of such actions. The Uchiha endured for 8 years, yet your higher-ups provided no explanations throughout. 24 hours of relentless surveillance, yet no evidence was found. If that is the case, why not clarify the situation? How do you expect the rest of Konoha to perceive this? How do you think the citizens view it? Sasuke's voice softened momentarily as he recalled something, chuckling lightly. However, you have engaged in similar actions, such as the fact that Naruto's identity as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is common knowledge. Yet the identity of the fourth Hokage's son remains entirely concealed. Sasuke, how do you know about Naruto's identity? The third Hokage's expression gradually morphed into one of shock. Oh, what a pity, esteemed third Hokage. The information regarding Sasuke-kun has always been compiled by me. A white-haired figure adjusted his glasses, stepping forward to gaze at the third Hokage. Are you the one known as Kabuto? Kabuto's identity had been disclosed to him by Kakashi during the Nin exams, though it remained uncertain whether he was indeed a spy for Orochimaru. The third Hokage inhaled deeply, dismissing other matters, directing his gaze towards Sasuke. Is there truly no room for negotiation? What do you intend to do regarding Konoha? Third Hokage, you once stated that Itachi's actions were for the sake of peace, correct? Indeed, once the Uchiha clash with Konoha, the repercussions for Konoha could be dire. The third's words were cut short. You, the collective of F4, all exceeding 2 centuries in age, coaxing a 13-year-old boy into the annihilation of his clan. Are the Uchiha expected to contemplate the consequences of waging war against Konoha, while your upper echelons do not need to weigh the cost of exterminating the Uchiha and the potential for invasion by other nations? No, you have considered this. Thus, you devised a plan to achieve maximum gain at minimal cost, thereby evading the blame and securing a fade of righteousness, even intimidating other clans. Sasuke's voice grew increasingly frigid. Then, if Konoha stands as an impediment to peace in the ninja world, may I not obliterate this stumbling block? After all, for the sake of peace, Konoha ought not to exist. Sasuke, your views are excessively radical. I never sanctioned Danzo's actions. Indeed, you did not oppose them, did you? Sasuke replied coldly. From Konoha's perspective, exterminating a hostile clan at minimal cost while reaping benefits is entirely justifiable. I see no issue with that. However, what you have done repulses me. Yet, there is nothing further to discuss. Your wife perished during the Nine-Tails incident at the hands of the masked man, and you attribute the blame to the Uchiha, thus seeking to eradicate them. It is only natural. Driven by personal emotions, esteemed third Hokage, you surely wish to see the Uchiha exterminated, do you not? You need not respond. The actions of the Uchiha during the Nine-Tails incident were not executed by Konoha's Uchiha. I have discerned who was responsible, yet there is no need to divulge this information to you. Sasuke chuckled suddenly. Right and wrong no longer hold significance for me. I share this with you solely to accomplish one thing, to ensure that all those complicit in the Uchiha massacre face retribution, be they Umbu or Root. Those responsible for the slaughter of the Uchiha clan must pay with their lives. The executioners shall be you, the inheritor of the will of fire, alongside the second Hokage, who deems the Uchiha inherently malevolent. Sasuke, you cannot proceed in this manner. The third Hokage's anxiety was palpable. What? Is it permissible for you to annihilate the Uchiha? Yet I cannot eliminate those responsible. A cold expression crossed Sasuke's face. My restraint in not permitting the Sarutobi and Shimura clan's extermination has already been considerable. To conspire with the son of the Uchiha clan leader to obliterate his own kin is an entirely different matter, one that cannot be compared to your actions. Perhaps I shall propose an alternative. I could spare them, but how about you personally eliminate the Sarutobi clan, including your grandson, Konohamaru? Sasuke, what? Did you not spare no one, young or old? Is this not what you instructed Itachi to do to the Uchiha? Ignoring the third Hokage's desperate shouts, Sasuke gestured toward Orochimaru. Orochimaru nodded in response. Then, a coffin emerged behind the third Hokage, slowly drawing him in. After securing the fourth Hokage's remains, Orochimaru approached Sasuke's side. Sasuke-kun, do you truly intend to eradicate the Sarutobi clan? Sasuke let out a sigh, contemplating that if there were no hindrances, he could disregard them. However, those who dared to strike against the Uchiha clan could not be spared. In the memories of the third Hokage, there should be a list of those who acted during that time. I see, no problem. I will have Kabuto assist in organizing a comprehensive list, he stated. But will the third Hokage and the second Hokage be the ones to carry out the executions? Orochimaru inquired. Indeed, this matter leaves no room for negotiation. However, Orochimaru, you must be cautious with the second Hokage. He has the ability to undo the impure world reincarnation. Haha, no worries, Sasuke-kun. You can rest assured. I will not be careless like Kabuto, Orochimaru replied, casting a knowing glance toward the bewildered Kabuto. After concluding these discussions, Sasuke directed his consciousness into the chat group. On the public screen, a large full-body selfie appeared, showcasing a young girl. Her pure white hair was gently veiled by a felt hat, and her skin appeared delicate, radiating a sacred glow against her white robe. In the chat group, after Spider-Child posted her selfie, her tone took on a slightly melancholic note. Group leader, please help me check if something is wrong with my body. I have transformed into a humanoid form and feel utterly lost. Where are my skills? My magnificent health bar? My stats rivaling those of a demon lord? Everything is gone, reduced to a blank slate. How am I supposed to survive now? Must I rely on Demon Lord Ariel for sustenance? The world's first princess reassured her. Do not worry, Spider-Child. Your life level and soul level have surpassed the limits set by the system, so in a certain sense, the system cannot affect you. Spider-Child responded, please explain further. Group leader, I'm quite anxious. The world's first princess continued. Congratulations, little white weaving. You have shed your spider exterior and transcended to a divine existence, reaching a level comparable to Dragon God Chio Lai. However, at present, you are still far inferior to him. Wait, what? I've become a deity? Does this mean I've succeeded? But why does it feel like I've taken a potion in a game and had my stats reset? Why can't I use my skills? I can barely walk without gasping for breath. It's as if I've just recovered from a serious illness. The world's first princess explained, before your ascension to divinity, the abilities you used were merely pre-etched by the system. You were only utilizing them, not mastering them. Spider-Child, you have attempted to upload your skills to the chat group, but you were unsuccessful, correct? Yes, she admitted, though she had tried multiple times. The feedback consistently indicated that the skills were incomplete and could not be uploaded. This is because the skills from the system template do not qualify as your own abilities. You merely access them through the system and have not truly mastered them, hence the inability to upload. Do you understand now? With the leader's explanation, Spider-Child grasped the reason behind her inability to wield magic. She had only understood the surface without comprehending the underlying principles. Now I roughly understand. But what is happening with my body? The world's first princess replied, simultaneous advancement of life and soul levels entails a certain adaptation phase. This depends on you. It won't take long, so there's no need to worry. That is good to hear. Thank you for clarifying, group leader. There's no need for thanks. Instead of gratitude, you should focus on mastering your powers. I cannot predict when the evil god D will initiate your trial. About that evil god D, I feel like there's something off with my memories. They seem inconsistent. In the realm of the god of destruction, upon seeing Spider-Child's words on the public screen, Bellies became enlightened, seemingly realizing something but not yet confirming it. Once you fully master your powers, everything will become clear to you. There is no need to rush. White weaving. Okay, Spider-Child replied, still puzzled as she departed the ruins alongside Demon Lord Ariel. Shortly after her departure, a black-haired girl appeared at the lower levels of the ruins. Merely a slight guidance was given, yet unexpectedly, Little Spider had swallowed that bomb. Should one call it chaos or simply the fortune of a fool? Not only had Spider-Child ingested the bomb, but she had also managed to endure it, successfully breaking free from the system's constraints. In truth, her intention was to share the power of the bomb with both the Demon Lord and Spider-Child. Nonetheless, it mattered little. The figure of evil god D gradually became transparent, and subsequent trials would await her complete recovery. Her final adversary would not be easy, as he would seek her demise to save his own planet. Having spoken, the ruins were left devoid of any presence. Outside, Spider-Child and her companions were en route to the Demon Tribe's camp. So you have become a deity, like Chiolai? Demon Lord Ariel appraised Spider-Child with incredulity, reflecting on her own journey and the lengths she had gone to achieve divinity. Including the unexpected synthesis of the high-end combat power bottomus, she marveled at how little time had passed since Spider-Child's birth. You are indeed deceiving me, are you? Demon Lord Ariel, concerned that she may have misheard, asked again. That was what the group leader said. I mentioned before that I could contend with evil god D. White Weaving replied with a shrug. I still need some time to fully restore my powers, and without the system's assistance, it seems I must relearn how to cast magic, which is quite bothersome. I can assist you with the magic issue, though I Haven T transcended the system's limitations. I have lived for many years and understand these matters quite well, Demon Lord Ariel offered. Thank you, Ariel. White Weaving expressed her gratitude. There's no need for such formality. More importantly, I am curious about what you mentioned regarding wishes. Is it true? White Weaving had earlier alluded to the Dragon Balls, which could grant any wish. Yes, it is true, but I need to fully master my abilities before I can upload the skills to the chat group in exchange for points. White Weaving herself was puzzled by this stipulation. However, She was more concerned about how her points for exchanging Dragon Balls were calculated. The exchange for Dragon Balls required 5,000 points. It was a small amount, but rather perplexing. From the perspective of 5,000 points, her world seemed comparable to that of Uchiha Madara and his ilk. After excluding Evil God D, did it only account for the confines of this planet? White Weaving did not understand, but refrained from asking in the group. She wished to assist Ariel in rescuing her mother, Angel Serial, who was imprisoned at the lowest depths, existing as a system sprite and once a deity of the goddess sect. As Spider Child pondered how to gather points for the Dragon Balls in another realm, the God of Destruction's domain in Universe 10, the recent group members had grown unusually quiet, either occupied with tasks or simply not engaging in conversation. Bellies yawned, feeling somewhat exasperated. Ever since her transformation, her appetite had notably increased, seemingly solidifying her identity as a scion. In her divine form, she consumed very little, often not needing to eat at all. So why, after this transformation, did she suddenly crave food? It was perplexing, especially since abstaining was entirely feasible. She picked up a fruit from the tree of might nearby and popped it into her mouth. It had a somewhat astringent taste, but was tolerable as a snack. Speaking of food and science, her thoughts drifted to the 7th universe. She wondered about Vegeta and Nappa. Curiosity stirred within her. Suddenly, a series of notifications echoed in her mind. Ding. The drawing girl Hard says male has joined the chat group. Ding. Scion Prince has entered the chat. Fans of Dragon Ball, after being resurrected, I am a god of destruction. Please remember to bookmark Dragon Ball, after being resurrected. I am a god of destruction chapter 73. Newcomers in the group, a shift in plot? Speak of the devil, and he appears? As she glanced at the newly added members in the chat, a question mark slowly formed on Bellies' forehead. Scion Prince. Vegeta? No, I merely mentioned it. There is no need to summon him, is there? Bellies glanced at the brief introduction, first examining the information of another group member. This tale originates from the anime Knight's Magic, which narrates the story of a highly skilled programmer and mecha model enthusiast who, while crossing the street one evening, is transported to a parallel world by a reckless truck in pursuit of sales. The protagonist, Ains Echevarria, who embodies the qualities of a Shota, navigates this fantastical realm filled with magic and mechas. Through his programming prowess, he successfully develops his own unique mecha, embarking on an extraordinary legend that can be succinctly described as a mecha anime akin to Gundam. Bellies closed the profile of the group member who insisted that a female artist was male. With trembling fingers, she clicked on the avatar of the Scion Prince. The group member, the Scion Prince, hailed from the same realm as the group leader. The bold characters that appeared were enough to render Belly speechless. A headache washed over her. How could it possibly be Vegeta? She truly did not wish for anyone from the Dragon Ball universe to join the group. At least not until she had the power to contend with the Omni King. The destroyers are not permitted to interfere with the operations of other universes nor to pilfer their resources. This is a consensus among all destroyers and angels. This is precisely why, during her last visit to Universe 7, Bellies did not take any senzu beans, for such actions are forbidden. Should an angel discover such misconduct, the repercussions would be dire. Of course, if one were to go unnoticed, then it would be permissible. However, Bellies lacked the confidence to operate under the vigilant gaze of the angels. Should she expel him? Suddenly, a whimsical idea emerged in her mind. Universe 10, it seemed, was not under the jurisdiction of the Omni King, yet it still nominally fell within his domain. If Vegeta were to join the group, it could inadvertently create a parallel universe. The Omni King or the Grand Minister would likely investigate. Contrary to the casual tone of the original narrative, the emergence of a parallel universe could provoke serious consequences, with even destroyers facing obliteration should the two in the Omni King's palace take it seriously. In truth, Bellies' previous excursions to collect Dragon Balls in Universes 6 and 7 could also be construed as actions that might create parallel worlds. However, at that time, she had the Grand Minister's consent and did not dwell on it. Upon her return, she had specifically checked the box containing the time-space rings, remnants of the former Kaioshin gas, and found no additional rings. She breathed a sigh of relief. After staring at the Scion Prince's avatar for a while, Bellies ultimately decided against expelling Vegeta. Why bother? He had already joined. What was the point of kicking him out? She was not one to cast aside kin, especially those of noble blood. Dipping her consciousness into the chat group, she found Uchiha Obito educating newcomers on the group rules. Then, the Scion Prince interjected. Chat group? What is this nonsense? What are you insignificant beings babbling about in my mind? The female artist insisted on addressing him as male. May I ask which world this esteemed individual hails from? As a reincarnated female protagonist and a magical programmer, Elle quickly organized useful information in her mind. Those who exhibit such arrogance are typically endowed with great power. Uchiha Obito responded, Scion Prince, newcomer, please mind your language. There are many formidable beings from different worlds in this group, and you would do well not to offend them with your words. Aside from the earlier encounter with the self-directed challenge from the formidable Yoko Matsukura, it was the first time Obito had encountered such an audacious newcomer. A Scion Prince from the Dragon Ball universe? He seemed to be a pampered individual, However, Uchiha Obito was no longer the naive fool of yesteryear. He had come to understand his responsibilities and would not be easily angered. Even with a menacing symbol on his forehead, he maintained a cordial demeanor, greeting everyone amicably. The world's first princess stated, "Scion Prince, Vegeta, all information regarding the chat group has been transmitted to your mind. Please review it carefully. Should you have any questions, feel free to ask me. I am the group leader, Bellies. Furthermore, do not provoke other group members recklessly, as this is an exceedingly perilous action. Vegeta, currently aboard a spaceship en route to Earth and still in slumber, had been automatically added to the group due to his lack of response to the invitation. At this moment, his hazy consciousness gradually began to awaken from its slumber. Outside the window, the cosmic scenery continued to blur past, indicating that they had yet to reach their destination. Vegeta was engulfed in contemplation. A chat group? Could it truly transmit information into my memory without my awareness? Even Frieza, I dare say, would be incapable of such a feat. Could it be the work of advanced technology from some distant planet? Vegeta glanced at the chat group once more. At that moment, following his previous utterance, a new message had appeared. The group leader? Is this the so-called head of the chat group? They claim that by merely joining the chat, one can unveil my past and future. Is it truly that miraculous? Could it be a trap laid for me? Vegeta swiftly scanned the information flooding his mind. The Scion Prince. So you're the leader of that group, the most formidable individual there? The world's foremost princess. I suppose I am, slightly stronger than you. The Scion Prince. Do you know who I am, daring to claim superiority over me? I am the prince of the universe's mightiest warrior race. The world's foremost princess. Ah, you mean the Scion race that was nearly annihilated, leaving only a handful of cats? Including the lone prince? Yes, I am aware. Vegeta, still soaring through the cosmos, nearly erupted in rage, threatening to obliterate his own spacecraft. The Scion Prince. Do not insult the dignity of the Scions. Wait, what do you mean by annihilated? Vegeta suddenly realized. Wasn't their planet destroyed by a meteorite? That was what Frieza had told him. The world's foremost princess. The literal interpretation. Upon entering the chat group, I gleaned some knowledge of your past and future. Thus, it should come as no surprise that I am aware of the truth behind the annihilation of the Scions. The Scion Prince. Who is it? Who? Vegeta suppressed his fury, grinding his teeth in agitation. The world's foremost princess. I advise you to tread carefully. Your scanners are equipped with Frieza's listening devices. Do you grasp what I am implying? Who do you think has the capability to annihilate the Scions? As he observed the messages on the chat group screen, Vegeta's eyes reddened with fury. Then, as if struck by a realization, he extended his hand to his eye socket and crushed the scanner he was wearing with a violent squeeze, resulting in a faint explosion as the device shattered into fragments. Vegeta's face contorted with fury as he declared, "For so many years, Frieza, you have toyed with me as if I were a mere monkey. Despite my unwavering dedication in assisting you to conquer planets, in the realm of the 10th universe, within the domain of the gods of destruction, the inquiry arose regarding the potential existence of parallel worlds. Upon hearing Bellies' intentions, Keisai's expression turned to one of perplexity. Indeed, Bellies affirmed with a nod, Keisai, do you recall from which universe I hail? The 7th universe, Keisai replied, somewhat bewildered by Bellies' inquiry. I seek to intervene in the 7th universe. Yet I harbor concerns about the emergence of parallel worlds. Bellies' words rendered Kes momentarily speechless. Are you certain? The interference of the god of destruction in other universes would pose significant complications for Zeno and the Grand Priest. Moreover, the laws of the god of destruction entering other realms would be immediately detected by the angels. Frankly, Kes hoped that Bellies would reconsider this notion. I have a relative in the 7th universe, and thus I wish for your assistance in monitoring the cosmic frequencies. Kes sighed, acknowledging, indeed. Your tenure as a god of destruction is relatively brief, and having family is quite normal. However, the relocation of planets to the 10th universe seems implausible. I am aware of the regulations. Without negotiating power, I would not engage in such reckless endeavors. Planets from different universes cannot be traded. This rule was established under the authority of Zeno to prevent unfair competition. In the original narrative, the martial competition between the 6th and 7th universes attracted Zeno, possibly due to the planets being placed on the trading scale. It remains uncertain whether Beerus and Compa fully understand that planets cannot serve as bargaining chips. They may have once known, but with the passage of time, it could have slipped their minds. After all, which god of destruction would concern themselves with whether a planet could be traded? In any case, should anything amiss occur, the nearby angels would intervene, so why worry? Thus, the martial tournament between the 6th and 7th universes unfolded. As for the angels of those universes, whether their failure to warn their respective gods of destruction stemmed from personal reasons, wishing to wait until after the competition to speak, or whether Zeno mentioned something during the event, leaving the angels silent on the matter, remains a mystery. Ultimately, acquiring planets from other universes requires Zeno's approval. Lord Bellies, I should not elaborate further, yet considering your family, I feel compelled to speak. Kes gazed at Bellies, pausing for a moment before stating, if possible, refrain from intervening. Regardless of whether parallel universes may emerge, for should your actions be discovered, the repercussions could be severe. Although my influence might prevent the angels of the 7th universe from pursuing the 10th universe's accountability, it is inevitable that this matter will be reported to the god of destruction. If such a scenario were to unfold, that planet, and indeed your relative, would likely face eradication by the god of destruction of the 7th universe. Upon hearing Kess's explanation, Bellies fell into silence. After a considerable time, she nodded. I understand. I shall exercise caution. Kess, visibly relieved, responded, then I shall take my leave. Should the emergence of parallel universes become apparent, I will notify you through our contract. And the decision to halt will rest with you at that time. I shall always stand with you, Lord Bellies. After Kess departed, Bellies contemplated her next course of action. Vegeta certainly cannot be discarded. As for whether to assist him, Bellies remains uncertain. Through the chat group, she could potentially evade detection by the angels. However, should she venture into the 7th universe, the unmistakable aura of a god of destruction, so out of place in that realm, would undoubtedly be sensed by the angel Whis. The precise point in the timeline of the 7th universe remains unclear to Bellies. Yet it is highly probable that it coincides with either Vegeta's arrival on Earth or the saga of Namek. In other words, barring any unforeseen circumstances, it is highly likely that Vegeta will meet his demise at the hands of Frieza. This is a prospect that Beerus is loath to witness, even if resurrection is a possibility thereafter. However, this remains an exceedingly uncertain factor. What if he does not return? Given Vegeta's conduct over the years, it is almost certain that he would have his memories erased in the afterlife. Once his memories in essence are obliterated, even the Dragon Balls would be incapable of restoring him. Thus, one can surmise that he may very well take action on Namek. Bellies had specifically sought out Kess to confirm certain matters. How troublesome. Due to her unsettled emotions, an unchecked aura emanated around her. As a result, an instability arose, causing a catastrophic rupture in the surface of the destruction realm, splitting it asunder. The entire expanse of the destruction realm was suffused with immensely potent energy, such that even if Frieza were to appear, he would be torn to shreds by the winds of energy in the next heartbeat. As for Kess, her apparent immunity and ease in conversing with Bellies stemmed from her angelic nature, an entity that Bellies could never hope to defeat, even at full strength. A mere inadvertent release of energy from Bellies would scarcely be enough to bend Kess's long, braided hair. Perhaps it would be prudent to first stabilize her own energy before proceeding further. Bellies sat cross-legged as time passed moment by moment. 2 days later, the terrifying energy that had pervaded the realm of the Destroyer had diminished to a mere whisper. Bellies rose to her feet. Her voice a mere whisper. It has taken quite some time. Maintaining her transformation for such an extended period, she now barely managed to control her own energy. Yet, it remained all too easy for her to lose control. She dusted herself off and stood tall, pondering the state of the group chat. The current Vegeta was hardly a placid character. She hoped that no significant trouble would arise. Meanwhile, within the chat group, Vegeta, Uchiha Madara, come out. What kind of skill is playing dirty tricks? Uchiha Madara, all that matters is that I won. Who cares about the process? The result is what is significant. Vegeta, you damned red-eyed pest. Come again. That last round doesn't count. Vegeta was truly infuriated, and with a single remark about the red-eyed affliction, he managed to insult several members of the group. Uchiha Madara, I can't hear you. Uchiha Sasuke, Kurapika, Vegeta, how infuriating. It's not that I was careless. A mere like you could never defeat me. Even so, a 2-1 victory still counts as my win. Uchiha Madara, I only acknowledged the final round. The previous ones? That was merely my strategy. Who knew you were so mentally challenged? To those who incessantly resort to insults, the lone Scion Prince showed no fear. What is there to be afraid of? Can you even cross worlds just to confront me? The world's foremost princess. What is happening? You all seem quite lively. The group leader, who had quietly logged in, observed the heated argument in the chat with considerable curiosity. Spider, leader, you missed quite the spectacle. Spider recounted the recent events to the group leader. Meanwhile, in the realm of the god of destruction, Belmod, who was watching the group chat screen, suddenly found the fruit of the divine tree in her hand to be less appealing. Vegeta, feeling bored aboard his spaceship, sought out Uchiha Madara for a one-on-one duel in the arena. After Vegeta triumphed twice, he laughed maniacally, overwhelmed by his own pride. Without a moment's hesitation, he accepted Uchiha Madara's third challenge, only to be caught off guard and counterattacked by Uchiha. This turn of events was truly astonishing. Bellies found herself at a loss for words. From the words of Spider, Bellies roughly deduced the current timeline of the 7th universe. Vegeta and Nappa are en route to Earth. At this moment, Vegeta possesses formidable combat power, far exceeding a mere 1800. With the advantage on my side, how could I possibly be defeated? Is there a lack of skill? For those who appreciate Dragon Ball, after being resurrected, I am the god of destruction. Please kindly save this. Dragon Ball, after being resurrected, I am the god of destruction. Chapter 75, The Battle Between Bellies and Vegeta. Vegeta's combat power is formidable. Uchiha Madara, upon closer inspection, seems to possess only a few hundred in combat strength. How did this individual achieve victory? Listening to the narration of Spider, Bellies also gained a general understanding of the unfolding events. Vegeta, emboldened by his formidable strength, declared that he could face Uchiha Obito with one hand after a decisive victory. Yet, Obito still emerged defeated. The complete Susanoo, along with the wooden avatar, was obliterated by a single energy blast from Vegeta, leaving nothing but remnants in its wake. Subsequently, Vegeta's arrogance escalated as he displayed an exceedingly confident gesture, reminiscent of the iconic Waka Waka Super Saiyan Vegeta pose. He proclaimed that he needed only one hand, and that if Obito could make him retreat 10 meters, he would concede defeat. Thus, the third bout between Uchiha Obito and Vegeta commenced. In a display of unsportsmanlike conduct, Obito darted behind Vegeta at lightning speed. The somewhat careless Vegeta failed to evade, thinking that dodging was unnecessary given Obito's slow pace. Tragically, this oversight led to his downfall. Obito, utilizing the Rinnegan, attempted to extract Vegeta's soul, declaring that while he may not best him in combat, extracting his soul was certainly within reach. Currently, Vegeta is unable to sense his ki, which, in essence, has little relevance to the soul. Without investigation, the soul was directly extracted by the realm of the living. Stripped of his corporeal form, Vegeta, now solely a spirit, possessed no strength to resist and was defeated by Uchiha Madara with a single strike of his yin-yang release. One might ponder the series of coincidences that led to this. It is indeed remarkable that Uchiha Madara could conceive such a strategy. In the realm of Dragon Ball, martial artists often exhibit significant shortcomings. While their ki can be exceptionally potent, their life and soul levels are alarmingly deficient. Once they lose their physical bodies, they become weaker than the most insignificant of opponents. For instance, consider the final battle between Spider-Man and Chiolai. Are their powers superior to the current Vegeta? Not at all. The disparity is considerable. Yet, during their confrontation, even if reduced to mere particles, they could still regenerate and resume their lively forms. Moreover, characters like Aizen, post-H Gyoku evolution, Uchiha Madara of the Six Paths, and King Asakura Y, who became the Spirit King, possess similar near-immortal capabilities, unlike the likes of Goku and Vegeta in the Dragon Ball universe, who are merely limited to their ki. Goku, in his Super Saiyan form, astonishingly suffers from a viral heart disease. Is it not as simple as removing the damaged heart and allowing a new one to grow in its stead? Must one resort to medication? Under these various coincidences, Madara's victory over Vegeta seems somewhat justifiable. Presently, Vegeta cannot even perceive ki. This inability to sense danger can often prove fatal. To be candid, Vegeta's displayed power is indeed astonishing, far surpassing that of any deities within the group. However, with Uchiha Madara at the helm, many formidable bosses within the realm have begun to contemplate ways to neutralize Vegeta. In simpler terms, Vegeta possesses high offensive capabilities but lacks defensive strength, particularly concerning his soul. Furthermore, should he lose the protective essence known as ki, his physical resilience appears rather inadequate. Vegeta, damn it, that was merely an accident. Vegeta is still trying to justify himself. How infuriating. If I had been defeated in a fair fight, I could have accepted it, but this is entirely underhanded. A method I have never encountered before. It's as revolting as that member of the Jinyu Force, whose combat power is merely that of a green-skinned creature, capable of halting time. The world's first princess, Vegeta, if you are feeling disgruntled, how about we engage in a battle? Vegeta, fine, I happen to be filled with rage. You are the group leader, correct? Just be prepared not to regret it if you end up embarrassed. Uchiha Madara, this administrator, is of mediocre strength. Even if the group leader is somewhat stronger, according to Vegeta's estimations, it would only take a single hand to dominate Uchiha Madara. His combat prowess is statistically considered high. Had he not become complacent, allowing Uchiha Madara to employ underhanded tactics up close, a mere energy blast could have resolved the situation. What is this so-called divine power, Susanoo? It would be a trivial matter to counter. As Belmont, the god of destruction, wreaks havoc in the divine realm, she raises an eyebrow at Vegeta's remarks. The world's first princess. Well then, let us look forward to it. Just don't claim I'm bullying you afterward. Vegeta, what have you learned from Frieza? How did I instruct you back then? Where's your low profile? Especially in unfamiliar surroundings, when the situation is unclear, one must remain discreet. The first bird to poke its head out gets shot. Ding, Vegeta invites you to enter the arena. Belmont, Vegeta, are you truly so submissive? So eager for the lash of love? Ding, the leader, the world's foremost princess, accepts the challenge. The arena event will be broadcast live, so do tune in. The news in the chat group has left many members astounded, particularly the formidable bosses. Although several have contemplated strategies to triumph over Vegeta, none have actually attempted it, leaving their chances uncertain. They face a being capable of annihilating them instantly. Despite various flaws, the terror he embodies is undeniable. Irina, I wonder if the battle between the leader and Vegeta will be intense. Hawkeye, perhaps it will be akin to watching a blockbuster film. Vegeta effortlessly obliterated Uchiha Madara's colossal Susanoo, a scene so breathtaking that it carved a significant impression in the minds of the onlookers. Although Madara managed to reclaim a victory in the end, there lingers a sentiment that his triumph was unmerited. Moreover, there is an unspoken feeling among them that the confrontation between the leader and Vegeta may not merely be a casual match. Could it be that the leader is seeking to provide her administrator with a worthy challenge? Aside from the earnest members, some lurking antagonists silently observed without making their presence known. Yet, the glimmer in their eyes indicated a profound interest in the impending clash between the two parties within the arena. Bellies and Vegeta found themselves on an unknown planet. Humph. I was curious to know who the leader was, only to discover it is a mere inexperienced little girl. Vegeta scoffed disdainfully, activating his mode of ridicule. Bellies appeared to be no older than 15 or 16, eliciting a distinctly disdainful expression from Vegeta. His forehead, partially obscured by his silvery white hair, raised an eyebrow slightly. Goodness, Vegeta, is this your ultimate form of mockery? Am I truly a nuisance to you? After all these years without a confrontation, are you now prepared to unleash your fury? Spider-O? Leader, has your hairstyle changed? Did you go out for a makeover? In the chat group, Spider always seemed to notice the oddest details. Bellies' hair is no longer long and white, but rather a snow-white hedgehog style cascading down to her waist, with distinct angles in its distribution. Previously, I had not observed closely, but it seems that the group leader's avatar in the chat has undergone a significant transformation, particularly in terms of hairstyle. Uchiha Madara remarked, indeed, there has been a considerable change. World S number 1 princess, is this your transformation? Prompted by Spider. Uchiha Madara recalled the time he was soundly defeated by the group leader, who had golden hair and assumed a similar stance. The World S number 1 princess replied, pretty much. I am currently in training, and the change in hairstyle is a result of my power becoming somewhat uncontrollable. Just as Bellies was about to finish her sentence, a thunderous noise erupted from the live stream, enveloping the entire screen in a golden light. Ding! Vegeta has perished. Group leader, World S number 1 princess, has achieved victory in the arena. The World S number 1 princess continued, yes, just like that, one misstep and I could obliterate a planet. Uchiha Madara, Spider, and others reacted moments later. Soon after, a new message appeared in the chat, originating from Vegeta. Vegeta, leader, you truly lack martial ethics. Who starts by exploding planets? The World S first princess. I apologize, I did not anticipate your weakness. You cannot even withstand the impact of a planet's explosion. Shall we try again? This time, I shall be more cautious. Vegeta, gazing at the still active live stream, gritted his teeth. Exploding planets. Who wouldn't claim they could do the same? Do you not find such actions disgraceful? Vegeta, let us have another round. The previous one doesn't count. We are live. The energy from the planet's explosion has already dissipated. Bliss stood serenely in the cosmos, her attire and hair untouched by even a speck of dust, let alone marred by any injury. Vegeta? Where is Vegeta now? I am fond of Dragon Ball. After being resurrected, I am the god of destruction. Please collect. Dragon Ball. After being resurrected, I am the god of destruction. Chapter 76. Vegeta has fallen, but he rises again. The live broadcast is temporarily suspended, and Bellies' consciousness has also withdrawn from the arena. The World S number 1 princess. What do you think, Vegeta? I can eliminate you in an instant. So do not be so arrogant. Vegeta. Inside the spaceship, the expression on Vegeta's face was dark as ink. Speaking so grandly, do not assume he is unaware. It is merely an uncontrolled surge of energy that has cascaded onto the planet beneath, causing it to explode. Was I killed by you? I was merely collateral damage from the planet's explosion. Vegeta suppressed the anger that simmered within him from being ridiculed. After all, the ability to annihilate a planet with sheer energy demonstrated a level of power that commanded his respect. Vegeta, do not speak as if you have triumphed over me. Your victory is devoid of merit. Do you possess the courage to engage me in earnest combat? Ding. Vegeta once more issues a challenge to the group leader, Bellies. The World S Premier Princess. Vegeta, are you truly intent on fighting again? Surely you do not harbor a masochistic inclination, should you suffer another defeat. Your dignity would be utterly obliterated. Vegeta, I, the illustrious prince of the Scions, am not one to shy away from loss. The World S Premier Princess. I can't shake the feeling that I've heard such words before. Uchiha Madara. Indeed, those were my words in my youth, when I lacked understanding. The group leader and the World S Premier Princess accept Vegeta's challenge. The arena battle will be broadcast live in its entirety. Bellies and Vegeta once again find themselves on an unknown planet, standing at a distance from each other. At this moment, Vegeta dares not entertain even the slightest hint of complacency. If he were to face defeat a second time, especially through a swift elimination, it would be a monumental embarrassment. Vegeta instantaneously elevated his energy to its utmost level. With a swift whoosh, he vanished, launching a rapid assault on Bellies. Concerned that I might obliterate the planet, he took the initiative to strike first. Bellies took a step back, evading the oncoming assault from Vegeta. Vegeta's formidable energy erupted from his fist. Behind Bellies, a towering rock formation, several dozen meters high, shattered with a resounding crash. The relentless barrage of fists fell like a torrential downpour, striking with almost no pause, unleashing hundreds, if not thousands, of punches within a mere second. Yet, Bellies remained steadfast, rooted to the spot, with one foot as her pivot. She effortlessly evaded the onslaught with graceful footwork. Infuriatingly elusive. How could he not land a hit? After nearly 5 minutes of relentless assault, Vegeta felt the strain beginning to take its toll. Humph, if that is the case. Vegeta halted his fist motion, swiftly placing both hands before him. With a formidable shout, he unleashed the super energy cannon, releasing a searing golden light from his palms, a terrifying force that obliterated everything in its path. A straight wave of energy extended for hundreds of kilometers. Whoosh. How about that? Vegeta gasped for breath, his gaze fixed upon the position of bellies. A spot recently ravaged by the devastating super energy cannon. The air was thick with the remnants of destruction, and while a gentle breeze might tousle his hair, he remained steadfast upon the scorched earth beneath him. Bellies is still adorned in the garments of the god of destruction, her long hair cascading to her waist, gently stirred by a faint breeze. How is this even possible? Vegeta instinctively recoiled, his once cold expression now utterly vanished, his mouth agape in disbelief. How infuriating. With a powerful leap into the sky, Vegeta once again concentrated his energy into blasts, relentlessly hurling them towards the position where Bellies stood. Countless energy orbs descended in a flurry, faster than the blink of an eye. Boom, boom, boom. The earth erupted in clouds of dust, the surface shuddering as though it had experienced a cataclysmic earthquake. This tumultuous spectacle endured for over 10 minutes. In the chat group, the members observing the live broadcast perceived the scene with greater clarity than Vegeta himself. As the obscuring dust settled, they beheld Bellies amidst the swirling smoke. Aizen Sosuke remarked, "What an immensely powerful dimension." Akira Maki stated, "Indeed, the leader's actions are beyond my imagination." Hikari added, "To withstand such force with mere physicality, without incurring even the slightest harm, it's an entirely different realm." Uchiha Madara, younger in both age and experience than the aforementioned titans, sensed something amiss but struggled to grasp the crux of the matter. Hikari explained, in simple terms, the disparity in life levels between the leader and Vegeta is astronomical. Hikari continued, even if the stronger party remains inactive, the life energy emanating from the dimensional rift is sufficient to obliterate all forces beneath that dimension, rendering even the most cunning curses and viruses utterly ineffective. In other words, no attack can breach their defenses. Aizen Sosuke interjected, "While that may be true, it's not absolute. Some beings, despite their lower life levels, can wield power that far exceeds their own, potentially compensating for that gap and overcoming defenses." Akira Maki concurred. Aizen has a point. For instance, if I were to become the Spirit King in the future, I would be on par with the deities of this planet. At that time, my life level would undoubtedly surpass that of the current Vegeta, yet he would still be capable of inflicting harm upon my body, even destroying it. Shizuku expressed her confusion. "This is all so profound, I can't comprehend it." Hikari reassured her, "Shizuku, your life level is already above that of ordinary humans. If your strength were fully restored, even if your body were destroyed, you could easily regenerate." Shizuku inquired, "If someone were to sever one of my spider legs and use it for barbecue, would it grow back the next day?" Hikari nearly lost her composure at Shizuku's question, unsure of how to respond. Clearly, even after evolving, Shizuku's thought process differed from that of a typical person. Hikari suggested, "Let us quietly observe. There may be more surprises in store." After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke, her gaze returning to the live stream. At this moment, following a barrage of attacks, Vegeta hovered in the sky, panting heavily, his arms hanging limply, his complexion pale. Surely, he could not have emerged unscathed. He fixated on the explosion-ravaged area, where smoke swirled around the massive crater. "What do you mean by unscathed? Am I in that state now?" A voice echoed from a distance as the smoke from the crater was dispersed by a rising gust of wind. "No, this is impossible." Vegeta's expression was one of sheer astonishment. He had clearly seen Bellies endure the energy blasts, and not just one or two. How could she remain unharmed? It defied all logic. "Because you were simply too weak. Is it permissible for me to say that?" Bellies regarded Vegeta with a calm demeanor, her voice serene. Bellies, adorned in the garb of a deity of destruction, still bore traces of smoke from recent explosions in her hair. Yet, amidst the swirling mists, her pristine white locks danced gracefully in the wind, devoid of any singe or blemish. The disparity in their levels of existence rendered even Vegeta's energy blasts utterly ineffective. Indeed, a single strand of her hair possessed dimensions that far exceeded the cumulative energy of Vegeta's attacks. In other words, Vegeta's prowess was insufficient to even mar a single hair on her head. Uchiha Madara? Please, it is evident that such a notion is preposterous. The 2 strands of hair she relinquished were merely to grant Uchiha Madara a modicum of face. Otherwise, could his hundreds of battle power truly warrant such a significant sacrifice? As a proud warrior of the Scion lineage, the Prince of Scions could not fathom being deemed weak. Such an affront was utterly unforgivable. Upholding the pride of the Scions was his sole remaining tenet as a fallen royal. Even Frieza should not tarnish the dignity of the Scions. "Vegeta, does your royal heritage truly hold such weight for you?" Bellies pondered aloud. "Are you 25 or 26 this year? With such power, you would merely be considered cannon fodder by Frieza. Are you daring to call me fodder?" Vegeta plummeted to the ground, his eyes aflame with rage. "Is it not true? You possessed battle power that surpassed that of King Vegeta since childhood. How much have you truly advanced over these years? Vegeta's expression hardened. What business is it of yours? Because I have great faith in your potential, Bellies replied softly. Perhaps you will one day become a super scion. A super scion is but a legend. Yet, should anyone achieve that transformation, I shall undoubtedly be the first. Then do your utmost, Bellies remarked, casting a pointed glance at the artificial moon concealed behind Vegeta. If you wish to transform, do so boldly, I shall not hinder you. Even in your super scion form, you will not triumph over me. Such bravado. Are you not concerned about straining your voice? With his intentions unveiled, Vegeta confidently brought forth the artificial moon from behind him, as he beheld the moon taking shape. He smirked. You may revel in your moment. Even without the super scion transformation, my forthcoming change will yield several times the battle power I possess now. Then hasten. For you are rather slow. Bellies yawned. As you wish. Vegeta hurled the artificial moon into the sky, releasing its distinctive wavelengths. Vegeta emitted a primal roar, his body rapidly expanding, transforming into a towering figure. A colossal gorilla, stretching hundreds of meters in height, emerged upon the surface. The immense form caused the very earth to tremble with each step. Spider. Incredible. He can transform. The oppressive aura radiating from him was palpable, even through the screen. Aizen Sosuke. Fascinating. In the Soul Society, the lenses of Aizen's glasses glimmered slightly. A scion, is it? An intriguing race, indeed. I am eager to conduct further study. To Aizen, this scion named Vegeta possessed a relatively low level of life essence, yet the so-called energy he exuded was profoundly formidable. Previously, Vegeta had boasted in a chat group that his full power could obliterate a planet. Aizen did not dismiss this as mere bravado. Given Vegeta's proud nature, he was unlikely to speak falsely. Thus, it could be concluded that this scion, Vegeta, wielded the power to annihilate celestial bodies. This was far more impressive than any feats accomplished by Captain Yamamoto, who, despite exerting all his strength, could not destroy a planet. Meanwhile, within the live broadcast room, the appearance of the colossal gorilla, Vegeta, is entirely formidable. The resonant roars of the beast reverberate, sending shockwaves that cause one's eardrums to throb with pain. Indeed, it is a manifestation of peak power among the Ginyu Force. Bellies floated nonchalantly to a position level with Vegeta. Regret it. Let me, the Scion Prince, be reduced to this state. Gazing at Bellies, who could easily be crushed with a single hand, Vegeta, the mighty gorilla, opened his mouth and emitted a deep, resonant sound. How audacious. After all these years of suppression, Vegeta must seek some outlet for his pin-up frustrations. His every utterance is filled with pride in being the Scion Prince. Perhaps it is the oppressive environment under Frieza that has led to this. The Vegeta she once knew was undeniably charming. Regardless, it is best to conclude this battle swiftly. Prolonged suppression of my own energy is a considerable burden, especially for my transformed self. As Aizen stated, one must possess considerable skill to tread upon an ant without crushing it. What now? Are you at a loss for words, struck dumb by my might? Vegeta, the gorilla, declared loudly. This strike will utterly obliterate you. The gorilla opened his mouth, filled with jagged teeth and dripping with viscous saliva, presenting a most fearsome visage. Subsequently, an energy wave erupted forth, far more terrifying than before. The dreadful beam illuminated the dim sky, rendering it a blinding white. As the energy wave tore through the heavens, it was poised to strike Bellies. Bellies extended a finger, and at its tip, a colossal sphere of energy swiftly coalesced. The energy wave emitted by Vegeta struck the energy sphere, creating not even a ripple as it was entirely consumed by the sphere. With a delicate flick of his fingers, he propelled an energy projectile, comparable to a planet, towards Vegeta. Vegeta's countenance suddenly changed as he attempted to manipulate his body for defense. However, amidst an expression of sheer terror, Vegeta's form was entirely engulfed by the energy blast. The energy enveloping Vegeta's body slowly descended towards the surface of the planet. Seconds later, a resounding explosion erupted, shrouded in thick smoke, and the entire planet was reduced to mere dust in the cataclysm. In the chat group, a notification appeared. Ding. Vegeta has perished. The realm's foremost princess has emerged victorious. Upon hearing the announcement, Bellies withdrew her consciousness from the arena. Lying on the grass in a relaxed position, Bellies gradually opened her eyes as her awareness returned. Vegeta, indeed, did not recognize me. But, upon reflection, it is only natural. No one would suspect that one presumed dead could still be alive and vibrant. Moreover, my current hairstyle bears little resemblance to what it once was, aside from my eyebrows. I resemble a state closer to Super Saiyan 3. Well, perhaps it is for the best that I remain unrecognized. If Vegeta were to identify me, I would be at a loss regarding how to interact with him, even though we share blood. It has been so many years since we last met. Vegeta's current disposition, to be frank, is not particularly favored by Bellies. Moreover, even if she were to recognize him, what would it matter? She is unable to bring Vegeta to Universe 10. Even if recognition were achieved, it would likely only serve to heighten her troubles, potentially increasing the risks that Vegeta faces in Universe 7. Once again, she directs her consciousness into the chat group. At this moment, the public screen of the chat group becomes exceedingly lively, predominantly filled with discussions regarding the battle between the group leader, Bellies, and Vegeta. Bellies, without further contemplation, sent a message on the public screen. World's #1 princess, Vegeta, Are you there? Have you been rendered speechless by defeat? After a moment of silence, Vegeta, yes, what is it? The world's foremost princess, huh? You spoke. I thought the proud scion prince was secretly shedding tears in the spaceship after an unexpected defeat, sobbing and wailing. How pitiful. Vegeta, losing is merely losing. I can endure it. Inside the spaceship, Vegeta wore a grim expression. This princess must surely have some underlying issues. Not only do we share the same name, but her personality mirrors that of her sister, equally exasperating. I adore Dragon Ball. After being resurrected, I am the god of destruction. Please collect Dragon Ball. After being resurrected, I am the god of destruction. Chapter 78. The arrival of the scions on Earth. Sister. Vegeta's gaze shifted away from the chat group, and a somewhat blurred image of a young girl materialized in his mind. Instinctively, he placed his hand at the nape of his neck, gently pulling apart the blue and white combat uniform to reveal a pendant concealed within. It was a blue, translucent diamond-shaped ornament. 6 months prior to the destruction of planet Vegeta, his sister, Bellies, gifted him a pendant, proclaiming it to be a talisman she wished him to wear at all times. She also hinted that if he could make the crystal pendant shine in its entirety, it would reveal to him a monumental secret. His battle power was only sufficient to illuminate the crystal to a level of 13. To achieve complete illumination, a power beyond that threshold was required. Furthermore, astonishingly, the energy from transforming into a great ape proved ineffective in activating the pendant, and even the full might of the great ape's assault could not shatter the resilient crystal. Such a phenomenon was nothing short of extraordinary. Over the years, Vegeta had subtly speculated about his sister Bellies' battle power. After all, she had once taught him how to control his energy and lower his ki. However, Vegeta had merely learned the technique without practical application. Could it be that his sister's battle power surpassed his own at the tender age of 10? Contemplating the pendant's energy capacity, Vegeta couldn't help but consider that if this were true, his inability to defeat her would be understandable. With her distinct white hair, she stood apart from the other black-haired scions. A legend had circulated on planet Vegeta, speaking of a once-in-a-thousand-years super scion, who was markedly different from ordinary scions and possessed immense power that far exceeded the norm. Even his father, King Vegeta, held this belief. From birth, his sister Bellies had been graced with natural white hair. However, she was deemed unremarkable, reportedly possessing a mere battle power of 5 at birth. In stark contrast, he, the Scion Prince, had been born with a battle power of 3,000, surpassing the elite Scion level at the age of 5. His sister seemed all too ordinary. King Vegeta regarded Bellies as a lower-class warrior, allowing her to drift without guidance, even contemplating sending her to a distant planet. Yet, he ultimately hesitated. This was not out of familial affection, for the Scion race was neither wholly indifferent nor particularly warm towards kinship to Vegeta. The only purpose of keeping his sister around was to serve as a backdrop to accentuate his own noble identity as a Scion Prince. However, Vegeta suddenly found himself smiling ruefully, reflecting that each time he triumphed over her, it felt as though she had intentionally held back. Was his sister concealing something? A spacecraft crash in the vastness of space? In the past, Vegeta might not have pondered this too deeply, as such occurrences were not uncommon. Moreover, Scions were not like the Frisia race, capable of surviving in the void of space. Yet, recalling the words of the leader about Frisia's annihilation of planet Vegeta, it seemed increasingly likely that his sister's spacecraft crash was no mere accident. Vegeta recalled a particular incident. On one occasion, while returning from a battle on a distant planet to Frisia's base, he heard the news that Captain Jinyu of the Jinyu Force had sustained grave injuries and was undergoing urgent medical attention. Vegeta gazed at the pendant adorning his chest. Perhaps, once I completely activate the pendant, I shall uncover the ultimate truth. Yet, even if I unravel it, will it hold any significance? Vegeta remained oblivious. Had it not been for the sight of the group leader, whose appearance bore a striking resemblance to that of her sister, he might have completely forgotten about the protective talisman. Attention, please. In 10 minutes, the spacecraft will enter the atmosphere of the target planet. All warriors aboard the ship, prepare for battle. A mechanical voice resonated through the cabin. Through the narrow windows of the spacecraft, a vast azure planet enveloped by oceans came into view. Earth. Sensing a formidable presence emanating from the sky, the Z-fighters lifted their gazes. The face of the Demon King Piccolo turned an ashen hue, cold sweat beading on his forehead as his brows furrowed. These two malevolent energies are overwhelmingly more powerful than Raditz. Not only Piccolo, but even Tien Shinhan, Krillin, and the others were struck by the terrifying energy that had descended upon them. They felt assured that they were no weaker than Raditz had been a year prior, confident that even in a one-on-one confrontation, they stood a significant chance of victory. Yet, against the two energies resonating from the sky, none possessed the confidence to claim they could triumph. Even if they united, the outcome remained an uncertainty. They hoped for Goku's swift return. Krillin murmured this thought before resolutely pursuing the direction from which the energy was descending, just as the Z-fighters converged from all directions toward Nappa and Vegeta. Vegeta and Nappa's spacecraft have gracefully descended to the ground. The two spherical vessels, succumbing to the force of gravity, struck the Earth with a tremendous impact, creating a sizable crater. The pair opened the hatches of their ships and emerged. Nappa, equipped with a combat power detector, cast a glance at the surrounding onlookers, only to discover that none possessed a power level exceeding 10. Humph, what pitiful earthlings. With that, Nappa extended his finger, intending to obliterate these insignificant ants along with the unsightly city they inhabited. Wait a moment. Vegeta seized Nappa's wrist, suppressing the energy that had yet to fully rise within him. There was no need to complicate matters. Our objective is Kakarot. Vegeta gently flicked his left hand, and as his energy spread, two spaceships, previously trapped in a large pit, slowly floated before him, grasping Nappa in his right hand. Vegeta soared through the sky with the ease of lifting a chick. His left hand deftly maneuvered the two spacecraft towards a sparsely populated area outside the city. The onlookers, captivated by the spectacle of Vegeta and Nappa, wore expressions of bewilderment. Who were those two? They seemed to be extraterrestrial beings. How could they fly? What were those spherical objects? The chatter echoed throughout the city, lingering in the air. Meanwhile, Vegeta paid little heed to the commotion. He had already transported Nappa to a desolate location and concealed the two spaceships appropriately. After accomplishing this, Nappa could no longer contain his curiosity. Vegeta, why did you stop me just now? Nappa questioned, perplexed, given Vegeta's usual demeanor. It was uncharacteristic for him to take the time to find a place to store the ships. He would typically eliminate any nuisances in the vicinity and find a random spot to stash the vessels. Hadn't they always operated this way before? However, it was Nappa who had taken action. We merely came to borrow the Dragon Balls. There is no need to create conflict with Kakarot's associates. Furthermore, according to the information relayed by Raditz, those opposing him may very well be noble allies. We are civilized beings, and we must extend courtesy before engaging in combat. Vegeta managed to articulate such a profound statement after considerable contemplation. And what of this planet? Didn't you say you would report back to Frieza about it? Nappa inquired. Let us discuss that later. I will update Frieza upon my return. Although Vegeta was uncertain whether Nappa's scouter had any listening devices, he felt compelled to offer an explanation. Nappa scrutinized Vegeta for a moment before saying, Vegeta, you seem different. Enough of that, Vegeta retorted, casting a dismissive glance at Nappa. Did he think it was easy? He was merely seeking the transformation method into a Super Saiyan while avoiding being ruthlessly expelled from the group by a certain leader. Like Dragon Ball, after being revived. I am a god of destruction, please collect. Dragon Ball, after being revived, I am a god of destruction, Chapter 79. The arrival of the Z Warriors in the classification of power levels. The world's #1 princess. Hey, Vegeta, are you live streaming? You've arrived on Earth, right? I want to see you get beaten up. Vegeta, get beaten up? As the proud prince of the Scions, would I ever be defeated on a lowly planet? The world's #1 princess. Is that so? Actually, whether I sleep or not is irrelevant. The world's #1 princess. Vegeta, do you want to know the transformation method into a Super Saiyan? Then just start the live stream. Vegeta, can't you say something different? Vegeta's expression darkened as he awaited the arrival of the Z Warriors. If it weren't for the fact that I couldn't defeat you, I'd definitely press you into the ground. The world's #1 princess, a Super Saiyan has a combat power 50 times stronger than their normal state. Vegeta, are you not intrigued? Vegeta, I suspect you are toying with me, and I highly doubt that even if I could transform, I would be able to do so right now. The world's #1 princess. Congratulations, you are correct. How clever of you. Vegeta, the transformation conditions for a Super Saiyan are not difficult. One must possess a calm and peaceful heart. In other words, a Scion like Kakarot is the most likely to transform. Vegeta, are you implying that I am inferior to a lower-class warrior? The world's #1 princess. I never said that. You said it yourself. Vegeta, so you want a live stream? Fine, let's do it. Ding. Vegeta initiated the live stream. Vegeta and the bald Nappa appeared on the live stream, both clad in tight-fitting battle attire, standing against a backdrop of dusty cliffs, awaiting the arrival of their foes. Nappa, someone is approaching, he warned as the beeping from Nappa's scouter intensified. Spider, Vegeta, may I cautiously inquire about that large fellow next to you? What is he wearing on his eyes? A moment of silence ensued in the chat group, as Vegeta chose not to respond. The world's #1 princess. Vegeta, our social butterfly, Spider is addressing you. Can you show some courtesy? Veliz's words left Vegeta feeling extremely frustrated, but for a particular purpose, he could ignore everyone, except for the group leader, to whom he must respond. Thus, Vegeta reluctantly typed a message into the chat group. Vegeta, the scouter measures combat power, capable of gauging the energy intensity of an opponent. My own combat power was determined through this device, and Nappa's combat value is 4,000. Vegeta, I am unaware of how you assess strength in your world, but from my perspective, the likes of Uchiha Madara, at this level, would equate to merely a few hundred in our realm. Uchiha Madara, just a few hundred. In the Pure Land, Uchiha Madara was nearly on the verge of breaking down. Under normal circumstances, I would concede that I cannot best you, Vegeta, for that is indeed the truth. This is precisely why, after having once triumphed, Uchiha Madara feigned deafness to Vegeta's taunts, for victory is not easily replicated. How could I, a formidable figure in the shinobi world, be so weak? In my self-assessment, I must possess at least a few thousand in combat power. Is your calculation truly scientific? Uchiha Madara, the world's foremost princess, the group leader, affirms Vegeta's assertion. Your strength, when calculated using the Dragon Ball universe's metrics, does not exceed 1,000. Finally, Bellies revealed her stance, striking directly at Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara, then how did I manage to pluck 2 of your hairs? Reflecting on the disparity in values that Vegeta mentioned, Uchiha Madara found it increasingly incredulous, especially since even with all his might, Vegeta could not inflict the slightest harm on Bellies. Could it be that the group leader was undergoing a period of hair loss at that time? How absurd. One is not a cat, after all, to shed fur. The world's foremost princess. Well, I was merely concerned about you losing face. Given that you were one of the first members of this chat group, if I acted too excessively, it would be somewhat inappropriate, so I casually pulled out 2 strands. Uchiha Madara, I truly thank you for granting me this courtesy. Uchiha Madara's lips twitched. What a cruel truth. Hashirama, did you witness this? Even if we were to merge, we could barely scratch the surface of one another. Jalal, world's foremost princess, how is Vegeta's combat value calculated? Is there a specific standard for reference? As the strongest archmage of the fairy tale universe, Jalal found the group leader's statement somewhat perplexing. According to the group leader's previous remarks, Vegeta's life tier is rather low. The world's foremost princess. This is a complex matter. Each world possesses different laws, and the manifestation of energy varies accordingly. Generally speaking, it is an energy emitted outward from the body, receiving feedback from the external environment. The world's foremost princess. For a concrete standard, did you all observe the green-skinned individual named Piccolo during the livestream? Following the group leader's prompt, the crowd's attention shifted to the vigilant Z fighters. The world's foremost princess. Piccolo's combat power is over 1,000. However, you may not discern the difference directly. After a moment of contemplation, Bellies continued to input information into the chat. The world's foremost princess. I will use planets as examples to provide a rough categorization of combat power, though this may not be entirely standardized. You may refer to it at your discretion. The world's foremost princess. Combat power below 1,000 is not worth discussing, while those above are categorized as city-destroying and nation-destroying levels. Uchiha Madara's strength is widely acknowledged to belong to the latter. The world's foremost princess. Moving on to combat power above 1,000 and below 10,000, this can be referred to as satellite level, with the range determined by the size of the satellite. The world's foremost princess. That individual named Piccolo recently destroyed a moon from a distance and could obliterate nearby satellites with a single strike, thus qualifying as satellite level. The world's foremost princess. To put it simply, characters like the Bankai state of Aizen, the future king of spirits, and Uchiha Madara as the Ten Tails Jinchuriki all belong to this tier. The world's foremost princess. As for someone like Jin, I find it challenging to assess, as the laws of that world are somewhat unique. Bellies paused for a moment, allowing the crowd to ponder, then resumed typing. The world's foremost princess. Combat power between 1 billion and 11 billion is typically referred to as planet level, meaning one can obliterate a planet at full strength, with the value's magnitude corresponding to the planet's size. The world's foremost princess. Combat power exceeding 1 billion and below 100 billion is usually termed star level. The so-called star level encompasses anything from a singular star to the entirety of the area that star covers. The world's foremost princess. Thus, attaining this tier means one could annihilate a star or the entire area a star encompasses at full strength. For example, Super Saiyan 2 Cell and Super Saiyan 3 Majin Buu are indeed in this bracket. The world's foremost princess. I shall refrain from elaborating on higher tiers. The world's foremost princess. You can speculate, as they pertain to galaxy level and universe level classifications. Overall, specific delineations of strength are quite intricate, for such matters involve the laws of the cosmos and do not solely depend on mere combat power. The world's foremost princess. The combat power classifications I just mentioned solely represent pure destructive capability and do not correlate with life tiers. The world's foremost princess. In other words, a being with combat power exceeding 1 billion may only live for a mere century, and if their soul dissipates alongside their body, they cannot enter the afterlife and will quickly vanish. The world's foremost princess. Of course, the varying laws of different worlds lead to discrepancies in soul longevity, which cannot be generalized. My previous remarks pertain to normal conditions that do not engage the cosmic laws. The world's foremost princess. Simply put, while there is a connection between life tiers and power classifications, there can also be significant distinctions. The world's foremost princess. So, do you understand now? Spider Child. Esteemed group leader, after all you've said, I still find myself somewhat confused. Spider Child, if 10,000 in combat power can destroy a planet, why is it that 100 million in combat power can also destroy a planet? Shouldn't the discrepancy be significantly larger, especially regarding star level? Could you clarify that further? Spider Child's inquiries echoed the questions of many group members as they encountered cosmic-level combat power for the first time. Even Vegeta, who was confronting the Z fighters, found part of his thoughts lingering in the chat, quietly observing. The world's foremost princess, since you pose such questions. Let me use the solar system, where some of you reside, as an example for clarification. The world's foremost princess. The primary distinction between stars and planets lies in their mass. Generally, stars have a minimum mass threshold. If it is below 0.08 times that of the sun, it cannot initiate thermonuclear fusion, meaning it cannot be classified as a star. The world's foremost princess. Typically, stars are inherently more robust than planets, implying that greater force is required to destroy them. The world's foremost princess. Thus, I employ them as a metric for categorizing combat power. The world's foremost princess, with a combat power of 18,000. Vegeta could indeed obliterate the planet beneath him during the live stream. However, when compared to Jupiter, which is 1,321 times larger than this planet, Vegeta's strength would likely fall short. The world's foremost princess. If we were to scale up to the largest planet currently known to humanity, HDB, which is 7 times larger than Jupiter and can accommodate 450,000 Earths, Vegeta's attack would merely be a scratch on the surface of the planet. The world's foremost princess. Therefore, it is not surprising that such a vast disparity exists in combat power when viewed through the lens of planetary destruction. After articulating her thoughts, Bellies allowed several minutes for the members in the group to digest the information. She then organized her language and continued to convey her message on the public screen. The world's premier princess. Next, let us discuss stars. As previously mentioned, the mass of a star far exceeds that of a planet, and it possesses a greater solidity, rendering its destruction significantly more complex. The world's premier princess, generally speaking. We start at a power level of 100 million, culminating at 100 billion. The world's premier princess. Stellar combat power encompasses not merely the star itself, but also the vast expanse of light radiating from it, such as the entirety of the solar system. The concept of annihilating a sun under full power differs profoundly from obliterating an entire solar system. The world's premier princess. Stellar systems vary in size, resulting in a considerable range of combat power. The world's premier princess. Taking the solar system as an example. The sun's mass is approximately 330,000 times that of Earth, while its volume is around 1.3 million times greater, delineating the boundary defined by the sun's light radiation. The world's premier princess. To achieve complete destruction, one would require combat power in the range of billions, perhaps even hundreds of billions. However, if one were to consider solely the star itself, the necessary combat power would be considerably less. In the original narrative, when Lightning Shara mentioned the annihilation of the solar system, it likely referred merely to the destruction of the sun, Earth, and a few surrounding celestial bodies, rather than erasing the sun entirely from existence. The world's premier princess. There are numerous stars throughout the universe that surpass the sun in both mass and volume, and their radiation ranges are correspondingly greater. The world's premier princess. For instance, stars like Stevenson 2-18 can contain 10 billion suns, or 130 trillion Earths. The world's premier princess. To obliterate such a stellar system would necessitate an even more staggering amount of energy. So, do you truly believe the span of combat power from 100 million to 100 billion is substantial? With that explanation, Bellies paused. In truth, combat power exceeding 100 billion transcends the mere calculation of brute force. Chi is but a facet of one's essence. Typically, those capable of reaching such heights also master the laws of existence. In this regard, only in the Dragon Ball universe does it seem rather absurd. For instance, Super Blue Vegeta was inexplicably defeated by the explosion of Earth, or perhaps he succumbed to asphyxiation. It is astonishing to contemplate. The chat group fell into a prolonged silence. The first to break it was, unsurprisingly, a certain Spider. Spider, how profound. I suddenly realize how insignificant I am, despite having already ascended to divinity. Uchiha Madara, indeed. The sky is vast. But tell me, is there truly anyone capable of attaining the power you describe, esteemed leader? While we can set aside satellite-level power, the idea of planetary and stellar levels seems far beyond human reach. The world's premier princess. There are indeed many. In the universe under my jurisdiction, there exists a being with stellar combat power, whose prowess extends beyond mere strength, encompassing formidable levels of life and soul. Concerned about the magnitude of power, Bellies has diligently cultivated her domain over the years, resulting in a significant increase in the ratings of the 10th universe. The most notable rise in strength belongs to Wopuni, who has nearly attained the power of Super Scion 3. Not only has her chi improved, but her levels of life and soul have also advanced considerably. Bellies contemplated appointing Wopuni as the king of hell for the 10th universe, yet for reasons unknown, he declined the offer. Vegeta, I see. It appears that Frieza is not as formidable as I once thought. In the world of Dragon Ball, Vegeta stands with his arms crossed and legs slightly apart, wearing a defiant expression. With a battle power of 530,000, Frieza is merely on the same level as himself, both possessing planetary-level combat strength. Therefore, it can be concluded that Vegeta equals Frieza. What a farce to call him the Emperor of the Universe. Yet, despite these thoughts swirling in his mind, Vegeta refrains from voicing them aloud. Who knows if Nappa's scouter is equipped with listening devices? As for the lack of destruction of the scouter, it is simply to observe Kakarot's strength a year from now. The group leader actually claims that he, an elite warrior, is inferior to a lower-class fighter. Hey, bald head. That green fellow with a frightful visage. When will Kakarot be revived? Is he still not here? As Vegeta spoke, Nappa instinctively touched his bald head, feeling the absence of his hair. He had the nagging sensation that Vegeta was hinting at something. Goku will arrive shortly, please be patient. Observing Vegeta's relatively short stature, Krillin wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The oppressive atmosphere was overwhelming, far more terrifying than that of the tall, bald giant. Goku was still traversing the Snake Way in the afterlife. It was unexpected that they had arrived so soon, having initially agreed to meet a year later. Yet here they were, merely 6 months in. Piccolo, whose face turned an alarming shade of green at the mention of being frightened, was infuriated. He nearly rolled up his sleeves to confront them, but upon realizing he might be outmatched, he regained his composure. After all, once Goku arrived, their position would be strengthened. Ah, are you blaming us for arriving too early? Nappa retorted coldly. Let us not forget that Raditz was slain by your hands. If memory serves, Raditz is Kakarot's brother. Kakarot certainly has a ruthless streak. No, we never thought that, Piccolo said, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow as he hastily corrected himself. It was merely a miscalculation on our part. Humph, a lower-class warrior. Even if he arrives, what difference will it make? Prince Vegeta remarked dismissively. I find these Earthlings exceedingly bothersome. Nappa expressed his disdain, struggling to comprehend why Vegeta forbade him from taking action. There is no need for that, Nappa. Raditz brought this upon himself. It is not our concern if he cannot handle it. Green-skinned creature, you must be a Namekian, Vegeta remarked coolly. Startled, Piccolo's eyes twitched. Namekian? I do not understand what you are referring to. Is that so? Vegeta's eyelids fluttered slightly. My sister once mentioned a mystical object in the universe known as the Dragon Balls. When 7 are gathered, they summon a dragon that can grant any wish. It seems to be related to something about Namek, and she once told me that if anything were to happen to her, I should seek the Dragon Balls to revive her. Frankly, I always thought she was speaking nonsense. Seeing you now, and mentioning that Earth possesses Dragon Balls, certainly aligns with the characteristics of a Namekian. Rumor has it that Namekians possess extraordinary powers. If I am not mistaken, that must be the Dragon Balls. Piccolo's expression became one of bewilderment. Could it be that he was not truly an Earthling? However, upon reflection, he recognized the substantial differences between himself and the Earthlings. In Universe 10, the realm of the gods of destruction, despite having altered the storyline, why did Vegeta still reference the Dragon Balls and Namek? Moreover, before you mention Namek, could you destroy that power-level scouter of Nappa's? Bellies is truly at a loss for words. Is it possible that after the Earth Saga, we must endure a Namek Saga as well? To be honest, Vegeta's mention of Namek is not entirely unwarranted. After all, half a year prior to the destruction of planet Vegeta, when she entrusted the crystal pendant to him, she had once brought up the Dragon Balls, expressing her hope that Vegeta might resurrect her at that time. Of course, this was a precautionary measure, as she had no certainty of surviving the cataclysm that would befall her home planet. Whether one deems her selfish or fearful, it is undeniable that after becoming a Scion princess, she engaged in no malevolent acts, often performing kind deeds such as assisting elderly individuals across the street. It was a necessary sacrifice, for to secure her place in paradise after death, she had to ensure her soul remained untainted. In heaven, there still lies a chance for redemption, a possibility of returning to the mortal realm, much like Goku in the original tale. Conversely, if one were to commit numerous sins and descend into the abyss, that would spell disaster. Throughout her decade on planet Vegeta, Bellies devised nearly every conceivable method to ensure her survival, meticulously planning for both life and death. Moreover, she had to remain vigilant against Frieza, especially given the peculiarities of her distinctive scion appearance. Yet, ultimately, none of these plans came to fruition. Considering Vegeta's proud disposition, the notion that he might contemplate resurrecting his sister seems almost hopeless. A Namek saga, she mused as she observed the live stream. The narrative has already shifted. With no alarming news emerging from Kusu, in a sense, no news is indeed the best news. She harbors no desire for a parallel universe within the 7th universe. Nor does she wish for an entire multiverse to manifest. She decides to wait and see. If no parallel universe appears, she could discreetly assist Vegeta, ensuring that in the potentially forthcoming Namek saga, he would not meet an untimely end. Vegeta, open your eyes and see. This is what love from a sister to her brother truly looks like. Unlike you, who, after all these years, has not even entertained the thought of resurrecting me. I truly wasted my affection on you. Belly shook her head, casting aside the myriad of thoughts cluttering her mind. Her gaze returned once more to the live broadcast. At that moment, within the confines of the streaming room, Vegeta leaped from the lofty cliff to the ground below, his indifferent gaze surveying the Z-Fighters. In the distance, the Z-Fighters noticed Vegeta's sudden descent and immediately heightened their vigilance. Rest assured, I shall not take your lives, Vegeta declared with a smirk. Since Kakarot is absent, I shall entertain myself with you all. However, should you fail to amuse me, and I find myself angered, you may still meet your demise. In the chat group, Vegeta assured the leader that he would refrain from killing, though he did not inquire as to why the leader requested such a promise, suspecting it might pertain to matters of the future. Nonetheless, sparing lives did not equate to refraining from delivering punishment. Moreover, having been thoroughly bested by the leader previously, he felt the need for some form of entertainment, lest he become stifled. Furthermore, he was currently broadcasting live, presenting an opportunity to alter the group's perception of him. Vegeta, was no weakling. Must we really fight? Krillin gulped nervously. Unlike the earlier encounter with Raditz, Vegeta and his companion did not arrive on Earth seeking chaos, nor had they taken any lives. In this moment, Krillin was reluctant to engage in battle, even if the other party sought the Dragon Balls or wished to see Goku. He preferred to postpone any confrontation until Goku's return. You may choose not to engage, but I shall most certainly strike. Vegeta extended his 5 fingers, granting you a mere 5 seconds to contemplate. After this brief interval, I shall unleash my assault. 5, 4, 3, 2. Before Vegeta could finish counting, the other Z-fighters exchanged glances, and almost in unison, they charged toward him. Since death was not a concern, and despite their uncertainty regarding the truth of his words, they decided that taking the initiative was preferable to being struck first. Thus, Yamchu, Krillin, Piccolo, Kaiatsu, and Tien unleashed their assaults simultaneously. The magic gun, Dodon Ray, Kamehameha, and 2 Kamehameha blasts surged forth, converging from all directions toward Vegeta. So it appears, you have indeed concealed your true power. Vegeta has scarcely employed the technique of concealing his energy, yet he still remembers how to utilize it. Many years ago, his unreliable sister imparted a similar method to him. Vegeta let out a thunderous roar, his entire body enveloped in arcs of white electricity. In an instant, an overwhelming aura enveloped him completely, suppressing all energy waves in its wake. The air trembled with a resounding boom. A fierce explosion erupted from the spot where Vegeta stood, followed by a billowing cloud of thick smoke. Remarkably, he did not attempt to evade it. Such confidence. The most powerful warrior, Piccolo, furrowed his brow in disbelief. How laughable. Amidst the swirling smoke, Vegeta's mocking laughter resonated. Do you truly believe that I, an elite warrior of the Scion race, need to dodge such trifling skills? Vegeta turned his head and glanced at Nappa, tossing the scouter towards them. What? Nappa exclaimed, utterly bewildered. I said the scouter, throw it over to them. Vegeta clenched his fist and extended his right thumb towards himself, showcasing the true power of this Scion prince. Nappa, having comprehended the message, thought to himself, damn it, Vegeta. You show off while relying on my scouter. Where is yours? Despite these thoughts, Nappa obediently tossed the scouter in Gohan's direction. Gohan trembled slightly, glancing up at Piccolo in the sky, who remained silent, and then caught the scouter that Nappa had thrown towards him. Kakarot's son, put that on and witness with your own eyes the insurmountable gap in strength between an elite warrior like myself and your deceased father, Kakarot, a mere low-class fighter. Vegeta clenched his fists and assumed a stable stance, beginning to gather energy. Huh. His voice grew increasingly thunderous. As he shouted, the very ground around him began to tremble. The debris on the surface danced and crackled amidst the seismic vibrations. This terrifying power even unnerved the warriors of the Z-fighters hovering above. What an overwhelming aura. A single droplet of sweat rolled down Piccolo's furrowed brow, slowly tracing a path down his cheek to his chin. His eyes widened in astonishment. Is this what Raditz referred to, a scion stronger than himself? Such a formidable energy, could it truly belong to a mere mortal? The entire earth quaked beneath him. Piccolo's gaze shifted slightly, observing others around him who trembled just as he did. Even he, the mighty Demon King Piccolo, felt a flicker of trepidation. What could the others be feeling? Gohan. He recalled the battle power scanner that had been tossed to him earlier. What was Vegeta's battle power? Gohan stumbled backward, losing his footing and falling to the ground, desperately bracing himself with his hands to maintain balance. It's so terrifying, Uncle Piccolo. Gohan. Do you hear me? Check Vegeta's battle power. Piccolo's voice resonated once again in the sky, laced with a hint of frustration. After a year of training. This is what you present? Goku, is this your son? The number above is. Gohan stammered, shouting as if fearing Piccolo might miss his words. His voice echoed in the ears of all present. Is this a joke? Krillin remarked, feeling a chill creeping through his limbs. Earlier, at Bulma's, he had used the scouter and found his power level to be just over 1,000. The others were likely within a similar range. Perhaps the Demon King Piccolo surpassed them slightly, but could he be above 2,000 or 3,000? Over 10? 000? Krillin could hardly fathom what such a level entailed. Vegeta, with a satisfied smirk, remarked upon the expressions of those around him. Do you see? This is the true power of the Scion Prince. My battle power exceeds 10,000. A rarity across the cosmos. On this very planet beneath your feet, I could obliterate it in mere moments if I so wished. The gulf between us is akin to that of a grain of rice to the full moon. Even Kakarot, whom you hold in high regard, would stand no chance against me. Yes, this is the appropriate expression to bear. The glimmer of fear in your eyes, coupled with disbelief. especially when I spoke of the ability to annihilate planets, causes you to tremble involuntarily. This is the reaction one should have upon witnessing the Scion Prince. As for the group chat, those foolish beings are inconsequential, particularly one named Uchiha Madara, who boasts that in the arena, one can be killed without facing death. Such a paltry battle power, and yet he dreams of turning the tables on me, a sheer insult to my status as a Scion Prince. In the chat, Uchiha Madara commented, "That fellow named Vegeta is all bravado. He is no different from me, easily dispatched by the group leader. What is there to be proud of?" His demeanor as the chat administrator had lightened considerably, perhaps influenced by a certain socialite, Spider. In any case, while one may not win a fight, one must never lose a war of words. Spider added, "Indeed. When I tried to engage him in conversation before, he acted aloof, as if he were the supreme being and we were not, but his subordinates. One could easily mistake him for the group leader, or at least someone of significance." Spider continued, "Such characters typically end up being the vanquished villains in dramas." Ing chimed in, "That may be true, but Vegeta's strength is undeniably formidable. Without a targeted strategy, can anyone in our group, aside from the leader, truly defeat him?" Currently, in Inazuma, Ing discreetly followed her brother, having uncovered a serious issue. Her brother had been swayed by a certain lady named Kamisato Ayaka, drawing him into a predicament he should have avoided, one that might involve deities. To be frank, Ing often believed that Ether had an uncanny ability to attract trouble. Mondstadt was under pursuit, and Li Yue wasn't faring much better. Was Ether truly intent on becoming a fugitive in Inazuma? Perhaps even engaging in something as outrageous as battling the Raiden Shogun? Had he forgotten his current level of power? Mikazuki Ye reflected, "I cannot hope to defeat Vegeta. Perhaps through curses or similar means, there might be a chance, but in a direct confrontation, I am certain I would be eliminated instantaneously." Upon hearing Ying's words, Mikazuki contemplated his own odds against Vegeta, realizing there might be a slim possibility of victory. Yet it was exceedingly faint. Aizen Sosuke mused, "Luck can sometimes be a form of strength. I am intrigued by this energy they refer to as ki in Vegeta's world." Mikazuki replied, "Aizen Sosuke, let us not speak of Vegeta. Rather, share details about your own world. You've been here for quite some time yet have not introduced it." Though he could not read minds in the chat, Mikazuki observed Aizen's words and noted that he did not seem particularly benevolent, certainly not akin to Kikyo, the pure priestess. Aizen responded, "I am merely an ordinary captain in my world, essentially a wage earner." Mikazuki retorted, "An ordinary captain who can obliterate satellites? I have never ceased to observe you, especially noting some of the skills you possess concerning souls, which seem far from simple. It is likely you have genuinely experimented to achieve your results. Furthermore, recalling what the group leader mentioned, your form in a hollow state possesses satellite-level strength, which is far more complex than you imply." Aizen replied, "Mikazuki Ye, we hail from different worlds. Observing me holds no advantage for you, and besides, has the group leader not remained silent?" The World S Supreme Princess interjected, "Aizen Sosuke, do not involve me in this. I wish to remain uninvolved in your affairs. As long as you do not disrupt the order of this chat group, I will not target you." Aizen responded, "Of course, I am still far from your level." The World S Supreme Princess replied, "Let us hope so." She then asked, "Aizen Sosuke, a question. Has Ichigo Kurosaki entered the Soul Society yet?" Belice expressed curiosity, wondering how far the plot of the Soul Reaper world had progressed, given that Aizen still referred to himself as a captain. Aizen answered, "Recently, the captain of the 6th Division apprehended Kichiki Rukia for unlawfully bestowing powers upon a human." The World S Supreme Princess understood, "I see. You have not yet faked your death." Aizen acknowledged, "You indeed possess extensive knowledge of events in my world. Although many members have claimed the group leader knows much about our past and future, having someone directly speak of the future still unsettles me." The World S Supreme Princess stated, "Do not attempt to test me. I could eliminate you at any moment, even if you reach the pinnacle of your hollow form." She continued, "As long as you conduct yourself properly in this group, and as long as you are not despised by the majority of members, I will not expel you." As Aizen explained some spiritual arts to Kikyo, Belice found the tone of those who considered themselves righteous somewhat off-putting. While it was not a significant issue, she simply disliked such individuals. She felt it necessary to issue Aizen a warning, otherwise he might become overly arrogant. Aizen seemed to have grasped the underlying meaning of the group leader's words. Aizen Sosuke expressed gratitude. "Thank you for your guidance. I understand what I must do." As the narrative unfolds, within the realm of destruction, Belice regarded Aizen's responses with indifference. As long as he did not disrupt the chat group's order, she felt no need to intervene. The primary purpose of this chat group was to enhance her strength, particularly concerning the laws of existence. The rest merely served as a means to grant her members certain privileges, allowing them to alter predetermined histories, which sufficed. As for good and evil, many times it is merely a matter of differing perspectives. Moreover, as a destroyer, she herself did not consider her nature to be virtuous. As long as certain powerful entities within the group were not despised by the majority, Belice remained apathetic to their actions. Belice once again directed her gaze towards the live broadcast. After Vegeta's fury erupts, he wears an expression of supreme confidence. He extends a single finger, declaring, "In but a moment, I could bring you all to the ground. Then come and attempt it, is the retort. As a martial artist, Tien Shinhan finds Vegeta's provocation rather intolerable. Let us begin with you, three-eyed freak. Remarkably, he dares to counter. Vegeta left behind a fleeting shadow. With a resounding crack, a powerful punch was unleashed, sending Tien soaring through the air. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Yamcha was also sent flying by a swift kick from Vegeta. That marked the second one. Vegeta let out a chilling laugh, then vanished once more. Almost instantaneously, Krillin plummeted from the sky, crashing forcefully into the ground. Closely followed by Yamcha's descent. The third. The fourth. Vegeta executed his familiar tactic once more, launching a surprise assault against Piccolo. With a resounding impact, Piccolo interlaced his hands to deflect Vegeta's powerful punch, his body retreating slightly. Such a heavy blow. Cold sweat beaded on Piccolo's forehead. Quite impressive, Namekian. Vegeta delivered a fierce kick with his right foot, striking Piccolo squarely on the forehead. The immense force caused a resounding impact, causing Piccolo's head to jolt and his eyes to roll back in his sockets. Dazed and disoriented, Piccolo collided with the ground at a 45-degree angle, creating a substantial crater measuring 4 to 5 meters in depth. Uncle Piccolo, a voice exclaimed in alarm, prompting Vegeta to instinctively glance downward. Gohan unleashed a wave of energy with both hands, invoking the technique known as the special beam cannon. Vegeta sneered disdainfully, flicking his wrist lightly. The energy wave that had just approached was effortlessly deflected by him, soaring straight into the sky. Subsequently, Vegeta landed with astonishing speed, appearing behind Gohan before he could react. You little brat, since you've chosen to join the fray, you might as well lie down. A swift chop struck Gohan's neck, eliciting a sound akin to a hiccup as he crumpled to the ground. After dispatching Gohan, Vegeta cast a glance at the shattered power-level scouter, which he had deliberately crushed with his energy. He then ascended into the sky, leisurely returning to Nappa's side. Brushing off the dust from his clothes, Vegeta sat cross-legged, resting his chin on one hand, exuding a contemptuous chuckle. I expected more prowess, but it appears to be nothing of note. Nappa, why not deliver a final blow to these fellows? He questioned, gesturing towards the fallen Z fighters. Nappa inquired. It matters not. It's no significant issue. Even with Kakarot's involvement, they would pose no trouble for me. Such confidence. As expected of the prince, but aren't you afraid of a reversal? Nappa thought there was something Vegeta was concealing. Yet as his subordinate, he refrained from probing further. Haha. Vegeta's laughter echoed. Do not jest. Judging by their strength, they have indeed improved slightly since Raditz' arrival. But it ends there. When Raditz came to Earth, that one named Piccolo was on par with Kakarot. Even if Kakarot were to show up now, Piccolo's power would only exceed Kakarot's by a couple thousand at most, which barely matters to me. After this, Vegeta fell silent for a moment before speaking slowly. Nappa, I intend to stay on Earth for a while. I plan to wish for immortality using the Dragon Balls. What? Nappa's expression changed dramatically as he scrutinized Vegeta. May I ask why? Our planet did not perish due to a meteor, it was Frisia's doing. Nappa's pupils constricted sharply. Vegeta disclosed to his subordinate. I plan to discover a way to defeat Frisia here on Earth. Defeat Frisia? Nappa's brow furrowed. Could it be through the Dragon Balls? Precisely. Immortality. Combined with the scion trait of increasing battle power upon recovery from injury. As long as we attain immortality, surpassing Frisia's battle power of 530,000 is merely a matter of time. This is also why I have refrained from exterminating the Earthlings. Frisia may very well redirect his course towards Earth. What? Nappa was taken aback. Not only him, even the Supreme Kai, far away in the Supreme Kai's realm, was nearly rendered speechless upon overhearing Vegeta and Nappa's conversation through his connection with Piccolo. The thought of Frisia's formidable battle power was indeed alarming. The Supreme Kai's weathered face displayed concern as he attentively listened to their discourse. Since the two had spared the Z warriors, he felt no urgency at the moment. But he had just caught wind of crucial information. In the desolate wilderness, Vegeta glanced at the unconscious Z warriors and remarked to Nappa. The scouter I wore had a listening device from Frisia, hence, I destroyed it. As for yours, I am uncertain, but mine has been obliterated. A listening device. Frisia has been monitoring us? Nappa exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed. Vegeta nodded. Do you understand now why I mentioned Namek? Those words were intended for Frisia's ears. Knowing his character, if he learns that Namek is the origin of the Dragon Balls, he will most likely venture there to seek them out. Frisia's wish, if all goes as expected, would be for eternal life. Of course, if your scouter lacks a listening device, then Frisia is likely en route to Earth at this very moment. Observing Nappa's worried expression, Vegeta smiled reassuringly. Do not fret, we still have ample time. During our journey in the spaceship, I took note of Frisia's movements. Given his current position, if he were to travel to Namek and then return to Earth, we would have over 2 years, perhaps even 3. Should Frisia head directly to Earth, we would still have nearly 2 years. Once we attain immortality, that duration will be sufficient for us to surpass Frisia. However, if Frisia goes to Namek, the Dragon Balls there might be even more potent than those on Earth. Nappa voiced his concern. Frisia does not believe anyone can defeat him. So even if he wishes on the Dragon Balls, it would only be for longevity, not for true immortality. Therefore, as long as we secure immortality, once our strength exceeds his, we can still defeat him. After vanquishing Frisia, we can contemplate matters of eternal life. Upon hearing Vegeta's reasoning, Nappa applauded in admiration. As expected of the prince, your foresight is remarkable. I could hardly compare. Vegeta sat cross-legged on the ground, conserving his energy as he awaited Kakarot's arrival. Humph, my destined rival and friend? Vegeta scoffed. How could I, Vegeta, possess such a thing? Suddenly, he opened his eyes, having been in a meditative state. At that moment, all the Z warriors awoke, stumbling in pairs to take refuge nearby. Vegeta cast a glance at these individuals before lifting his gaze to the distant sky. Is this what my sister spoke of, the perception of energy? In the skirmish with the Z warriors, if one could even call it a battle, Vegeta quickly grasped this method. After all, his sister, Bellies, had imparted similar teachings, though he had not devoted himself to learning them at the time, nor had he found them applicable. A commendable power. Kakarot, judging by the energy, it likely exceeds 5,000, while the explosive force might reach 8,000, perhaps? Vegeta stood up and addressed Nappa, saying, wait a moment. You need not intervene or concern yourself. Simply observe in silence. What do you mean? Nappa inquired, perplexed. Humph, Kakarot is already approaching, and his battle power is likely exceeding 5,000. What? A mere low-class warrior possesses a battle power of 5,000. Do not underestimate him. In such a brief span since Raditz' arrival, his strength has surged tremendously, indicating extraordinary experiences. Vegeta spoke casually, presenting himself as a figure of great wisdom. However, in truth, the leader had just mentioned that Kakarot possessed a skill that could double his combat power, typically achieving a twofold increase, but at the cost of 3 times the effort. Perhaps, if he risked everything, he could even attain a 4-fold enhancement. Although Vegeta was reluctant to accept this, for reasons unbeknownst to him, he found himself surprisingly convinced by the leader's words. Was it perhaps due to the leader's power surpassing that of Frisia? Regardless, Vegeta was determined not to underestimate his opponent this time. After a period of waiting, Goku finally arrived. Seeing that everyone was safe, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. He greeted Piccolo first and then approached the friendly group. Upon gathering information from the Z fighters, Goku pondered, so they intend to use the Dragon Balls. However, given that Vegeta and Nappa had not engaged in any killing, Goku felt little resistance to their desire to utilize the Dragon Balls. Krillin cautioned, Goku, you must be careful. That little guy over there is Vegeta. His combat power, as he claims, is sufficient to obliterate the Earth with a single blow. Can you achieve such a feat? If Goku could indeed do that, there might still be hope for victory. If not, Goku mused, perhaps he could attempt at using the Kaioken technique at double its power. Are you implying that you two possess the ability to destroy the Earth? Piccolo inquired, having approached unnoticed. Gohan stood beside Piccolo, and to an unknowing observer, it might seem as if Piccolo were Gohan's biological father and Goku merely a stepfather. Roughly speaking, Goku replied, nodding at Piccolo before turning to Gohan. Gohan, you've grown stronger. That's thanks to Uncle Piccolo, Gohan replied, lowering his gaze with a shy expression. Humph, don't get it twisted. I merely assisted your son in dealing with scions. I have not abandoned my ambition to conquer the world, Piccolo stated. Indeed, you never cease to impress, Piccolo, Goku acknowledged. In any case, I appreciate your help. Enough of that. What do you plan to do about those 2 scions? Piccolo asked. To be honest, I cannot defeat either of them. Even if we all joined forces, we could at best manage to hold our ground against that giant. Capturing them seems all but impossible. With a combat power nearing 4,000, Piccolo could distinctly sense the energy within Nappa, and he feared that once unleashed, Nappa's strength would only escalate. They wish to use the Dragon Balls. What's your take? Goku inquired. I am neither a deity nor concerned with the Dragon Balls. Whether you choose to give them or not is entirely your affair. Very well then, let us engage in battle. That fellow named Vegeta seems to have been waiting for quite some time, Goku said with a grin. You truly are optimistic, Piccolo replied coolly. Don't be that way. I've learned some impressive techniques from King Kai and am eager to test them. With that, Goku stepped away from the group, positioning himself a short distance opposite Vegeta. So, you are the scions that Raditz spoke of? I am Son Goku, he declared. Just as Nappa was about to respond, Vegeta raised a hand to halt him. Vegeta took a few steps forward and leapt from the cliff, landing on the ground to face Goku from afar. Kakarot, that name was given to you by your father. Bardock, Vegeta stated. My father? Goku was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Vegeta continued. Many years ago, when Frisia annihilated planet Vegeta, your father, Bardock, sent you to Earth upon learning of this tragedy. With so few scions remaining in the universe, we had Raditz come to retrieve you. But little did we anticipate Raditz would perish here. His mission was not merely to bring you back, but to eliminate all of humanity. Goku scrutinized Vegeta, who calmly acknowledged. Such is the nature of our scion race, or more accurately, what Frisia commanded us to do. We scions have long served Frisia in the conquest and sale of planets. Yet he perceived us as a potential threat and chose to eradicate our kind. I have only recently confirmed that Frisia was the one responsible for the destruction of planet Vegeta. Vegeta remarked, do you not find it cruel? I am not referring to the annihilation of our scion race, but rather to your actions of slaughtering planets. Goku responded, indeed, you are as Raditz described. You seem to have sustained a brain injury back then. Vegeta, unfazed, replied, scions possess a considerable appetite. When you indulge in poultry and fish, do you ever feel a sense of cruelty? Goku fell silent, seemingly unable to counter this point. Vegeta continued, stating that there was no need to elaborate on grand principles, as they were inherently the essence of the universe, a pursuit embraced by numerous powerful factions. Moreover, both Nappa and I, being aware of the truth, have no intention of serving Frieza any longer. Vegeta spoke thus, surveying Goku for a moment. You, who have never ventured beyond the confines of the universe, may perceive my earlier words as malevolent. Indeed, they're so. My benevolent sister once advised me to refrain from excessive bloodshed, lest I be condemned to hell after death. Your sister? Goku mused, recalling the tales of the underworld. It is true that those who commit wickedness are judged and cast into hell, stripped of their memories to be reincarnated, while the virtuous retain their corporeal forms and ascend to paradise. Is that so? It appears to be true, Vegeta remarked, narrowing his eyes. Considering your sister's nature, constantly traversing other planets, concealing the scion heritage while performing good deeds, it stands to reason that her actions would likely lead her to heaven after death. Does this imply the possibility of resurrection? Could it be that she had contemplated such matters in her time? Though these thoughts stirred within his mind, Vegeta's countenance remained largely unchanged. Kakarot. I shan't dwell on other matters. My purpose for coming to Earth is to utilize the Dragon Balls. Hence, I refrained from inflicting severe harm upon your companions. For this, I am truly grateful, Goku replied. Individuals like Krillin and Yamcha, who have perished once, cannot be resurrected using the Dragon Balls, despite Vegeta's intentions. His actions do not stem from malice, standing in stark contrast to Raditz. Might you share your intentions for the Dragon Balls? Revenge, Vegeta declared, casting a penetrating gaze at Goku. The destruction of planet Vegeta demands accountability from Frieza. The Eternal Dragon cannot vanquish foes of such magnitude. Even if I wish for your demise, it would be beyond the bounds of what the dragon can grant. His wishes cannot surpass the capabilities of the Dragon Ball's creator. Upon hearing Goku's words, Vegeta's expression darkened. Remarkable. Earthlings disregard martial ethics, daring to employ the Eternal Dragon to eliminate me and Nappa. I wish to wish for immortality. I wonder if that is feasible. He pondered. Never mind. I am already prepared to betray. Revealing this to Kakarot matters not. I hope the Eternal Dragon is not just a foolish entity. Immortality, invulnerability to death? I am uncertain about that, Goku admitted, struggling to comprehend Vegeta's thoughts. Vegeta nodded and stated, indeed, every time a scion recovers from a severe injury, their strength is augmented to a certain extent. If one were to possess an immortal body, it would not take long for me to surpass Frieza in power. Kakarot, you must have felt it yourself. Each time you sustain an injury, your strength tends to increase. It is no wonder that Goku recalled the instances when his power surged after sustaining injuries. Vegeta, let us engage in battle, regardless of the outcome. I shall assist you in requesting the Dragon Balls from the Kami, Goku declared. Upon witnessing my status as a superior warrior, do you still dare to challenge me? Vegeta chuckled. I am also eager to understand the extent of the disparity between myself and a superior warrior. Goku solemnly assumed a combat stance. Very well. Vegeta is not one to be overly sentimental. Well then, I shall take the lead. Vegeta, do exercise caution. With a thunderous roar, Goku unleashed a brilliant crimson aura, invoking the Kaioken ×2. Witnessing the terrifying energy radiating from Goku, Vegeta was taken aback. What manner of Kaioken is this? Is it the special technique that the leader mentioned, capable of doubling one's strength? Vegeta's expression regained its composure as he beckoned with his hand. Come forth. Goku, enveloped in a crimson aura, charged towards Vegeta. Bang. Vegeta extended his palm, deflecting Goku's fist. A terrifying aura erupted violently from the point of contact between their hands and fists, radiating outward. The energy, centered around the two warriors, stirred a tempest of debris and shattered stones. Goku, unfazed by Vegeta's grip on his fist, extended his other hand, clenching it into a fist and striking fiercely towards Vegeta. Vegeta leaped forcefully, evading Goku's attack range. His overall energy had doubled compared to before, yet he could only harness about 80 to 90% of that potential. Was it the consequence of overexertion? Vegeta gazed downwards, contemplating. If his calculations were correct, and the leader had not deceived him, Kakarot, at any cost, could unlock a fourfold state, with a full power output calculated at 8,000 battle strength. With Kakarot's battle power reaching an astonishing 32,000, it was utterly terrifying. Even if his body could not fully manifest this strength, it still far surpassed that of this elite warrior. Damn it, what kind of skill could unleash such formidable power? As Vegeta pondered, a crimson beam surged towards him once more. It turned out to be Son Goku, who had now positioned himself before Vegeta, swinging his fist to launch another assault. Do not underestimate me, Kakarot. At this moment, Vegeta no longer harbors any sense of underestimation. Unlike in the original narrative, he now regards Goku as an equal on the scale of power, even going so far as to deny him the opportunity to unleash the threefold or fourfold Kaioken. Vegeta extended both hands, seizing Goku's incoming fist, and executed a powerful shoulder throw, casting him aside. A thunderous sound echoed from the distant boulders as they shattered into countless fragments, with Goku being forcefully embedded amidst the rubble. The energy of the Kaioken at 3 times its normal intensity surged ominously from within the stone debris. Vegeta's expression suddenly changed. Goku, with a speed surpassing that of moments prior, surged forth from the pile of stones and struck directly at Vegeta's chest. How infuriating. In a critical moment, Vegeta managed to block Goku's punch. He has indeed improved significantly. The collision resonated through the sky with a thunderous sound. Immediately after, Vegeta was sent hurtling backward. Feeling a sharp tingling pain in his hands, Vegeta's demeanor turned solemn. 20,000. Kakarot's battle power must be at least 20,000. With the threefold Kaioken. Has Kakarot's energy truly reached 24,000 now? Vegeta and Goku engaged in a fierce clash once more. The disparity of 1 or 2,000 was hardly perceptible. Moreover, Vegeta remained vigilant, and for a moment, both warriors seemed evenly matched. At this juncture, within the chat group, Spider Child remarked, "How impressive. Vegeta is astonishingly powerful. That individual named Goku is equally formidable. I tremble in fear. It feels as though even a mere ripple of energy could obliterate me. How peculiar that I did not perceive Vegeta's might during his previous skirmish with the group leader." L added, "If only we could harness this energy." Referred to as ki, and integrated into a Gundam, the results could be extraordinary. As a veteran of machinery, I still believe that close combat pales in comparison to the grandeur of mechas. The world's greatest princess stated, Vegeta is on the verge of defeat. Goku still possesses strength in reserve. Uchiha Obito replied, "Oh, that arrogant fellow is poised to meet his downfall? How delightful." The world's greatest princess countered, "Is it truly a cause for such joy, Obito? After all, you are a member of this group, and there is no need to view matters through a biased lens." "I do not wish for Vegeta to lose." Uchiha Obito replied, "No, not at all. I merely feel a tinge of sentimentality. Although I am unaware of why the group leader expressed such sentiments, after serving as an administrator for so long, I can discern when the leader is displeased." Uchiha Sasuke interjected, "You are merely adapting to the wind." Uchiha Obito retorted, "Sasuke, do not assume that because I assisted you with your world task, you may freely mock me. I am a demonic figure of the ninja realm." Uchiha Sasuke replied, "I said nothing. It was merely a slip of the fingers." Obito mused. Since learning of his connection to the Uchiha clan's tragic fate, Sasuke has shown increasingly little respect for his ancestor. Upon my revival, I shall certainly impart a lesson of affection to him. A fan of Dragon Ball remarked, "After being resurrected, I am now a god of destruction. Please remember to collect Dragon Ball. After being resurrected, I am a god of destruction." Chapter 86. A third party intervenes in the conflict between Goku and Vegeta. Goku's fist struck Vegeta squarely in the face. Vegeta grimaced in pain and spat, swiftly swinging his right foot. With a resounding thud, Goku's side took a heavy blow. Ugh! Goku coughed up blood, his body shuddering slightly, before letting out a fierce roar. Ha! He unleashed a blast of energy from his palm, aimed directly at Vegeta's abdomen. However, Vegeta was quicker, redirecting the impending energy blast skyward. Utilizing the force of the blast, he created distance between himself and Goku. Vegeta gasped for breath, wiping the saliva and blood from the corner of his mouth. To his astonishment, Kakarot, a mere lower-class warrior, had driven him to such extremes. Goku, one hand clutching his rib where Vegeta had kicked him, the other hand brushing away the blood at his lip, chuckled, "You are the one who surprises me, Vegeta. Despite my relentless training, I still cannot best you." Had he not been slain by Raditz and learned new techniques from King Kai, he would have been no better than Piccolo, barely able to contend with Nappa. Goku could sense his energy waning. The strain of the threefold Kaioken was simply too overwhelming for him at this moment. Although he assessed that he could momentarily tap into the fourfold Kaioken, he questioned the necessity of such an exertion. "Vegeta, this battle is yours." "Humph." Vegeta scoffed lightly, "You still have some strength left, Kakarot. Your Kaioken is merely threefold. If I am not mistaken, you should still be capable of reaching fourfold, correct?" "Indeed," Goku replied after a brief silence, uncertain of Vegeta's intentions. That level of power might very well cause his body to shatter upon activation. "Since you are not here to annihilate Earth, I see no reason to push myself to that limit." King Kai had warned Goku that his current physical capacity was already maxed out at the threefold Kaioken. The fourfold would be a complete strain on his body. So, if Nappa and I had intended to destroy Earth from the outset, would you have unleashed your fourfold Kaioken against me? What are you plotting? Goku asked, startled. "Rest assured, my purpose remains unchanged. I am not here to obliterate Earth." Vegeta spoke as a white energy sphere materialized in his right hand. "What is this?" Sensing the strange energy fluctuations within, Goku was rather astonished. It certainly did not resemble a ki blast. "Kakarot, even if you activate the fourfold Kaioken, you shall not stand a chance against me." Vegeta held the sphere before him and cast a fleeting glance at Goku. "Have you ever transformed into a great ape?" "Great ape?" Goku was taken aback. "What is that?" Vegeta was taken aback, realizing that Goku's gaze was devoid of deceit. Thus, he felt compelled to enlighten Kakarot. After the explanation, the notion of a tenfold increase in basic combat power was indeed terrifying. Goku reflected, acknowledging that, under such circumstances, he was truly no match. At that moment, Goku also recalled a significant matter. The death of his grandfather, Gohan, was likely intertwined with his own actions. As long as you understand, he asserted, as a superior warrior, I am not so easily surpassed. Observing the disappearance of the red and white aura enveloping Goku, Vegeta refrained from launching an attack, instead delving part of his consciousness into the chat group. Vegeta, is the group leader Bellies present? Princess of the world, I am here, Vegeta. Vegeta, did you see that? I have triumphed. Your judgment was mistaken. I have not lost. Bellies, in the realm of the gods of destruction, observing Vegeta's boastful demeanor in the chat group, Bellies was momentarily speechless. Yes, you have triumphed. I misjudged the situation, fine. Yet, it was indeed my training in the perception of energy that enabled you to launch your strikes and evade attacks, barely managing to endure until the power of Sun Wukong's Kaioken diminished. After all, sensing an opponent's energy for counterattacks is significantly swifter than relying solely on sight, which is one of the reasons why Vegeta surpasses the original portrayal. But what exactly are you boasting about? The world's foremost princess replied, congratulations. From the past to the future, after all these years, you have finally managed to defeat Sun Wukong, albeit only in words. Vegeta retorted, what do you mean, defeated in words? His Kaioken is at 4 times the level, with a battle power of 32,000, while after my transformation, I am at least at 130,000. How could I possibly lose? Even without transforming in this condition, Kakarot would surely be defeated if the battle continued. I, Vegeta, am undeniably superior to Kakarot. My strength is not merely a trivial difference. Noticing Vegeta's rising fury from the chat group, Bellies continued to engage. Vegeta, your transformation requires a preliminary phase to create an artificial moon, while Sun Wukong does not. Vegeta scoffed, so what? The artificial moon has already been prepared. Transforming is a matter of mere moments. The world's foremost princess mused, well, let us leave it at that. I want to dispute with you. Vegeta, having nearly let his pride soar to the heavens, paused as he reflected on the contents of the chat group, suddenly struck by an epiphany. Vegeta, wait a moment. Leader of the group, what do you mean by saying that I have never triumphed over Kakarot in either the past or the future? World's first princess, quite literally. It means that in the predetermined future, you and Nappa were vanquished by Goku upon arriving on Earth. Vegeta, that is inconceivable. I, the esteemed elite warrior Vegeta, have not yet spoken my piece when a sudden voice interrupted him. The roar was not the sound of a chat group, but rather an enraged bellow that resonated like that of a colossal beast. He swiftly turned to glance behind him. Vegeta, be cautious. Goku's exclamation snapped Vegeta back to reality. Double Kaioken. Vegeta was momentarily taken aback as Kakarot suddenly dashed in front of him, unleashing his technique against the energy wave hurtling towards him. How could this be possible? Vegeta's gaze traversed past Goku, landing upon the colossal ape that unleashed its assault. Damn it. Nappa, have you lost your mind? You cannot fully control the transformation. What are you staring at the moon for? Can't you turn your head and look elsewhere? Vegeta could only exclaim in disbelief. Was Nappa truly contemplating rebellion with this immense energy wave directed at him? How infuriating. Witnessing the energy wave unleashed by Goku being gradually subdued by the opposing force. Vegeta, without a second thought, instinctively exerted force in his hand and crushed the formed artificial moon. I do not require a subordinate warrior to rescue me. Vegeta immediately appeared at Goku's right side, placing both hands before him as he began to gather energy for his ultimate attack. Vegeta's ultimate technique converges with Goku's Kamehameha, resulting in a more robust and formidable energy wave directed towards the adversary. Vegeta and Son Goku exerted their full strength, completely repelling the terrifying attack unleashed by the great ape. A resounding roar echoed as a cloud of explosive smoke emanated from the colossal creature. Vegeta and Son Goku were panting heavily. Not bad, Vegeta, Son Goku remarked, giving Vegeta a thumbs up. I don't need your help. Even if I stand alone, I will not be defeated, Vegeta retorted coldly. In Dragon Ball, after being resurrected, I am the god of destruction, Chapter 87. The two allies joined forces to confront the mighty Son Gohan. The great ape, with its thick skin and formidable physique, endured their combined assaults yet remained largely unscathed, its fury only intensifying. With crimson eyes ablaze, it glared at Son Goku and Vegeta, as if poised to devour them whole. Its gaze lingered particularly on Vegeta, akin to that of a vengeful spirit confronting a sworn enemy. Calm down, Nappa. It's me, Vegeta. Vegeta shouted emphatically. The mid-tier warriors were a nuisance. Their transformation left them unable to control their consciousness, resembling wild beasts. Unlike him, a superior warrior, who could easily negate the effects of the artificial moon if he so wished, standing at the crossroads of transformation and stability. I am here, Prince Vegeta. A loyal male voice resonated. Vegeta was momentarily taken aback, swiftly casting his gaze towards the source of the sound. Nappa? Nappa was several hundred meters away, waving at him. Vegeta was taken aback. If Nappa was unharmed, then who was this towering gorilla before him? Was it Gohan? Goku, spotting Nappa in the distance, deduced that since Nappa was there, based on the information Vegeta had just provided, the only one with a tail who could transform was his own son, Gohan. Your little brat? Vegeta's lips twitched at Goku's uncertain tone. Finally, he grasped the source of the anomaly. Nappa transforming into a great ape. With a power level at the outset, how could it be so easily thwarted by Kakarot? Moreover, he and Kakarot had even pushed back the energy of the great ape. At that moment, he hadn't thought much of it, but upon reflection, it struck him. This great ape's power level seemed to exceed 20,000. But perhaps not even reaching 30,000. Kakarot, if you didn't teach your son to avoid looking at the moon and to control his transformation, what on earth were you doing before? Vegeta scrutinized Goku. By the way, where's your tail? It dawned on him that Kakarot's tail seemed to be absent. No wonder he remained unaffected by the artificial moon. He had assumed Kakarot, as a warrior of higher status, would possess the ability to control his transformations. After all, he had been referred to as Vegeta's ally, even a formidable rival. Was this truly all there was to it? It seemed he had overthought the matter. Our family tends to retire early, so we haven't paid much attention to the moon. I removed my tail long ago, and I only just learned from you that scions can transform into great apes. Vegeta, are both of your hearts truly this immense? Kakarot, are you not afraid that your son might inadvertently crush you in his transformed state during the night? Hey, Scion, what exactly transpired with that ball just now? Piccolo, rushing from another direction, bellowed at Vegeta, perplexed as to why Gohan would still transform despite the absence of the moon. Piccolo gazed at Goku in astonishment. Could it be that he had witnessed Gohan's transformation into a great ape? Vegeta, answer my question. Piccolo was genuinely irate. Had he not been at a disadvantage against Vegeta, he might have rolled up his sleeves and confronted him directly. After all, it was Gohan we were discussing. Gohan, the disciple of the great demon King Piccolo. Not some random nobody. Kakarot's son, and you, a Namekian, are the one in a rush? Vegeta remained unfazed, a look of astonishment gracing his features. Look at Kakarot. Then at yourself. Are you certain that Gohan is a scion and not some aberration of a Namekian? Kakarot is his father, not Gohan being your son? Goku, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of embarrassment. It seemed he was indeed somewhat lacking in comparison to Piccolo, Gohan's master. Vegeta. How can Gohan revert to his original form? Since it is a transformation, there must surely be a method to return to his former self. Goku still sought Vegeta's counsel. Vegeta glanced at Goku and then at Piccolo, unable to decipher the nature of their relationship. Nevertheless, he began to elucidate. The artificial moon possesses a certain elasticity compared to the natural moon. This means that even if the artificial moon is destroyed after transformation, the transformation can still be maintained for half an hour. This technique was originally developed for the conquest of planets. Even though the transformation may not be as potent as that induced by a genuine moon, it does not share the vulnerability of losing the ability to transform if the moon is obliterated. Half an hour? Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Piccolo's face turned a ghastly shade of green. Especially concerning Gohan's transformation into a great ape, his power exceeded that of both Goku and Vegeta. Moreover, given the earlier battle, both of them were now considerably weakened. Would they be able to endure this half hour? If the great ape succumbed to madness and unleashed a single attack capable of annihilating the earth, would that not spell their doom? Yet, there were solutions to their predicament. As Vegeta spoke, the colossal ape charged towards the trio. The ground trembled violently, accompanied by a thunderous roar reminiscent of an earthquake. The giant's fist struck the earth, raising clouds of dust to heights of several dozen meters, while fissures stretching for kilometers appeared on the surface. The three took refuge at a distance. In comparison to Vegeta's power exceeding 10,000 in Goku, who had unleashed the Kaioken, Piccolo wiped the cold sweat from his brow. This Gohan was far more terrifying than during his last transformation. Hey, hurry up and tell us what to do. No need to panic, Namekian. Although consolidating the power of 2 moons has a certain cooldown period, with his and Kakarot's combat prowess surpassing 10,000. Can we not handle a mere giant ape spawned from Goku? All we need is someone to divert the giant's attention, and then find a way to sever its tail from behind. Wasn't that how you dealt with Raditz before? Is it really that simple? What did you expect? Vegeta said, Kakarot, we shall divert the attention of the great apes. Nappa, you and these fellows devise a way to sever their tails from behind. Is that understood? Vegeta's gaze shifted towards Nappa in the distance. No problem, Vegeta, Nappa nodded, though he was perplexed by the prince's thoughts. Just moments ago, they had been adversaries. Did he truly share a bond with Kakarot? Nevertheless, as a subordinate, Nappa adhered to a certain professionalism. There were questions best left unasked and actions best left unperformed. And you, Kakarot? Vegeta turned his head to look at Goku. As for the other Z fighters, he regarded them with disdain. Among them, only Piccolo could barely withstand a single blow from him, which earned him a modicum of respect, yet it was still insufficient. I will heed your words, Goku replied. Not pondering further, he genuinely agreed with Vegeta's perspective, believing that only he and Vegeta could divert Gohan's attention while ensuring their own safety. Then let us depart. Vegeta exclaimed, energy radiating from him as he soared into the sky. Piccolo, follow Vegeta's instructions. I believe he can be trusted. Just this once. Don't command me. I merely wish to prevent my pupil from ruining the planet he aspires to dominate. Indeed, you truly care for Gohan, Goku remarked with a hint of admiration. Get moving. Do you want that scion named Vegeta to be obliterated by Gohan? Piccolo shot Goku a fierce glare before darting off towards the Z fighters. You are Nappa, correct? According to what Vegeta just said, it's all good. Kakarot, do not fret. I shall not defy the prince's wishes, Nappa acknowledged with a nod. Although Kakarot was a lower-ranked warrior, his ability to hold his own against Vegeta, even gaining the upper hand at times, made Nappa wary of displaying arrogance. Especially after Vegeta's recent instructions. With that, Nappa too flew towards the Z fighters. Once the others had departed, Kakarot headed towards the giant ape. In the chaotic fray, Vegeta found himself at a disadvantage. Observing this, Goku promptly unleashed a Kamehameha wave aimed at the giant ape, diverting Gohan's attention. As the battle reached its climax, Vegeta fell into unconsciousness. Goku skillfully dodged the giant ape's colossal fist, swiftly arriving beside Vegeta. Are you alright, Vegeta? Mind your own business. Vegeta coldly retorted without casting a glance at Goku. Don't be so aloof, Goku countered, launching another energy blast at the approaching giant ape to thwart its attack. Vegeta deftly dodged the colossal fist of the great ape. Kakarot hastened to resolve the matters at hand, and then seek out the Dragon Balls. Vegeta found himself utterly perplexed by Kakarot's incessant chattering. Indeed, it was quite baffling. Vegeta broached the serious matter, causing Goku to adopt a solemn demeanor. Regardless of subsequent thoughts, it was imperative to address Gohan's transformation at this moment. Gohan, it's me, Goku. Can you hear me? Goku shouted towards the colossal ape that was Gohan, only to be met with a colossal fist that obscured the sky. Both Goku and Vegeta swiftly evaded the impending strike. With a thunderous crash, the fist descended upon the earth, sending shockwaves that violently shook the ground. Seizing the opportunity while the giant ape struggled to retract its hand, Vegeta hastened towards his opponent. Delivering a powerful blow to the ape's form, the enormous creature shuddered slightly, and in the next instant, its arm swung menacingly towards Vegeta. Vegeta was taken aback, attempting to evade, but the disparity in strength was insurmountable. With no other recourse, he could only cross his arms defensively before him. A resounding crash ensued as a fierce gale swept through, sending shards of rock flying. The colossal ape's arm came crashing down heavily upon Vegeta. Vegeta was propelled like a cannonball, creating a deep crater several meters wide upon impact with the ground. Vegeta suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Vegeta! Goku exclaimed in shock, as he saw the great ape preparing to stomp down on Vegeta's position. Gritting his teeth, he activated the Kaioken ×3. A crimson light surged past the massive foot of the great ape, rescuing Vegeta just before it could land. Breathing heavily several meters away, Goku wiped the sweat off his brow and set Vegeta down on the ground. I do not require your assistance, Kakarot, Vegeta protested, pushing Goku's arm away and struggling to stand. Do not be so stubborn, Vegeta, Goku urged. Given Gohan's current state, unless you transform into the great ape you mentioned earlier, none of us stand a chance against him. Vegeta turned his head aside. Shall we devise a plan? What plan? Goku inquired. We need to find a way to make Gohan lean forward. That way, his tail will be exposed and easily severed. Goku shared his strategy with Vegeta. Very well. We shall proceed as you suggest, Vegeta replied without hesitation, having noticed that the great ape seemed unable to locate them and was preparing to attack Nappa and the others. Nappa, after all, was one of his subordinates, and it would not do for him to perish so carelessly, especially with the live broadcast ongoing. If Nappa were to die, he, the proud Prince Vegeta, would indeed become a mere figurehead, as the chatter in the group suggested, with neither a large cat nor a small one to his name. Thus, after conferring, Goku and Vegeta charged once more at the great ape. Their target shifted from the massive body of the beast to its legs. They unleashed a barrage of punches, dodging and attacking continuously. The colossal figure of the great ape, hundreds of meters tall, bent down, flailing its enormous arms in futile attempts to strike the agile Vegeta and Goku. As the great ape bent over, its tail involuntarily rose. What an opportunity! The Z fighters and Nappa, who had been searching for a chance to strike, finally found their moment. Kamehameha, special beam cannon, and energy wave. Energy surged from various directions, aiming at the massive tail of Gohan, now transformed into a great ape. A thunderous explosion erupted from the location of the great ape's rear, sending debris and dust flying into the air, shrouding the scene in thick smoke. Did we succeed? Piccolo, anxious about Gohan, could not contain his worry. After the explosion, a solitary upright tail remained suspended in the air, now enveloped in a faint milky aura. What is happening? Nappa stared in disbelief, registering that the energy was emanating from Gohan himself. How could this be? He instinctively realized that energy was clinging to the tail, mitigating the damage it could receive. How infuriating. With Nappa's comment, the others began to notice the thin layer of energy covering the great ape's tail, although it was not substantial. It was beyond what their several thousand battle power could penetrate. Step aside, let me try, a voice called out, as the deafening sonic boom rang out. Everyone turned to see Krillin raising his right hand above his head, cradling a golden disc formed from concentrated energy. Krillin, what is that? Yamcha asked in surprise, having just realized that Krillin had not attacked earlier. My new technique, though it's a bit difficult to control. The Z-fighters stepped back, skeptical of Krillin's ability to make a significant impact with his power of just over 1,000. However, they could not dismiss his evident confidence. Energy blade. With that, he hurled the disc, which sped towards the great ape's tail. The energy blade sliced through the air with a terrifying rotational speed, creating a fierce friction sound. The primal instincts of the great ape seemed to sense the threat. With a powerful leap, it sprang into the air, its massive form resembling that of a nimble giant. The energy blade whizzed past beneath it, carving a deep scar into the ground that extended for thousands of meters. Did it fail? Krillin gasped. His exertion, evident as controlling the technique, had proven challenging given his limited power. No, it had an effect, Piccolo interjected, his perceptive senses picking up on the faint marks left on the great ape's tail. Had the great ape not leaped to evade, it likely would have been severely injured. Krillin, can you replicate that technique? Piccolo, rarely addressing Krillin by name, acknowledged the technique's potential. I don't think so. 2 consecutive uses are too taxing for me. Krillin replied, panting. Then we must seek alternative methods. Meanwhile, after evading the attack, the enraged great ape sought to retaliate against those who had dared to ambush it, but was thwarted at every turn by Vegeta and Goku's relentless distraction. As the great ape attempted to strike at the agile duo, Vegeta recalled the golden disc that had swiftly passed by moments ago. With his keen insight, he recognized it as a remarkably proficient technique. Recalling and analyzing the structure of the energy blade in his mind, he barely avoided being knocked down by the great ape's attack. Let me handle Gohan, Kakarot. Hold him off for a moment. Before Goku could respond, Vegeta had already vanished from sight, distancing himself from the great ape. Vegeta extended his right hand, flexing it a few times as if acclimating to something. What is Vegeta up to? In the distance, the Z-fighters observed as Vegeta left Goku to contend with the great ape while he seemed to be losing his composure, leaving them somewhat perplexed. In reality, Vegeta had been away from the battlefield for merely a dozen seconds. He charged once more towards the great ape, and as he opened his palm, a golden disc materialized in the center of his hand. Was that the spirit sword? From afar, Krillin's eyes reflected a look of incredulity. Could it be that after just a single glance, one could wield such power? The movements appeared more fluid than his own original technique. Krillin watched as Vegeta held the spirit sword, drawing ever closer to the great ape. After narrowly evading one of the beast's attacks, Vegeta aimed for the tail of the great ape, and with a swift strike of golden energy, severed it instantly. The source of its power was now unstable. Upon losing its tail, the great ape let out a reluctant roar, its massive form rapidly diminishing. Behind the great ape, Vegeta attempted to evade, only to realize that his strength had waned significantly. This is bad. The great ape's body crashed down upon him. Although Gohan was shrinking, Vegeta was far too close. The overwhelming weight forced him to the ground. With a gasp, blood spilled from his mouth as darkness enveloped his vision, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Ding. Group member Vegeta has fainted. The live stream has temporarily halted. In the chat group, a voice emerged. I love Dragon Ball. After being picked up, I am the god of destruction. Please remember to save Dragon Ball. After being picked up, I am the god of destruction. Chapter 89, Karapika, Learning an Ability? The remaining group members, engrossed in the live stream, reacted. Spider Child, what happened? Why did it cut out? Uchiha Madara. That guy called Vegeta, he isn't dead, is he? World's first princess. Vegeta is not dead, he simply exhausted himself and fainted. The live stream ceases when a member loses consciousness, which serves to protect their privacy. Haruai AI. Is that considered privacy? Shouldn't it just continue to broadcast? World's first princess. Vegeta is currently unconscious, alone on Earth, and considering their previous encounters, they seem to be looking for trouble. Haruai AI. Could the Earthlings kill him? World's first princess. No need to worry, he will be fine. No matter how incompetent Vegeta may seem, he is still my brother, Bellies. There are certain measures in place for Vegeta's safety, albeit limited to avoid detection by certain individuals in the 7th universe. To take his life would require power exceeding that of Frieza. Leader. You seem particularly concerned about that scion named Vegeta. Though the leader had never shown any overt care for Vegeta in speech or action, had an inkling that Vegeta held a significant place in the leader's heart. World's first princess, is that so? Perhaps it is merely your imagination. Similar to how I have assisted Spider Child. Spider Child, boo-hoo, esteemed leader, since you mention it, could you help me pass the trial of the evil god D? World's first princess, Spider Child, do not expect assistance when you have already ascended to divinity. Handle your own matters. Besides, that was an agreement between D and me, made in advance. Spider Child, all right, but after watching that live stream of Vegeta, I feel even more uncertain. I have no idea what D's trial entails, and it leaves me feeling anxious. Vegeta is formidable, isn't he? The combat power displayed in the recent live stream resembled that of a Hollywood blockbuster. As for evil god D, while his strength is likely inferior to our leaders, the dialogue between them suggests that D is no ordinary character. The trials he sets, even if simple for him, could very well pose insurmountable challenges for others. Belly seemed to perceive the unease of Spider Child. For the malevolent deity D was indeed delightfully wicked. The world's premier princess, Spider Child, the trial set forth by deity D is something you might surmise. It shall not prove too arduous. The world's premier princess, D will surely not intervene directly, and the trial pertains to this very planet of yours. What it entails, I could not possibly say, and even if I did, I would not divulge it. Spider Child, it seems you have said much yet revealed nothing. Alas, the pitiful, frail, and helpless little spider. The world's premier princess, such is the nature of Spider Child, even Bellies finds immunity to it. The world's premier princess, Kurapika. Are you present? Kurapika, I am here, leader. I have arrived at the Sky Arena. The world's premier princess, how fares it? Have you secured the tickets we discussed? Kurapika, regrettably, I lack acquaintances, and ascending to the 200th floor necessitates a certain pedigree. The world's premier princess, I see. What of the others? Ding. Kurapika sends a video recording. In the realm of the destruction deity, Bellies observes an additional video within the group chat. Bellies opened it. The video was quite straightforward, featuring a young boy engaged in combat with a burly man. The boy emanated a peculiar aura, albeit faint, which bestowed upon him remarkable resilience. In no time, the boy delivered a swift kick that sent the giant sprawling out of the ring, securing his victory. The concept of thought bore some resemblance to this energy. Bellies contemplated with closed eyes, pondering whether it leans more towards the essence of life itself. In contrast to the tempestuous and straightforward nature of Qi, this essence possesses a myriad of peculiar characteristics. It resembles the enhancement of both Qi and Jing within the spirit, cleverly harnessing these to glean certain principles. Well, I shall endeavor to experiment with this notion. Bellies gradually closed her eyes, practicing the intricate art of hair binding. With the perspective of a deity of destruction, she swiftly comprehended the method of releasing her energy. In an instant, she enveloped the entire realm of destruction with her Qi. Bellies took a deep breath and rose from her seated position. The chaotic energy that once surrounded her began to coalesce. To her surprise, the relatively low-tier method proved to be more conducive to mastering her transformed energy. With the memories of a seasoned hunter embedded in her mind, she swiftly simulated the general techniques of utilizing her energy as she observed the flow of thought and intent within her body on the screen. Truth be told, her overall power did not see a significant enhancement, but it did afford her a deeper familiarity with her own strength, a modest yet noteworthy gain. She had reached a point where she could nearly control her energy. As long as her emotions remained stable, there would be no more instances of her energy erupting uncontrollably. Regarding the principles encompassed within her thoughts, Bellies chose to refrain from delving too deeply. While she could contemplate their essence, she preferred not to explore them extensively, for the peculiar abilities of hunters did not strike her as particularly sophisticated. She could remain entirely immune, relying solely on her own life force. Bellies shifted her gaze back to the chat group, where discussions about none were ongoing. However, most participants lacked a clear understanding, partly due to complexities related to the laws of the world. While they were curious, they had not yet unraveled the intricacies. They vaguely sensed that Nan in the Hunter world bore significant similarities to Ki from the Dragon Ball universe. The world's #1 princess, Kurapika. I possess a method to teach you Nan, she declared as Kurapika, having just concluded an intense battle, finally ascended to the 150th level of the Sky Arena. His expression shifted to one of excitement. Is it true? Really? Kurapika inquired, a hint of disbelief in his voice. Indeed, there's a 70 to 80% assurance. Though it comes with certain risks, the princess replied. I am prepared, Kurapika affirmed. With that, the princess and Kurapika entered the arena. Kurapika, a youth with golden hair and clad in blue, possessed black eyes that exuded a comforting, brotherly aura. Lord, the group leader. Kurapika's voice trembled slightly, even from a distance. The mere presence of Bellies exerted an overwhelming pressure upon him. Simply call me Bellies. There is no need for such formality. I am harmless, she reassured. Yes, Lady Bellies. Kurapika responded, his voice still quivering, though he seemed somewhat more at ease. Before I assist you in unlocking none, there are a few points I must clarify, Bellies began. Entering the arena does not equate to having mastered none. Once you familiarize yourself with the methods here, you must return to your world and independently unlock your none abilities. In other words, I have not truly learned none? Kurapika questioned. Correct. What level are you currently at in the Sky Arena? Bellies continued. I have just reached the 150th level, though it feels somewhat arduous. Nevertheless, I am confident I can reach the 200th level. Is that so? That is sufficient. There is no need to strive for 200 levels, Bellies contemplated, scrutinizing Kurapika. I must clarify that this method is likely exclusive to you. An ordinary person, regardless of familiarity with the methods, cannot rely solely on experience to unlock nin abilities. Are you implying that I am not an ordinary person? Kurapika retorted, sensing Bellies' underlying assertion. Do you believe your eyes signify ordinariness? Bellies countered. That does seem to be the case, Kurapika acknowledged, grasping why Bellies regarded him as anything but ordinary. Let us commence. Bellies raised her palm, a formidable energy enveloping Kurapika. In an instant, Kurapika's physical condition laid bare within Bellys' perception. The next moment, Kurapika sensed a profound life force surging forth from every part of his being. Just as Kurapika found himself at a loss, the voice of Bellys resonated. With fiery red eyes, he concentrated, sealing his aura. Thus, he would learn to chant. Under Bellys' guidance, Kurapika began to focus, the aura that had been emanating from him gradually subsiding. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Bellyrus and Kurapika have both exited the arena, and the live broadcast in the group has consequently come to an end. The world's foremost princess, Kurapika, remarked that while his crimson eyes can indeed pierce through the vulnerabilities of his opponent, it poses considerable danger due to the absence of a mentor to guide him. Kurapika responded, expressing his gratitude for Bellyrus's gifts and teachings, affirming that he would exercise caution. As his consciousness returned to the room, he took a deep breath, assuring himself that he would master the art of Nin. Additionally, during his time in the arena, the group leader had provided him with a general understanding of Nin's learning and application, which, albeit not entirely clear, offered him a sense of direction. As for the matter of oaths, the group leader, unfamiliar with the hunter world, could only provide a vague overview and cautioned him about the intricate depths of such commitments. Upon assisting Kurapika in unlocking his Nin abilities, Bellyrus contemplated leaving a message for the unconscious Vegeta, advising him not to wish upon the Dragon Balls upon awakening, but rather to contact her first, as failing to do so could lead to dire consequences. Dragon Ball, after being rescued. I am the God of Destruction Chapter 90, concerning parallel worlds. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed in her mind. Chris? Bellys was momentarily taken aback, instinctively inquiring, indeed. My Lady Bellys, the matter you wish to investigate is, I fear, rather intricate. Kex's voice paused for a moment, as if contemplating how to articulate her thoughts. Are there parallel universes emerging? A jolt of apprehension coursed through Bellys' mind. It can be considered so, yet it could also be regarded otherwise. Bellys, what does it mean? I shall return now, and I will elaborate on the specifics once I return to the realm of destruction. Very well. Seeing Chris in such a state, Bellys refrained from probing further. The voice in her mind fell into silence as she contemplated the information Chris had just divulged. Was it true or not? Furrowing her brows, Bellys awaited the return of the angel Chris. At that moment, her mind was not preoccupied with the chat group. The passage of time during waiting always felt interminable. Half an hour later, Chris, wielding her vibrant cubes, returned to the realm of destruction. What on earth had transpired? Bellys spoke candidly. The parallel worlds you are concerned about have not come into existence, at least not in the entirety of our universe. Therefore, what you just referred to is not our universe. Bellys shook her head. It belongs to another universe. The precise reason eludes me. But the divergence of the universe I observed occurred several decades ago. What does that mean? Bellys inquired, somewhat perplexed. It is akin to the branching of a tree. Our branch has not given rise to new universes, yet there was a divergence long ago. In other words, at that time, a universe emerged that closely resembles ours. Kes explained, and that universe appears to be exceedingly unstable, continually generating parallel worlds. Would the Omni King be concerned about it? Bellys pondered, posing the question. No. As long as the worlds that continue to emerge are not centered around our current universe, they bear no relation to us. Kes discerned Bellys' apprehension and remarked that, although she was unaware of the reasons, based on the information I have observed, our present universe has not produced any parallel world since the emergence of that parallel universe many years ago. When did it specifically come into being? Bellys asked. 20 to 25 years ago. With my abilities, I cannot determine the exact time. Kes conjectured, her tone laced with uncertainty. If you wish to know the precise time, I could inquire with the Omni King and the High Priest. No, that won't be necessary. At the mention of the High Priest, Bellys felt a shiver run down her spine. Kes, have you determined the cause of the divergence in the other universe? Since we liken it to a tree's branching, there must be some distinction. Well, I have not ventured into it. Angels are forbidden from entering parallel universes. Kes remained silent for a moment before explaining, yet from the imagery I observed, your presence was notably absent in that world within the realm of the destroyer of the 10th universe. Moreover, the flow of time in that universe seems to be somewhat quicker than ours. Is the destroyer of the 10th universe still Lord Ramses? Bellys fell into silence. Could it be that my ascension to the role of destroyer catalyzed the emergence of the parallel universe? No, that is unrelated to you. Sensing the emotions in Bellys' eyes, Kes shook her head and clarified that the emergence of that world predates your arrival in the realm of destruction. If it truly bears a connection to you, perhaps Kes refrained from continuing. You are suggesting that my existence is absent in that world? I cannot confirm this. I have neither entered the 7th universe nor visited planet Vegeta. Kes sighed. Even without entering, one could still deduce certain aspects, couldn't they? My Lady Bellys, you need not concern yourself with such matters. Kes remained silent for a moment before stating that each universe possesses its own distinctions and will not be entirely identical. You are, at present, unique. Kes continued, expressing uncertainty about the reasons, but asserting that our current universe will no longer yield parallel worlds. Is that so? Bellys sighed. With Kes's words reaching this point, Bellies began to form vague speculations. The absence of new worlds, the uniqueness? Is it the ability of the chat group? To be frank, Bellies found herself increasingly astonished by the limitations of the chat group. Even in her transformed state, she was unable to ascertain the boundaries of the chat group's arena. Yet this was within the realm of expectation. Indeed, Bellies felt that the reason the Omni King and the High Priest had not taken action against her might also be connected to the chat group. Of course, this remained merely speculation on her part. It would be unwise to seek validation from the Omni King and the High Priest. What if the validation failed? That would be disastrous. Since the universe will no longer give rise to parallel worlds, this matter concludes here. Bellies did not wish to continue discussing the matter of parallel universes, a topic of concern predominantly due to the Omni King and the High Priest. Chris, observe the aura surrounding me. A faint glow emanated from her. Yet the manner in which this aura operated left Chris somewhat astonished. This was particularly striking as Bellies had just demonstrated her newly developed technique. Is this a new invention? Lady Bellies? Chris inquired. No, it was merely an unexpected discovery. Bellies offered little further explanation. What do you think? The method of operation is quite unique. It appears to deviate from the conventional cultivation practices across the universe. Chris, being the eldest of the angels, though possessing a somewhat adorable appearance, had considerable experience. This cultivation method bears resemblance to the manipulation of aura. Could it be disseminated throughout the universe? Bellies questioned. In theory, it is possible. However, the cultivation process is significantly more challenging than merely harnessing aura, Chris conceded. This is certainly more demanding than the so-called God-SI technique, Bellies retorted. That requires a combat power exceeding 10,000. While acknowledging the complexities involved in cultivating both life levels and aura levels, she noted. Yet the average power level is quite high. Consider Earth in the 7th universe. Aside from the Z-fighters, how many possess a combat power exceeding 1,000? Moreover, at equivalent power levels, a warrior practicing both aura and energy cultivation would undoubtedly have a far greater success rate in battle compared to one who solely focused on aura. What is your perspective? Bellies asked. Chris did not dispute this assertion, noting that the distinction between 10,000 and 100 billion in combat power held little significance before the angels. Furthermore, this cultivation method could potentially allow those with exceptional talent to engage with the laws of the universe prematurely. How feasible is it to popularize this method on planets with combat powers below 1,000? Bellies inquired. Proceed as you suggest, but it would be prudent to conduct a trial period first. Even I cannot ascertain whether this cultivation method suits all beings in our universe, Chris replied. After all, the comprehension of deities and that of mortals diverge vastly, stemming from their differing dimensional perspectives. Gods may find it effortless to learn and master such techniques. Yet the experience is markedly different for humans. After briefing Chris on the matter, Bellies instructed her to seek out planets in the universe for trials. Bellies once again directed her gaze towards the chat group. Oh, is Irina live streaming? Bellies, filled with curiosity, clicked enter. The Grey Witch, Elena, perched upon her enchanted broom, silently surveyed the flower fields below from her lofty vantage point. The endless expanse of blossoms, illuminated by the night sky, took on an eerie quality. Particularly unsettling were the throngs of people, seemingly thousands in number, who staggered toward the center of the flower field. They moved with a swaying gait, their faces adorned with various smiles, murmuring incessantly. Most horrifying of all was the sight of green vines and flowers entwined around their bodies. As they drew nearer to the core, their appearances began to blend with the flora. Spider-child, what is this? It's terrifying. Are they man-eating flowers? Makuryu, they appear to absorb life force. It is indeed strange. Jelf, the enchanted plants seem to incite the desires of living beings. Elena, for her own safety, you should depart promptly. Through the screen, Jelf could not discern Elena's current strength, but based on his previous instruction, he knew her talent was commendable, though the magic of that world seemed lacking in potency. Elena, teacher Jelf, I am flying quite high. I should be safe. Jelf, are you confident in dealing with this sea of flowers? Having lived for centuries, Jelf could read Elena's expression and surmised her intentions. Elena, yes. But those humans approaching the flower sea have likely been parasitized by it. Unless they replenish their life force, they cannot be saved for long. Elena, indeed. Uchiha Madara, I see. You intend to grant those souls their final moments of beauty? From the mirrored image, it was evident that those consumed by the flower sea existed in a profoundly hallucinatory state as they approached the end of their lives. Aizen Sosuke, Elena, from my perspective, I advise against prolonging your stay. Considering the flower sea's capacity to absorb life, the vitality of so many souls will undoubtedly empower the flora, placing you in grave danger. Though Aizen often engaged in such risky endeavors, cultivating Ichigo Kurosaki and keeping Jin Ikamaru close, he was he, and Elena was Elena. After facing reprimand from the group leader, Aizen began to consider the well-being of the chat group members. World's first princess, Elena, I concur with Aizen's assessment. I recall that in certain narratives, magical girls often find themselves ensnared in similarly precarious situations, ultimately captured by foes and subjected to strange fates. Elena, narratives? What do you mean by strange fates? Elena, a witch living in a magical realm, was unfamiliar with the intricacies of other worlds, let alone their peculiar terminologies. Hitaka AI, it's not a good thing. I recommend you remain unaware, or you might grow fearful of your identity as a witch. Ing, world's first princess, may I share some images? World's first princess. Ing, here they are, image. JPG, image. JPG, world's first princess. You little rascal Ing, you actually screenshot while I was streaming. You truly are the abyss princess Ing, not just a mere rascal. The images were simple. Previously, when Bellies ventured to address the planetary concerns, she had inadvertently been ensnared by the enchanted plants while searching for their core. The two captured images, taken by Ing, rather suggestively displayed Bellies bound by the flora. Elena, this, although I do not comprehend fully, I am quite astonished. As a witch, Elena had learned much from her mother, Nicole, prior to her travels. Particularly upon witnessing the group leader Bellies ensnared by the enchanted plants, she quickly envisioned some unsavory scenarios. Elena, may I inquire if the leader is alright? World's first princess. Ahem, that was merely for the investigation of the enchanted plant's core. I had to make contact with it to locate it more directly. Please do not overthink it. Elena, is that so? World's first princess, indeed. Ing, has your brother joined the rebels yet? Ing, not yet, but he should be on his way soon. World's first princess. Ing, you previously asked about the scent of heather. Is it palatable? Ing, the flowers are quite similar to clear hearts, but the flavor is somewhat indescribable. Wait, leader, why are you asking this? Ing, realizing her oversight as she pondered her brother, responded without focus, only to suddenly exclaim, wait, leader, you are being underhanded. I merely shared 2 screenshots. Is it truly necessary? World's first princess, TSK, as expected of Ing, to possess such peculiar tastes. Ing, no, please disregard the leader's words. I have never tasted such flowers, truly. I am not lying. Tavat does not have anything like that. Hitaka AI. Elena, what is heather, and why was Ing so flustered? The naive novice which Elena wore a curious expression. Ing was the abyss princess. What flower could evoke such panic? Was it more terrifying than the enchanted plants I face now? Ow, I recall that flower, but never mind. I shall refrain from speaking further. As a seasoned programmer, AL's gender remained ambiguous, yet he was knowledgeable, having lived many years without losing his sanity. Elena, why does everyone speak in riddles? Elena puffed her cheeks in frustration. Spider child, Elena, dear child, such forbidden knowledge is best left unlearned. Ing, precisely. Leader, do not corrupt Elena. She is not as seasoned as you are. World's first princess. I have said nothing. It is you, Ing, who is trying to wriggle out of this. Abyss princess Ing. How amusing. Ing, please stop. I cannot bear this social embarrassment. Ing clutched her golden hair, frantically tousling it until it became a tangle before ceasing. World's first princess. Enough. I shall say no more. Ing, next time you tease me, do take care, you youthful and radiant beauty. Ing, mentioning youthful and radiant beauty reminds me of a phrase, 5 centuries as a foundation. Truly, the leader has a sharp tongue. The scene returned to Elena's world. Observing the individuals advancing toward the center of the flowers, Elena's expression grew grave. She drew her wand and raised it above her head. A colossal fireball gradually coalesced at the wand's tip, its scorching crimson luminescence dazzling against the night sky. Moments later, the fireball plummeted from the heavens. Accompanied by a thunderous explosion and the terror of searing flames, the entire flower field emitted anguished cries. After a brief span, the once resplendent flower sea was reduced to a charred wasteland. Ensuring nothing was overlooked, Elena swiftly maneuvered her enchanted broom to depart the area. Meanwhile, in the chat group, Hitaka AI, has Elena's power truly grown so formidable? I find myself lamenting my lack of means to strengthen in this mundane world. During Elena's last training session with Jelf, her prowess was not particularly noteworthy, yet now she has incinerated an entire flower sea. Elena, compared to the esteemed figures in this group, I am not particularly strong. I nearly exhausted my powers just now, hence my hasty retreat. Elena was acutely aware of her own limitations. Truth be told, her current abilities were not remarkable. Jelf, do not be modest, Elena. In our world, you are nearing the rank of an S-class sorceress. Irene, oh, really? Previously, your evaluation was only at C rank. Have I truly become this powerful? Although she still has not managed to defeat her mother, she feels significantly stronger than before, albeit without a precise standard to measure against. Now, Irene finally realizes that she has reached the rank of A-level mage. Joy and elation. The conversation about Irene comes to a close. The public screen gradually falls into silence as members begin to attend to their own affairs. After an indeterminate period, a message shatters the stillness of the public screen. Ing, would you like to watch the live stream? Ing, my brother is quite the troublemaker. I might have to confront Raiden Shogun soon. As the conversation unfolds, the scene shifts to the dry lake bed, the final location of the divine Sakura grand purification task. Is my brother's mind damaged from sleeping too long? Why meddle in Inazuma's high-level affairs? Ing finds herself at a loss for words. A message from the abyss indicates that Raiden Shogun is collecting the 100th God Eye. Meanwhile, the household attendant, Toma, has foolishly become the last sacrificial offering. However, that is of little consequence. What truly matters is the deduction from the abyss's messages suggesting that Ether may be planning to ambush Raiden Shogun's ceremony. Do you not have any awareness of your current capabilities? Neither Kamisato Ayaka nor Kamisato Ayato, the influential figures of the Kamisato clan, have made their appearance. Why the rush? There is still time to spare, so there is no need for undue worry. Holding her 6-star exclusive weapon, Ing remains vigilant for unexpected events. The massive roots of the divine Sakura, entwined with tainted energy, surge towards a certain location. There stands a shrine maiden, clad in white and red, her face obscured by a fox mask. This is Hanamizuki, a manifestation inheriting part of the memories and persona of the fox shrine, birthed from the ley lines and the calamities of the abyss. As the taint is absorbed by Hanamizuki, the oppressive and loathsome aura surrounding the roots of the divine Sakura begins to dissipate. The roots, a symbol of the faith in Inazuma, emanate a fragrant aroma, radiating a sacred luminosity. Still masked, Hanamizuki approaches Ing and bows deeply. I sincerely thank you for your assistance, Your Highness. Your Highness? Ing squints, scrutinizing Hanamizuki. Did you glean information related to me from the divine Sakura? Indeed, I am the princess of the Abyss Order. Then, are you Hanamizuki or the Fox Shrine? Ing continues her inquiry. The mission of the Fox Shrine is complete. I am now Hanamizuki. However, I hope you will permit me to bid farewell to my friends in Inazuma. Afterward, I shall devote myself entirely to your service. Observing Hanamizuki's bow, Ing remains silent for a moment before responding, very well. I shall also head to Inazuma City shortly. You may accompany me for now. Yes, Your Highness. Thank you for your understanding. At this moment, outside Inazuma City. What on earth? Why hasn't the princess arrived yet? The Abyss, disguised as an Inazuma merchant, paces anxiously, his expression fraught with concern. Could she be off indulging in frivolities? According to unreliable rumors within the order, 5 centuries ago, the princess traveled across 7 nations, charming all from the elderly to infants, universally adored. Am I to rescue the princess's blood relative alone? The Abyss shudders at the thought. What a joke. I, a mere clerk, cannot possibly match what's with the 7 ruling officials. Although I have been granted some enhancement by a great being, it merely conceals my identity and slightly boosts my power. Rescue someone? Extracting a tooth from Raiden Shogun's mouth is no small feat. The remains of the aura base are still lying on some island, untransformed. It's all too vivid. The Raiden Shogun of Inazuma is not to be trifled with. Unlike the drunken fools of Mondstadt or the street urchins of Liyue, a mere disagreement could lead to drawn swords. As he senses the aura of the Abyss quickly glances back. The Abyss portal opens, and 2 figures emerge. One is none other than the princess he has been longing for. The other is perhaps her paramour? No, such thoughts must be dismissed. Your Highness, the Eye Hunt decree in Inazuma is about to commence the ritual for the last God Eyes collection. I am aware. Let us proceed to Inazuma City, Ing replies, contemplating further arrangements later. Near the Tenryu Commission headquarters, Ing, Hanamizuki, and the Abyss find a vantage point to observe the scene before the Tenryu Commission's gate. Toma is bound and being escorted by 2 guards to the entrance. At this moment, Ing is live streaming but pays no heed to the content. Abyss, without revealing your identity, do your utmost to prevent my brother from entering. Devise any excuse you deem fit. Do you mean? The Abyss is somewhat baffled. Humph. There are no members of the Kamisato clan nearby. What a splendid plan. Even if something goes awry, there will be no incriminating evidence. Toma is a pawn. And Ether is also a pawn. If we can successfully rescue someone, splendid. Perhaps it will lead to further manipulation later. The Kamisato clan and the rebels are indeed intertwined, just as previously anticipated, and may even be recommended to the rebels. Should we fail, it will matter little to the Kamisato clan. The loss of a household attendant or an unidentified traveler is inconsequential. Moreover, should Raiden Shogun successfully collect the 100 God Eyes, it would be a collective delight. Yes, I shall proceed at once. The Abyss, knowledgeable and astute, quickly grasps the implications and departs from Ing's side. To be honest, Ing is increasingly perplexed by Ether's thought process. If you wish to meet Raiden Shogun, it is a simple matter. Return to Mondstadt or Liyue. Seek the Anemo or Geo Archon for a letter of introduction. Then, with a swift flight back, the entire endeavor could take no more than half an hour. Upon reaching the Tenryu Commission, who would dare obstruct you? Even if you must resort to obtaining diplomatic credentials from Mondstadt and Liyue, it would pose no challenge for you. Must one always serve others? Merely for a handful of precious stones? I wish to say, I will have the Abyss bring you a few crates immediately. Ying's thoughts are interrupted by Hanamizuki's gentle voice, drawing her back from contemplation. Meanwhile, in the chat group, members observe the live stream featuring Raiden Shogun. Clad in a purple kimono adorned with delphinium patterns and donning black and gold shoulder armor, a purple braid cascades down her back, and her deep purple eyes are accentuated by a tear mole at the corner. Uchiha Obito, Is this woman truly the Raiden Shogun of Inazuma? She certainly exudes a formidable aura. I wonder how she compares to Morix of Liyue. The moment the Raiden Shogun stepped out of the Tenshikaku, the once clear sky dimmed ominously. From the live broadcast, it was evident that the entirety of Inazuma, and even the broader areas beyond the city, were shrouded in ominous clouds. Within those clouds, flashes of lightning flickered intermittently, sending shivers down the spine. The world's foremost princess remarked that her overall strength was inferior to Morix's, and when it came to martial prowess, it was difficult to say. What you see now is not the true Raiden Shogun, but merely a puppet crafted from her divine form. Unlike the streetwise Morix, Raiden Makoto had sequestered herself for 5 centuries, as if lost in light novels and dango. Spider Child inquired about the meaning of puppet, questioning if it was not a real person. The world's foremost princess clarified that since it is referred to as a puppet, it is indeed not a human. The true Raiden Shogun has concealed her soul within this body, engaging in a form of cultivation that separates the physical from the spiritual. Bellies explained the relationship between Raiden Makoto and the Raiden Shogun. Rikeo remarked that transforming one's body into a new form of life was an intriguing technique, and he expressed great curiosity about Raiden Makoto's method. The newly created puppet was surprisingly only slightly less powerful than the Raiden Shogun herself. Furthermore, from Bellies, Rikeo learned that the Raiden Shogun had even created a puppet with an independent personality, albeit not as formidable as the current Raiden Shogun. Was this not far more fascinating than Urahara Kisuke's techniques? Hua, seemingly concerned, stated that she would not engage in such techniques as she preferred not to offend other deities. The incident in Liyue was due to Ojal, which was related to the plans that could shake the very island of the skies. As for Inazuma, if it were not for the numerous tricks played by the traveler, she would not have bothered at all. Rikeo expressed his disappointment, acknowledging that unless he could traverse to Tavat, he could only watch enviously. Moreover, prying knowledge from a deity was a challenge of exponential difficulty. During the live stream, the Raiden Shogun slowly extended her palm towards Toma. Within her palm, a violet-blue arc of electricity materialized. In the next moment, the fire element vision that was wrapped around Toma's waist fell into the Raiden Shogun's grasp effortlessly and without obstruction. She collected her 100th vision and ordered Toma to be taken away and imprisoned. Addressing the soldiers beside Toma, she prepared to embed the vision into the statue. However, just as she raised her hand, she paused momentarily before casually tossing the vision to a nearby guard. The embedding task would be theirs to execute. With a chilling glint in her violet gaze, she remarked that exceptions were eternal foes. In an instant, her body transformed into a flash of purple lightning, darting toward the heart of Inazuma. At that moment, the traveler, who was on his way to the Tenshikaku, was intercepted by you, disguised as an Inazuma merchant. You say you have information about my sister? There was something off about this individual. Ah, indeed, if you wish to know where Lumen is, follow me. You are lying. While you do carry Lumen's scent, your words conceal something. After pondering, the traveler resolved to rescue Tama. Having seen Lumen's weapon earlier, he surmised that she had largely regained her strength, perhaps even becoming stronger. There was no need for him to worry about her, as she could approach him directly if she desired. She had her own troubles to contend with. Suddenly, Yu's expression changed. The aura of lightning. He immediately grasped the traveler's shoulder, attempting to pull him out of Inazuma. Although the traveler had lost most of his power, his body instinctively reacted, drawing forth his unsharpened sword to block Yu's grasp. What do you intend to do? Leave Inazuma at once, or it will be too late. Before the traveler could respond, Yu's merchant form began to dissipate, his body growing larger and imposing. A sense of oppression enveloped him. The abyss. The traveler and Paymon's pupils dilated in alarm. Protect yourself. Before you, black mist began to rise. Almost instantly, a streak of purple lightning descended from the heavens. The fierce electric surge swept across Inazuma, scorching the earth as it went. The purple lightning collided violently with the black abyssal mist, causing the trees around them to wither rapidly. Yu braced himself against the ground, panting heavily, while behind him stood the traveler and Paimon, seeking refuge. The Raiden Shogun stood not far ahead, her exclusive weapon crackling with electric energy. Her tone was indifferent, yet laced with malice. The abyss, entering Inazuma, deserves to perish. Yu laughed heartily, trembling with exhilaration. Truly, you are one of the 7 archons of this world. Were it not for being in Inazuma, I might not have withstood your assault. The Raiden Shogun, aware that fighting here could lead to the destruction of Inazuma due to the abyss's unleashed power, was forced to push herself outside the city. Otherwise, given his current abilities, he could never have so easily withstood the Shogun's strike. Nor could he have shielded the traveler and Paimon behind him. However, as one unskilled in combat, being able to withstand a blow from the Raiden Shogun without injury was a feat worthy of boasting to his colleagues. Exceptions are eternal foes, the Raiden Shogun reiterated, though her voice lacked the earlier mechanical tone. Your eternity is meaningless, Raiden Shogun. No ball. Suddenly, a golden light descended from above, creating an oppressive atmosphere that startled Raiden Makoto. Which deity dares intrude? The Raiden Shogun focused on the location of the golden light, sensing that her control over the electric elements was being confined, unable to extend toward the traveler. On the other hand, upon hearing a familiar voice, the traveler's expression shifted to one of disbelief. Lumen. He beheld the petite figure with golden hair that had suddenly appeared, causing his body to involuntarily tremble. Lumen did not answer his question or even speak to him. Who are you? The air around the Raiden Shogun crackled with violet electricity. The presence of this girl radiated an aura that felt nearly as powerful as Morix himself. Indeed. Only the Anemo and Geo Archons possess such uniqueness, Lumen murmured. As a traveler who had journeyed through 7 nations, Lumen had encountered Raiden Makoto before. Yet, what relevance did the memories of the 7 Archons hold, and how had they been altered by the World Tree? Hina, accompanied by Toma, used an abyss portal to meet the 2 officials of the shogunate, Kamisato Ayaka and Kamisato Ayato. Shogunate, you have gone too far. Casually discarding Toma and his vision. The atmosphere exuded by Hanakazari, masked yet potent, imposed immense pressure on the 2 acting leaders of the Shinto Commission. The dark energy released from the corrupted blossoms, having absorbed the impurities of the sacred cherry tree for centuries, was beyond the tolerance of the 2 vision bearers. Who are you? Ayaka Kamisato managed to utter. Even as Toma lay unconscious on the ground, forgotten. Using the traveler to test the Shinto Commission, you've orchestrated quite a grand scheme. Regardless of the outcome, one could extricate themselves and evade the wrath of the Raiden Shogun. Moreover, as a citizen of Inazuma, Toma was likely to be spared from execution. Even after losing his vision, there remained a chance for his redemption. The fate of the traveler, however, was uncertain. Perhaps they had already perished with a single stroke. I do not comprehend your words. Toma has been captured, and we have only just learned of this. Ayato Kamisato struggled to maintain his composure. Perhaps you are right. Or perhaps you are merely taking advantage of the situation now that you are aware. But what does that concern me? Hanakazari's voice was calm, yet it carried an air of indifference, having absorbed the abyss's calamities. However, after fully assimilating the disasters, she possessed much of the memory of the Fox Shrine, being well-versed in her family's usual tactics, which only fueled her anger. Her tone cooled slightly as she remarked, "Do you understand? If anything were to befall the traveler in Inazuma, the entire nation would pay the price." With the aid of Lumen, Hanakazari was able to absorb the abyss's calamities safely. Through the unique nature of the sacred cherry tree, she glimpsed fragments of Lumen's memories, the Abyss Princess and a leader capable of effortlessly slaying Morix. Neither was a foe that Inazuma could afford to provoke, especially the latter. Hanakazari lacked even the courage to glimpse their visage. A thunderous roar echoed from the distant sky, as lightning and another dark energy split the heavens. This is bad. Hanakazari's expression shifted dramatically. Had the shogun engaged in combat? She knew she must intervene, and without hesitation, she opened a portal to the abyss. Shinto Commission, tread carefully. Before the Kamisato siblings could react, Hanakazari had vanished without a trace. How terrifying. Paimon trembled. Hiding behind the empty form of ether, her hands clutching his shoulders as she peered out with trepidation. Traveler, your sister is truly formidable. She can actually hold her own against the Raiden Shogun. During the Ozer incident, Paimon had witnessed Lumen's prowess firsthand. Even as she effortlessly severed Ozer's head, a mere fragment of his true power, not representative of a true Archon. Not to mention, the Archons at the pinnacle of the 7. Naturally, one must consider whose sister Lumen is. Ether, too, was captivated by the aerial battle, possessing 3 elemental powers. He had long surpassed the capabilities of any mere Dada duck. But compared to your sister, you seem rather weak, traveler. I am strong, all right. The emergency food protested, leaving Ether speechless. It would be splendid if Paimon could accompany your sister. She is so powerful, I would not have to endure such hardships. Perhaps every meal would consist of exquisite delicacies with attendants to serve her. As she spoke, Paimon drooled. Paimon, that is excessive. You are the one who eats the best. Ether retorted, exasperated. The emergency food, which devoured 200,000 more a monthly, lamented about roughing it. If you ate less, wouldn't we be able to afford better accommodations? He added, and I am not weak, just temporarily unable to recover my strength. In the tumultuous sky, the clash of violent energies left Ether astounded. Though he lacked the power, his perspective remained keen. Lumen's current battle prowess far surpassed her strength when facing the sustainer of heavenly principles. In fact, should she desire it, defeating the Raiden Shogun might not pose a significant challenge. Out of the corner of his eye, Ether noticed an abyss creature, known as the Abyss Singer, shielding himself and Paimon with a barrier, its power not to be underestimated. Princess Lumen, have you joined the Abyss? Ether mused, filled with questions. Yet when he tentatively inquired with the Abyss entity, he received the cryptic response, if you wish to know, you must ask the princess herself. He could not divulge more, nor would he dare speak thoughtlessly. Thus, Ether resigned himself to patience, gazing up at the eerily transformed sky, shrouded in abyssal mists and lightning. Above, the Raiden Shogun, wielding the grasscutter blade, faced off against Lumen, who held the 6-star exclusive artifact. Amidst their fierce exchange, the Raiden Shogun found herself at a disadvantage. In stark contrast to Lumen's ease, The expression on Raiden Makoto's face was one of grave seriousness. Ball, is this your vision of eternity, so close to the heavenly principles? Lumen remarked coolly. To me, it resembles Inazuma under your management, on the brink of collapse. In a flash, Lumen vanished from her position, reappearing before the Raiden Shogun, raising her weapon to strike. The weapon imbued with abyssal power shimmered with elemental radiance as it surged forth. Raiden Makoto gasped, swinging her blade to block. The clash of their weapons erupted in a fierce elemental surge, enveloping the surrounding area in a wave of energy. In an instant, Raiden Makoto was sent flying, her eyes wide with disbelief. How is this possible? 7 elemental powers? With a swift motion, she halted midair, her hand trembling around her weapon, struggling to mask her astonishment. Without a vision, she appeared not to be an Archon. Not only did she command 7 elemental forces, but she also harnessed abyssal energies. Who exactly are you? Although reluctant to concede, the brief encounter made it clear to Raiden Makoto that she was unlikely to prevail against her opponent. This sensation of helplessness had not surfaced since she learned of the true death 5 centuries ago when confronting the heavenly principles. Though not as intense as then, it was unmistakable that the golden-haired maiden before her was far superior in strength. Who am I? Should you not have already deduced? Upon hearing those words, Raiden Ei fell into silence, eventually managing to squeeze out 2 words. The Abyss. 500 years ago, aside from the Great Tree King, the other 7 gods heeded the call of the heavenly principles and set forth to obliterate Canria. That was the inception of all calamities. The original Raiden Shogun, her sister, perished in the war that annihilated Canria. In retaliation, Canria unleashed devastating vengeance upon the 7 nations, its dark mists sweeping across them. Aside from her sister, Raiden Makoto, many of her friends, including those from the Fox Shrine, also fell in Canria's retribution. She found herself unable to judge whether the destruction of Canria was justified, yet afterward, she lost nearly everything. In her profound sorrow, she sought an explanation from the heavenly principles, but all was in vain. To preserve the last legacy of Makoto and to prevent Inazuma from facing destruction at the hands of the heavenly principles, she chose eternity. For only eternity comes closest to the divine order. Is 500 years not enough? What more do you wish to do to Inazuma? A murderous intent flickered across Raiden Ei's face. Inazuma is the last inheritance of Makoto. No one is permitted to tarnish it, not even the heavenly principles. The former Shadow Warrior had changed significantly. Lumen refrained from attacking Raiden Ei, speaking in a calm tone. Compared to the calamities of the 7 nations, is Canria not in a more tragic state? Countless citizens bear the curse of immortality, even transforming into monsters like the Hilichurls. The suffering of the 7 nations pales in comparison to that of the people of Canria. Are you from Canria? Raiden Ei scrutinized Lumen. She only knew the other was linked to the Abyss, yet Lumen's appearance bore no resemblance to that of the Canrian people, who were characterized by their unique, gem-like eyes. Who I am is of little importance, Lumen replied. That boy named Ether is my brother. If anything were to befall him in Inazuma, then Inazuma would no longer need to exist. You were threatening me. For the first time, as one of the 7 Archons, she felt the weight of a threat. The clouds above darkened with menacing lightning, threatening to unleash its fury at any moment. If you perceive it as such, so be it. The eternity you pursue is meaningless. As long as I desire, even if you attempt to thwart me, I can obliterate Inazuma whenever I wish. Lumen paused, casting a sidelong glance behind her at Raiden Ei. Do you see this Abyss Herald? I possess no fewer than 800 of such abyssal beings. What do you believe your chances of victory to be? Upon hearing Lumen's words, Raiden Ei fell silent. The Abyss Heralds were formidable foes, nearly rivaling lesser deities, if they unleashed their full power. Battling with them would not be an impossibility. 800? If she truly held such a vast number of these powerful abyssal emissaries, then not only Inazuma, but even Liyue and Mondstadt might be overwhelmed by the Abyss. As long as this boy is unharmed in Inazuma, that is sufficient, is it not? Raiden Ei dared not gamble on the fate of Inazuma should she eliminate this boy. Indeed. As long as it is not you gods or those associated with the divine that act, his life or death is inconsequential, and it is none of your concern. Even if he were to be slain outside and left to rot, it would merely be a consequence of his own weakness, and I would not blame you. From a distance, Ether nearly spat out a mouthful of blood upon hearing his sister's words. What do you mean by being killed outside and left to rot? That is just his fate? Lumen, have you truly turned so malicious after a few hundred years apart? In the distance, a rift to the abyss appeared, and a woman dressed in a red and white Miko outfit, adorned with a fox mask, stepped through. Noticing the Miko's appearance, Raiden Ei couldn't help but glance again. A shrine maiden of the Narukami Shrine? There was an inexplicable familiarity about this Miko. Thank goodness nothing has gone awry. As Hanakairi emerged, she spotted Lumen and Raiden Ei in the sky, instantly relieved. She wished neither of them to be harmed. Is that you? A familiar tone echoed in her mind, reminiscent of events from hundreds of years ago. Long time no see, Ei. Hanakairi removed her mask, revealing a striking resemblance to the former Fox Shrine maiden. Hanakairi? Raiden Ei's voice trembled slightly as her purple eyes widened. Despite the differences in hair color and style, The contours of her face clearly indicated that the woman before her was indeed the Fox Shrine Maiden who had been consumed by the calamity 500 years ago. Not just her appearance, but even her aura and manner of speaking were strikingly similar. If this is not a deception, you are alive. Raiden Ei's voice quivered. Actually, it was Princess who saved me, Hanakairi replied, first bowing to Lumen before turning her gaze toward Raiden Ei. I have been beneath the Sakura tree all this time. The Sakura tree? Raiden Ei pondered briefly. Why did you not return? Did you not seek the divine child? I cannot stray too far. You know the reason. I only possess the memories and fragments of the soul of the Fox Shrine Maiden. As for whether I can truly be considered her, I am uncertain. Hanakairi extended her palm, revealing a crimson abyssal energy. The abyssal calamity, I see. Upon seeing the abyssal energy in Hanakairi's hand, Raiden Ei understood. 500 years ago, the Fox Shrine Maiden had been consumed by the abyssal calamity, which had been stored beneath the roots of the Sakura tree, purified by Miko. Could you cease hostilities? I realize I may not be in a position to suggest this, Hanakairi implored, seeking the opinions of Lumen and Raiden Ei. Lumen nodded. Since I have indicated there is no need for further conflict, Raiden Ei will certainly find an exit. Moreover, she had always been at a disadvantage during the confrontation. The three descended to the ground together. Besides themselves, the Traveler and Paimon, who had been protected by the abyss, also landed one after another. Hanakairi, you may seek me out after you complete your matters. There is no need to rush, Lumen said as she opened a rift to the abyss, entering with ether. Thank you, Princess. Hanakairi bowed once more to Lumen as she stepped through the rift. Watching Hanakairi bow to Lumen, Raiden Ei felt a twinge of jealousy. Ei, it has been quite some time since we last met. Perhaps I should not say this. As this is indeed our first meeting, Hanakairi chuckled softly. No, you are the Fox Shrine Maiden. I will never forget your essence. Ei gritted her teeth, genuinely apprehensive that this Miko was not the person she once knew. Noting Ei's demeanor, Hanakairi refrained from arguing, casting a sidelong glance at a concealed figure. Divine child, why do you hide away now that you have arrived? At the corner of the stone pillar, a soft voice emerged, and the pink-furred fox deity, Miko, stepped forth. I had faintly sensed your presence earlier. I initially thought it was merely a figment of my imagination. To my surprise, you are indeed alive, Fox Shrine. I am but a being born from the memories and fragments of personality of the Fox Shrine, emerging from the abyss in the earth's veins. Even I am uncertain of my own identity. You may refer to me as Hanazakura. Shadow and Miko exchanged glances, ultimately deciding against using the name of the Fox Shrine. Meanwhile, Shadow approached the nearby mountain. Ah, Lumen, she said, accompanied by Paimon and a certain emergency food. They emerged from the abyssal portal. Hanazakura has already rescued Toma. You need not worry. After a prolonged silence, Lumen broke the heavy atmosphere, saying, Brother, you must exercise caution in your endeavors. The Kamisato clan is exploiting you. I am aware, Ether replied, seemingly unfazed. I am merely repaying a favor to Toma. Having just arrived in Inazuma, I was at a loss for what to do without encountering him. Rescuing someone. Is that what you call it? You were courting death. Lumen exclaimed, exasperated. You are fully aware of the risks yet still gamble with the odds. It has only been 500 years. Why has my brother changed so drastically? Brother, if you wish to meet the Raiden Shogun, cannot you devise a simpler plan? Whether it be the Anemo Archon, Geo Archon, or the Liyue authorities. You could obtain an audience with the Raiden Shogun. Why opt for a treacherous path that others exploit? Surely, you do not intend to be merely a pawn of Kamisato Ayaka? Oh, never mind. Noticing Ether's lack of immediate response, Lumen pondered and refrained from further questioning. In any case, brother, please take care of yourself when I am not by your side. Lumen, what is it you truly wish to achieve? Moreover, did Dainsleif not inform you? Lumen scoffed. Brother, after our travels through so many worlds, do you not understand? Justice and evil, outside of rare circumstances, are often merely differing perspectives. Once more, an abyssal portal appeared behind Lumen. Brother, this time I am truly departing. Perhaps we shall meet again at the journey's end. Please leave your mark on Tavat. After traversing the 7 nations, we shall reunite. At that time, I shall eagerly anticipate your choice. Whether to stand shoulder to shoulder against foes, or... Lumen's words trailed off as both she and Paimon vanished into the portal. Your sister has left, Paimon remarked, glancing at Ether and then at the fading portal. Aren't you going to chase after her? Ether shook his head. Knowing Lumen is safe is sufficient. We shall leave the rest until we meet at the journey's end. Ether, your sister seems to be concerned about the abyss, Paimon said with worry. Indeed. Is there an issue? No, nothing at all, Paimon replied, shaking her head vigorously. In the chat group, the world's foremost princess commented, Lumen, I thought you would take your brother with you. Lumen responded, traveling the 7 nations is a journey meant for my brother. I shall not interfere. I will have Hanazakura ensure Ether's safety. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, I do not plan to seek him out in the near future. Why not allow your brother to comprehend all elemental powers before embarking on his travels? He can traverse through the statues of the 7 at will, right? Since each statue grants an elemental power upon contact, it wouldn't take long for Lumen to guide Ether around Tavat. I shall not do that. Tavat requires him to leave his own mark. Overly intervening would not benefit Ether. I have considered it, even if Ether were to perish. Using the Dragon Balls in our group would suffice to bring him back. There is no necessity to overly concern ourselves. If your brother were to hear such words, he might very well break down in tears. Truly, you are the Abyss Princess, thinking of both life and death. Yet, when he flirts with girls from Tavat, does he ever consider the plight of his own sister? Lumen lamented. Ether is aware that Kamisato Ayaka is using him, yet he still approaches her without hesitation. What does he care? You certainly hold a grudge, Lumen. As matters in Tavat reached a temporary pause, in the world of Naruto, a white Zetsu was placed within a peculiar formation. After an agonizing shriek, the Edo Tensei began to manifest, clad in red Warring States armor. A male ninja with a unique hairstyle appeared before all. This man unleashed a terrifying chakra. Not far off, Sasuke and Orochimaru quickly took defensive positions to avoid being swept away by the violent chakra. Edo Tensei is not a technique born of reincarnation, is it? Has Nagato encountered some mishap? However, such a simple statement caused Sasuke and his companions, particularly Orochimaru, to change their expressions drastically. They hurried to exert control over the man's body. Children, forbidden techniques must not be used recklessly. The man swiftly formed hand seals and slapped his palm against the ground. Edo Tensei, release. As chaos ensued, Watermoon broke into a cold sweat. Uncertain of what Uchiha Obito had just done, she felt an ominous premonition. The control of Edo Tensei had been seized by Uchiha Obito, meaning that if something went awry, they could all perish here. Orochimaru's grim voice echoed in the ears of the group. Observing Sasuke's calm demeanor, Orochimaru felt a sense of relief. However, even if something were to go wrong, only those present would perish. It was not the end of Orochimaru himself. For every Orochimaru that might die, countless others remained alive. If one wished to kill him, they could wait until the Sage of Six Paths kicked the coffin lid open. Uchiha Obito was not worthy. What? Orochimaru's words caused Watermoon to panic. Orochimaru has many lives, but I, Watermoon, have but one. Even if I turn to water, I cannot escape from Uchiha Obito's grasp. I told you I didn't want to come. You insisted I do, and now look what has happened. Be quiet, Watermoon, someone chastised, incessantly chattering. With a single punch, Kagaya smashed Watermoon's head, scattering it into countless droplets. Yet, utilizing the water transformation technique, Watermoon's head quickly restored itself, unharmed. Hey, Kagaya. We haven't even started fighting, and you want to reduce our numbers? The members of Team Hawk were in an uproar. Sasuke's gaze remained fixed on Uchiha Obito. The six-pointed star of his Sharingan gradually spinning. In the next moment, a hand with 5 outstretched fingers appeared on Sasuke's face. Before anyone could react, Sasuke was sent flying, crashing into a stone wall 10 meters away, leaving a web of cracks on the once smooth surface. Sasuke. Xianglin was the first to regain her senses and shouted hoarsely. Ignoring the disparity in strength, several golden chains shot toward Uchiha Madara from behind her. The feeble Vortex clan was no match. Yet all the chains halted just half an inch from Madara, as if restrained by an unseen force. Madara bypassed Orochimaru and others, charging towards Sasuke. No. Sasuke, flee quickly. As Madara distanced himself, the golden chains regained their momentum. Instinctively, Xianglin manipulated the chains in pursuit of Madara, striving to buy time for Sasuke to escape. Stop, Xianglin. Your actions are futile. A hand rested gently on her shoulder. Orochimaru, you will only provoke Madara further by doing this. No. Xianglin wrenched away Orochimaru's hand and continued her pursuit of Madara. Even if for just a fleeting moment, she aimed to prevent Madara from harming Sasuke. Yet, before she could take more than a few steps, she was hurled back. Chongwu, catch Xianglin and tell her this is a family matter of the Uchiha. She should not interfere. Orochimaru squinted at Chongwu, who nodded and caught the returning Xianglin. It became evident to Orochimaru that Xianglin had emerged unscathed. Meanwhile, Madara approached Sasuke, raising his right hand to strike at the latter's head. Susanoo. A purple skeletal structure enveloped Sasuke. However, when Madara's fist connected with the Susanoo, it did not rebound. The chakra of the Susanoo began to show signs of dissolution. Sasuke's pupils constricted in a manner reminiscent of Kagaya. Madara possessed the ability to erode the chakra of Susanoo. Sasuke received a heavy blow to his right cheek, followed by a second and a third. Madara's rhythmic assault continued with left and right punches. Strange sounds echoed from their clash. Let me go, Chongwu. Sasuke will be killed. Xianglin struggled to break free from Chongwu's grasp, but was firmly held by him, along with Do and Suigetsu. It's been 5 minutes. If he were to die, he would have done so already. Do, a veteran of multiple espionages, began to perceive the situation, feeling a sense of relief. Damn it, Uchiha Sasuke, look at your prowess. After being a father figure to Orochimaru for so many years, you finally faced retribution, courtesy of your own ancestor. Other matters paled in comparison. What truly mattered was that Uchiha Sasuke was being beaten. At last, the sound of flesh meeting flesh gradually ceased. Madara let out a long breath, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. Indeed, the sensation of beating someone in the impure world reincarnation was far less satisfying than in a proper arena. Sasuke lay beneath Madara, his face, especially around the eyes, darkened with bruises and his cheeks swollen. Comfortable, Uchiha Sasuke? Remember when you said I was fickle? Madara perched atop Sasuke's legs, arms crossed over his chest. His eternal Mangeki Sharingan looking down imperiously. Heh. Despite his battered appearance, Sasuke scoffed. You, a former clan leader, are so petty. It's no wonder Hashirama Senju was taken by Uzumaki Mido. What do you mean? Madara was momentarily bewildered, then as if recalling a certain lazy spider in their group. His eyes twitched. Do you wish to be beaten again? Let me clarify, my relationship with Hashirama is completely innocent, not what you might assume. Indeed. A weakling abandoned by Hashirama Senju? You, Uchiha Sasuke. You, Madara raised his fist, preparing to strike again. Don't be reckless. I've already shared the video of you bullying the weak in the group. Madara. Damn it, Uchiha Sasuke, you lack any sense of martial ethics. You shared the video of me beating you? Have you no shame? Madara's expression soured as he hurriedly checked the chat. Indeed, a message appeared on the screen from Sasuke, accusing Madara of bullying group members with footage of the assault. Madara was left speechless. That video is merely a unique educational method of the Uchiha clan. Do not misunderstand. As the sole administrator, I cannot afford to lose my position. Being an administrator came with perks, such as a discount on items. For instance, the Dragon Balls required 5,000 points, but with a discount, Sasuke could redeem them for only 4,000 points. Previously, Madara had contemplated using the Dragon Balls for resurrection, but he had failed to locate the stones needed for imprinting them in the Pure Land. When he sought information from the group leader, Sasuke joined, leading Madara to abandon his resurrection thoughts and catch up on the series. Upon learning the truth about the infinite Tsukuyomi, Madara felt as though the sky was collapsing around him. Resurrection seemed unimportant now, and he set it aside until the group leader issued a world mission to Sasuke. Like the Dragon Balls, after being resurrected, I am the god of destruction. Chapter 97. Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Madara, Part 2, Makurazaki. Why do I not believe in the Uchiha clan's unique educational methods at all? Is it not that you simply dislike your juniors and wish to beat them? Riding atop the fire spirit, Makurazaki was gathering personnel for the upcoming Shaman King tournament. Upon witnessing the fierce scene of Madara in the chat, he couldn't help but tease. Spider Child, I don't believe Madara either. Could it be that Sasuke provoked him first, and Madara is retaliating? Uchiha Sasuke Madara. Should I say yes or no? Uchiha Madara. Looking at Sasuke, who lay on the ground with a smile reminiscent of a chrysanthemum. Madara's lips twitched before he finally managed to utter, You are ruthless, Uchiha Sasuke. No wonder you can execute the Uchiha body slam. I, Uchiha Madara, deem you the strongest, Sasuke. Grinning at the mention of the Uchiha body slam, suddenly froze. After a moment, he managed to speak. Madara, you've hit me. Can you let me go now? You wouldn't want the group leader to think you're setting a bad example, would you? Humph, Sasuke, all that remains for you is this sharp tongue. Madara dismounted from Sasuke, brushing off the dust from his clothes with a look of disdain. Is that so? What a pity. You haven't managed to do anything to me at all. As Uchiha Sasuke spoke, Uchiha Madara furrowed his brow. At that moment, Sasuke's form began to fade. And before Madara could utter another word, Sasuke vanished without a trace. A few meters away, a still handsome youth stood, gazing serenely at Madara, his Sharingan swirling with its kaleidoscopic patterns. Ah, I see now. No wonder I felt a certain dissonance earlier. Observing the unscathed Sasuke, Madara felt no anger, a smile creeping across his lips. How intriguing. If I am not mistaken, your Sharingan abilities are related to time or space, perhaps akin to the power of Izanagi, creating tangible illusions that can withstand even fatal injuries, while you hide within a node of alternate space until the illusion dissipates. That is the power of my left eye. Sasuke replied coolly. Huh, I suspect it is more than that. Even in a state identical to yours, I cannot discern the truth. There must be deeper secrets at play. However, Madara was not one to delve into every detail. You have proven yourself worthy of my assistance, Sasuke. Hitting you was merely a diversion. I am not so petty. To fail once and then strike again would be somewhat contrary to my aesthetic. Seeing that Madara had seemingly abandoned the idea of further violence, Sasuke breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the ability of his left eye could only be used once a month. Another beating would truly leave him battered and bruised. Hence, Madara and Sasuke decided to clarify the situation in their group chat. The clarification was simple. Madara trained Sasuke. And the video of Sasuke being struck was merely an experiment of his Sharingan capabilities. It was not a case of him being beaten to the point of not being recognized by his ancestors. Such was the matter. As Madara and Sasuke performed this duet, the other group members were left in stunned silence. Ultimately, whether others believed them or not was inconsequential. What mattered was that the group leader did not strip Madara of his position over this incident, resulting in a collective sense of relief. Having resolved to assist Sasuke, Madara would offer his full support. This was the pride of the Uchiha clan, once home to the strongest of men. Hashirama Senju, that stubborn fool, refusing to heed reason. Despite my urging him to unite the tailed beasts, he prattled on about mutual understanding. Upon returning from the 5 Kage summit, he foolishly dragged me along for drinks. blathering about how our dream of a harmonious era was on the horizon. Listening to Madara, one could almost envision him delivering a punch. The other Kage? They understand your ideals? What they grasp is your strength, 1,000 fists tightly clenched. Yet, all that is in the past. Hashirama, I shall prove you wrong. No. It is no longer necessary for me to demonstrate. The Third Shinobi World War perfectly illustrated how far you strayed from the right path. Madara gazed upward at the sky, a look of melancholy crossing his features. Hashirama, the era ahead belongs to the Uchiha, specifically to Uchiha Sasuke. Here, I, Uchiha Madara, will clear every thorn in his path and remove all obstacles, even if the opponent is the Sage of Six Paths, or even my own mother. Madara and Sasuke strolled side by side, leaving the members of Team Hawk, save for Orochimaru, in a state of astonishment. The Uchiha clan's dynamic and thought processes were indeed unlike those of ordinary folk. Moments ago, they had appeared to be at each other's throats. Yet now they acted as if they were the best of friends. Sasuke, you seem perfectly fine, Karen exclaimed, grasping Sasuke's arm, her gaze darting over him in concern. I'm all right. I merely tested my Sharingan's abilities, Sasuke reassured her. He had witnessed Karen rushing to his aid, and while he could not deny feeling touched, he was not one to express himself eloquently. Is this truly the strongest of the Uchiha clan? Indeed, he surpasses the images Sasuke had shown me, evoking a profound sense of awe. With the formidable Madara and Hashirama Senju as his trump cards, Orochimaru felt that completing Sasuke's plan within 5 years was not beyond reach. You were quite impressive, Madara acknowledged, giving Orochimaru a nod. Though he did not particularly favor Orochimaru's research methods, reminiscent of Tobirama Senju, he could not deny that Orochimaru was the only individual who had grasped the majority of the truths of the shinobi world through knowledge alone, without relying on bloodline limits. Even Orochimaru's subordinate, a seemingly insignificant fellow named Kabuto, would one day possess the strength to momentarily contend with Sasuke, who wielded an eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, and Itachi, who bore a Mangekyou Sharingan. In the sequel series Boruto, Orochimaru would utilize cloning techniques to develop clones capable of awakening the Mangekyou Sharingan and mastering Sage Mode. Moreover, he had fully analyzed the cells of Hashirama, achieving rapid limb regeneration and possibly attaining immortality. Such talent was indispensable to Sasuke's plan, and Madara would afford Orochimaru a measure of respect. Madara, what are your plans moving forward? After some reminiscing, Sasuke began to inquire about serious matters. I intend to use the Dragon Balls for resurrection. Resurrection? Won't you wait until the mission is accomplished? Sasuke's face displayed confusion. I have negotiated with the group leader to exchange my resurrection slot for that of another person. Hashirama Senju? Perhaps, it is inconsequential. Madara replied ambiguously. Using the Dragon Balls for resurrection may eliminate the need to engage Nagato's Rinnegan, thus sparing your plan from significant upheaval. To become a savior, one must possess a means to appear as such. For the 5 great nations, Akatsuki serves as a fitting adversary. And what of Obito? Do not concern yourself with him. Follow your own path. Let him pursue the infinite Tsukuyomi. After all, he has no desire to revive me. Does he? Madara had grown indifferent to the infinite Tsukuyomi. I understand. Sasuke nodded. Madara summoned the Dragon Ball projection through points earned. Instantly, 7 stones transformed into the 7 Dragon Balls. After a moment's thought, Madara composed a message in the group chat. Madara, I plan to make a wish with the Dragon Balls. Would you like to watch the live stream? Vegeta, Dragon Balls. The 7 Dragon Balls. In West City, at Bulma's residence. Vegeta had just awakened when he received a private message from the group leader, advising him not to wish for immortality using the Dragon Balls just yet. As he was about to inquire about the reason behind this, he noticed a message on the public screen from Uchiha Madara, expressing his intention to make a wish with the Dragon Balls. Dragon Balls. Indeed. It appeared that such artifacts existed within the chat group. He had previously glanced at the introduction of the Dragon Balls on the trading platform, but it was merely a fleeting look, as he could not afford them. The Prince of all Scions, reduced to a state of financial inadequacy. The chat continued with the title, After being resurrected, I am the God of Destruction. In Chapter 98, Vegeta was left astounded. Dragon Balls. Was Uchiha Madara truly preparing to resurrect himself? Uchiha Sasuke shared a video of himself being brutally beaten, which Beliris also viewed. However, she refrained from commenting, as no fatalities had occurred. Even through the video, Beliris could discern that the beaten Uchiha Sasuke was merely an illusion created by his Sharingan's Mangekyou ability. There was little more to say. As for the subsequent reconciliation between Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Sasuke, it was likely that they had some clandestine dealings. Yet, what relevance did it hold for her? Uchiha Madara intended to resurrect himself using the Dragon Balls, and upon completing his task, he would possess 2 resurrection slots. Uchiha Madara allocated one of his slots to Senju Hashirama. This meant that upon the completion of his task, Uchiha Madara's reward would be the resurrection of Uchiha Izuna and Senju Hashirama. Bellies found herself at a loss for words. Don't you have a few brothers? Even your parents could suffice. The resurrected figure you envision is none other than the very one who betrayed you, Hashirama Senju. Obito. Are you not perhaps the submissive one in this scenario? Yet, this is hardly of concern to Bellies. She merely sought to draw the world of shinobi into her own universe, solely to experiment with certain matters, and there is no rush. Belly shifted her gaze to the chat group. The public screen was predominantly filled with discussions urging Uchiha Madara to go live. However, there was one exception, the stubborn Scion Prince. He remained in his own world. Is there something you wish to convey, Prince of the Scions? Upon seeing Belly's response, Vegeta, who had been engrossed in discussing the circumstances during his slumber with Nappa, momentarily set aside his concerns and fully immersed himself in the chat group. Vegeta, the world's foremost princess, the group leader, why do you advise me against using the Dragon Balls to wish for immortality? Does it carry some unforeseen consequences? I truly cannot comprehend why the leader would choose to privately discuss this matter with him. Vegeta did not believe that his face was so large as to warrant a deliberate warning from a leader of such formidable strength. The world's foremost princess spoke. Wishes for immortality, such as those granted by the Dragon Balls of Earth, exceed the power of the gods and the limits set by the creators of the Dragon Balls. What? In the medical room of West City, upon hearing these words, Vegeta abruptly rose to his feet, startling Nappa, who was beside him peeling an apple. The fruit slipped from his hands and fell onto the bed. Vegeta, what is the matter? Nappa inquired, a look of confusion etched on his face. It's nothing, Vegeta replied, shaking his head. He picked up the half-peeled apple that Nappa had prepared and took a bite to calm his nerves. Nappa, Vegeta, do you wish to eat without knowing how to peel? Amongst the plethora of fruits, you deliberately choose the ones I have nearly peeled. Is it truly befitting for the proud prince of the Scions to live in such a meticulous manner? Of course, such words would never escape Nappa's lips. He can only continue to pick apples from the basket with a face of constipation, resuming his peeling task. Vegeta was oblivious to Nappa's expression, as he found himself immersed in the chat group at that moment. Vegeta, are you suggesting that my wish for immortality cannot be fulfilled? The world's supreme princess. I possess a general understanding of the past and future of your world, and the boundaries of the Dragon Balls can sometimes be rather nebulous. The world's supreme princess. Wishes, by their very nature, often transcend the limits set by deities and are typically unachievable. However, certain wishes, such as resurrecting the deceased, may indeed be attainable. To grant Vegeta a moment for contemplation, Bellies momentarily paused her information dissemination on the screen before continuing her exposition. The world's supreme princess. Wishes for immortality and the like may necessitate what could be termed an equivalent exchange. The world's supreme princess, in other words. If you wish for eternal life, you might very well forfeit all your potential, remaining forever stagnant in terms of combat prowess, or alternatively, you could lose the scion trait of significantly enhancing your strength upon recovery from severe injuries. The world's supreme princess. For specifics, you would need to consult the deity on Earth, as he can communicate directly with the eternal dragon and would possess a clearer understanding of whether such a wish is feasible and the potential consequences. Vegeta, I see. I comprehend now. After Belly's explanation, Vegeta grasped that the Dragon Balls do not grant every wish. He then pondered another matter. The live stream of Uchiha Madara in the group. Vegeta, what distinguishes the Dragon Balls used by Uchiha Madara from those created by the Earth's deity? In the realm of the gods of destruction, upon hearing Vegeta's inquiry, Beerus exhibited no surprise. The world's first princess. The difference is evident, do you not see? They possess the ability to resurrect beings from other worlds. Moreover, the Dragon Balls manufactured by the Earth's deity pale in comparison to mine. Vegeta, princess, are you angry? The world's first princess. How could he dare to be angry? The world's first princess. In essence, the Dragon Balls embody a certain application of miraculous laws. To put it simply, the principles employed by the Dragon God Salamander in the creation of the Dragon Balls share similarities with my own, suggesting an inherent connection that accounts for their commonalities. Vegeta, who is the Dragon God Salamander? The world's first princess. Vegeta, do you truly believe that the Earth's deity and the Namekians could conjure something like the Dragon Balls from nothing? Even if they could create them, they would be incapable of dispelling the negative energy that arises after each wish. The world's first princess. Thus, the Namekians can only be regarded as mere agents of the Dragon God Salamander, possessing a fraction of the laws bestowed upon them. The world's first princess, at best. They are mere creators or porters. Vegeta, I see. Is that salamander powerful? How does he compare to Frieza? Vegeta, though lacking understanding, was profoundly astonished. The world's first princess. With Frieza's mere power level of 120 million, how could he possibly contend with Salamander? A single glare would suffice to obliterate him. Vegeta, is he that strong? Is this the might of the creator of the Dragon Balls? Frieza's 120 million is but a fleeting glance. Wait. What did the group leader just say? Vegeta regained his composure. Vegeta, leader, what does Frieza's 120 million signify? Are you referring to battle power? World's top princess, oh dear. Did I let that slip? Well, it's out now, so let us just say it. World's top princess, Vegeta, the Frieza you wish to oppose possesses 3 transformation forms, with his final form's battle power reaching 120 million. Mikahara Yao Wang, stellar level strength? While most in the group are preoccupied with the resurrection of Dragon Ball, There are a few individuals who show little interest in the revival of Uchiha, instead focusing intently on the dialogue between the leader and Vegeta. Indeed, they are taken aback by the astonishing information. World's top princess, precisely, Frieza is considered one of the more formidable beings in the universe of Vegeta's world. Vegeta, so? When you say formidable, does that imply there are even stronger beings? World's top princess. Indeed, there are quite a few. Frieza's brother, Cooler, boasts a battle power of 490 million. World's top princess. As for Frieza's father, King Cold, although he is in retirement, his base strength surpasses Frieza's 120 million. Though it remains uncertain whether he can transform. After all, my knowledge is limited to glimpses of the future through this chat group, not all possible outcomes. The original text does not clarify if King Cold is capable of transformation. He was dispatched by Trunks upon his arrival on Earth, illustrating that an outdated boss is less than useful, unlike characters such as Kamisato Ayaka. The information revealed by Belly sent shivers down Vegeta's spine. The current Vegeta is not yet the future version, the Super Vegeta, who would row without oars, relying solely on the waves. In contrast to the likes of Son Goku, who remains steadfast, he is akin to the opportunistic Ginyu Force. The universe's foremost princess reassures, do not worry, within your universe. There are many beings more formidable than the Frieza duo, Vegeta. You must learn to maintain a calm mindset. As for Dragon Ball, after being resurrected, I am the god of destruction, please collect. Dragon Ball, after being resurrected, I am the god of destruction, chapter 99. Is 120 million the same as 2 billion? Maintain a calm mindset. My mindset is crumbling. Vegeta's lips twitched. Initially, he believed that with Frieza's battle power of 530,000, he could easily secure a victory and even eliminate him. But now, with Frieza's power soaring to 120 million, and his brother Cooler at 490 million, not to mention the unknown strength of King Cold, was resisting Frieza truly a misguided decision? Vegeta, why do you appear so lost in thought? Nappa, munching on an apple, gazed at Vegeta with a mix of concern and surprise. Nappa, I fear I might meet my demise, Vegeta confessed. What are you jesting about? Just yesterday, that woman named Bulma conducted a thorough examination on you, and all your health indicators are normal. In fact, your energy levels far exceed those of the locals, Nappa replied, scratching his head. That is not what troubles me. I harbor doubts regarding my ability to outmaneuver Frieza. I am uncertain whether the Dragon Balls can grant a wish for immortality. I must consult the Guardian about that. However, even if it is possible to wish for immortality, my current power cannot reach 120 million, especially since Frieza is not even the strongest among the Frost Demons. Your Highness, although I am unaware of the events that have transpired recently to cause such a drastic change in you, Nappa paused, his voice faltering as memory surfaced. The princess once told me that the Scion race grows stronger through adversity. As long as we do not relinquish hope, despair shall not consume us. My sister, Vegeta murmured. With a slow, contemplative closure of his eyes, he pondered deeply. After a moment of reflection, he reopened his eyes, the confusion within them beginning to dissipate. Indeed, we still have time. Moreover, the universe is vast. As long as we wish to escape, it is unlikely that Frieza will track us down. Vegeta's voice resonated with unwavering resolve. He was part of a chat group, led by a remarkably formidable leader. He refused to believe that he could not triumph over Frieza. Indeed, as long as hope remained unyielding and life persisted, there would invariably be a chance for retaliation. Let us proceed, Nappa. Vegeta rose from his sickbed and donned his battle attire that lay beside him. Where are you headed? A surprised Nappa inquired as he also put on his combat uniform. I am seeking Kakarot, and then we shall journey to the Namekian deity. Vegeta and Nappa exited the room, when suddenly, a blue-haired woman tumbled to the ground. Ouch! The woman, exuding an air of exasperation, cast a glance at Nappa before her gaze fell upon Vegeta, who had just collided with her. Oh, the Scion Prince has awakened, she remarked. Indigenous woman, who are you? Vegeta responded coldly. Indigenous woman. Bulma's face flushed with indignation, but recalling the brutish nature of these two, she suppressed her anger. I have a name. I am Bulma. I must ask, how can you Scions treat your benefactor, who provides you with food and shelter, in such a manner? Benefactor? Vegeta momentarily paused, instinctively glancing at Nappa. Feeling somewhat awkward, Nappa clarified, when you were unconscious. It was Kakarot who instructed this woman to bring you here and even arrange for a robot to assist in your recovery. Vegeta, everything we have consumed during our stay has been supplied by her. Nappa, aware of his inability to contend with Kakarot, sensed Vegeta's ambiguous attitude towards Earth. Thus, as his subordinate, Nappa chose to avoid inciting further ire, opting instead to feign amiability. Is that so? Bulma, is it? You have done well. I, the Scion Prince, am quite satisfied. Vegeta continued to maintain his lofty demeanor. Bulma brushed the dust off her clothes and stood up. Indeed, one should not expect gratitude from a Scion. Much like Goku, they are rather simple-minded individuals. I inquired, esteemed Prince of the Scions, did your family never teach you the importance of courtesy towards those who assist you? Courtesy? A vague silhouette of a silver-haired girl suddenly materialized in Vegeta's mind. Vegeta, she seemed to say, it is essential to express gratitude to those who have assisted you. Even if it is difficult for you to lower your pride, such acknowledgement is a fundamental courtesy. How could the image of his sister invade his thoughts? She had been gone for so many years, and yet she had never haunted him before, ever since he joined the chat group. Why did she continually resurface in his subconscious? Vegeta sighed, casting a scrutinizing glance up and down at Bulma, and with a slight stutter in his tone, he spoke. I appreciate your assistance these past few days. By the way, could you inform me of Kakarote's whereabouts? I have matters to discuss with him. Never mind. Bulma sighed in response, observing the two of them, particularly this individual named Vegeta, whose expression of gratitude seemed rather stilted, as if he were deliberately suppressing his true nature. You and the towering figure beside you, please proceed to the living room. I shall summon Goku and the others immediately, to prevent the two scions from wandering aimlessly. It was prudent to seek out Goku directly. Under Nappa's guidance, Vegeta swiftly arrived at the so-called living room. This woman's residence was indeed opulent. Vegeta reclined on the sofa, unable to suppress his disdain, having traversed numerous planets and witnessed the splendor of various habitats. He noted that residences of such magnitude typically housed individuals of considerable wealth or status. The passage of time seemed to evaporate swiftly as one moment led to the next. Before long, the Z-Fighters began to arrive at Bulma's home in West City. Ah, Vegeta, you finally awakened, Goku exclaimed as he entered, waving cheerfully at him. Heh, Kakarote. Your spirits are remarkably high, Vegeta replied, a smirk playing on his lips. Of course, the thought of battling with a formidable warrior like you excites me immensely. Previously, Nappa had mentioned that they might reside on Earth for a while, assuring that no harm would come to the planet. This sentiment was pleasing, aside from Piccolo. He would have 2 additional sparring partners. Kakarote, we can reminisce later. Vegeta's gaze swept across all the Z-Fighters before settling once more on Goku. Are you currently able to reach King Kai? Huh? Vegeta, you know about King Kai? Goku responded, taken aback. My sister informed me that above King Enma exists a deity known as King Kai, who possesses the ability to detect events occurring throughout the universe. If you can contact him, inquire about Frisia's whereabouts and his intentions. We must ascertain how much time we have if he indeed plans to come to Earth. There was no denying Frisia's combat power of 12 million, a notion Vegeta had never dared to contemplate. It was imperative to understand Frisia's movements with precision rather than relying on vague past conjectures. In the spaceship, there was a tracking device, and while holding on to 2 spaceships, Vegeta had destroyed all means of transmitting information within them. Now, even he could not discern Frisia's trajectory. Frisia? Goku exclaimed, his voice tinged with excitement. Is that the same Frisia you mentioned before, the Cosmic Emperor with a battle power of 530,000? Vegeta's lips curled in disdain. What on earth is Kakarote so excited about? If he comes here, both of our lives would be forfeit. In any case, can you get in touch with him? We need to alert the king about Frisia's movements. I shall attempt to do so. As the direct disciple of the king, Goku possesses means to contact him. Before long, Goku received a message from the king. Frisia is en route to planet Namek, seemingly in pursuit of the Dragon Balls located there. Dragon Balls on Namek. Leaning coolly against the wall, Piccolo turned pale upon hearing this news. Though he had never been to Namek, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over him. Vegeta, this is your doing. With Goku present, Piccolo felt emboldened, unafraid of Vegeta's potential wrath. So what? I merely seek to maximize our benefits. Where's the fault in that? Humph, do you have a plan to defeat Frisia? His peak combat power is 530,000, as Nappa previously informed them. It is precisely because they are aware of this that they comprehend the vastness of such strength. No, I do not. Vegeta, brimming with confidence, asserted. Am I not here to discuss this with you? Frisia possesses a combat power of 120 million. How could I possibly defeat him? Goku what? Piccolo, did you just say 120 million combat power? Not only Goku and Piccolo, but the other Z-Fighters were also taken aback. How could 530,000 compare to 120 million? Lovers of Dragon Ball, after being resurrected, I have become the god of destruction. Please remember to keep this in mind. Dragon Ball, after being resurrected, I have become the god of destruction. Chapter 100, The Impending Crisis. 120 million combat power. Krillin gasped, his mouth agape, trembling all over. Instinctively leaning against the wall for support. Scion, did you just say Frisia's combat power is what? Did you not hear clearly? Vegeta cast a sweeping glance at the surrounding Earthlings, who were gaping in astonishment, as well as at Kakarote, whose eyes were filled with shock. He let out a cold smirk, remarking that Frisia's base combat power was 530,000, with the ability to transform 3 times, ultimately reaching a staggering combat power of 120 million in his final form. Prince Vegeta, you didn't say this before. Even Nappa, standing nearby, was taken aback. With a power of 530,000, perhaps we could still put up a fight. But with 120 million, what is there left to contest? We might as well lie down and await our demise. Humph, is it not possible to prevent Frisia from transforming? Vegeta cast a glance at Goku. What's the matter? Kakarote, even you are frightened? Despite being hailed as his rival by the leader, In essence, he was merely a lower-class warrior, lacking the composure that Vegeta possessed. 120 million. Vegeta, you have indeed brought us a considerable dilemma. Goku scratched his head, seemingly unperturbed. Do you truly comprehend what a battle power of 120 million signifies? Yamcha, standing nearby, swallowed hard, eyeing Goku, whose mathematical acumen appeared lacking, genuinely concerned that he might be oblivious to the gravity of the situation. I understand. 120 million battle power means a formidable enemy. The Z fighters, upon hearing Goku's statement, which sounded more like an assertion than a consolation, felt a surge of exasperation. Goku, Piccolo finally could no longer contain himself. Don't tell me you believe you can contend with such an adversary? Always in a neck-and-neck rivalry with Goku, Piccolo felt a pang of inadequacy. Had he truly fallen so far behind Goku? Ha ha ha, I still possess some self-awareness. My current battle power, according to the detector Vegeta previously employed, hovers around that figure. With the Kaioken technique, I might manage to unleash 4 times that, which would result in a battle power of approximately 40,000. However, in a real battle, I fear I could only exhibit around 30,000. Goku explained while observing Piccolo's disgruntled expression. Seeing Goku's somewhat provocative demeanor, Piccolo's face darkened. 40,000 battle power. When did I ever lag so far behind you? Goku? What about you, Vegeta? Goku shifted his gaze towards Vegeta, given that scions can amplify their battle power after sustaining injuries. I assume your power has seen an increase as well? Are you mocking me, Kakarot? Vegeta scoffed. I've probably enhanced my battle power by around 6,000 at most. The manner in which Goku and Vegeta flaunted their prowess left Piccolo's countenance ashen. Scions, it seemed, had no regard for martial ethics. The ability to increase battle power after injury was outrageous. Goku augmented his power by 2,000, while Vegeta surpassed him, increasing by nearly double Piccolo's strength. Humph, Goku, Vegeta. Even if your battle power exceeds 10,000, can you truly confront Frieza? It was worth noting that after their journey on Namek, Frieza's next target would likely be Earth. After all, Vegeta and Nappa had been so careless as to allow their scouters to possess listening devices, inadvertently revealing the existence of the Dragon Balls. It was evident that Frieza's objective in visiting Namek was to acquire the Dragon Balls. Thus, it would not be surprising for him to come to Earth afterward. After all, with you, Vegeta, having defected, as the leader, it would be rather strange for him not to come and settle scores. What are you afraid of? We still have over 2 years. Vegeta remarked. Frieza struggles to maintain his transformation. His usual strength is around 530,000, provided we strategize effectively. Defeating him is not beyond the realm of possibility. As for Cooler and King Cold, Vegeta refrained from mentioning them, recognizing that discussing them would only dampen morale. If they couldn't even surpass Frieza, what difference would it make to speak of it? You speak so lightly, Scion. Can you guarantee that no unforeseen circumstances will arise? Yamcha, unable to tolerate Vegeta's haughty demeanor, interjected, especially given that their current battle power was merely in the low thousands, with Kaiatsu not even reaching 1,000. You, Vegeta. Flaunting battle power in the hundreds of thousands, how are we to contend with that? Ultimately, Frieza and his ilk coming here was not merely a problem for them. Humph. Earthling, Vegeta shot a cold glance at Yamcha. I only engage in this dialogue out of respect for Kakarot, apart from him. Your battle powers hold no significance in my eyes. Yamcha, with his fiery temper, was ready to confront Vegeta. Meanwhile, Kaiatsu, Krillin, and Tien quickly intervened to restrain him. Although Vegeta's words were harsh, the reality was undeniable. Even Piccolo, the Demon King, felt infuriated by such disparagement, yet found himself unable to retort. His battle power was 3,500, even less than that of the bald Nappa. Hadn't he, Vegeta, just belittled Nappa? The giant had remained silent. Prince of the Scions. You are overlooking something of great importance. A voice suddenly resonated. Who? Vegeta's expression suddenly changed. I am the king you seek. Just now. You allowed Goku to communicate with me, and I have roughly estimated the specific time it takes for Frieza to travel to Namek and then to Earth. This time frame presents a significant discrepancy when compared to the conclusions drawn from your own spacecraft. You must prepare yourselves mentally for this. A discrepancy? Vegeta was taken aback by the words. Frieza's spacecraft is not akin to the outdated vessels utilized by you and Nappa. His technology is among the most advanced in the entire universe. In other words, Frieza's journey to Namek and his return to Earth